Blue Star's resource depletion detected. Initiating the Global National Destinies survival game. All countries across the world will randomly select 1,000 participants each for a total of 19700 contestants to be thrown into random wilderness zones to survive. When contestants obtain resources, there is a chance to trigger a 10,000-fold return, sending the multiplied resources back to their respective countries. Each country is granted one opportunity per week to send a 200-character message to its contestants. If all contestants of a country perish, that country will be erased from Blue Star completely. Each contestant will receive a novice starter pack from which 3 everyday items will be randomly drawn, excluding hot weapons. A vast, icy voice suddenly exploded in the minds of 8 billion humans across the globe. All phones and computers worldwide simultaneously switched to the same live broadcast interface. Inside the live room, a constantly scrolling list displayed the names of contestants from each country who had been drawn for the wilderness survival. Lighthouse Nation contestant list: 5-star, General Mike Arthur, renowned commentator and military strategist. Dawson Murray, colonel of the Delta Special Assault Team, who once eliminated dozens of enemies in a single large-scale raid. The Jester King, president of Lighthouse Nation, beloved by netizens for his humorous online persona. Black Mamba, a famed NBA basketball player whose physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. A deafening cheer erupted, almost tearing apart the firmament above Lighthouse Nation. This is fantastic. It's the Reaper Dawson Murray. He's led teams to destroy multiple terrorist strongholds. The Jester King has been selected too. Let our contestants and make Lighthouse Nation great again. Sakura Nation contestant list: Katsu Zaiji, Special Forces operative of the Kamikaze Unit, expert in assassination and survival skills, who has single-handedly assassinated several well-known foreign tycoons. Mikami Yuya, famous action movie superstar, a mentor of youthful enlightenment for countless teenagers. Within Sakura Nation, a tidal wave of celebratory shouts erupted. Katsu Zaiji is the king of soldiers in the Kamikaze Unit. With him taking the field, he'll definitely crush Dragon Nation into utter defeat. Mikami Sensei is on the list too. What can she even do? Warm the other contestants' beds. Bear Nation contestant list: former professional boxer of fantasy Pavlovna David Harris. Yura, raise a toast for our professional fighters. Britannia contestant list: renowned wilderness survival experts Bear Yi. Bear Yi and De Yi have both been selected. Let the flag of the empire on which the sun never sets be planted across the entire wilderness. As the list continued to scroll, the names of countless professional athletes and soldiers blazed across the screen. Countries around the world erupted into wave after wave of cheering. Immediately following was the contestant list of Dragon Nation. The gazes of the major Western countries converged simultaneously on that roster. Within Huaxia, 1,400 million pairs of eyes were locked on their screens, hardly daring to breathe. Yao Yuan, captain of Dragon Nation's Falcon Assault Team, who has shot and killed many enemies during repeated border conflicts. Ma Baowa, founder of the Flash Lightning 7-Whip style. Kai Kuan, famous internet celebrity skilled in singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. Sukin, first-year student at Sioux City Vocational University of lazy disposition, known for repeatedly cutting classes. As the list was announced, the hearts of everyone in Dragon Nation gradually sank. Ma Baowa, that fraud who does nothing but put on a show, then complains others lack martial virtue after getting beaten. What on earth is Kai Kuan doing there? Is he going to perform singing, dancing, rap, and basketball in the wilderness? And that class-skipping college student Sukan. Just one look, and you know he's only there to make up the numbers. Forget it. Fortunately, we still have Captain Yao Yuan. Let's hope he can secure more supplies for our country. In the emergency official live studio in Dragon Nation's capital, host Bing Bing and several presenters also felt their hearts sink. Why are foreign countries sending athletes and soldiers while we are sending celebrities? And that university student, forget it. If Sukan manages not to die, that will already be a blessing. Bing Bing let out a soft sigh and forced a smile. Let's look on the bright side. At least we still have Captain Yao Yuan. In Sakura Nation's live room, mocking comments aimed at Dragon Nation instantly flooded the screen. I'll bet this fragile college boy won't survive for even half a day in there. He's just waiting to become bear droppings. In Lighthouse Nation's official live room, host Caleb Shaw wore an exaggeratedly derisive smile. Dragon Nation is finished. Is this 5,000-year-old civilization finally about to be wiped out? Let's hope Dragon Nation's contestants get lucky and aren't dropped near our soldiers. Otherwise, they might be annihilated right at the start. In Dragon Nation, inside a dormitory at Sioux City Vocational University, Sukin had just finished an entire night of battles in the canyon with his roommates and was yawning ready to sleep when he was suddenly chosen by the National Destiny game. Sukin stared blankly, pointing at himself. Me. Wilderness survival. 3 years ago, Sukin had transmigrated into this world. In his previous life, he had worked endless 996 overtime day and night. A 30-year mortgage, a 3/8 yuan bride price, and his child's tuition had piled up like towering mountains pressing down until he could barely breathe. In the end, from sheer overwork, Sukin dropped dead at his workstation. In this life, he had resolved to change completely, to simply give up and lie flat. He had worked himself to the bone before, only to die suddenly anyway. So now he began skipping classes and gaming through the night, and discovered life could actually be beautiful. Someone had to play the wastrel, why couldn't it be him? Yet just as he had enjoyed only a few short years of this freedom, fate played a monumental joke on him. He had been chosen by this newly appeared national destiny game, and was to be thrown into the wilderness to survive. Sukin gave his thin arms and legs a shake. He looked every bit the fragile college kid whom a single gust of wind might topple. Looking like this, he suspected that once he reached that other world, he would be nothing more than food for the beast. List announcement complete. Transmission system activating. Each country will start with 10 destiny points. When a contestant dies, the country may consume 1 destiny point to resurrect them, with the cost doubling with each subsequent resurrection. Once a country's destiny points are exhausted, that country will be erased completely. As a magnificent and motionless notification sounded, Sukin vanished from the dormitory. When his consciousness returned, the first thing he perceived was the chirring of cicadas at his ears. The fresh scent of earth mixed with the fragrance of grass and trees rushed into his nose. Blinding sunlight struck his eyes, and he squinted, needing a long moment to adapt. Glancing around, Sukin realized he had been dropped into a forest. Towering trees rose from the ground in all directions, lush leaves slicing the sunlight into alternating patches of brightness and shadow. At the same time, the figures of contestants from every country had already appeared in their respective live rooms. They had been scattered at random to distant corners of this wilderness continent, far from one another. Once they had adapted to their environments, contestants began opening their novice starter packs, their only initial capital for survival in the wild. Sakura Nation netizens, our contestant Katsu Zaiji opened a shovel, fire-starting stones, and bandages from his starter pack. He can make campfires in the wild now. Lighthouse Nation netizens Colonel Dawson Murray opened fire-starting stones, a fishing rod, and fishing line. Food will no longer be a problem. Dragon Nation netizens, our Captain Yao Yuan's luck is good too. He opened an entrenching tool, an iron pot, and gauze. Most viewers focused their attention on their own country's soldiers, pinning their hopes on these professionals. In Sukin's live room, however, only a few dozen viewers had gathered. Watching Sukin yawn continuously, looking as though he had just rolled out of bed, those few viewers were about ready to leave. Why is this guy so listless? Hasn't he even woken up properly? Hey, pull yourself together. This is wilderness survival. One careless moment, and your life is gone. With a thought, Sukin activated his own starter pack. Congratulations, contestant. You have obtained a waterproof tent, 1 set of silk bedding, and 1 set of premium bathing products. Please make rational use of these items to complete your wilderness survival journey. When the notification ended, a neatly folded waterproof tent appeared before Sukin. He ran his hand over the fabric. It was very sturdy, solidly made. The claws of small animals probably could not tear through it. The quilt, duvet cover, and pillowcases were stacked tidily to one side. When Sukin touched them, the fabric was smooth and soft. This top-grade silk bedding had long since vanished from this world, unattainable even for the wealthy. Several unopened bottles of shower gel, shampoo, and face towels gave off a wave of fragrance when he sniffed them. Yet, what did any of this have to do with wilderness survival? The corner of Sukin's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at the 3 items from his starter pack, feeling a bit exhausted. Was the idea to have him wash himself until he smelled delightful, making it easier for tigers and lions to take a bite? Seeing the items before Sukin, the viewers in his live room fell into complete despair. Other contestants are opening bows, entrenching tools, and fire-starting stones. How did it turn into bathing products and bedding for Sukin? Anyone who didn't know better would think Sukin is here to go camping. He's got all his bedding and luggage ready. It's over. His luck is truly awful, not even a single fire-starting stone. Making a fire in the wild has become a problem already. Sukin frowned slightly, though his mentality did not completely collapse. He had already died once, and dying again did not seem like such a big deal. If I can live one more day, I'll take one more day. First I'll pitch the tent and get some sleep. Overthinking won't help. With some luck, I might be gone by tomorrow, and then there'll be nothing left to worry about. Sukin chose a flat patch of ground, pitched the tent, laid out the mattress, and was just about to indulge in a good sleep when, ding, strong lifelat in tent detected in host. Lifelat system awakening. The sudden voice that erupted in his mind jolted Sukin so hard that the silk quilt in his hand slipped to the ground. Did I hallucinate from overexertion after that all-night brawl with my roommates yesterday? Detected that the host is currently engaging in a give-up, slack-off behavior. Newbie starter pack awarded. In addition, as long as the host continues to complete slack-off missions and behaves in accordance with slacking off, you will receive rewards. Sukin stood there utterly dumbfounded, then quickly came back to his senses. A slack-off system. Other people's national fate survival games all get intelligence systems hint systems. Why am I the only one who's different? Because the host's personality perfectly matches this system's requirements, you have awakened the slack-off system. The newbie starter pack has been credited. Would the host like to open it? Sukin curled his lip. Forget it. Slacking off is still better than having no system at all. Open it. Newbie starter pack opening. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained master-level environmental detection and enhanced luck. The host may expend a certain amount of energy to conduct a comprehensive, seamless reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. The wider the range and the longer the duration of the reconnaissance, the more energy will be consumed. The host is advised to use this ability wisely to slack off properly in the wilderness. The next instant, a cool sensation enveloped Sukin's entire body. With a mere thought, his mental power surged outward like a tide into the surrounding environment, and detailed images of the terrain blossomed in his mind. A dozen meters away on the tip of a shrub, a woodpecker was pecking a hole. 500 meters out, a clear brook ran its water so transparent it seemed drinkable straight away. 700 meters away, a male rabbit was mounting a white rabbit in a mating ritual. He coughed twice inwardly and cut off his observation. Any further would feel impolite. As Sukin withdrew his perception, a wave of dizziness and vertigo washed over him. First time using this ability, and I didn't expect it to drain my energy this badly. But this is insanely powerful. Despite the dark circles under his eyes, his gaze sparkled. Isn't this basically a wall hack? Feels amazing to be running cheats. Ding. System issues. Beginner mission. The host is to achieve a full 24 hours of high-quality sleep in the wilderness. Mission reward: random food item. Sukin froze for a moment, surprised that the system's mission was actually this simple. He only had to sleep. And once he woke up, there would be food waiting. No need to worry about supplies at all. As it happened, he had pulled an all-nighter and had not slept yet, and the heavy energy drain from using environmental detection left his eyelids barely able to stay open. With a soft rasp, Sukin pulled the tent zipper closed, completely shutting out the sunlight. The tent fell into darkness. He lay down on the silk quilt. Its warm, gentle texture made him feel as if he were reclining on a cloud, an indescribable comfort. Sleepiness surged over him like a rising tide. Very soon, Sukin lost consciousness and sank into deep slumber. As his snores began to echo, the viewers in the live stream could no longer sit still. Seriously, man, you're just going to sleep like that out in the open? All the other contestants are already searching for food and water. You're not anxious at all. I'm speechless at this college student. Are undergrads nowadays really this carefree? In Longwa, inside a top-secret conference room, dozens of high-ranking officials had gathered to discuss the national fate game that had suddenly appeared that day. On the giant screen before them, real-time feeds of 1,000 Longwa contestants' live streams were being displayed. In the footage, most contestants were cautiously exploring the unknown environment. A few had already suffered psychological collapse, yet for the moment none were facing immediate life-threatening danger. Report: Director Zhang. Of our 1,000 contestants, 128 have already discovered water sources, and 23 have found temporary shelter in caves. Contestant Yao Yuan currently has the fastest progress. He has found a karst cave for shelter and successfully started a fire. The screen shifted, enlarging Yao Yuan's live stream until his feed dominated everyone's view. He had arranged several stones into the rough shape of a simple stove, set an iron pot atop them, and layered dry leaves and withered grass beneath. Clamping a wooden stick between his palms, he pressed it against the dry grass and would rotating his hands rapidly. Smoke began to curl upward, and then a few red sparks appeared. A tiny flame leaped into view on the screen. On Yao Yuan's resolute face, a relieved smile emerged as he used that small flame to ignite the leaves and twigs beneath the iron pot. Good. As expected of the captain of our Falcon assault team. He's found his rhythm so quickly. Director Zhang applauded, and the other officials clenched their fists, relief and approval written across their faces. What's going on with that blacked-out live stream? Director Zhang's gaze fell on a feed in the corner that was shrouded in darkness, the image unchanged for a long time, utterly out of step with the others. Is that a dead pixel on the screen? Or has that contestant lost connection? After a round of checks, a staff member reported, Director Zhang, the screen is functioning normally, and the contestant is still connected. Upon verification, contestant Sukin is currently sleeping and not in danger. Director Zhang almost thought he had misheard. Sleeping? It's been less than half an hour since they entered. How is he already sleeping? And this is daytime. Who sleeps in the daytime out there? The staff magnified the audio from Sukin's live stream. Instantly, deep, steady snores filled the entire conference room. The room sank into a long silence. Dozens of high-level officials were left at a loss for words. Report: Director Zhang. That contestant's starter pack provided bedding, a wilderness tent, and high-end bathing supplies. Perhaps discouraged, he chose to sleep and escape reality. Director Zhang finally understood. No wonder Sukin's live feed was pitch black. It turned out he was inside. Looks like he's a young man with somewhat poor luck. Director Zhang shook his head. It's not unreasonable to sleep after a setback. Hopefully this contestant can regain his fighting spirit later. We won't demand he bring vast resources to Longhua. As long as he can survive safely in the wilderness, that is enough. As the sun gradually slanted westward, the first day of wilderness survival drew to a close. In Sukin's live stream, darkness still reigned, accompanied only by his steady snores. Sakura Nation viewer, he actually slept the entire day. What a lazy Longhua man. Sakura Nation viewer, our contestant Zayatazatsi is already hunting wild chickens and will be eating meat soon, while the Longhua man is still asleep. Longhua viewer, stop pretending. Our contestant Yao Yuan has already found food too. We're not inferior to you. Angeali Nation viewer, doesn't Longhua always claim to be the most hard-working nation in the world? How can someone go in and immediately start sleeping? Longhua viewer, what's it to you? His sleeping shows our contestant has a good mindset. Some timid ones wouldn't even dare sleep out in the wild. Although not a few Longhua viewers were also frustrated by Sukan's behavior when they heard foreigners slandering their contestant, they still chose to stand up and speak for their own. They thought, you're not from Longhua. What gives you the right to judge our contestant? The night in the wild forest passed quickly. When the sun rose, the gentle light of morning laid a thin veil of golden gauze over the entire forest. Open the DR. Sukan pulled open the tent zipper and felt that his sleep had left him utterly refreshed, his fatigue swept away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 24-hour slack-off sleep mission. Reward being issued. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a wild chicken. The location of the wild chicken is in the branches 1 kilometer southwest. Due to the host's excellent sleep quality and relaxed state, an additional reward has been granted: proficiency in outdoor firemaking. Mastery in culinary skills. Hearing the system prompt, Sukan's eyes brightened and his stomach growled. After 24 hours without food, he was so hungry he could eat a whole cow. What surprised him even more was that his complete relaxation came with hidden rewards. A vast amount of knowledge flooded his hippocampus, and moments later Sukan found himself equipped with extensive knowledge about fire-starting techniques and cooking. The sensation was as if 30 years of experience from a 5-star chef had been forcefully crammed into his brain. Has Sukan finally gotten up? You have been asleep for a full 24 hours. Other contestants have already built fires and found shelters. Sukan is the slowest contestant. On looking at Sukan like this, he probably doesn't even have the basic knowledge of outdoor survival. It will be hard for him to last 3 days. Netizens from Sakura Country, haha, this waste is probably going to be the first contestant eliminated in the Wilderness Survival Challenge. Netizens from Dragon Country, get lost, don't shout here. Sukan activated his master-level environmental detection, and details of the surrounding environment appeared in his mind like radar. 500 meters to the south, there was a crystal-clear stream. Sukan's eyes lit up. He hadn't had water for 24 hours and his mouth was nearly parched. He walked briskly, humming a little tune, heading towards the stream. As he passed through the dense woods, he heard the gentle sound of flowing water. A half-meter-wide stream appeared before Sukan. The water was clear, and he could even see fish frolicking at the... Sukan bent down, bringing his mouth to the edge of the stream, and began to drink greedily. The pure natural stream water had a slightly sweet mineral taste, soothing his throat as it slid down his esophagus. The cool and sweet stream water instantly relieved the burning sensation in his throat. How did Sukan know there was a stream here? This guy, despite his laziness, seems to have such good luck. Most contestants have been busy all day without finding a water source. Yet Sukan just woke up and took a few steps to encounter one. Sukan wiped his mouth and stood up, gazing at the stream. Several extremely plump carp with bright red scales were swimming leisurely inside. When the time is right, it would be delightful to catch a few big carp and roast them. However, for now his primary goal was still the reward given by the system, a wild chicken. After confirming the direction, Sukan set off. Soon he heard the goo-goo-goo sound of a wild chicken. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw an exceptionally fat wild chicken stuck in the branches of a bush ahead. Due to its excessive weight, the wild chicken was stuck and unable to move, watching helplessly as Sukan approached. Despite the prey being so close, Sukan, for safety, Sake still used his master-level environmental detection to survey the surroundings. This scan revealed a hidden danger ahead, a 3-meter-deep pit. Even more surprising to Sukan was that there was a person inside the pit. Recognizing the military uniform and the national flag on it, Sukan instantly deduced that this was a soldier from Sakura Country. A smile crept across Sukan's face as he seemed to understand what was happening. This soldier had tried to catch the wild chicken, but in his haste failed to notice the pit beneath him and stepped right. The frightened wild chicken was also stuck in the branches, unable to move. Sukan's smile was almost splitting his face. This Sakura soldier was quite generous, knowing he was hungry and delivering him such a grand gift. He cautiously circled around, avoiding the pit, and carefully made his way towards the wild chicken. Viewers in the live stream were almost dying of anxiety as they witnessed this scene. What did I just see? This fat wild chicken is actually stuck waiting for Sukin to grab it. Sukin, hurry up. Why are you going around? Just charge in and grab the wild chicken. Ooh, what if it escapes? This is too cowardly. Why be so cautious? Are you afraid of getting killed by a wild chicken? I can't take it anymore. Ooh, I'm dying of anxiety. Meanwhile, netizens from Sakura country seem to notice something unusual. Wait a minute. Doesn't this wild chicken look just like the one that our contestant was after? What a coincidence. As Sukin slowly approached, the viewers in the live stream suddenly noticed a deep pit. If Sukin hadn't circled around, he would have ended up falling into the pit. How did Sukin notice this pit? His observation skills are surprisingly keen. Where are those who said Sukin was cowardly? Come out. Sukin, I'm sorry. I spoke too loudly earlier. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Sukin reached the wild chicken, spread his arms and pounced like an eagle swooping down on a chick. Gotcha. The wild chicken struggled fiercely, but Sukin had already firmly grasped its body, and no amount of squirming would help. Hee, food has come to me today. Sukin held the wild chicken by the neck with one hand, while the other hand clamped down on its wings like a vice, pulling it out. In his eyes there was only a thirst for food. Sukin from Dragon Country has captured a wild chicken and triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving 10,000 wild chickens, which have now been delivered to the return plaza. In the next moment, within the glowing portal of the return plaza in Dragon Country, 10,000 plump wild chickens appeared out of nowhere. Cluck, 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 cluck. 10,000 wild chickens flapped their wings, rushing out in a frenzy, instantly filling the entire plaza. In the highest command room, the screen instantly switched to the scene at the return plaza. A dozen senior leaders from Dragon Country were panting heavily, their aged bodies trembling uncontrollably. Which contestant obtained these wild chickens? Report, sir, these wild chickens were just obtained by contestant Su, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Zhang Zhu was taken aback, somewhat incredulous. Sukin, the one who slept for a whole day and night at the start. Then he erupted in joy. Ha ha ha. This is incredible. A full 10,000 wild chickens, truly thankful for Sukin's contribution. Sukin was taken aback for a moment, then a wicked smile spread across his face. This system is quite something. Not only do I get to eat the wild chicken that others are chasing after, but I also have to run in front of others to eat it. What a steal. However, since it's a competition for newcomers, it doesn't matter. After all, just now, there was such a commotion, yet he remained silent at the bottom of the pit, afraid that I would realize there's a pit here, and wanting me to fall in and keep him company. He found a banana leaf to wrap up the processed wild chicken, then searched around, and brought back a pile of dry branches and dead grass. Next, he dug a layer of mud to evenly wrap around the banana leaf. Sukin's technique was quite adept, quickly stacking the combustible materials, placing the banana leaf-wrapped wild chicken in the center. The audience watched Sukin busily at work and soon realized his intention. Is this guy Sukin planning to make a wild beggar's chicken? Hiss. The rich aroma of beggar's chicken paired with the fragrance of banana leaves made from wild chicken. I can't even imagine how delicious that must be. But didn't Sukin's newbie gift pack lack fire-starting stones? How is he going to start a fire? Cherry Blossom Nation netizen trash is still trash. Oh, what does it matter if they give you wild chicken? If he can't start a fire, hell, just have to watch and not eat. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, if it comes to that, just eat it raw. You are all a backward country that eats raw meat. Dragon Nation netizen, get lost, don't shout here. In no time, Sukin was already ready with the materials to linden wood with a low ignition point suitable as a baseboard. Sukin took out a piece of dry wood the size of a palm and another dry twig the thickness of a thumb, the dried stem of mugwort. The core is soft and tough, perfect for making a drill. Next, Sukin took out a messy bundle of dry grass, the fluff of cattail. This thing ignites at a touch. Birch bark, naturally oily, the best fire-starting material. In the official livestream, Bing Bing was stunned by Sukin's series of statements. Next to her were several wilderness survival experts from the country. Professor Zhang, is what Sukin said true? Does he really know this much about wilderness survival? The livestream audience was also astonished. How does he know so much? Is this still the Sukin I know? I thought he was just a university student who sleeps all the time. Who said he was trash yesterday? Next to Bing Bing, Professor Zhang's mouth was agape, looking at Sukin with is this still the same student who just sleeps and slacks off when he goes in? Sukin is not wrong. This knowledge is something that wilderness survival experts have painstakingly discovered, but how does a university student know this? While they were talking, Sukin had already started to move. He inserted the drill into the pit of the baseboard, clasped his hands together, and began to twist. His hand speed was astonishing, almost too fast for the eye to follow. Soon wisps of white smoke began to rise from the baseboard. Sukin stopped and looked into the small pit, nodding in satisfaction. At the edge of the small pit was a ring of black, carbonized powder. In the center of the powder, a bright red spark was slowly burning. Sukin picked up the piece of birch bark and gently blew on the spark. Soon the surrounding carbonized powder brightened, followed by a barely noticeable flame leaping up. The flame rapidly grew larger, transforming into a roaring fire. The entire process took less than 4 minutes. In the live stream, Bing and several experts were completely impressed by Su Can's professional technique. Professor Sun, how long did it take Captain Yao Yuan to start a fire? Bing posed a heavyweight question. Professor Sun was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. The time for both was almost the same, but Su Can is just a university student while Yao Yuan is the captain of the Falcon assault team. The two are not comparable at all. Dragon Nation is lucky. Who would have thought this seemingly lazy university student knows so much? The audience was thoroughly convinced, and the bullet comments were filled with praise. Brother Ken is amazing. The speed at which he started the fire makes me believe you are a wilderness survival expert. Where are the little devils who said Brother Ken couldn't start a fire? Do you see this flame? You could use it for cremation. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, that evil little Dragon Nation guy, he's just a university student. Where did he learn to start a fire? As time passed, the fire in front of Su Can maintained a steady temperature. This was the optimal temperature for roasting beggar's chicken. It could cook the wild chicken inside quickly while avoiding burning it due to excessive heat. About an hour later, Su Can used a branch to remove the clay lump from the fire pit. The mud had dried and its surface was cracked with fine fissures. Su Can smashed it with a stone, causing the mud to crack and reveal the yellowed banana leaves inside. He slowly peeled back the leaves with his fingers, and instantly a golden hue appeared before everyone's eyes. It was the shiny skin of the chicken, slightly yellowed in some places from roasting, still sizzling with oil. A puff of white steam burst forth, carrying the rich aroma of the chicken fat and the fragrance of the banana leaves, making Su Can's mouth water. He eagerly tore off the most succulent thigh, with golden juice dripping onto the ground. The viewers in the live stream could no longer contain themselves, their stomachs growling. A golden beggar's chicken. This is too tempting. I can smell the fragrance through the screen. The timing is perfect. It's cooked, but not dry, clearly a delicacy of the human world. Hurry, what does it taste like? Su Can didn't eat directly, but thought of something. When doing something wrong, one never finds it bothersome, no matter how troublesome it is. Even though he was eager to eat, he hadn't forgotten that there was a little devil waiting for him at the bottom of the pit. He turned around, holding the whole chicken in his left hand and the chicken leg in his right, heading towards the spot where he caught the wild chicken. Soon he arrived in front of the pit. Tisk, this wild chicken smells incredible. Su Can squatted down, eating with grease all over his mouth. The chicken skin was roasted to a crispy perfection, making a crunching sound when bitten into. The meat melted in the mouth, sliding down the esophagus into the stomach, warming him all over. This mouth-watering scene made the audience incredibly envious. Wow. This guy Su Can is eating so deliciously, I'm starving just watching. Uncontrollable tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Can I have a taste of the bones when you're done? I also want to try the flavor. The rich aroma wafted out instantly, whetting the appetite of the little devil at the bottom of the pit. Gulyalu, the little devil, having gone hungry all day, protested with an uncontrollable growl. Baka, this Dragon Nation contestant is too evil. In the pit, the little devil's temples throbbed, wishing he could skin Su Can and pull out his bones after chasing that wild chicken all day. I didn't expect it to become this guy's trophy, driving me crazy. If it weren't for the fact that he had chased that wild chicken to the point of exhaustion, getting stuck in the branches, this kid wouldn't have had the chance to enjoy it. What's even more infuriating is that this guy is enjoying his spoils right in front of him. Oh, how come there's still a person down there? Su Can smiled brightly and greeted the bottom of the pit. At this moment, the audience finally noticed that there was indeed a person hiding at the bottom of the pit. The keen-eyed viewers immediately discovered. Was that not the little contestant who hunted the wild chicken yesterday? Viewer from Sakura Nation, Baka. That wild chicken belongs to our contestant. This is robbery by the Dragon Nation contestant. Viewer from Sakura Nation. Does Su Can have any decency? Return that wild chicken to our contestant. Stealing our contestant's spoils is one thing, but flaunting it in front of him, is this the quality of the Dragon Nation people, eh? Well done, Su Can. Eat the wild chicken caught by him right in front of him. Make that little brat furious. If they could rush through the screen, the furious viewers from Sakura Nation would probably tear this damned guy Su Can apart. However, in reality, Su Can was still enjoying the delicious beggar's chicken right in front of their contestant. And these viewers could only vent their powerlessness through the screen. Like a helpless husband watching his wife, what a pity, such delicious wild chicken, only I can enjoy it. Su Can shook his head with some regret. If only you could climb up, how nice it would be for both of us to enjoy this chicken together. I'm not bragging, the meat of this wild chicken is truly tender. Su Can tore off another chicken wing, the bones separating with a satisfying crack, and the aroma immediately wafted out. Su Can seemed afraid that the aroma would dissipate, quickly lowered his body, and held the chicken wing at the cave entrance, allowing the little contestant below to also catch a whiff. Oh my, these roasted chicken wings are a delicacy. Su Can exclaimed, his mouth greasy. Are you going to eat? This tastes much better than those farm-raised chickens. The little contestant's face turned pale with anger, veins bulging, wishing he could rush up and tear this damn Dragon Nation person apart. But he had fallen and fractured his legs. Moreover, the inside of the pit was exceptionally slippery. He had struggled all night and still couldn't climb up. Despite his anger, the little contestant forced himself to suppress his rage. Yoshi, the craftsmanship of the Dragon Nation is indeed good. Ew, I can smell the aroma, even from down here. Dragon friends, could you lend a hand and help me up? Once I get up, we can form a team. Ew, our survival rate will greatly increase. The little contestant wore a hypocritical smile, but sneered in his heart. This little brat looks like he's only 18 or 19, and he should be easy to deceive. Once you reach out your hand, just watch me pull you down and skin you alive. Sukin pondered seriously for a moment, his face displaying a university student's naive innocence. Really? You wouldn't lie to me, would you? In the live broadcast room, viewers were anxiously shouting, "Foolish Sukin, don't agree to him. That little brat is deceitful." Don't be fooled, Sukin. Once you rescue him, he will definitely kill you. The Sukin think this is child's play. Is he really considering it? Viewer from Sakura Nation, well done, little contestant. The little brat from the Dragon Nation is just brainless. Remember not to trust others in your next life. Viewer from Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation people keep shouting. Let our little contestant kill him later, and he will behave. Seeing that Sukin seemed to be falling for it, the little contestant felt overjoyed while his face remained expressionless. Of course it's true. Our great Harmony Nation is the most honest people in the world. I am a soldier. Once you rescue me, I will surely protect you afterwards. You're right, I'm just a university student, and in this wilderness I truly don't know how to survive. Sukin nodded, seemingly convinced by the other's words. Then you need to climb up a bit, otherwise I won't be able to reach you when I reach out my hand. Sukin leaned over the edge of the pit, extending his hand, seemingly genuinely wanting to pull him up. The little contestant was overjoyed, disregarding his leg injury, gritting his teeth, and forcing his fingers into the mud of the pit wall, struggling to move his body upward. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing was nearly jumping out of her seat. Professor Zhang, why do I feel like this person is deceiving Sukin? Professor Zhang stood up abruptly from his chair. Foolish. How could Sukin be so gullible to trust the little brat's words? That little brat has bad intentions. Once he comes up, the first thing he will do is probably kill Sukin. Beside him, the renowned athlete from the Dragon Nation, Zhang Jike's side. Sukin is still too young. University students are indeed easily deceived. In the live broadcast, the little contestant was climbing higher, almost reaching Sukin's outstretched hand. A few people watched this scene, their nails digging into their palms from anxiety. 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. When their hands were almost touching, the little contestant had already rehearsed Sukin's death in his mind dozens of times. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room held their breath, not daring to blink. Professor Zhang's eyelids drooped, his face ashen. Die? Stupid Dragon Nation fool. The little contestant's leg muscles suddenly tensed, his entire body lunging upwards, tearing off the disguise, completely aiming to grab Sukin's hand and drag him into the pit. However, Sukin's reaction was faster than his. That nearly within reach hand withdrew, suddenly followed closely by Sukin's other hand tightly gripping a giant chicken leg bone. The little contestant's startled face still held an unvanished sneer, his pupils reflecting the chicken leg bone slicing through the air. Bang! With a loud crash, Sukin slammed the chicken leg bone onto the little contestant's forehead. The little contestant immediately lost his balance, being firmly pulled back into the pit by the hands of gravity. With a dull thud of a body hitting the ground, and the sound of bones cracking, a piercing scream echoed from the bottom of the pit. I'm going to kill you. Damn Dragon Nation. Damn it. My left leg is broken too. Just wait until I get out, I will definitely skin you alive. Sukin looked coldly at the bottom of the pit, where the little contestant writhed like a maggot on the ground. In the live broadcast room, the flood of comments was instantly cleared. Everyone was stunned, momentarily forgetting to type. After a moment, the comments erupted like a volcano. What did I just see? Sukin actually used a chicken leg to smash him down. Whoa, that's ruthless. The sound of bang made my scalp tingle. That was truly with force. I bet the other guys had got smashed dizzy. In the official livestream room, Bing Bing covered her small mouth with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This guy has hidden himself so deeply. Professor Zhang excitedly waved his fist, the gloom on his brow dissipating. Well done, Sukin. The Sakura country's contestants should be met with a fierce counterattack. Zhang Jike shouted, well done. The startled audience from Sakura country had completely broken down. Isn't the Dragon country supposed to value honesty and integrity? How could they use such despicable means? Strongly condemn the Dragon country contestant. It is truly too vile. The Dragon country audience was not to be outdone, retorting immediately. Wasn't it your contestant who struck first? Serves him right for bringing this upon himself. Ha ha ha, I love seeing you all so powerless and furious. How delightful. To deal with the contestants from Sakura country, one has to play dirty. No doubt about it, Sukin truly has great acting skills, even I was fooled. This guy looks like a naive and foolish university student, but when he strikes he is truly ruthless. On sight, Sukin examined the chicken leg bone in his hand, and despite having just struck a human skull, it showed no signs of cracking on its surface. No wonder it's a wild chicken from the wilderness. Not only is the meat delicious, but even the bones are so strong. This large chicken leg is undoubtedly a top-notch weapon. Baka, I will kill you. 1,000 deaths are not enough. In the pit, Xiao Tu cursed Sukin with every vile word imaginable, cursing his ancestors for generations. The pain of his torn leg and the piercing headache nearly consumed his sanity. What infuriated him even more was that as a proud Special Forces soldier, he was outsmarted by a university student from the Dragon Country. Xiao Tu lay at the bottom of the pit, curled up in a ball with blood-red eyes fixed on Sukin at the pit's entrance, the anger in his gaze almost materializing. However, under his watchful gaze, Sukin suddenly made an unexpected move. He slowly unbuckled his belt. What is this guy planning to do? Not only Xiao Tu, but the viewers in the live stream were also stunned by Sukin's actions. What on earth is Sukin doing by taking off his pants? Is he going to showcase his strength? How embarrassing, there are girls in the live stream. Oh no, he's going to... A bold comment suddenly appeared in the barrage, instantly igniting the entire live stream. Under the incredulous gaze of the audience, Sukin completely unfastened his belt. The live stream screen was instantly filled with pixels. The next second, a semi-transparent water column shot directly into the pit. At the bottom, the incapacitated Xiao Tu was drenched before he could react. The warm urine carrying a strong stench immediately broke Xiao Tu's defenses. Baka, I will kill you. How dare you do this to me? Don't you realize we are still live streaming? How dare you urinate in front of other contestants? Xiao Tu looked like a flower girl bullied by the Japanese army, his face filled with terror. He curled up his body, desperately retreating to a corner. But Sukin's stream of water seemed to have a navigation system. No matter where he retreated, it always found its way to the top of his head. Baka, stop it! Xiao Tu shouted in anger, but felt some liquid enter his mouth. A salty, fishy taste filled his nostrils. This was a humiliation he had never experienced in his life. Ugh! Xiao Tu could no longer dare to shout upwards, lowering his head and starting to gag. Quick, lift your head and open your mouth. I saw you down there for so long, afraid you would dehydrate and die, so I brought you some water. Sukin smiled brightly, once again resembling that naive and foolish university student. In the official livestream room, Bing Bing gaped at this scene, completely petrified. Even though the screen had pixels, it still inflicted an indescribable shock on her psyche. Professor Zhang covered his forehead awkwardly. Today's young people, really. Inside the highest command room in the capital, dozens of high-ranking officials who had just praised Sukin's actions froze into statues the next second. But the most explosive reaction came from the live stream. The audience had gone completely insane. Sakura country audience, I want to report Sukin for urinating in public during the live stream. Has he considered the feelings of others? Sakura country audience, the Dragon country contestant urinated on our contestant. I demand an explanation from the Dragon country. Dragon country audience, our contestant Sukin was afraid your contestant would die of dehydration, so he brought him water. How can you slander him without basis? Dragon country audience, we extended a helping hand based on mutual assistance. If your contestant is ungrateful, why insult us? Russian audience, my God, this is definitely the wildest plot I've ever seen. Lighthouse country audience, my God. The Dragon country contestant is even bolder than we are in the Western countries. After the incident, Sukin shook his body, feeling utterly comfortable. He glanced at the bottom of the pit as a strong stench wafted up. The dry soil at the bottom became moist, covering Xiao Tu entirely. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. Now he wouldn't die of dehydration anymore. Doing a good deed every day. I've accomplished another good deed today. Sukin clapped his hands, preparing to leave, but noticed a military green backpack in the nearby bushes. Upon closer inspection, he saw some Japanese characters engraved on it. Inside the backpack were a shovel, a fire starter, and bandages. Sukin's eyes lit up. No wonder he hadn't seen Xiao Tu's novice supplies at the bottom of the pit. They were placed here. Hey, is this your stuff? Sukin called out from the entrance of the pit, but the other party curled up, seemingly unwilling to respond. TSK. Sukin sighed. Look at you, soaked to the bone. Don't catch a cold when the temperature drops tonight. Forget it, since I'm kind-hearted, I'll do a good deed thoroughly. Sukin took the shovel and began to scoop dirt. I'm bringing you some dirt to cover up. There's nothing like a blanket in this wilderness, so please make do with it. Before long, the dirt had buried Xiao Tu's lower half. Sukin shook his head. His upper half is still exposed. If he doesn't cover up, he'll easily catch a cold. He continued his actions, tirelessly shoveling dirt into the pit. In the official livestream room, Professor Zhang was so shocked he couldn't speak. Is this guy really a first year? His heart is truly dark. Bing Bing nodded in agreement. Not only is his heart dark, but his methods are also dirty. Are these tactics something a normal person would think of? On the scene, Xiao Tu Zaiji was utterly despairing. What kind of demon had he provoked? Not only was he dark-hearted, but he also intended to bury him alive. He tried to move onto the loose soil, but his broken leg offered no strength. Coupled with Su Kan's swift speed, soon only his head was left exposed. Su Kan glanced over, frowning and shaking his head. No, the elders back home said that the head is most susceptible to catching a cold when exposed to the wind. It must be covered properly, otherwise he might catch a cold tonight. After confirming that the other party's head was also covered, Su Kan wiped his sweat and nodded in satisfaction. This should be fine. Oh, if he catches a cold, it won't be my fault. Half a minute later, the watch chimed with an official announcement. Congratulations to Longwa contestant Su Kan for killing Sakura Country contestant Xiao Tu Zaiji. Cause of death, blunt force trauma to the head, excessive blood loss, asphyxiation, extreme emotional distress. Sakura Country may spend 1 national luck point to revive the deceased contestant. Longwa has achieved its first kill. Reward 5 national luck points. In a swamp, Kai Kuan hid in a pit he had just discovered. Glancing at the watch's notification, did Su Kan really kill a contestant from Zairua? How strong is he? He must be some low-key veteran. 10 kilometers away in a thicket, Yao Yuan held a freshly hunted rabbit, feeling a vibration on his wrist. After reading the news, Yao Yuan's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Well done, Su Kan. That name sounds unfamiliar. Is he a special forces soldier from some private unit? To have taken a life on the very next day. Blunt force trauma, excessive blood loss, asphyxiation. Yao Yuan gasped in shock. Such terrifying methods. Su Kan must be a formidable individual. By the pit, Su Kan frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. I even sent him water and covered him with a blanket, and he still died. Are the physiques of Sakura Country people this weak? But he was rewarded with 5 national luck points. That's not bad. In the live broadcast room, the enraged Sakura Country citizens had lost their minds. Baka. Is this contestant a devil? How could he commit such an act of burying a human alive? I request the country to send a message calling all Sakura Country contestants to jointly kill Su Kan. A demon. This seemingly lazy and foolish Longwa student is definitely a demon. The Longwa people immediately retorted, our contestant Su Kan has provided water and covered your contestant with a blanket. How can you slander him like this? Sakura Country contestants should die. How many of our people did you kill back then? Su Kan did a great job. Although his methods are not very honorable, this is how one must deal with Sakura Country people. Sakura Country high-level meeting. The elders, upon receiving the news, were red-faced with anger. Our Xiao Tu Zaiji contestant is a special forces soldier from the kamikaze team. How could he possibly die the next day? To have killed our contestant so quickly, this Su Kan from Longwa must be someone significant. Investigate. We must gather all his information. However, after watching the replay of Xiao Tu Zaiji's death, the entire conference room fell into a silence filled with oppression. They could accept their contestant being defeated due to lack of skill, but they could not accept their contestant being humiliated like this, being robbed of wild chickens, urinated on, buried alive. This Su Kan's methods are simply too despicable. The Grand Elder's frail body trembled uncontrollably, the anger in his eyes nearly bursting forth. Baka, this Su Kan is a devil without any bottom line. Isn't it just relying on good luck and taking advantage of the terrain to kill one of our contestants? Spend a national luck point to revive Xiao Tu Zaiji. Order him to head straight towards Su Kan after entering. This time, he must kill him honorably and avenge the previous humiliation. Sakura Country has spent 1 national luck point to revive Xiao Tu Zaiji. Contestant position is being randomly generated. Moments later, Xiao Tu Zaiji's figure reappeared in the wilderness. As he regained consciousness, he instinctively retched a few times, seemingly still assaulted by the urine smell in his mouth. After a moment of adaptation, he found that he was still in this forest. Xiao Tu Zaiji, please immediately determine the direction and search for Su Kan's trace. A voice from the Grand Elder came from his wristwatch. This time, we must avenge our previous humiliation. Xiao Tu Zaiji recalled his last experience, his temples throbbing, his eyes glowing red. His chest heaved violently, and the intense feeling of humiliation ignited boundless fury. In this lifetime, he must skin Su Kan alive and let him experience the taste of living worse than death. Glancing at the direction of the sun in the sky, he confirmed a general direction and immediately set off. Su Kan, you better not die at the hands of wild beasts, so otherwise I won't be able to repay my hatred. The venomous words floated in the wind as Xiao Tu Zaiji's figure quickly merged into the shadows of the forest, disappearing from sight. Sakura Country has spent 1 national luck point to revive a contestant. The watch emitted a notification, and Su Kan glanced at it, not paying much attention. One could guess without thinking that the one revived was definitely the little bastard he had just killed. This time he would surely want to swallow him alive. But Sukin was not overly anxious. Even if the other party held a grudge against him, the wilderness was so vast that it would be hard to find him in a short time. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the slacking task. Reward: Master Level Fishing Proficiency. New task being issued. Slacking Fishing Task. Please complete a slacking fishing session. The more casual the posture, the higher the slacking level, the greater the reward. Estimated task: Reward Wild Animal Affinity. Please, host, carry forth the slacking and give those roll kings a good slap in the face. After the system finished its introduction, a stream of information surged into Sukin's brain. Moments later, countless fishing-related knowledge appeared in his mind. Preparing bait, selecting fishing spots, adjusting floats. Sukin felt that even without a fishing rod or line, he could still catch fish. However, it was getting late today, so he decided to wait until tomorrow. Moreover, he still had half a wild chicken left uneaten, so he wasn't in a hurry to fish. Returning to the stream, the branch he used to roast the chicken had turned to charcoal. Sukin packed some charcoal into Xiao Tu Zizi's backpack. This charcoal ignited easily and was excellent for starting fires. It also contained the shovel, bandages, and fire-starting stones from the other party's novice gift pack, which would all come in handy later. As the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by the dark clouds, the entire forest plunged into darkness. Sukin lit a pile of firewood next to his tent, driving away the surrounding beasts while providing light and warmth. The sparks scattered like stars, the firewood crackled, mingling with the sounds of insects in the forest. In the distance, the low growls of beasts could be heard, tranquil and lonely. Sukin sat in front of the fire, the flickering flames casting shadows on his handsome face. At that moment, he was holding the last wing of the wild chicken, his mouth greasy with food. Sukin looks quite thin. I didn't expect him to actually be able to eat so much, finishing off such a large wild chicken in one day. I'm really envious. He's eating better in the wild than we do at home. I thought Sukin would starve to death. I didn't expect that in just one day he'd solve the problems of water, food, and fire. A spectator from the Russian country. Our special forces are still eating moss, and Sukin is already having roast. A spectator from England. What's so good about wild chicken? Our bay has already eaten insects, which have much higher protein than wild chicken. Long with spectators. Then I wish your contestants. No, I wish your entire country to eat insects every day. Having eaten and drunk enough, Sukin let out a satisfied burp. Looking around, apart from the area illuminated by the firelight, the surrounding forest was pitch black. This wilderness forest is so boring. If I were in the dormitory, I'd definitely be playing games until 2 or 3 o'clock before sleeping. Forget it, I'm going to sleep. I'll get up early to fish tomorrow. Sukin yawned, zipped up the tent, and prepared to sleep. Today he had seen several large carp with red scales, and tomorrow he would have roasted fish to eat. On the third day of wilderness survival morning, the morning light slanted through the gaps in the forest leaves, casting alternating patches of light and shadow on the verdant grass. A gentle breeze swept by, rustling the leaves, creating a vibrant scene reminiscent of an oil painting. Sukin unzipped his sleeping bag, yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and the dark screen of the live stream brightened. What is Sukin eating today? Netizens from Sakura country. Sukin was just lucky yesterday, picking up the wild chicken of our contestant. He'll starve to death sooner or later. Netizens from Sakura country. Our contestant Xiaodu has revived and is on the way. Just wait to be killed, kid. Netizens from Dragon country. Luck is part of strength too. Why didn't your contestants notice the big pit and fall? Netizens from Dragon country. Still dare to come. Did you not drink enough urine? Netizens from Dragon country. Oh no. Is brotherkin diabetic? Did he let the opponent taste sweetness yesterday and wants to come back for more? Netizens from Sakura country. Baka. You vulgar Dragon country people only know how to attack others with shit. Sukin held a high-end bathing product bent down by the creek and washed his hair with shampoo. The fluffy foam was a stark contrast to the surrounding primitive forest. After brushing off the foam, his hair returned to its smooth state. Unfortunately, there was no hairdryer. Sukin mumbled, took off his clothes, and jumped into the creek to start bathing. Suddenly, a mosaic appeared on the screen. The cool creek water washed over his body while the pebbles underfoot caressed his soles like a high-end masseur. This feeling reminded him of his childhood and his past life, playing in the creek with friends, equally pleasant. Brotherkin is still a particular person. He insists on bathing after waking up. There's no help for it. After all, Brotherkin got a set of high-end bathing products from his beginner's gift pack. Might as well use. Other contestants are already covered in dirt, while Brotherkin's body is still fresh and fragrant. After finishing his bath and getting dressed, Sukin smelled himself. Not bad, still the grapefruit-scented body wash, quite fragrant. Gulyalu. His stomach rumbled, a wave of hunger hit him. Sukin patted his belly and walked upstream along the creek for several dozen meters. Arriving at a bend in the creek, Sukin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, there should be plenty of fish here. Activating his master-level environmental detection, sure enough, in front where the water flowed gently around the bend hid several large carp. Sukin licked his lips, eagerly pulled out a piece of fishing line from his pocket. It was sturdy quality, torn from his tent, and couldn't be broken even with force. Next, he casually snapped a branch from a nearby tree, tying the fishing line to the end of the branch. In this way, a simple fishing rod was completed. Sukin bent down again, taking out the shovel gifted by his allies to dig the soil. He dug up a stone, revealing the dark and damp soil inside, gently shoveling a few times. Stimulated by the outer noise, several thin, red earthworms about 10 centimeters long crawled out of the soil. Sukin grabbed one and tied it to the end of the fishing line, quickly tying a knot. This action left the viewers in the live stream puzzled. Netizens from Dragon Country, is Sukin trying to fish? Netizens from Dragon Country, how is he going to fish like this? He doesn't even have a fishing rod, just casually cut a branch and tied a piece of line. He doesn't know where it came from. Netizens from Dragon Country, this shouldn't work right. Without a hook, how can the fish be caught? Netizens from Sakura Country, laughing to death, a waste is indeed a waste without even equipment, wanting to fish like others. Netizens from Sakura Country, I bet this thin line won't even hold when it hits the water, impossible to catch. Netizens from Dragon Country, is he going to drink urine again? While the audience was arguing, Sukin had already selected a fishing spot. He activated environmental detection, waving the branch steadily, placing the worm in the spot where the fish were most likely hiding in the creek bend. Then he stuck the branch into the ground, sat down on the lush green grass, and waited for the fish to bite. Ripples splashed across the water's surface, and a dark shadow seemed to be struggling wildly beneath, swimming frantically. The fishing line was taut, bending the branch at a 45-degree angle towards the creek. In the official live streaming room, Dang Gang jumped up from his chair, his eyes fixed intently on the screen of Sukin's live stream. This commotion. It must be a fish on the line. Sukin, quickly reel it in. Otherwise the fish will escape. How can you be sleeping at a time like this? The audience was in a frenzy, jumping in agitation. Sukin, wake up. The fish is on the hook. Is this guy serious? How can he still be sleeping through such a ruckus? If this fish gets away, I will definitely hold a grudge against Sukin for life. The branch shook more violently, almost being pulled from the earth. Sukin's ankle resting against the branch sensed the movement. Groggily, he opened his eyes and saw the branch bending like a bow. He suddenly bent down, gripping the branch tightly with both hands, and pulled back with force. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere, creating a rainbow in the sunlight. A red carp 40 centimeters long glistened, with red scales arcing through the air, before crashing heavily to the ground. Wow! This fish is stunning. Sukin rushed forward to pin down the lively red carp, fearing it might leap back into the creek. The fish was exceptionally plump, and as Sukin lifted it by its gills, he estimated it to weigh around 7 to 8 G'n. Its red scales shimmered like high-quality rubies, covering its entire body. The sunlight hit it, sparkling beautifully. The audience in the live stream was utterly in awe. Dragon Country audience, wow. This fish is really fat, it must weigh around 8 G'n, right? Dragon Country audience, who said brother couldn't catch a fish? Get over here. Cherry Blossom Country audience, impossible. This must be a prop, how could there be a fish without a hook? In the official live stream room, Dang Gang's eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets as he stared at the live feed. It's simply unbelievable. How did he manage that? Wait. It seems the end of the line is knotted, perfectly caught in the fish's mouth. Could this be the legendary knot fishing? Dang Gang had fished for decades, but this was the first time he encountered such a technique. This method was so ancient that hardly anyone used it in modern times. He had only heard of it in passing until he saw Sukin, and it jogged his memory. Bing Bing tilted her head, confused. Master Dang, what is knot fishing? Is it another fishing method? It's an ancient method of fishing known as knot fishing. Dang Gang panted, looking at Sukin again, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. Knot fishing requires profound experience from the angler. Even I have never used such a method. Dang Gang had thought Sukin was sleeping out of defeat, but it turned out he genuinely knew how to do it. I never expected Sukin to master such an ancient technique and even catch a fish. Is he really a college student? Professor Zhang laughed heartily. I said Sukin was conserving energy by sleeping. At first I noticed his linetying skills were so professional that I knew this kid absolutely understood fishing. At that moment, Sukin's wristband emitted a glow. Dragon Country contestant Sukin has caught a red carp, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Dragon Country receives a reward, 10,000 8 G'n live red carps, released into various reservoirs across Dragon Country. The news sent the nation into a frenzy. Brotherkin is amazing. My fishing gear has been gathering dust for 5 years. Am I finally going to use it again? There's a small river nearby. I'm going to test my luck today. Finally able to eat fish. I've almost forgotten what fish meat tastes like. In Dragon Country's top conference room, dozens of high-ranking officials were filled with excitement. Director Zhang's aged face bore 2 lines of tears. Dragon Country has fish now. With these 10,000 fish breeding in the future, Dragon Country will have endless fish to eat. Immediately issue in order to protect the ecological reservoirs for the red carps, creating suitable conditions for their breeding. As the news of Su Can's 10,000-fold return just ended, another system message popped up. Cherry Blossom Country contestant Xiao Tu Zaiji has caught a king cobra, triggering a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 adult king cobras have been released into Cherry Blossom Country's territory. The Cherry Blossom audience, who had just envied Dragon Country, felt as if struck by lightning upon seeing this news. Baka, Xiao Tu Zaiji, do you want to destroy your own country? Oh no. A king cobra suddenly appeared in my yard. I've closed my door. Can someone come to save me? That day, chaos erupted throughout Cherry Blossom territory. In every street and alley, there were lurking king cobras baring their fangs towards unsuspecting citizens. In the wilderness at the edge of a cliff, Xiao Tu Zaiji was covered in dirt and grime, struggling to hold onto a king cobra, forcefully killing it. Panting, he sat helplessly on the ground, the hunger in his stomach making him feel dizzy. Damn it, how are there still venomous snakes here? They'll have to make do with some tree bark. Oh, luckily, I learned which barks are edible in the army, or I might just starve to death. He pulled some hard, dry bark from his pocket, chewed on it a few times, and swallowed it down. Sukin, you better not starve to death. You must live until I find you. His hatred for Sukin became his greatest motivation to persevere. Without the wild chickens I sent you, you must be starving these days. But don't worry, soon you'll be able to die. Just then his wristband vibrated. Dragon Country contestant Sukin has caught a car. Upon reading the message, Xiao Tu Zaiji's expression twisted, and the tree bark in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Baka, how can this guy be so lucky? He actually managed to catch a fish. Soon after, another message arrived about Sukin catching a fish and triggering a 10,000-fold return. Xiao Tu Zaiji's mindset completely broke down. In the meantime, Sukin had stunned the red carp he had just caught and placed it on the grass beside him. This was his food for the day. Glancing at the knot, he saw some remnants of worms still clinging to it. Forget it, I'm too lazy to dig for worms, and I'll make do with this. He flicked the fishing rod and stuck it back into the ground. Then he sat down on the grass and began to doze off. Not long after, rhythmic snores emerged as Sukin fell back into sleep. Wow, this sleep quality is really good. Ew, I can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. As discussions unfolded in the live streaming room, several minutes passed. The branch stuck in the ground suddenly bent, and the thread stretched taut. Sukin jolted awake, pulling back the rod with force and thrusting it upward. A golden koi was pulled from the water, sending up a spray of water like shattered stars. Another wild koi of perfect quality. Its golden scales shimmered in the sunlight while its tail thrashed vigorously against the grass, gills opening and closing, brimming with the vitality and beauty of a wild koi. This one was a bit smaller, weighing around 3 gene, but it was enough for one person. Dragon Kingdom contestant Sukin caught a golden koi, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The Dragon Kingdom received a reward, 1.03 gene live golden koi. They have now been released into the major reservoirs of the Dragon Kingdom. The entire nation rejoiced. Under the bombardment of these two heavy news items, countless unsuspecting viewers flocked to Sukin's live. Sukin's popularity soared, jumping from the bottom to rank among the top 3 hottest live streams of Dragon Kingdom contestants. Sukin is amazing. In just half a day, he managed to catch 2 koi. Stewed koi is delicious. I'll check the nearby pond later. Dragon Kingdom anglers never go home empty-handed. Thank you, Sukin, for all the wonderful things you've given us. At the scene, Sukin stood by the creek, reeling in the line, ready to eat the fish. These 2 fish were enough for him for 2 days. Catching more would be a waste if he couldn't finish them, and he could always come back to fish later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the slacker task, lazy fishing. You have received the task reward, wildlife affinity. Please continue to embrace laziness and live a happier life than the king of competition. Sukin was taken aback and increasingly fond of this system. It was truly to his liking, this slacker task. Nothing to do but fish and sleep to complete it. Long live laziness. As for this wildlife affinity, he had no idea what it entailed for now, but he would try it when the opportunity arose. Now his stomach was already growling. Eating was the top priority. Sukin quickly dealt with the scales and entrails, holding a fish in one hand, heading to the spot where he roasted the flower chicken yesterday. There were remnants of yesterday's charcoal, which ignited easily, saving him from finding another place to start a fire. He took out the flint given by a friend, and with a crack, sparks flew and white smoke rose from the charcoal below. Sukin picked up some nearby twigs and placed them on top, which quickly ignited from the charcoal. With the flames rising, he swiftly skewered the 3 gene koi onto a branch. He sat by the fire holding the skewer with the koi and began to roast it. It's a pity there's no fish grill, or I have to hold it by hand. It's really tiring. Sukin grumbled to himself as the live stream exploded. At least there's fish to eat. What are you complaining about? Listen, is this how a person talks? Do you know, it's all damn nutritional paste. If you don't eat it, let me try you. I can chew the fish bones into bits and swallow them whole. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. After several minutes, the koi's skin tightened and oozed oil, making a subtle sound. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and the oil dripped onto the charcoal below, sending up sparks. It should be almost done. Sukin pulled back the fish, its skin slightly charred, but not burnt, radiating an enticing golden hue. The aroma of the oil mingled with the tender fish meat, looking incredibly delicious. Sukin brought the roasted fish close to his mouth, blew on it, and took a big bite. The firm and juicy fish meat wrapped in the fragrant fish oil exploded with amazing flavor on Sukin's taste buds. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, his face reflecting pure enjoyment. Ah, this bite is divine. The viewers in the live stream were already drooling. Sukin knows good food. This roasted fish is cooked to perfection. I can't take it anymore, my stomach is growling. Others are starving for 2 meals in 3 days. How can Sukin just feast on big fish and meat? While other contestants are surviving in the wilderness, you're a food streamer. Sukin continued to eat, and soon the entire 3-gene koi was reduced to just its bones. His stomach shifted from hunger to fullness, and he felt revitalized. English viewers, it's just a fish, right? Our Beiwa has also received food. Dragon Kingdom viewers, isn't that just a big caterpillar? Can that thing be called food? Dragon Kingdom viewers, I wouldn't eat it, even if you gave it to me, don't disgust me. English viewers, you don't understand anything. Insects are high in protein, and carry no risk of getting choked on, bones way better than koi. In the live stream of Beiwa, he was leaning against a tree, a blue caterpillar covered in worms wriggling on a branch in front of him. Everyone in front of me is a 20-centimeter long big caterpillar. This kind of worm is non-toxic and rich in high protein. Now I have been hungry for a day and a night. This worm will be my only food to survive in the wilderness. After saying that, he grabbed the big caterpillar and opened his mouth to shove it in. After chewing a few times, the worm's juices burst forth, filling his mouth with a strange taste. Beiwa instantly wore a mask of agony, feeling a strong urge to vomit. But this was his only food. Beiwa chewed hard, and with a jerk of his neck, he forcefully swallowed it down. English contestant Beiwa obtained a wild big caterpillar, triggering a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 20-centimeter wild big caterpillars have now been randomly distributed to the English realm. In the next moment, countless cries of fear echoed from the English realm. Damn it, why is there such a big worm on my balcony? It's disgusting. I'd rather die outside than eat this filthy worm. Dragon Kingdom netizens couldn't sit still either, switching to mocking mode. Didn't you say worms are better than koi? Go ahead and eat. Why aren't you eating? What's wrong? Is your appetite gone? At the scene, Sukin was full and satisfied, letting out a heart. Just as he was about to take a nap, a giant shadow appeared in the distant bushes. The shadow flashed by and quickly vanished. Sukin frowned. Could it be that he ate too much and was seeing things? Thud, thud, thud. With the ground shaking, it seemed that some colossal creature was rapidly approaching. The shadow reappeared, appearing more oppressive up close. Sukin furrowed his brow and activated his master-level environmental detection ability. When he saw what was behind that shadow, Sukin's pupils constricted, and he broke into a cold sweat. It was a massive hulking bear. As the earth trembled, leaves from the giant trees fluttered down. It seemed that some colossal beast from the wild was charging toward this direction. Sukin dared not breathe, his eyes fixed ahead as he cautiously stepped back. He did not choose to turn and run. Facing wild animals, turning your back on them, is an extremely foolish act. The sound grew closer, and Sukin's heart nearly stopped. The bushes were pushed aside by a bare paw, revealing a round, plump head. Its black and white fur characterized by distinct black eye patches flopped 2 furry ears. It was none other than the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, the giant panda. It stood 10 meters away, twitching its nose, searching for the special scent in the air. The viewers in the live stream went completely wild upon seeing the suddenly appearing giant panda. Wait, isn't this our national treasure, giant panda? How could it appear in a wilderness survival game? With the depletion of resources on Blue Star, the last giant panda in our country passed away 5 years ago, and this adorable species has completely disappeared from Blue Star. To think that I could still see a living giant panda. What was so touching, I thought I would never see a giant panda. Unlike the shock and emotion of netizens, Professor Zhang in the official live stream felt his heart leap into his throat at the first sight of the giant panda. Sukin, run. This is a wild giant panda, a dangerous species known to have attacked humans. It's over at this close distance. Sukin is probably in grave danger. After Professor Zhang finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream finally reacted. This is no cute national treasure, it is a bear. A wild beast, a top predator in the food chain, capable of tearing apart human flesh with its bare hands. Countless viewers broke out in a cold sweat. If Professor Zhang hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized how aggressive wild giant pandas can be. Run, Sukin. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Country, ha ha ha, is that little brat finally going to die? Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Country, before he even encounters our little figure, will he be reduced to beast droppings? On sight, Sukin clutched a chicken leg bone, staring intently at the giant beast 10 meters away. Unlike the giant pandas in the zoo, this one was even more astonishing, standing a full 3 meters tall. Sukin had no doubt that if this creature swiped at him, his small frame would definitely be shattered. He bent down and cautiously stepped back, hoping it hadn't noticed him. The giant panda stood still, its front paws together, tilting its head as it tried to locate the source of the alluring scent. It took 2 steps forward, sniffing, and finally determined. The source of the delicious aroma was the fish skeleton by the fire. It bent down, bringing its head close to the skeleton, and an unfamiliar, tantalizing scent wafted over. Slurp, slurp. The giant panda opened its mouth, extending its pink tongue to lick the fish skeleton, emitting satisfied grunts. Ing ing. There were still remnants of fish flesh left by Sukin on the skeleton. The giant panda licked the fish meat clean. After finishing, a happy smile appeared on its face. Despite being a dominant creature free to eat whatever it wanted, the taste of the grilled fish cooked by humans was a brand new delicacy it had never experienced in its life. There was no stench of old food, only an intensely rich aroma of fat. This flavor had completely conquered its stomach. Seeing the panda crouch down, vigorously licking the fish skeleton he had left behind, Sukin suddenly had a bold. Could it be that this giant panda was attracted by the scent of his grilled fish? Sukin steeled his nerves and slowly walked toward it. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. When he was right behind the giant panda, it was still engrossed in the fish skeleton, completely indifferent to Sukin. In the official livestream, Professor Zhang was already in a panic. Sukin, please leave this area immediately. Wild giant pandas are extremely dangerous. They could pose a serious threat to your life. At the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, dozens of leaders were in a state of panic. Contact Sukin immediately and warn him to leave. Director Zhang, it's not yet time to contact the participants. We can't reach Sukin. Are we just going to watch him walk to his death, unable to do anything? Director Zhang was nearly having a heart attack. Sukin had brought them wild chickens, carp, and contributed so much to the Dragon Kingdom. Now he was in danger, yet his own country couldn't help him at all. A strong sense of helplessness coiled around the hearts of the high-ranking officials like a venomous snake, and they could only watch as Sukin stepped closer to the giant panda. What a fool, Sukin. After all, he is just a college student, too immature. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Country, is this really a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing a wild animal and not running away, but instead going to meet his doom. Netizens from the Cherry Blossom Country, foolish Sukin. I can already picture him being bitten to death by the giant panda. Netizens from the Dragon Kingdom, is Little Ree coming to call again? At least our Sukin has killed your contestant once, so we've broken even. On site, Sukin observed closely and found that the giant panda seemed entirely uninterested in him. It was extending a furry paw, grasping the fish skeleton, gnawing at it, as if it were bamboo. Now he was certain he could leave at any time with no danger at all. However, after pondering for a moment, a bold and crazy idea gradually took shape in Sukin's mind. If he could build a good relationship with this giant panda, he would be able to strut around this forest. Moreover, Sukin also wanted to verify the wild animal affinity ability rewarded by the system to see if it would be effective. Do you like eating this grilled fish? Sukin asked, and the giant panda's twinkling black eyes landed on him. Ing ing. It seems this upright ape also has a fragrant scent. With its nostrils flaring, the giant panda suddenly lunged at Sukin. At such close range, Sukin had no way to dodge. The hearts of countless viewers in the live stream stopped instantly. In the command room, dozens of eyes widened in anger, wishing they could pull Sukin out of the screen. The official live stream was covered, not wanting to see what would happen next. Professor Zhang was holding his breath, his temples pulsating. This kid Sukin has a real nerve. It's over now. He is going to be attacked by the giant panda. Is the Dragon Kingdom about to witness the first contestant's death? Run, Sukin. With that slap, you will definitely be finished. How can I run from such a close distance? I just hope for a quick end from the other side. However, just as Sukin closed his eyes, preparing to welcome death, the opponents suddenly halted, their furry paws tightly gripping his hand. It bent its round head down, its nose approaching Sukin's palm, sniffing repeatedly. A slick, warm sensation flowed from his palm, and when Sukin opened his eyes, the scene almost caused his brain to short-circuit. The giant panda was extending its pink tongue, licking his palm repeatedly. After finishing with the right hand, it grabbed Sukin's left hand, continuing to lick. The pink tongue was like a nimble little snake, exploring his fingers, fingertips, and palm. Every inch of his palm was licked by this tongue, leaving behind the panda's saliva. Sukin suddenly remembered that he had just barehandedly grabbed a grilled fish to eat. There was still a lot of fish oil left on it. Is the allure of grilled fish fatal to the giant panda? Sukin tried to touch its head, and there was no sign of resistance at all. Furry and nice to touch. The fur of the wild giant panda felt more like the silky fur of a ragdoll. As his palms sank into the fur, it felt like sinking into a pile of cotton, fluffy and soft. Why hasn't the giant panda eaten him? Instead, it keeps licking his hand. Doesn't the giant panda know it's a national treasure? Let me have a go at it. Isn't this a wild giant panda? Why does it have no aggression? Isn't this a wild giant panda? Why does it have no aggression and instead licks Sukin's palm like a pet? At the command center, dozens of leaders stood dumbfounded, quickly instructing the Animal Behavior Research Institute to document and study this scene. In the official live broadcast, Professor Zhang's mouth fell open, unable to describe his shock. With crescent-like eyes, the sight of Sukin petting the panda melted her youthful heart. Sukin has once again surprised us. I really don't know how he did it. Alright, stop licking my hand. Is about to get raw from all this licking. The giant panda looked at Sukin with an aggrieved expression, seemingly still wanting more. Alright, don't you just want grilled fish? Sukin, cut off a piece of fish, you'll prepare it for you on site. I guarantee you'll love it. The campfire for grilling fish was already extinguished. Sukin took a fire starter to reignite it, reminding, stay away from the fire. You're covered in fur, don't burn yourself. The giant panda squatted nearby, its dark shiny eyes fixated on the fish grilling over the fire, drool glistening as it flowed down its fur. Don't rush, it's just starting to grill. Wait until it's done, and he'll call you to eat. The fish being grilled still had a hint of fishy smell, lacking sufficient aroma. Oh, just a little longer. It stretched its front legs forward, its body squatting like a large black and white meatball on the ground. Its furry ears hung down, and its face wore a happy expression, waiting for food. It's just too cute, lying on the ground like my previous big dog. Is this giant panda waiting for Sukin to cook it grilled fish? Don't giant pandas only eat bamboo? How come it eats grilled fish too? Who said giant pandas only eat bamboo? They are omnivorous and also eat small animals occasionally to supplement their nutrition. Others choose to eat bamboo for survival. Do you really think they enjoy it? Except for the viewers from Long Country, foreign viewers felt their worldview was about to shatter. Cherry Blossom Country viewers, baka. Just because you are the national treasure of Long Country, you are so close to the people of Long Country. Longtao Country viewers, Sukin always brings us unexpected situations. This person is definitely a variable for Long Country. English viewers, bullshit. I see this giant panda has been bribed by grilled fish. Indian viewers, our country will soon contact the contestants to let them use grilled fish to build a good relationship with the giant panda. As time passed, a mixed aroma of grease and fish wafted from the grilled fish. Sukin glanced. The fish skin was charred, but not burnt, and the tender fish meat around was already golden. Amber-glossed grease dripped onto the campfire from the fish, making a sizzling sound. Sukin took a bite first. The tender, fragrant fish melted in his mouth. It's done now. A gust of wind blew, carrying the scent of grilled fish. The giant panda's nose twitched, drool almost dripping to the ground. It nudged its whole body forward, extending its pink tongue, its dark eyes filled with longing for food. Wanna eat? Come over and have some. Sukin extended the piece of fish perched on a branch, offering it forward. The giant panda's eyes shone brightly, eagerly moving its body forward, stretching its neck to bite a piece of fish. But it couldn't reach. It became anxious, scratching forward with its paws, and the whole body lunged forward. In an instant it lost balance, and dust flew up. Its entire upper body fell to the ground, buried in a pit, leaving only its round bottom exposed, with its chubby hind paws desperately pushing back. Sukin burst out laughing, unable to hold back. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this comical scene and laughed heartily. Ptah. What kind of ultimate silly creature is this? How did it bury its own head? Help, it's so cute. This is just too silly and adorable. Sukin looked at the giant panda rolling around on the ground side and stood up. He walked over to it, offering the grilled fish. Upon smelling the aroma, the giant panda lifted its head, dirt and leaves still clinging to it, blinking its big eyes. It opened its mouth and took a bite. Sukin chuckled, patting its head. Eat up, these are all yours. The giant panda, with the grilled fish in its mouth, slowly waddled back to its original spot. It chewed with its mouth full of oil, the taste of happiness relaxing its entire body, curling into a big black and white fur ball. While munching, it raised its head to glance at Sukin, its eyes squinting, ears twitching. That was a smile unique to giant pandas as it flashed a grin at Sukin. Is this? Smiling at Sukin. I actually saw gratitude in the eyes of a giant panda. How heartwarming this scene is. In the live broadcast, the sky was as blue as a flawless gemstone, with a few cotton candy-like white clouds drifting lazily by. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading through the forest and illuminating the vibrant green grass below. Surrounded by lush trees, the sound of cicadas filled the air, bringing a vibrant summer energy. A person and a bear, fully satisfied, lay quietly on the grass. The giant panda lay next to Sukin, exposing its round white belly glistening in the sunlight. Ing! It yawned, its mouth wide open, revealing its pink tongue and letting out a satisfied grunt. Sukin turned his head and glanced at the big black and white ball of fur beside him. With its eyes closed, its belly rose and fell with each breath, and its ears occasionally twitched, as if dreaming. He also closed his eyes, seemingly unaffected by the world's clamor. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, landing on them. A gentle breeze passed by, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. This peaceful scene made the viewers feel calm. Isn't it beautiful? A person and a bear lying quietly on the grass basking in the sun. Does the giant panda see Su-kan as a companion? While other contestants are worrying about food, Su-kan has already begun to enjoy life. How envious. I want to lie down next to the giant panda and sleep. While others are struggling, how did Su-kan end up in this serene situation? Su-kan is definitely the king of relaxation. When he woke up, it was almost dark. Turning his head, the giant panda was quietly sitting beside him, munching on bamboo that it had presumably dug out from somewhere. Why are you eating again right after waking up? You really are a foodie. Su-kan suddenly realized he hadn't named this giant panda yet. After thinking for a few seconds, Su-kan shouted at it, Xiongda. From now on, that's your name, how about it? Ing. The giant panda responded. Xiongda. Ing. Ha ha, then you'll be called Xiongda from now on. Su-kan casually named it, not expecting this wild giant panda to be so clever and even know how to respond. Xiongda, what kind of name is that? The giant panda is so cute, and you give it a name from an animated show. Hey, the key is that the giant panda seems quite happy and seems to accept this name. Su-kan stood up, brushed off the grass on his pants, and prepared to head back. Xiongda presented a piece of bamboo, offering it to Su-kan. Are you trying to give this to me to eat? Xiongda nudged the bamboo forward. Ing. Su-kan glanced at it. The bamboo was thick and hard. One bite, and he feared his teeth might break. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not a giant panda. Oh, I can't eat this. Su-kan shrugged. How about you take me to the bamboo grove and see if we can find some bamboo shoots to eat? Xiongda didn't understand Su-kan's words and kept nudging the bamboo towards him. Seeing that Su-kan remained still, it thought he wouldn't eat. It even demonstrated putting the bamboo into its mouth in front of Su-kan, chewing it up and swallowing it in 2 bites. Ing. Ha, Xiongda is quite nice knowing how to repay kindness. After enjoying Su-kan's grilled fish, it wants to give him bamboo to eat. Su-kan, you should eat. You can't reject Xiongda's good intentions. Su-kan, I want to eat too, but the key is that I'm not a giant panda, I'm a human. Su-kan exerted a great deal of effort, finally making Xiongda understand his meaning. It retracted the bamboo and turned around clumsily, heading towards the bamboo grove. Su-kan followed behind Xiongda, running a bit to keep up. After passing through a patch of bushes, a lush green bamboo grove appeared in his field of vision. Tall, dripping green bamboo shot up from the ground, the bamboo leaves fluttering in the wind, creating a rustling sound. Su-kan roughly estimated that there were at least 500 bamboo stalks in this grove. Standing in front of a tall bamboo, Su-kan patted it. The upper bamboo leaves trembled slightly, but the bamboo itself remained still. Sturdy and durable, perfect for building a bamboo house. Su-kan nodded in satisfaction. He couldn't stay in a tent forever. Once he had the tools, he could cut some bamboo to build a house, then cover it with waterproof grass, creating a wilderness shelter that could protect against wind and rain. Later, he could make a bamboo bed or something and lay down a set of high-quality silk bedding. Wouldn't that be a delightful life? Ing. Xiongda approached him, extending its chubby paw. Dozens of bamboo shoots of varying lengths lay in the palm of Xiongda. The fresh green bamboo shoots with their tender tips looked incredibly fresh. Is this for me? Su-kan was a bit surprised. Xiongda adorably twitched its ears and nudged its. Su-kan took the bamboo shoot, and a wave of the fresh aroma of wild bamboo shoots hit him. He picked one up and took a bite of the tender tip. The juice burst in his mouth, and the fresh scent of bamboo shoots instantly filled his entire mouth. The tender bamboo flesh was refreshing and new, quickly alleviating the greasy feeling from eating meat for 2 days. Congratulations to the Dragon Country contestant Su-kan for discovering a wild bamboo grove, earning 16 wild bamboo shoots, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The Dragon Country received a reward. 100 pieces of wild bamboo groves with bamboo shoots have been deployed within the territory of the Dragon Country. The sound of the national fortune game echoed, and the next moment across the 9.6 million square kilometers of the Dragon Country's territory, countless tall green bamboo stalks shot up from the previously barren land. In some areas, multiple patches of bamboo groves even connected to form a vast ocean of green bamboo. Underneath the tall bamboo, tender bamboo shoots emerged. The entire country was abuzz. Our community's greenery had completely died off, and suddenly an entire patch of bamboo grove appeared. My small county suffered severe soil erosion, and suddenly several patches of bamboo groves popped up, saving the soil. Bamboo has a remarkably strong vitality, with deep root systems playing a crucial role in environmental management for our country. In the command center, screens displayed scenes of bamboo groves suddenly appearing across the country. Dozens of high-ranking officials were tearful. This is wonderful. The environment and ecology of Huaxia have been saved. Issue orders immediately. Our local governments must strictly protect these bamboo groves and safeguard the ecology. Thanks to Su-kan and Xiongda for contributing so many bamboo groves to our country. Abroad, countless foreigners were extremely jealous. Why is it that the bamboo groves discovered by Su Can in the Dragon Country can be returned, but the woods discovered by our contestants cannot be returned? Is there a difference? This bamboo grove originally belonged to the giant panda, and it was willing to share it with Su Can, which is why the game acknowledged Su Can's ownership of the bamboo grove, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Is ownership a requirement? In the command center of the Lighthouse Nation, legislators gazed at the satellite map, where the previously barren land of the Dragon Country suddenly flourished with thousands of greens. That is bamboo, an important step towards improving the environment. Senator Tali's eyes gleamed with greed and jealousy, and he immediately ordered, contact the contestants and have them search for wild giant pandas to exchange for grilled fish. This might be a crucial part of the national fortune game. If we can ally with wild giant pandas, it will undoubtedly be of great help in exploring the wilderness plains. Early the next morning, Su Can was not awakened naturally, but rather by a commotion. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the tent deformed with a shape resembling a bear's nose pressing against his head. Ing. A familiar voice came from outside the tent. Su Can unzipped the tent, and sure enough, Xiongda was nudging it with his nose, urging him to get up quickly. Are you craving grilled fish again? Ing. Xiongda moved aside his massive body. Only then did Su Can notice two small black and white furballs wriggling on the ground, their dark eyes fixed on him, unblinking. Is this? Su Can felt a bit helpless. Have they moved in with me? Ing. Xiongda pointed at the two little ones, indicating they should also have a taste of the grilled fish from yesterday. Su Can pursed his lips. Well, who could blame them for sending him so many bamboo shoots yesterday? Feeling a sudden touch on his leg, Su Can looked down to see a small panda clinging to him with its tiny paws. Another one was also making an effort to crawl over to him, the little black and white ball wriggling on the ground, cute, and ing. The two little fur balls clung to his legs, refusing to budge. Wow, are these Xiongda's cubs? Too cute. This little panda looks so cuddly, like a little ball of fur. Is Xiongda looking for a father for his children? Haha, could it be that Su Can really has something going on with Xiongda? Otherwise, why would they come looking for him with the kids? Su Can felt a bit helpless and finally managed to get the two little ones to lie on Xiongda. Let's go today, I'll take you fishing. Su Can grabbed the simple fishing rod he had made yesterday and set off towards the stream with the three pandas. Upon reaching the stream, Su Can first took a few sips of the sweet stream water. Beside him, the three pandas mimicked him, sticking their butts up, burying their heads to drink water with a gurgling sound. Xiongda, wait a moment, once I catch a fish, you'll make grilled fish for you. Su Can found a good spot, dug up a few earthworms, and started fishing. Xiongda stood behind him, urging, Ing. I know you want fish, but you have to wait for me to catch them first. Yesterday's big fish was all eaten by you, otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to come fishing today. Su Can spread his hands, mimicking the gesture of not being able to grill fish without catching any. Xiongda seemed to understand his meaning, and slowly moved his limbs to the edge of the stream, observing the movements in the water. Watching Xiongda's actions, a bold guess arose in Su Can's mind. This guy wouldn't be trying to catch fish with his bare hands, would he? Just as Su Can thought this, Xiongda sprang into action. He raised his strong bare paw, timing it perfectly, and with lightning speed slapped down towards the shadow beneath the water. Splash! A flurry of water splashed around. Su Can could only see Xiongda's paw moving as fast as lightning, blurring into a shadow. As the water settled, Xiongda raised his paw high, and on it was a golden crucian carp, thrashing its tail, desperately struggling. However, no matter how it fought, Xiongda's paw held it firmly, like a vice. Ing. With a mighty shake of his arm, Xiongda tossed the 4 to 5 pound crucian carp right in front of Su Can. Su Can's mouth fell open in complete shock. Wait, while I was digging for worms, making fishing lines and rods, and having to wait a long time to catch one. You caught it in just a few moves. Before Su Can could process this, another splash of water came towards him. Another crucian carp, just as big, was flung in front of him by Xiongda. Two wild, plump crucian carps flopped around on the grass, their bright scales glimmering in the sunlight. Thud! Another one. Thud! Thud! In no time, the fish in front of Su Can had already piled up into a small grass carp, common carp, crucian carp, silver carp. All sorts of fish were spread out before Su Can like a... They thrashed around on the grass, splashing water all over Su Can. He was completely numb. This wasn't fishing, it was like he was stockpiling goods. Recalling yesterday when he struggled to catch fish, he felt utterly crushed by Xiongda's prowess. Is this the position of the apex predator in the food chain? Su Can muttered to himself, suddenly realizing that he would never have to fish again. If he wanted fish, he could just call With just a few swipes, Xiongda could easily gather all the fish from this little stream. Isn't this much easier than fishing? In the live stream, the viewers were utterly stunned by Xiongda's string of actions and were left speechless. Moments later, a deluge of comments flooded in. Wow. This is too awesome. Xiongda is magnificent. With so many fish, how long will Su Can be eating? Think again, most of these will be eaten by the 3 bears. How many fish can Su Can's small frame eat? In that case, won't Su Can be able to eat as much fish as he wants? At worst, just call Xiongda to catch more. Wild giant pandas are indeed impressive. A fish a minute it was enough to leave Suk and dumbfounded. Unlike the extremely excited viewers from Long Country, foreign viewers were watching their own contestant, who was still hungry and fishing. Contestant Dawson Murray from Lighthouse Country was squatting by a stream, holding a fishing rod and line from a beginner's package. Why are the fish in the wild so hard to catch? I've been here all day with not a single one. Wait. It seems like the fish is moving. Colonel Dawson Murray excitedly raised his rod, pulling up a tiny fish weighing less than an ounce. FCK. Dawson Murray's temples throbbed. After a whole day, this was all he caught. The key was this tiny fish was even smaller than his pinky finger. What use is this? Not even enough to pick his teeth. In the live stream, viewers from Lighthouse Country were in despair. FCK. Do you even know how to fish? Long Country's Sukin caught 10 pounds of fish in just one morning. Now Sukin found a big panda, and in just 10 minutes it helped him catch dozens of fish. Why don't our contestants have giant pandas to help? Is it just because it's a national treasure of Long Country? I can't stay in Sukin's live stream any longer. They've already started grilling fish, and it's making me drool. Viewers from Long Country began to strike back. Aren't you mocking our contestant Sukin for being useless? Why don't you dare to continue? Don't be discouraged. If you fish for 100 days, you'll catch 100 tiny fish, enough for your contestants to have a meal. What are you going to eat for 100 days? Just fish. I really envy this colonel who can still experience the joy of fishing. Unlike our Sukin, who doesn't even need to fish anymore, the giant panda helps him catch so many fish he can't even finish eating. Under the taunts from viewers in Long Country, the viewers from Lighthouse Country were completely broken. Why was it that their contestant struggled to catch fish and couldn't fill his belly, while Sukin effortlessly caught fish? Now he even had a giant panda catching fish for him. In the official live broadcast room, watching Bear to catch a dozen fish in a short, while Bing Bing's mouth dropped open in surprise. Professor Zhang, are wild giant pandas really that amazing? Can they catch fish? Professor Zhang, a survival expert from the Dragon Kingdom, held a thermos cup and nodded with a smile. Wild giant pandas are actually omnivorous animals. Besides catching fish, they also prey on small animals to add some meat to their diet. Sukin must feel like he has found a strong ally, or whenever he wants fish he can just let the giant pandas catch them. Bing Bing watched the interaction between Sukin and the three bears on the live broadcast, feeling an indescribable warmth. Humans and animals should coexist in harmony. It should be like this. Professor Zhang shook his head. It's a pity that we realized this truth too late, leading to the extinction of animals on Blue Star and a shortage of environmental resources. Sukin had already finished cleaning the fish scales. He skewered the fish meat with Bear Das bamboo and placed it by the campfire, beginning to prepare grilled fish. Bear Das squatted beside him, its chubby paws holding two small furry bundles, 3 pairs of black shiny eyes staring unblinkingly at the grilled fish, emitting a fragrant aroma over the campfire. In their eyes there was only the primal desire for food. Ing. The little panda twitched its nose, catching the delicious scent wafting through the air. It wriggled its body, instinctively searching for food. Bear Das' paw gently curled, trapping the little ones within its grasp. Ing. Bear Da nudged the child with its nose, signaling them not to rush. Sukin was busy turning the bamboo to roast a dozen fish, afraid they would burn. Half an hour later, the fish gradually turned an enticing golden yellow. The fish skin slightly curled up, revealing tender, delicious fish meat inside. A rich aroma of grilled fish, 10 times stronger than before, spread out. All right, Bear Da, it's time to eat. Sukin wiped his sweat and handed a grilled fish to Bear Da. He thought Bear Da would let the little ones taste it first, but Bear Da, without a second thought, devoured the fish in a few bites, leaving nothing behind. The two little pandas lay on the ground, staring longingly at their mother, drooling all over. Bear Da is such a foodie, shouldn't it let the kids taste it first? Bear Da, you little ones can't handle this grilled fish, let mommy taste it first. Bear Da can eat at least half of these dozen grilled fish. Sukin, feeling helpless, tore off some black fish meat and fed it to the little pandas crawling on the ground. The black fish had few bones and was high in protein, perfect for the developing little pandas. Ing. The little panda ate too quickly and burned its mouth on the cooked fish, letting out a loud cry. Its pink tongue stuck out, still chewing on the fish, afraid to waste this hard-won delicacy. Don't rush, take your time eating. Sukin was amused by the adorable antics of the two little foodies. He blew on the fish meat in his hand and fed it to the little pandas. He glanced helplessly at Bear Da, who was focused on its own food, completely ignoring whether its children had eaten. Sukin felt a bit frustrated. Who exactly was the real mother to these two little ones? How did he end up being the one feeding the kids? Has Sukin become a wet nurse? Bear Mom, this grilled fish is so delicious. Who cares about the kids? Don't steal my grilled fish. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing watched the pandas enjoying the grilled fish and felt her mouth watering. How delicious must this grilled fish be to make the giant pandas so infatuated? Professor Sun swallowed hard. Looking at the color of this grilled fish, Su Can's grilling skills are certainly not ordinary. It's a pity that none of the contestants are skilled at grilling fish, otherwise I would definitely remind them that they could build a good relationship with wild giant pandas through grilled fish. On sight, under the relentless attack of Su Can and the 3 pandas, the dozen grilled fish quickly dwindled. Bear lay comfortably on the grass, its round belly resembling a black and white balloon. Su Can patted his belly satisfied and let out a burp. Burp. Too bad there's no salt. If only I had added some, the flavor would have been heavenly. You two don't have names, let's just call you Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. The bigger one will be called Tuan Tuan and the smaller one will be Yuan Yuan. But why hasn't Yuan Yuan eaten much? Doesn't it like grilled fish? Su Can noticed that most of the grilled fish he fed had been eaten by the larger Tuan Tuan. Yuan Yuan seemed to have little appetite and looked unenergetic. Could it be sick? Su Can frowned. Bear lifted Yuan Yuan, licking its back with its tongue. Yuan Yuan cried out in pain, letting out a series of yelps. At this moment, Su Can noticed a 10-centimeter long wound on Yuan Yuan's back. Surrounding fur had also thinned out, revealing a bright red wound underneath. The wound was already close to suppuration, and no matter how much Bear licked it, it wouldn't make much difference. It seems to be infected. Oh, without antibiotics it will be hard to heal. Bear licked for a while, then placed Yuan Yuan on the ground, looking at Su Can with a pleading sound. Ing. It had long noticed its child's wound, but as a giant panda all it could do was lick the wound, unable to do anything else. Su Can frowned and opened his backpack. Inside there were only the bandages given by friendly forces and no anti-inflammatory or antibacterial medications. If the bacteria and inflammation aren't treated in time, the wound will soon fester. With the resistance of a little panda, it will be hard to escape this disaster. Su Can felt a headache. Even in ancient times, if a wound got infected and wasn't treated in time, it would be a dead end. In this wilderness, where can I find anti-inflammatory medicine? The gruesome wound tugged at the audience's hearts. Is this little panda's wound infected? What to do? I remember Su Can has never obtained any antibiotics or anti-inflammatory medicine, right? Oh, such a cute little furball. Is it really going to die like this? Su Can think of a way. Bear's helpless little eyes are breaking my heart. Su Can isn't a deity. He doesn't even have medicine. How can he save it? At this moment, the system's prompt sound echoed in Su Can's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a new mission. Save the little panda. Mission reward: Bear Intimacy 100. How can a slacker survive alone in the wilderness? Gaining favor from a giant panda and being supported by it is the ultimate way to slack off. Seeing the mission reward, Su Can's eyes lit up. If he could be supported by a giant panda, wouldn't he be able to traverse this forest with ease? But how could he save the little panda? Su Can pondered for a moment and suddenly had a bright idea. Got it. The next second, he closed his eyes, activating his master-level environmental detection ability. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1 kilometer. Su Can's mental power spread out like a tide, covering the surrounding environment. Beads of cold sweat gradually formed on his forehead, and a splitting headache surged. However, he still couldn't find the plant he wanted. He extended his range to cover 2 kilometers around, and suddenly a green plant resembling a small umbrella appeared in his perception. Its leaves looked like open spoons with wavy edges, and the surface of the leaves was covered with fine hairs. Finally found it. Plantago. In his past life, his grandmother often grew these umbrella-shaped plants on the balcony. Grandma often said that Plantago can clear heat, detoxify, stop bleeding, and reduce inflammation. Every time he had tonsillitis, she would cook him a bowl of Plantago soup to drink. In the wild, Plantago is a natural anti-inflammatory medicine. A smile appeared on Su Can's face as he pointed in a direction. Bear, let's go. There's a medicinal herb over there that can save your child. Xiongda was quite clever and immediately understood Su Can's intention. Displeased with Su Can's slow pace, it laid down its round head, nodding towards Su Can, signaling him to hop on. Su Can was somewhat surprised. Xiongda, are you really going to carry me? Ing. Holding a small bundle in one arm, Su Can lifted his legs and settled securely onto Xiongda's back. The fluffy texture of Xiongda's back felt wonderful, making Su Can sink comfortably into it. With its plump body, Su Can found it surprisingly comfortable to sit on. Once Su Can was settled, Xiongda suddenly exerted its strength. Bang! Like a cannonball, Xiongda shot forward at an incredible speed towards the direction pointed by Su Can. What the heck? Did I just see that? The national treasure actually allowed a human to sit on its back. Su Can, are you the reincarnation of Chiyu? You even made a steel-eating beast your mount. Woo, I'm not jealous at all. Sitting on a big fluffy ball with a small fluff ball in each hand, life is just too blissful. But what exactly does Su Can want to do? Can he really save the little guy? It's a matter of trying anything. Just wait and see what Su Can does. As they sped along, Su Can felt his hair being blown around. To his astonishment, the usually slow-moving Xiongda suddenly ran at such a speed, truly worthy of being Chi Yu's mount. Under Su Can's guidance, they soon reached their destination. Sukin dismounted, turned a few circles, and found his target beneath an ancient tree. At a glance, Sukin's breath instantly became heated. Hundreds of small green umbrellas lying on the ground formed a blanket covering the entire grassy area beneath the ancient tree. These aren't just a few. This is clearly an ocean of plantain lilies. With these plantain lilies, he wouldn't have to fear minor injuries in the wild. What the heck? Are these all wild plantain lilies? How could there be so many? At least over 100 at first glance. No wonder Sukin came this way. It was for this patch of plantain lilies. Plantain lilies are diuretic and anti-inflammatory, a natural remedy for inflammation in the wild. This is fantastic. The little guy is saved now. Sukin bent down and opened his backpack. He stuffed all the plantain lilies into the bag. No need to worry about them going bad. They can be stored for a long time after drying. If I don't collect them now, other competitors will find them later, and he'll be left with nothing. Xiongda curiously watched Sukin's actions, sniffing a plantain lily. Ing. What is this? It looks delicious. It opened its mouth, tongue curling around a plantain lily, and stuffed it in. A bitter taste mixed with a hint of grassy astringency instantly spread through its mouth. Pooey, pooey, pooey. Xiongda quickly spat it out, retreating several steps. Its round head shook as if trying to expel the bitter taste. Sukin chuckled. You foodie, why do you need to taste? This is for your child's external use. Eating it will only make you suffer. When he was a child, every time he had tonsillitis, his grandmother tricked him into drinking plantain lily soup, which had to be sweetened with rock candy. This guy actually just ate it. He really hasn't learned his lesson. By the time Sukin finished collecting, he had nearly stripped the entire patch of plantain lilies clean. Only a few lonely stalks were left to be used as seeds, so another patch could grow next year. Meanwhile, a message from the wristwatch came. Congratulations to Longwo's contestant Sukin for obtaining the entire patch of plantain lilies. Triggered 10,000-fold return. Longwo receives a reward 100 plantain lilies. They have been distributed to random areas in Longwo. Note: plants and animals obtained through the 10,000-fold return by various countries will possess high adaptability to the environment, allowing them to survive in the harsh conditions of Blue Star. The nation erupted in excitement. In the western region of Longwo, hundreds of plantain lilies suddenly sprouted in a barren sandy area. A user's balcony was instantly filled with green plantain lilies lying on the ground. On the edge of a bamboo grove, an entire patch of plantain lilies swayed in the wind. The people of Longwo went completely crazy. What the heck? Our community's green belt suddenly sprouted a whole patch of plantain lilies. This stuff is great. The elderly at home love using it for swelling and inflammation. Thank you, Sukin. More greenery has finally emerged on Longwo's land. At the scene, Sukin and Xiongda returned to the creek. Sukin took out a large chicken leg bone and placed some plantain lilies on a flat stone. After a moment of grinding, the green juice of the plantain lilies oozed out, turning into a sticky grass paste. Sukin held on to Yuan's round neck and brought it to the creek to wash its back wound. Yuan cried out in pain, pitifully looking at Xiongda, who was busy gnawing on the leftover fish skeleton, and completely ignored it. Xiongda entrusted its child to Sukin and felt completely at ease. Even if Sukin were to roast its child over a fire, it would see it as purifying toxins. Seeing that its mother didn't care about it, Yuan was utterly hopeless and ceased its resistance. Its dark circles drooped down, wearing an expression of despair. After washing the wound, Sukin took hold of Yuan, placing it face down on the ground. He applied the prepared plantain lily paste to the wound on Yuan's back. Then he secured it with a bandage, saying, "All done, job well done." Sukin clapped his hands and went to the creek to wash off the plantain lily juice. Moments later, Yuan felt that the wound on its back no longer hurt, as much a cool sensation spreading through it. Congratulations to the host for saving the little panda, gaining a reward. Xiongda's intimacy 100. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Sukin looked at Xiongda again, sensing that it had completely let down its guard and regarded him as family. Ing. Not feeling any more pain, Yuan happily crawled around in front of its mother. Sukin's technique is really professional. He fixed the little one in just a few moves. With these plantain lilies, the little panda's life is secured. Thank goodness this bandage has come in handy. Sakura Nation audience, Baka, our little Tujin contestant, is on the way. Once he finds Sukin, hell make him wish he were dead. Longwa audience, come on, let him taste the power of our national treasure. Longwa audience, Sukin is now a milk mother raised by Xiongda. Do you dare to touch him? After a busy day, the sun was about to set. Sukin bid farewell to Xiongda and headed back towards the tent. However, when he reached the tent, he found Xiongda's family of 3 following close behind him. The sun has set. Everyone should return home to find their mothers. Sukin was speechless. Why do you keep following me? Did the increase in intimacy mean he now had a shadow? Xiongda awkwardly wiggled its clumsy limbs, raised a paw, and gently poked the tent. The tent deformed under the poke, and Xiongda shook its head before pointing in a direction. Sukin somewhat understood its intention and questioned, Are you saying my tent is too unstable and you want me to stay in your cave? Ing. Shown to lay on the ground, signaling Sukin to get on. Wait a moment, I need to tidy up my things first. Sukin smiled and quickly began to pack the tent. Initially worried about being attacked by wild beasts while sleeping at night, now that Shonda offered him to stay, he had nothing to fear. Who would dare to provoke a wild giant panda? After packing up, Sukin embraced his luggage and settled into Shonda's soft bed. The audience in the live stream was left stunned. Is this bear treating Sukin like its husband, wanting to cohabit? Haha, Sukin has hit the jackpot, directly moving into Shonda's mansion. This is a huge win. The safety level of a wild giant panda's cave is no joke. This scene looks just like a male protagonist from a novel living in a rich woman's big mansion, enjoying the benefits. This is a major liftoff. While other contestants were still worried about wild beast attacks and going hungry every day after snuggling up to the giant panda's leg, all of Sukin's problems were solved. Crossing through the vast forest, Shonda carried Sukin to a small hillside. At the foot of the hill, lush green bamboo grew abundantly. On the hillside, a small cave with ventilation appeared in Sukin's view. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted not by the foul smell of a beast's lair, but by a refreshing scent of bamboo and earth. On the cave floor, unfinished bamboo shoots, tender bamboo, and bamboo leaves were scattered about. I didn't expect you to be quite hygienic, not defecating in the cave. Sukin nodded, quite satisfied with the cave's environment. The cave was naturally formed with a solid granite ceiling. The elevated terrain ensured that rainwater wouldn't flood in. Even better, the sides were ventilated, allowing for airflow. Standing at the entrance, Sukin overlooked the green ocean of bamboo below with waves rippling in the wind. He spread his arms wide as a gentle warm breeze rustled his clothes, surrounding him with the sounds of birds and insects in the forest. Taking a deep breath, the high oxygen air infused with negative ions and the fragrance of bamboo made him feel completely relaxed. Wow, isn't this environment just too good? With ventilation on both sides and sturdy against rain. Isn't this a natural forest oxygen bar? I really envy this. You can't find such a beautiful environment on Blue Star anymore. What's more, having a giant panda as a roommate, casually playing with it and enjoying some grilled fish and bamboo shoots makes for a truly delightful life. While other contestants are here to survive in the wild, Sukin is here to enjoy life. Ing. Shouted, carrying Sukin's luggage, placed it in the center of the cave. Approaching Sukin, its round head nudged Sukin's palm, suggesting that he settle down here. Feeling the soft fur under his fingertips, Sukin smiled and nodded. All right, from now on we're roommates. Sukin quickly set up the tent and laid out the bedding. Shouda, with its round body, sat in a corner of the cave, munching on the bamboo on the ground. After finishing his tasks, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest. It's time to sleep, Shouda. Good night. Ing. Sukin unzipped the tent and lay down on the soft silk quilt, feeling completely relaxed. The wild giant panda had a strong territorial instinct, and generally no other creatures dared to approach its domain. With it as a bodyguard, Sukin no longer had to worry about nighttime attacks from wild beasts. The next morning, Sukin was awakened by Shouda. Ing. Outside the tent, Shouda nudged the tent with its nose, urging Sukin to get up and go hunting. Got it, Shouda, let me sleep a little longer, came Sukin's sleepy voice. Ing. Reluctantly, under Shouda's persistent nudging, Sukin finally unzipped the tent. Just as he stepped out of the tent, two small fur balls rushed over, clinging to his legs and beginning to whine for attention. Why do you really see me as a nanny? Sukin bent down and petted the two black and white balls of fluff. Nearby, Shouda lay impatiently on the ground, urging Sukin to get moving. Are you craving grilled fish again? Sukin chuckled. This fellow was really a foodie. He laid out the plants and leaves he collected yesterday on a rock, sunlight shining down on them. Mission accomplished. Just waiting for them to dry. Sukin clapped his hands, nodding with satisfaction. Dried plant and leaves could last a long time, useful in case of unexpected situations. Next, Shouda carried Sukin back along the path they took yesterday to the stream. Shouda crouched by the stream to catch fish, while Sukin played with the two little fur balls. Within a few minutes, several fish shimmering in the sunlight appeared before Sukin. Ing. Fish delicious. Shouda leaned down, nuzzling Sukin to encourage him to make grilled fish again. Sukin was also hungry, so he took out the bamboo shoots that Shouda had gifted him, eating them alongside the grilled fish, just to relieve the heaviness. After finishing a string of bamboo shoots, he placed them on the grass. Tuan eagerly crawled over and bit into it. Tuan, don't be naughty. Sukin hurriedly picked it up, and Tuan looked around, puzzled as to how the food by its mouth suddenly disappeared. Wait, I'll show you how to barbecue bamboo shoots. It's way better than eating them raw. These tender bamboo shoots, won't they smell amazing once grilled? Just thinking about it is making my mouth water. Sukin is definitely a culinary genius for coming up with the idea of grilled bamboo shoots. Wild bamboo shoots are incredibly delicious, with the fragrance of bamboo combined with the fresh taste of grilled fish. Don't say any more, my stomach is already growling. Half an hour later the grilling was finished. Sukin picked up a skewer of bamboo shoots. The tender shoots were slightly warm and steaming. Sukin took a bite, and the combination of the bamboo shoots' fragrance and the slight sweetness of the flesh exploded on his taste buds. He then picked up a skewer of grilled fish, the fish meat glistening like white jade sizzling with hot oil. Another bite, and the freshness of the grilled fish blended with the sweetness of the bamboo shoots, fresh, yet not greasy sweet, but not cloying. Sukin's eyes lit up as he dove into the meal. Shouta also mimicked Sukin grabbing a skewer of bamboo shoots. Ing. Shouta stared at the familiar bamboo shoots in its paws, now exuding an even more tempting aroma after grilling. Shouta took a bite, and the fresh and tender bamboo juice instantly burst in its mouth. Its dark eyes widened in surprise. How could bamboo shoots be so delicious? Thinking back to its previous days, it was hardly a bear's life. Glancing at Sukin, it felt like all the bamboo shoots it had eaten in its life had been in vain. If it had met this human earlier, wouldn't it have been eating like this every meal? Ignoring the two cubs eagerly waiting for food, Shouta began to chow down. This Shouta is definitely a foodie giant panda. Watching a giant panda eat makes me wonder how I became this hungry. I'm hungry too. What does grilled bamboo shoots taste like? I've never had it in my life. Stop looking, there's trouble. Little Two Zai Ji has found its teammate. What's going on? Let me check out his live stream. In the live stream, the once warm and harmonious comments were suddenly flooded with messages. Countless viewers rushed into the neighboring live stream of Little Day. In the footage, a dusty Little Two Zai Ji was conversing with another contestant from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Yoshi. It's actually our Empire's wrestler, Sang Tian. Hello, I'm Little Two Zai Ji from the Kamikaze Special Forces. Hearing familiar words from home, the two shook hands enthusiastically. Let's form a team. From now on, any contestants from other countries we encounter will fall to our joint efforts. The burly Sang Tian and Little Two Zai Ji hit it off, their faces flushed with excitement. Sang Tian, to be honest, I had bad luck at the start and was killed by a contestant from the Dragon Nation. Mentioning Suk, and Little Two Zai Ji huffed angrily. Right now I'm heading towards his direction. Together we can definitely kill him and avenge me. Under Little Two Zai Ji's encouragement, Sang Tian was also pulled into the revenge squad against Sukan. In the live stream, the audience cheered, "May the Emperor bless us." Our contestant from the Cherry Blossom Nation is the fastest to regroup. Awesome. With contestant Sang Tian joining, this duo can definitely crush Sukan. Prepare to die, Sukan. You are just a college student. How can you compete against a wrestler in a special force? In the command room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, several elders applauded with joy upon seeing the two unite. In the wilderness, 11 can definitely yield greater than 2. Heaven bless our Cherry Blossom Nation. I don't believe that Giant Panda can always stay by Sukan's side. By a stream, Dawson Murray from the Lighthouse Nation squatted beside a rising campfire, turning the grilled fish in his hands. However, this fish was rather small, hardly enough to fill a gap in his teeth. After 2 whole days and nights, he had only managed to catch this little white fish. But there was no choice. Food was scarce in the wilderness, and he could only rely on this tiny fish to supplement some protein. Just then his wristwatch vibrated. Dawson Murray looked down and was surprised to see a message from the government. Dear contestants from the Lighthouse Nation, a contestant from the Dragon Nation has discovered that grilled fish can be used to trade with wild giant pandas and even make them your mount. Contestants from the Lighthouse Nation who see this message can trade grilled fish with wild giant pandas if they encounter one nearby, which will bring you an incredibly reliable ally. Dawson Murray's mind exploded with excitement after reading it. Just this morning he had managed to bypass the territory of a wild giant panda, and he happened to be holding a grill. Dawson Murray's face lit up with joy. This was simply the perfect condition tailored for him. Ignoring his rumbling stomach, he held the grilled fish and set off in the direction of the panda's territory. In the live stream, the audience from the Lighthouse Nation erupted in excitement. That's awesome. Our country's contestant can also have a giant panda as a mount. Dragon Nation netizens, devious Lighthouse Nation people, always trying to steal our Dragon Nation contestants' tactics. Dragon Nation netizens, do you really think a wild giant panda can be bribed with just one grilled fish? Lighthouse Nation netizens, what else? Didn't your contestant Sukan manage to tame a giant panda with just one grilled fish? Lighthouse Nation netizens, just wait. Once our contestant tames an even fiercer giant panda, let it go kill your contestants. Under the anticipation of countless people, Dawson Murray traversed mountains and valleys, finally arriving at the territory of the wild giant panda. This morning it was here that he spotted a wild giant panda foraging for food. He was quite sure that the giant panda had not yet left this territory. Sure enough, not long after, he spotted a giant panda eating beside the bamboo forest ahead. Hey, do you want to eat grilled fish? Dawson Murray opened his arms, offering the grilled fish as he tried to appear non-threatening. The giant panda lifted its head, noticing the strange creature slowly approaching, and let out an angry roar. This roar nearly shattered Dawson Maui's eardrums, causing his legs to weaken as he almost fell to the ground. Fuck. Wasn't it said that grilled fish could bribe a giant panda? Why does it seem to be warning me? Why is this giant panda so fierce? How is it so different from Sue Kin's giant panda? Dawson Murray checked the message from the government several times, confirming that he hadn't misread it. He took a deep breath and cautiously advanced toward the giant panda again. However, this attempt thoroughly enraged the wild giant panda. It slowly stood up, its dark eyes fixed on the dangerous creature before it letting out a series of low growls. Don't worry, I just want to be your friend. Dawson Murray tried to soothe the giant bear before him. Look, I brought you your favorite grilled fish. Give it a try. Roar. The giant panda was completely incensed. It pushed off with its powerful hind legs, its entire body charging like an out-of-control truck toward him. Fuck. Dawson Murray was terrified and turned to run. However, the giant panda was faster. It collided with Dawson Murray's back at an exaggerated speed, the sheer force instantly crashing down on him. In an instant, Dawson Murray flew away like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a tree ahead. With a sound, blood mixed with internal organ fragments gushed out. Dawson Murray's body slowly lost its strength, sliding down the tree as if his skeleton had been drained. His head tilted, and he completely lost his life. Until the last second before dying, he couldn't understand why the government had deceived him. System notification: Lighthouse Nation contestant Dawson Murray has died. Cause of death: killed by a wild giant panda. The message from the National Fortune game came through. The entire live stream was plunged into silence. Having grown accustomed to playing and joking with Sue Kin's giant panda, they had underestimated the ferocity of the wild giant panda. It only takes one encounter to instantly kill a trained human special forces soldier. Countless angry viewers vented their fear and rage. Fuck. Why is Sue Kin's giant panda as docile as a pet cat, but this one is so brutal? Is the hope of our Lighthouse Nation already dead? In the highest command room of the Lighthouse Nation, a deathly silence prevailed. The chief officer, Senator Tallis, looked grim as water. What happened? Wasn't it said that grilled fish could bribe wild giant pandas? A technician whispered, well, after observing for a few days, wild giant pandas can indeed be bribed with grilled fish. Sue can use this method. Then tell me, why did it suddenly attack a human? How many contestants did we send this message to? Senator Tallis suddenly thought of a serious problem. 1,000 contestants received this message uniformly. The technician's face turned ashen, and we can't warn them now. We can only wait for a communication opportunity. Crack. The sound of a teacup shattering accompanied the notification sound of the National Fortune game system. Notification: Lighthouse Nation contestant Keed Wood has died. Cause of death: killed by a wild giant panda. System notification: Lighthouse Nation contestant William Stanton has died. Cause of death: killed by a wild giant panda. In just a few hours, the Lighthouse Nation suffered heavy losses. A total of 87 contestants lost their lives at the hands of giant pandas. This time's casualties were more severe than all previous ones combined. And the source of all this, Sue Kin, was happily rubbing the soft belly of his giant panda. Watching the incessant notifications on his watch, Sue Kin couldn't help but smile widely. These idiots really think I attracted the giant panda with grilled fish. The atmosphere in the live stream felt like a festive celebration. Serves you right. For stealing our contestants' tactics. Brother can tame a giant panda with grilled fish. Do you really think you contestants can too? Don't you know whose national treasure this is? Can you just go up and befriend it? Wasn't it said that they would tame an even fiercer giant panda to kill Sue Kin? Why has it collapsed? And seeing the lesson from the Lighthouse Nation, the countries that originally planned to replicate Sue Kin's tactics were all drenched in cold sweat. They all abandoned the idea of having their contestants bribe giant pandas with grilled fish. In the highest command room of the Dragon Nation, there was applause all around. Director Zhang clapped his hands in approval. The more he looked at Sue Kin, the more he liked him. It turns out it's not the grilled fish that's powerful, but Sue Kin is powerful. Now our Dragon Nation has struck gold. Beside the cave of Bear D, a figure peeked out from behind some bamboo. It was Yao Yuan, the contestant from Longhua. He cautiously surveyed the cave before him. After days of wilderness exploration, he had inadvertently approached the location of Sue Kin. In the live broadcast room, the audience watched excitedly as the two were about to meet. Could it be that our contestant from Longhua is going to meet up? Yao team, hurry up. This is Sue Kin's home. Unfortunately, Sue Kin had just stepped out, otherwise the two would have met. After carefully surveying the area, Yao Yuan noticed the bamboo on the ground. Experience told him that this cave had already been claimed by a wild giant panda. Yao Yuan immediately dismissed the thought and gradually disappeared into the depths of the bamboo forest. In the official live broadcast room, Professor Zhang praised encountering a giant panda in the wild, and choosing to retreat is indeed a wise decision. When fate allows, perhaps he will meet contestant Sue Kin. Meanwhile, by the stream, Sue Kin was playing with the two little. He had just finished checking Yuan's wound. The plantain had a good anti-inflammatory effect. The trend of the wound becoming infected had been curbed and was gradually healing. After cleaning the wound, Sukin crushed another batch of plantain and applied it to the wound. Now Sukin was walking ahead, with two little furry balls following behind. Tuan seemed to want to learn to walk upright like Sukin, awkwardly wobbling its limbs, trying hard to stand up. Thud! It lost its balance and plopped down on the ground. Whimper! It paused for a moment, and then stood up again, its front paws raised in front of its chest, tremblingly standing like a little child just learning to walk. In less than a second it fell over again, its round body rolling on the ground, unable to flip over. Sukin almost burst out laughing and quickly helped it up, rubbing its head to comfort it. Ha, Tuan really thinks Sukin is its mother wanting to learn how to walk. The little panda wants to walk upright too, how adorable. Sukin is so happy taking these two little ones out to explore the mountains every day. With a hint of helplessness, Sukin said, I don't know where Bearda ran off to. These two kids are left to me to take care of, and I don't know who their real mother is. Bakayuru. Kill Sukin. Just then a clear voice suddenly rang out, startling Sukin. Who is calling my name? Sukin looked around, surrounded by lush green trees, not a ghost in sight. Bakayuru. Kill Sukin. Another noise echoed, sounding particularly jarring in the empty forest. What the hell? Which idiot is trying to scare me? Sukin was furious, grabbing a large chicken leg bone nearby and scanning the area, wanting to catch this person for a good beating. The audience in the live room was already getting goosebumps. Why is someone suddenly shouting to kill Sukin? And it's in Japanese. Could it be that Xiao Tu has come to eliminate me? But there's no one around. Is it haunting me in broad daylight? Sukin searched around for a long time, even checking the bushes, yet still found no sign of anyone. Bakayuru. Kill Sukin. Kill Sukin. At that moment Sukin felt the voice seemed to be coming from above. Looking up, he saw a vividly colored green parrot perched on a branch. Its beak opened wide, shouting Bakayuru. Kill Sukin. Sukin was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? After all this, it turns out to be a parrot calling me. Stop shouting, come down quickly. After discovering that the culprit was a parrot, the audience in the live room was completely dumbfounded. Can someone tell me, where did this parrot learn these outrageous phrases? Still in Japanese? Did it learn it from the Japanese contestants? Sukin was stunned today. He was actually scared. Sukin teased the parrot on the ground for a long time, but it remained unfazed, continuously calling out his name from the tree. Finally, Sukin found some wild fruits that parrots love to eat in the bushes and lured it down. Bakayuru. Kill Sukin. The parrot landed on Sukin's shoulder, pecking at the wild fruit in Sukin's hand, while not forgetting to give him a bit of mental pollution. What the hell are you still calling? Sukin could no longer endure and gave it a flick on the head. The parrot tilted its head, stared at Sukin, and said, what the hell are you still calling? Its pronunciation was clear, even more damaging than Sukin's curses. Sukin's face turned dark. Are you sick? Why are you only learning to curse instead of anything good? Are you sick? The parrot repeated. Sukin covered his face, completely giving up. Forget it, you silly bird, can call however you want. You silly bird. You silly bird. The audience burst into laughter. Haha. Why is this parrot so sharp? It broke my defenses. The key is its learning ability is incredibly strong. As soon as Sukin finishes cursing, it immediately fires back with the same words. The most ridiculous thing is when you curse it, it doesn't understand, but when it curses you, every word strikes home. Ha, I really love this parrot. Ignoring the parrot's mental attacks, Sukin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Why can this parrot speak Japanese? It even mentioned his name and wanted to kill him. The parrot itself definitely didn't know the meaning of these words. It must have heard someone say them elsewhere and learned them. Xiao Tu wants to kill me. Sukin thought of the only possibility. And he should be very close to me. The parrot just learned what he said and flew near me just in time for me to hear. Moreover, he must have found at least one teammate, and during their conversation the parrot overheard them. After analyzing, Sukin immediately hugged the two little fur balls and prepared to head back. Now that Mama Bear was not around, he would definitely not be a match for two opponents. Brother Kan's analytical skills are impressive. He really hit the nail on the head. Brother Kan doesn't have an omniscient perspective, yet he could deduce that Xiao Tu has found a teammate just from a parrot. His logical thinking is perfect. Where did Bearda go? Hurry back. Quickly go to the live room of the little two elimination. Bearda is facing those two. After a reminder in the chat, the audience quickly switched rooms. In the little two elimination live room, the two were on high alert, nervously staring at the massive black shadow ahead. A black and white wild giant panda blocked their path. Baka, how can there be a wild giant panda here? Sang Tian said, his face full of despair. Don't be afraid, we have machetes 2 against 1, we are not afraid of it. In Xiao Tu's right hand, he held a sharp and shiny machete. This was part of Sang Tian's beginner's package. Meanwhile, Sukin just returned to the cave and settled Tuan and Yuan when he received a system prompt. Detection shows that the host has been working too hard lately and not enough slacking off. A new task is issued. Let the Sakura country witness the power of a slacker. Task requirements: the host needs to perform slacking actions in front of the contestants from Sakura country, ultimately using the power of the bear to take down the opponent. The specific coordinates of the opposing contestant have been provided. The more thoroughly the host slacks off, the more the opponent's mentality will collapse, yielding greater rewards. Estimated reward: basic animal communication. Please host promote the spirit of slacking off and completely crush the opponent's belief. Upon hearing the introduction of the new task from the system, Sukin could hardly suppress the smile creeping onto his lips. With only 4 tasks in total, how come 2 of them involve Xiao Tu Zai Ji? Sukin pondered for a moment, holding the grilled fish as he set off toward the coordinates provided by the system. Before long, in a dense forest, Sukin spotted 2 contestants confronting a large bear. One of the contestants, covered in dirt and grime, was none other than Sukin's old friend Xiao Tu Zai Ji. If it weren't for the supplies and wild chickens he had provided, Sukin's life would not have been so comfortable. As for the other contestant, a burly figure, he was likely Xiao Tu Zai Ji's teammate. Xiao Tu Zai Ji held a machete, his gaze fixed fiercely on the large bear 10 meters away. The bear emitted a series of low growls, warning them to leave its territory. You think you can harm the bear with just a machete? Sukin shook his head. With that speed, it will probably sweat you to death before you even react. Sukin had great confidence in the bear's speed and strength. Without any firearms, these 2 would merely be delivering themselves as prey. Oh, isn't this the Xiao Tu Zai Ji contestant who delivered wild chickens to me? Sukin strutted over, holding the grilled fish. What a coincidence we meet again. Sukin took a bite of fish, his mouth greasy. Why did you bring a helper this time? Afraid of falling into a trap and not being able to climb out alone. Seeing Sukin appear right before him, Xiao Tu Zai Ji's face brightened, fearing Sukin would hide. He never expected him to come right to him. Isn't this like serving a head on a platter? But seeing Sukin's casual demeanor, still munching on grilled fish, his expression darkened. After days of rough living, eating nothing but tree bark and wild grass, how could this guy be enjoying such good food? Baka, last time it was just your luck taking advantage of the terrain. Thinking of the humiliation of being buried alive last time, Xiao Tu Zai Ji's chest heaved with anger. This time let's have a proper duel. I will defeat you with the spirit of the Sakura country's warriors. Or has that contestant lost connection? After a round of checks, a staff member reported, Director Zhang, the screen is functioning normally, and do all people from the Sakura country repay kindness with enmity? Baka, give me your life. Xiao Tu Zai Ji, enraged, charged at Sukin with his knife. In the next moment, a shadow blocked his path. Seeing the fierce-looking giant panda ahead, Xiao Tu Zai Ji instantly regained his sanity. Baka, what is this damn giant panda doing? In the live stream, the audience applauded. Bear, want to touch my man? You must get past me first. Great job, Bear. Crush these 2 filthy invaders. Sakura country viewers, our 2 contestants are armed. We're not afraid of a wild giant panda. Dragon country viewers, Humph, do you really think a machete can beat a wild giant panda? Sukin stepped out from behind the bear. Oh, this grilled fish smells so good. A gentle breeze swept by, the aroma of grilled fish wafting through the air, making both Xiao Tu Zai Ji and Sang Tian's stomachs growl. The tense atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Sukin bit into the fish skin. Tisk, this fish skin is perfectly grilled, crispy and fragrant. The taste of wild fish is simply unmatched. Sang Tian swallowed hard, nearly starving to the point of his stomach touching his back. This grilled fish looks so appetizing. Xiao Tu Zai Ji angrily slapped the back of his head. Useless fool. If we kill him, doesn't that grilled fish belong to us? Holding the back of his head, Sang Tian's eyes gleamed with ferocity. You're right. Kill this damn dragon country person and eat the grilled fish. The bear's nostrils flared, catching the scent of grilled fish. It turned its body and charged towards Sukin. Great. This dumb bear is going to take care of Sukin. Let's wait here until it kills Sukin. Watching the bear charge straight at Sukin, Xiao Tu Zai Ji's lips curled into a cruel smile. He could almost envision the scene of Sukin being swatted to death by this wild giant panda. These past few days, he had seen many official notifications of contestants being eliminated by wild giant pandas. This thing is particularly dangerous. Don't even mention Sukin, this scrawny university student. Even he would probably be done for if he encountered it alone. Yes, that's the one. Kill him quickly. Xiao Tu Zai Ji stared intensely, not wanting to miss the scene of Sukin being killed by a single swipe. However, the next scene completely shattered his worldview. The fierce and brutal giant panda, instead of attacking, lowered its head and nuzzled against Sukin's embrace. That look, it seemed like it was being affectionate. Xiao Tu Zai Ji's eyes nearly bulged out, his mind blank, unable to comprehend the scene before him. What? Isn't that a wild giant panda? Why is it so docile? Sang Tian's mouth fell open in disbelief. Is this the same giant panda that just blocked our path? Did it want to kill us, just now? Why is it behaving like a little kitten in front of Sukin? Sukin rubbed the bear's head, tearing off a piece of fish to feed it. Alright, let's deal with the enemies first, then I'll cook you some grilled fish. The bear savored the grilled fish, licking its lips in satisfaction. It slowly turned its body, its gaze toward the two behind, filled only with the murderous intent of a beast toward intruders. Big brother, it's looking at us. Sang Tian was terrified by the bear's gaze, his legs shaking. It wouldn't want to kill us, would it? How did Sukin do this? It's impossible for a human to command a wild giant panda to kill, eh? Xiao Tu Zaiji's face turned pale, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. Roar! The bear let out an angry roar, its limbs exerting force, charging toward the two like an intercontinental missile. It's over, it's coming. Run! Fear overcame Sang Tian's reason as he abandoned Xiao Tu Zaiji and ran back. Baka! Useless fool! Xiao Tu Zaiji spat, gripping his knife, charging directly at the bear's. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. Before Xiao Tu Zaiji could draw his knife, a shadow moving at lightning speed had already sent him flying. His body fell like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the pile of fallen leaves. Gazing at Sukin, his pupils gradually lost focus. The bear's swipe had severely injured him, bringing him to the brink of death. Sukin walked up to him, unhurriedly taking the machete from his hand. You know, just coming here is fine, but why do you keep bringing me such big gifts? It feels so embarrassing. Hearing this, Xiao Tu Zaiji's anger peaked, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing his breath. Contestant Xiao Tu Zaiji from the Sakura country is dead. Cause of death: killed by a wild giant panda, excessive emotional distress. Roar! Once again looking at the back of the other person, the bear galloped forward and chased after him. 10 seconds later, another notification arrived. Contestant Sang Tian from the Sakura country is dead. Cause of death: killed by a wild giant panda. In less than half a minute, the bear had killed 2 people. Xiongda swiftly eliminated 2 individuals, leaving the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the one who acted coyly in front of Sukin would be so fierce against enemies? The power level was astonishingly off the charts. Inside the highest command room of Sakura Nation, there was a dead silence. The senior elders were furious. Damn Sukin. He actually killed Xiao Tu Zaiji again. He is a special soldier of our kamikaze special team. Twice he failed to demonstrate his strength and was killed by despicable means. The elder Shinjo angrily slammed the table. Continue to revive Xiao Tu Zaiji. He is the hope of our Sakura Nation. We cannot give up on him like this. An elder showed a difficult expression. However, reviving him this time requires 2 points of national fortune, and we only have 9 points left. Elder Shinjo, as if cornered like a gambler, said, this time let him avoid Sukin. This guy is too sinister. With Xiao Tu Zaiji's strength, he can definitely dominate in the wild. Sakura Nation has spent 2 points of national fortune to revive Xiao Tu Zaiji. Currently, Sakura Nation's national fortune points 7 points. When the national fortune points reach 0, the entire country will be completely erased. Please use each national fortune point wisely. In the wilderness world by a lake, a figure appeared. When Xiao Tu Zaiji regained consciousness, the pain of his torn body still lingered in his soul. After a moment of adaptation, he remembered that he had died twice at Sukin's hands. Xiao Tu Zaiji's face turned red and his temples pulsed. Baka! Sukin, I swear I will kill you with my own hands in this life. A notification sound from his wristwatch rang out, relaying the elder's instruction. Xiao Tu Zaiji, this time please avoid Sukin, develop in silence, and don't rush for revenge. Seeing the country's directive, Xiao Tu Zaiji gradually calmed down. Indeed, Sukin was incredibly lucky. Now he even had a giant panda as a bodyguard. Facing him now would be a dead end. First gather strength, then wait for the right moment for revenge. Xiao Tu Zaiji suppressed his anger, identified his location, and began his 3rd wilderness survival journey. At the scene, Sukin picked up a machete to examine it. The blade was sharp and the body was smooth. It would definitely be suitable for cutting bamboo. Then he approached another contestant and opened his backpack. Inside were a few pieces of edible tree bark, a frying pan, and some salt. Tree bark. You eat this stuff? Sukin expressed his disdain, casually tossing the bark aside and picking up the frying pan. With the frying pan, I can cook fish later. The salt is also nice. It can add some flavor to the grilled fish. Sukin happily collected his spoils as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. Let Sakura Nation witness the power of the slacker. Reward obtained: basic animal communication ability. Please continue to demonstrate the power of the slacker and live a completely laid-back life. Basic animal communication. Does that mean I can communicate with animals now? Sukin waved at Xiongda, who wobbled its clumsy limbs and excitedly ran towards him. Ing, fishy fragrant. A Xiongda lowered its round head, rubbing against Sukin's embrace, making a whimpering sound. Sukin joyfully discovered that he could now roughly understand Xiongda's meaning. Xiongda, you did great in this battle. I'll cook fish for you later. Sukin rubbed Xiongda's fluffy head, and it seemed to understand, eagerly lying down to signal Sukin to get. This ability is great. I won't have to struggle to communicate with Xiongda anymore. Sukin happily climbed onto Xiongda's back, giving its plump rear a pat ready to head back. In a thicket of a forest, Yao Yuan crouched in the shadows, showing only his pair of eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and pressed his ear to the ground. This sound. It seems some large animal is approaching from afar. Yao Yuan slowed his breathing, remaining completely still, blending in with the environment. He could feel the noise growing stronger. Something was approaching him. Yao Yuan's heart raced to his throat. Now he was unarmed, and if a large beast in the wilderness discovered him, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. In the next moment, a wild giant panda running at high speed appeared before him. He quickly lowered his body, his heart pounding. What shocked Yao Yuan was that this wild giant panda was carrying a human. The person had something resembling a frying pan on their head, lying flat on the panda's back, completely obscured from view. Who is this person? How can they ride a wild giant panda? This scene completely shattered Yao Yuan's. While others would detour around wild giant pandas, he was actually riding on one. Moreover, just a few minutes earlier he had received official news that 2 contestants from Sakura Nation were eliminated by a giant panda. Could it be him? Is he commanding the giant panda to kill humans everywhere? Recently, nearly 100 contestants killed by giant pandas were all because of him. Thinking of this, Yao Yuan's heart almost skipped a beat. Su Kan's gradually receding figure transformed into the Grim Reaper in his heart. I can't stay here any longer, it's too dangerous. Yao Yuan resolved to leave this area as quickly as possible. If this person set their sights on him, he would be the next to die. In the live stream, viewers watched as Su Kan and Yao Yuan were so close, eagerly hoping they would meet. However, unexpectedly, Yao Yuan was too well hidden, and Su Kan didn't notice him at all. I'm so anxious. Captain Yao Yuan, come out quickly. That person is Su Kan, your teammate. Did Yao Yuan misunderstand something? I feel all I see in his eyes is caution and wariness. If you encountered someone riding a giant panda with a frying pan on their head in the wilderness, would you be scared? Hiss. Now that you mention it, it's true. Official, please send a message to Yao Yuan telling him to find Su Kan and join up. Yes, other countries can communicate with their contestants, why can't our country? The order of communication is based on the order of contestants entering. Our country is ranked at the back with half a day's time left. I'm already looking forward to the scene where Team Yao learns that Su Kan is the person he imagined as the Grim Reaper. For Yao Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows, Su Kan truly did not notice him. Master-level environmental detection consumed a lot of mental energy, and except for necessary situations, he usually did not activate this ability. You silly bird, why haven't you flown away yet? Su Kan looked up at the foul-mouthed parrot perched at the top of the cave. The parrot tilted its head, its gaze fixed on Su Kan. Bakayuru. Su Kan had initially wanted to communicate with it using animal language, but it seemed this silly bird had a low IQ and could only repeat itself. Forget it, if you want to stay, then stay. Su Kan waved his hand in resignation, too lazy to scold it anymore. The more he cursed, the more it learned, and in the end it would just use those words to scold him. With such a foul mouth, let's call you Little Baka then. Su Kan nodded, finding the name quite fitting. The parrot flew onto Su Kan's head, ready to taunt him up close. Damn it, are you going to call again? You silly bird. Su Kan's face was filled with black lines. If he could catch it, he really wanted to tie its beak shut with a rope. In the live stream, the audience was amused by the foul-mouthed parrot. Haha. As soon as he came back, Su Kan was scolded terribly by this parrot. It looks like Brother Kan wants to catch it and make soup. Little Baka is really interesting. It's the only creature that can scold Brother Kan while sitting on his head and remains unharmed. Su Kan could no longer be bothered with the silly bird. Little Baka, feeling bored, flew over to tease the 2 little fur balls. It flitted back and forth in front of them, causing the 2 little fluff balls to roll around on the ground, trying to catch it. Xiongda leaned against the cave wall, gnawing on the roasted fish Su Kan had made long ago. At that moment, Su Kan suddenly noticed something moving beside Xiongda. Upon closer inspection, it was a nearly 1 meter long brownish-gray venomous snake with a triangular head. The patterns and the highly distinctive triangular head immediately reminded Su Kan of a terrifying venomous snake, the Mongshan pit viper. With the toxicity of this creature, just a few milligrams of venom could kill an adult male. Su Kan's pupils suddenly constricted and his blood ran cold. Xiongda, that's a poisonous snake. Its venom is very potent. In the live stream, the audience's hearts were also racing along with Su Kan. What the hell? There was actually a poisonous snake in the house while Xiongda was away. This thing is highly toxic. Su Kan, run away. What's there to be afraid of? I got bitten once when I was 20, and I'm still thriving at 18. Don't panic, this thing will only leave 2, well, it's 1 on you, and 1 on the ground. That's called a grave. Su Kan was in a panic, but Xiongda was unfazed as it casually swayed its body. It glanced at the poisonous snake by the wall, and slapped it down, capturing it. Then Xiongda brought it to its mouth, opening wide, and slurping it in like noodles. The entire nearly 1 meter long poisonous snake was consumed as food. Xiongda patted its belly, and continued to sit down, gnawing on the leftover fish bones. Sukin was already dumbfounded. Was Xiongda really this fierce? What the hell? Did I just see that? Xiongda actually ate that poisonous snake. That's too savage. How can it be as easy as eating spicy strips? This is a wild giant panda. Eating a poisonous snake is as casual as eating spicy strips. Sukin silently gave Xiongda a thumbs up. You are truly impressive. Glancing at Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, the two little guys were still chasing little Baka. Every now and then they would lose their balance and tumble to the ground. Sukin ignored them and took out the machete from his backpack. The current task was to use the machete he had just obtained to chop some bamboo and make something. Sukin thought for a moment and decided to make a bamboo cup first. With a bamboo cup, he wouldn't have to run to the stream for water anymore. Holding the newly obtained machete, Sukin approached the bamboo forest outside the cave. Choosing a sturdy bamboo stalk, Sukin gripped the knife with both hands and struck down forcefully at the lower half of the bamboo. Clang. With a sound, Sukin's tiger mouth went numb. The bamboo didn't budge at all. Only a faint white mark appeared on the surface, indicating that it had suffered Sukin's attack. Sukin was furious and struck down several more times. The white mark deepened. Sukin was even angrier and silently switched to a thinner bamboo stalk. There is no difficulty in the world as long as one is willing to give up. If I can't chop the thick one, can I not chop the thin one? Clang. With a single strike, bamboo leaves flew everywhere. Upon closer inspection, the damage to the bamboo reached 10. Sukin was speechless. Why is the bamboo in this wild world so hard? Moreover, the system doesn't add any stamina points for him, as if afraid he would slack off if his stamina was too high. Ing, bamboo, do you want to eat? Sukin heard Xiongda's voice and his eyes lit up. Right, didn't he have a helper? Why should he do it himself? Wouldn't it be better to let Xiongda help him? After communicating with Xiongda for a while, he quickly made the other understand his intentions. Xiongda stood in front of the bamboo and gently waved its paw, slapping it. Suddenly, bamboo leaves flew everywhere, and the sound of bamboo cracking echoed. The whole stalk of bamboo was easily broken and fell to the ground. Xiongda turned around, raised its paw, and nudged Sukin's small body with its nose. Ing. Xiong is strong, you're not strong. Xiongda shook its head at Sukin. Sukin was angry. This guy could still mock him now. In the live stream, the audience was amused by Xiongda's sudden mockery. Xiongda is amazing. Such a thick stalk of bamboo, and it snapped it with a single slap. Ha ha, now Xiongda can even mock people. It really is becoming more intelligent. Sukin just admit defeat. How can a human's body compare to a panda? Sukin has truly become a kept boy by Xiongda, relying on it for food and shelter, even needing Xiongda's help to chop bamboo. But thinking about it carefully, this kind of life isn't so bad. Sukin pouted, too lazy to argue with a giant panda. When it comes time for roast fish tonight, let's see how you beg me. Xiongda hugged the bamboo, and Sukin followed behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Sukin suddenly noticed a cluster of golden flowers blooming at the edge of the bamboo. Upon closer inspection, a whole patch of wild chrysanthemums was blooming in the corner of the bamboo forest. The bright yellow flowers emitted a fragrance, and Sukin took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. What the hell? Is this wild chrysanthemum? What luck does Sukin have? Even chopping bamboo can yield rewards. This thing is great for making tea, clearing heat, and detoxifying, refreshing the mind. Sukin has struck gold this time. Xiongda turned around, noticing Sukin stopped in front of the wild chrysanthemums, and hurried over. Ing, flowers fragrant. Xiongda plucked a flower bud and brought it to its mouth. Puff, puff, puff. A bitter taste spread through its mouth, and the bitterness made Xiongda spit out the water immediately. Sukin laughed, rubbing its head to comfort it. This isn't something to eat directly, it needs to be used to brew tea to bring out the aroma. Ha ha, Xiongda is really a foodie. It has to taste anything new it encounters. Xiongda, what is this? I've never seen it before, let me taste it first. Sukin picked all the wild chrysanthemums and planned to dry them for tea later. The next moment, the voice of the National Fortune game rang out. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Sukin for obtaining a patch of wild chrysanthemums, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Wild chrysanthemums 1000 pieces have now been distributed to random areas in Dragon Country. Inside the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, a dozen leaders excitedly gazed at the screen displaying scenes from across the nation. In a barren wasteland, a large area of vibrant yellow wild chrysanthemums suddenly appeared. In a community garden, a patch of wild chrysanthemums had mysteriously sprung up. Director Zhang excitedly waved his fists. Wonderful. Thanks to Sukin, the ecological environment of the Dragon Kingdom has gained another plant. On this day, a hint of fragrant chrysanthemum scent unexpectedly filled the air, which was otherwise laden with industrial pollution. That was the aroma of blooming wild chrysanthemums. In the wilderness, Sukin held a bunch of golden wild chrysanthemums, spreading them out under the sun to dry. He cut bamboo with a machete, and soon several simple bamboo cups were fashioned. At the same time, water in a frying pan began to bubble. The water is boiling, time to brew some tea. Sukin poured the boiling stream water into a bamboo cup. At the bottom of the cup, several wild chrysanthemum petals already prepared swirled with the flow of water finally floating on the surface. The rising steam mixed with the fragrance of the wild chrysanthemums, accompanied by the fresh scent of the bamboo cup. Sukin leaned closer, taking a deep breath, and his lungs were instantly filled with the aroma. Gently blowing on it, he took a sip, and his eyes instantly lit up. What a fine tea! This flavor was fragrant with a hint of sweetness, perfectly balancing the slight bitterness of the wild chrysanthemums with the refreshing taste of the bamboo cup and the sweetness of the stream water. After a few more sips, Sukin felt rejuvenated, all mental fatigue washed away. While other competitors couldn't even find a sip of fresh water, how did Sukin start enjoying tea? Look at that enjoyment. This chrysanthemum tea must taste delightful. After all, it's wild chrysanthemum preserving the purest flavor of the flower. Sukin finished a cup and was about to brew another. Ing, water fragrant. Bearda approached, sniffing at the chrysanthemum tea. Do you want some tea too? Sukin chuckled. Ing, fragrant, want a drink? Sukin laughed, ruffling Bearda's head, having made several bamboo cups to let these three bears taste the chrysanthemum tea. Sukin placed 4 cups on the ground, added wild chrysanthemums, and poured in boiling water. The infusion complete, Bearda eagerly mimicked Sukin, cradling a cup with its paws and bringing it to its mouth. It first sniffed as the boiling water completely released the fragrance of the wild chrysanthemums rushing into its nostrils. Bearda extended its tongue and lightly licked a sip. Ing, water delicious. Bearda directly put the bamboo cup into its mouth, finishing the chrysanthemum tea in one go. Feeling unsatisfied, it leaned closer to Sukin. Where's your bamboo cup? Bearda spread its paws, looking all pitiful. Sukin was stunned. I asked you to drink tea, and you ate the cup. Bearda, you can't eat the bamboo cup. How can we hold the tea then? Sukin chuckled. This guy was too greedy, pulling out another bamboo cup, brewing another cup of tea, and Bearda eagerly poured it into its mouth, finishing it in seconds. Sukin chuckled. This guy was too greedy, pulling out another bamboo cup, brewing another cup of tea, and Sukin poured another cup for it, personally demonstrating how to sip tea slowly. Bearda copied him, squatting by the wall, licking the tea water from the cup in small sips. That's right. Sukin nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the ground. Tuan, holding a teacup about as thick as its 2 arms, tilted its head back, sipping the tea. Occasionally it would stick out its pink tongue and puff out air because the tea was too hot. The viewers in the live stream were astonished by this scene. What am I seeing? Even giant pandas can drink tea now? Sukin is truly impressive. He actually taught Bearda to taste tea. As a national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom, is it surprising to taste tea? Bearda simply treats it as sweet water. Did you see it, even eating the bamboo cup? Haha, Bearda is a true foodie. It's the first time I've seen a bear drink tea and eat the cup too. On sight, the 1 human and 3 bears leisurely lay on the ground, patting their round bellies. Go-go-da. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed. Sukin suddenly stood up, spotting a brightly colored wild chicken foraging in the nearby bamboo grove. I've eaten roasted fish and bamboo shoots daily. It's just the right time to switch to something different. The first meal Sukin enjoyed in this wilderness world was called beggar's chicken, and the wild chicken before him was even larger than the last one. Even if he shared it with Bearda and the others, they would still have a feast. Sukin cautiously stepped out of the cave, lowering his posture to avoid detection. The wild chicken had not yet noticed the approaching danger and was pecking at the small bugs on the ground. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Sukin crept closer, spreading his arms to mimic an eagle catching a chick, and suddenly lunged at the wild chicken. Go-go-da. The wild chicken reacted quickly. Even at such close range, it still managed to evade Sukin. Sukin looked at the flying wild chicken. This is so unfair. You can fly. How is this supposed to work? No wonder Xiao Tu chased it all day and couldn't catch up. This creature was highly alert and could fly, making it hard to catch. Wild chicken didn't expect this, did you? I can fly. Wild chickens can all fly. I once encountered one in the mountains that flew several hundred meters away. Haha, the wild chicken that was mine flew away. Sakura Country viewers, useless kid. If our Xiao Tu can't catch it, what makes you think you can? Sukin glanced at the wild chicken. Fortunately, it hadn't flown far, just beside the bamboo grove in front of the cave. He quietly crept closer and made another desperate lunge. Go-go-da. The wild chicken was even more alert this time. As soon as Sukin moved, it flew away. Sukin angrily pounded the ground. Was it really impossible to catch? Just then Bearda waddled over to the cave entrance clumsily. It glanced at Sukin lying on the ground and shook its head. Ing, your weak bear is here. Once again looked down upon by Bearda, Sukin brushed off the dirt and stood up, feeling a bit unconvinced. I don't believe it. With your large size, how can you catch a flying wild chicken? However, Bearda was about to give him another lesson. Bearda slowly walked behind the wild chicken, raised its paw, and with one swift strike, its entire paw blurred into a black flash. Go-go-da. A piercing cry from the wild chicken rang out as Bearda's paw clamped down on the chicken like an iron vice. Bearda held the wild chicken by the neck, walking in front of Sukin and proudly shaking its round head. Bearkin, you can't. Sukin. Sukan's mouth twitched slightly. How did Bearda learn to mock him after catching prey? The viewers in the live stream were in stitches. Haha, this giant panda is too amazing. It even knows how to mock Sukan. I can't stop laughing. Sukan absolutely never expected to be mocked by a giant panda in his life. There's nothing he can do. After all, Sukan is being supported by Bearda. Xiao Rizi isn't mocking Sukan for not catching the wild chicken. With a giant panda's help, there's no need to catch it himself. Sakura Country viewers, this is too unscientific. Why does he always have a giant panda helping him with everything? You silly bird. You silly bird. On sight, a green-feathered little parrot flitted around Sukan non-stop with its high-level mock. Stop yelling. Do you even know what this means? Why are you here making a fuss? Sukan, feeling exasperated, thought to himself. Even being mocked by Bearda was one thing, but why was this annoying parrot joining in? Haha, the little parrot knows how to deliver the final blow. This parrot is truly amazing. It didn't make a peep earlier, and now I see it was just gathering power to mock Sukan when he made a fool of himself. After Sukan harvested the wild pheasant, a notification from the National Fortune game flashed on his wristband. Congratulations to Longwa contestant Sukan for acquiring one wild pheasant, triggering the 10,000-fold return. 1000 wild pheasants have now been deployed to the return plaza. In the next instant, countless robust wild pheasants surged forth from the glowing portal at Longwo's return plaza. Gaguda, Gaguda. Onlookers beside the plaza erupted into utter frenzy. Holy cow, so many pheasants. Thank you, Sukan. Isn't this the second time he's triggered a pheasant return? Sukan is absolutely phenomenal. Nearly every day he delivers vital supplies to Longwa. Still calling him Sukan. I hereby declare Kanshin, the Radiant Lord Su, is the greatest contestant of all. Absolutely. Gratitude to Kanshin. Meanwhile, deep within the wilderness game, Sukan returned to the stream side and bled and plucked the pheasant. Kindling the fire, skewering the bird, roasting. It was all second nature to Sukan by now. Half an hour later, under the fierce heat, the pheasant sizzled upon the flames, exuding rich, glistening fat. The golden fat dripped steadily onto the embers, igniting miniature bursts of flame. An intensely savory aroma instantly saturated the entire air. Delicious. I want it. Xiongda's mouth watered visibly, his glossy black eyes locked unblinkingly onto the roasting bird. Sukan inspected it. The skin was a crisp, burnished gold, glistening with a delicate sheen of rendered fat. Nearly ready to eat. He nodded, lifting the roasted pheasant from the fire. This time I'll use the newly acquired salt. Flavor should be even more extraordinary. Sukan retrieved the coarse sea salt he'd obtained from Sangtian and sprinkled it evenly across the bird's surface. SSSSS. The translucent salt crystals struck the searing hot skin and instantly dissolved, unleashing an even richer, deeper fragrance, intensified and magnified by the salt itself. He have the pheasant, offering one portion to Xiongda. The remaining half would more than satisfy both himself and the twin cubs Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Sukan sank his teeth into a tender strip of thigh meat and tore it away with a firm, satisfying pull. The rich, smoky essence of the poultry fused instantly with the sharp, clean bite of salt exploding across his palate. An overwhelming, almost transcendent umami flooded his taste buds. His eyes lit up. Seasoning it with salt truly elevates the flavor to another realm. Beside him, Xiongda took a bite, and his glossy black eyes widened to the size of saucers. In all his life, he had never tasted anything so exquisitely delicious. Meat, so fragrant. Clutching the scalding hot pheasant in both paws, Xiongda lowered his head and devoured it with rapturous fervor. Viewers watching the live stream were practically drooling. How does Sukan manage such gourmet feasts every single day? Please, Sukan, go easy on yourself for once. Roast fish for lunch, roast pheasant for dinner. His life is far more luxurious than ours. Don't even talk about it. I've never eaten as well as these giant pandas. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan gazed longingly at their mother, who was utterly absorbed in her meal. Yet Xiongda had already forgotten her two cubs entirely. In that moment, her entire world narrowed to this one sumptuous pheasant. This glutton. She forgets her own children the moment something delicious appears. Honestly, I wonder how Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan ever grew so large. Sukan shook his head, speechless. The two little cubs, seeing their mother ignore them completely, turned to Sukan with pitiful, pleading eyes. They scrambled up his calf and nestled themselves contentedly upon his thighs. Sukan tore off small morsels of meat and fed them to the twins. Mama's meat, so delicious. Understanding their babbling, Sukan's lips twitched faintly. Did these little ones truly believe he was their mother? Ha ha. So who's the real mother here? Sukan has officially become a panda nanny. Ha. Bakayuru. Xiao Bagua, enticed by the irresistible aroma, fluttered onto Sukan's shoulder and squawked twice. Sukan chuckled. You want some too? Say big brother, and you'll get a bite. Xiao Bagua tilted its head. Big brother. Laughing, Sukin tore off a sliver of crispy skin and offered it to the bird's beak. That's right. Follow Big Brother, and Big Brother will feed you meat. Having devoured it, Xiao Bagua flapped its wings joyfully. Big Brother, follow Big Brother for meat. Follow Big Brother for meat. As Sukin fed it the last morsels, he gently stroked its sleek, glossy feathers. Truth be told, they felt remarkably soft, silky, and smooth beneath his fingertips. When the final scrap was gone and Sukin himself was satiated, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. Xiao Bagua had finally mastered the title of Big Brother. Teaching it wasn't difficult at all, just a little food incentive, and it obediently called him Big Brother. Whoa, already calling him Big Brother. Xiao Bagua, how could you bow your head for mere scraps? Sukin actually tamed this foul-mouthed parrot. Big Brother. Meat. Xiao Bagua hadn't had its fill. Sukin spread his hands. All gone. Next time I'll share again. Enraged, Xiao Bagua darted to the top of his head and began pecking furiously. Bakayuru. You dumb bird. You dumb bird. Sukin swatted upward in frustration. You pick up the bowl to call me mother, then set it down to curse me, yeah. Xiao Bagua darted faster still. Sukin couldn't land a single blow. Circling him, it shrieked gleefully. Big Brother. You dumb bird. Big Brother. Are you ill, eh? Sukin's forehead darkened with a vein. Had this bird learned to combine insults? Ha ha. Of course this foul-mouthed parrot wouldn't submit easily. It only bowed for food. One bite. And it's Big Brother, this Big Brother, that no food left. And suddenly Big Brother's a dumb bird. Even birds bow beneath the eaves when survival demands it. This parrot changes faces faster than any woman. Sukin ignored the foolish bird. He'd been outdoors for hours. Nightfall was drawing near. Mounting Xiongda, he rode home, accompanied by 3 bears and 1 parrot. Deep in the wilderness forest atop a fruit tree, Yao Yuan crouched, savoring a wild peach. He'd discovered the tree earlier, its branches heavy with plump, juicy, dew-fresh peaches. A pity it didn't trigger the 10,000-fold return. Otherwise, my fellow Longwa citizens could have enjoyed these peaches too. Once sated, Yao Yuan wiped his mouth and gazed eastward, shuddering inwardly. Several contestants were eliminated today by wild giant pandas. Lucky I fled fast. If that man riding the giant panda had spotted me, I'd be the one dead. Just then his wristband vibrated sharply. Yao Yuan glanced down, and his heart leapt with ecstatic disbelief. A message from the state itself. Yet moments later he froze utterly, petrified into stone. Comrade Yao Yuan, the human you encountered riding a giant panda is Longwa contestant Su. The cave you discovered is in fact his residence. Frowning, Yao Yuan read it over and over, certain he hadn't misread a single character. This was undeniably an official communication from Longwa, its authenticity beyond doubt. If true then, Yao Yuan swallowed hard. His worldview had just shattered completely. What did it mean? That Sukin ordered a giant panda to eliminate a Sakura Nation contestant. That he tamed a wild giant panda as a mount using nothing but grilled fish. While he'd spent days hiding in terror, Sukin had simply subdued the beast outright. Was this even human? Yao Yuan shook his head, fiercely pivoted, and leapt, vanishing like smoke into the forest. He resolved to go to Sukin himself, to verify the truth of this astonishing report. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the grass. Behind a thicket, Yao Yuan crouched down, observing a cave 50 meters ahead. Inside the cave lay a person cradling 2 panda cubs in their arms. Beside him, an adult wild giant panda was munching on bamboo. Wild chrysanthemums basked in the sun nearby, and the person occasionally lifted a bamboo cup to sip tea. Witnessing this leisurely scene, Yao Yuan nearly questioned his life choices. Is this person really a contestant from the Dragon Country? While he was starving on wild fruit with no safe campsite, only able to sleep 4 hours a day. And here he is drinking tea while holding a panda, leisurely soaking up the sun. He even has a giant panda as a bodyguard. Yao Yuan fell into deep self-doubt, wondering who the real Special Forces soldier was. After observing for a while, Yao Yuan deduced from the person's face that he should be a contestant from the Dragon Country. He slowly emerged from the thicket and called out loudly, "Hello. I am Yao Yuan, a contestant from the Dragon Country. Rest assured I mean no harm." Yao Yuan raised his hands high and slowly approached him. Sukin, who was dozing off, was startled awake by the sudden voice. The panda reacted even faster, charging straight toward Yao Yuan roar. Sensing an intruder in its territory, the panda rushed in front of him, growling lowly. "Don't. I mean no harm. I just want to join up with the contestants from the Dragon Country. Strength lies in numbers." Yao Yuan lowered his voice, trying to soothe the panda. "Panda, don't be aggressive. This is an ally." Sukin rushed in front of the panda, fearing it might accidentally swat Yao Yuan to death. The panda glared suspiciously at Yao Yuan, lowering its head to enjoy Sukin's gentle petting on its head. "Hello, I am Sukin, a contestant from the Dragon Country." Sukin extended his hand. Yao Yuan, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. What did he just see? A wild giant panda, actually lowering its head to enjoy human affection. It looked like the panda was being affectionate. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and extended his hand to shake Sukan's. This is truly incredible. How did you manage to do this? Sukan shrugged. Maybe it's because we get along well. Yao Yuan scrutinized Sukan, who appeared spirited with clean hair, and he looked nothing like someone who was here for survival in the wilderness. He looked more like he was on vacation. Were you the one who killed the contestant from Sakura country on the second day of the competition? Sukan nodded. Just luck. Hiss. Yao Yuan inhaled sharply. He still remembered that the Sakura country contestant had multiple gruesome causes of death. He had thought Sukan was some sort of special forces soldier proficient in various killing techniques. To his surprise, the other party looked harmless, like an innocent university student. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Sukan's mind. Detected the presence of the Scroll King nearby, issuing a new task. Laze around with the Scroll King. Estimated reward: mastery of knowledge about wild flora and fauna. Scroll King versus Lazy King, who will emerge victorious. Please host embody the spirit of laziness and help break the Scroll King's mental defenses, leading him to enjoy a laid-back life together. Sukan was slightly distracted, bringing others to be lazy. This task seemed quite simple. Sukan didn't believe that with sufficient food and water the other party could still be motivated to work hard. The next moment, he wore a smile that was several times more enthusiastic than before as he welcomed Yao Yuan into the cave. The panda cubs shrank back in the corner, watching the unfamiliar human with wary expressions. The little parrot, however, was unafraid and started bombarding Yao Yuan with insults. Baka. You silly bird. Silly bird. Yao Yuan was startled by the insults, finally realizing that a parrot was the one scolding him. Sukan shook his head helplessly. Don't mind it. This silly bird just loves to talk back. Yao Yuan awkwardly nodded. The animals around you all have such unique personalities. The viewers in the live stream were already laughing. Haha. The little parrot just insults everyone it sees. Sukan must be holding back laughter. Finally, he's not the only one getting scolded. Captain Yao Yuan takes Sukan out for a walk. This guy is so lazy, he just loves to lie around. Sukan lies around after every meal. I'm really afraid he'll get fatter and fatter. Yao Yuan surveyed the cave, and with his years of special forces outdoor survival experience, couldn't find any fault with it. This cave is well ventilated on both sides, situated at a high elevation. It truly is an excellent wilderness shelter. How did you discover this cave? Sukan pointed at the panda. This is its cave. It asked me to move in, so I came here. Yao Yuan gave Sukan a thumbs up. You are really impressive. While everyone else is avoiding wild giant pandas, you went ahead and moved into one's home. The more Yao Yuan examined the surroundings, the more astonished he became. What is this bamboo tube? Oh, that's my makeshift bamboo cup for brewing tea. Haven't you treated your wound? Sukan noticed a 10-centimeter long wound on Yao Yuan's arm. No choice. I couldn't find the right herbs in the wild, and the starter kit didn't include any medicine. Yao Yuan shook his head. That won't do. Untreated wounds in the wild can easily lead to infections that threaten your life. Sukan pulled out some dried plantain from the corner and handed it to Yao Yuan. This is plantain. Yao Yuan, with his keen eyes, recognized it immediately. He accepted the plantain, his hands trembling, unable to believe that Sukan was willing to share such a valuable item. Sukan, you might not have experience in wilderness survival, but you don't realize how precious this is. This plantain can save lives. If you give it to me and later get a wound infection, what will you do? Sukan shrugged and opened his backpack. It was packed full of dried plantain. Is this all? Yao Yuan inhaled sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. After searching for so many days, he hadn't found a single plantain. And Sukan had a whole mound of it. Yes, just use it. Why be polite? Sukan, uninterested in further discussion, directly shoved a handful into Yao Yuan's hands. He'll remember this favor if you ever need help. Yao Yuan will not hesitate. Yao Yuan accepted the plantain and washed it down with water. These are wild peaches I picked. Try the taste. Yao Yuan pulled out some red peaches from his backpack and offered them to Sukan. Without hesitation, Sukan wiped one and popped it into his mouth. With one bite, the juicy flesh of the peach exploded in his mouth. A refreshing peach flavor instantly ignited his taste buds. This tastes great. Ing. The giant panda waddled, overdrawn by the scent. Sukan took out a peach and fed it to the panda. Yao Yuan couldn't comprehend this scene. This is food for survival in the wild. And you just let the panda eat it. Sukan nodded. Food. Later it'll have the panda catch fish. There will be no shortage of food. A giant panda catching fish. Yao Yuan doubted that he and Sukan were participating in the same national survival challenge. Goo. At that moment, a wave of hunger hit. Yao Yuan pulled out some pieces of dried lizard meat from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. This was dried lizard meat, high in protein, perfect for a quick bite when hungry. The taste, however, was not great. Yao Yuan puffed up his cheeks, chewing for over a minute, and then swallowed hard. What is this? So dark. Sukan frowned. Stop eating that. Let's go. We'll take you to eat grilled fish. Sukan mounted the giant panda and turned to Yao Yuan. Keep up. Before he finished speaking, Sukan and the panda vanished in a flash. This was his first step plan. First fill the other up, but once they were full then, it would be convenient to relax. Yao Yuan stood frozen for several seconds before reacting. There is food in this wilderness. We can even eat grilled fish. He hurriedly followed. In the live stream, viewers watched Yao Yuan's face shattered in disbelief and began laughing. I can't wait to see Yao's expression when he eats grilled fish. Yao Yuan's mentality is definitely going to collapse today. What kind of hardships has he been through before? Yao Yuan ran desperately, just managing to keep up. When he finally stopped, they arrived at a small creek. Breathing heavily, Yao Yuan looked at Sukan, who was calm and collected with envy in his eyes. There was no way around it. Sukan had a giant panda as his mount and didn't need to walk at all. Sukan, are you planning to fish in the creek? Yao Yuan gasped, but you don't even have a fishing rod. How can you fish? Fishing is too much trouble. I couldn't be bothered to fish. Sukan chuckled, nodding towards the giant panda. Xiong to show Yao team a trick. Xiong to clumsily moved its limbs, squatting beside the babbling creek. Yao Yuan's mind struggled to comprehend this scene. What was this guy planning to do? In the next moment, Xiong de swung its paw fiercely. Water splashed, creating a rainbow in the sunlight. By the time Yao Yuan reacted, Xiong de had firmly caught a 2-pound crucian carp and tossed it in front of Sukan. What the hell? This giant panda can catch fish. Yao Yuan's mouth fell open, cursing in disbelief. In the next moment, another fish appeared. Within minutes, a dozen lively fish were flopping on the grass. Yao Yuan's brain completely short-circuited. Survival in the national luck game wasn't about contestants fending for themselves in the wilderness, was it? How could it be played like this? The viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back seeing the expression on Yao Yuan's face. Haha, look at Yao team's expression. He's starting to question life. Yao team, everyone is participating in the national luck survival. How can you cheat? Yao team, don't be shocked. The viewers in our live stream have all been through this too. Yao team, can you handle fish scales? Come help me. Hearing Sukan's shout, Yao Yuan finally reacted and hurried to the creek to help scrape the fish scales. While processing the fish in his hands, he couldn't help but salivate uncontrollably. Sukan, what did you do for work? Yao Yuan couldn't help but ask. Special Forces? Wilderness survival expert. Animal communication expert. Sukan shook his head. No, I was just an ordinary freshman in college. Yao Yuan was taken aback. A freshman? How can you get along so well with these animals? Probably because my grilled fish tastes good. This giant panda wants to eat my grilled fish and thus sticks to me. At this moment, Yao Yuan suddenly recalled a serious issue. Recently, many contestants have been killed by wild giant pandas. Did you do that? Sukan shook his head. No, would I be so bored as to go around looking for people to kill? Then why? Sukan explained the whole situation to Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. Good job, Sukan. Let those foreign devils copy your moves and learn to please giant pandas with grilled fish. Now it's all good if we can't win, we might as well lose our lives. After finishing the fish scales, Sukan began grilling the fish. Soon the oil from the fish was forced out by the high heat, dripping into the fire and making crackling sounds. The aroma wafted, making Yao Yuan's stomach growl with hunger. Sukan sprinkled fine salt over the tender fish meat. It's done, eat up. Sukan handed Yao Yuan a skewer of fish meat, and Yao Yuan eagerly took a big bite. A rich, meaty flavor instantly filled his mouth. The skin was crispy, the fish meat tender, melting in his mouth, better than anything he had eaten in these days. He took another bite, nearly bringing him to tears. Not because he was touched, but because he felt wronged. What kind of miserable life had he been living before? He had fought desperately with wild beasts in the forest, eating wild fruits and lizard meat, constantly worrying about the dangers in the forest. While Sukan had to do nothing, following the giant panda, enjoying the good life, living better than a god. He glanced at Sukan, who had 2 little pandas lying on his lap, munching on the fish meat. Sukan had fed them occasionally, making satisfied sounds. Yao Yuan chuckled bitterly while the comments went wild. Special Forces Yao team must be feeling his Dao heart shatter. Yao team, what does my years of Special Forces training count for? It's too tragic that Special Forces have it worse than college students. Yao team's wronged expression could make me laugh for a whole year, haha. Eat more, let Xiong to catch more after you finish, don't be shy. After Sukan was full, he called out to Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan stuffed his mouth with delicious fish meat desperately. Not to mention these few days, ever since the resources of Blue Star were exhausted, he had never eaten such a sumptuous fish feast. Only after filling his belly to the brim did Yao Yuan satisfyingly let out a burp. He looked at Sukan, who was lazily lying on the grass, basking in the sun. 2 little pandas were sleeping beside him, drooling. The giant panda lay nearby, its black and white belly rhythmically rising and falling with its breath. The lush green grass glistened, and a gentle breeze blew by, making the moment tranquil and pleasant. At that moment, Yao team's once tense nerves completely relaxed. A wave of long-lost relaxation enveloped him, making him feel an indescribable ease. Unconsciously, he lay on the grass and fell into a deep sleep. Sukin opened his eyes slightly, a faint smile on his face. The king of survival is like this. In such a relaxed environment, even the king of survival must obediently take a nap. When Yao Yuan woke up again, the sun was almost setting. Looking around, Sukin was roasting a wild rabbit he had somehow caught, handing it to him. Here, freshly roasted wild rabbit, give it a try. Yao Yuan took a bite, and the taste of happiness made his eyes moist. So even in the wilderness one could live so comfortably. After eating, the sun had already set. Returning to the cave, Yao Yuan instinctively said, Sukin, I've had enough sleep during the day, let me keep watch at night. Sukin rolled his eyes, keep watch. This is a giant panda's cave, what are you going to watch? Just sleep obediently, why bother yourself with unnecessary fuss? Sukin rambled on, unzipped the tent, and went to sleep. Want to compete, even in sleep? Not a chance. Yao Yuan rubbed his nose, glancing at the loudly snoring giant panda. With this thing around, it seemed that sleeping at night was indeed very safe. He leaned against the wall, a relaxed smile on his face, and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Sukin thought he had encountered a ghost pressing down on him. It felt like a big stone was on his chest, making it hard to breathe. When he opened his eyes, he realized that two round fluffy balls were pressing down on his chest. The two little fur balls had gained several pounds over the week, making them feel like two small mountains. The tent zipper had been pulled open slightly. Without thinking, these two little guys had learned to open the zipper and secretly climbed onto him in the middle of the night. Have you really taken me as your mom? Sukin shook his head, lifting one little guy with one hand, and walked out. He placed the round little ones on Xiongda and hands on his hips, scolded. You are pandas, not humans. Xiongda is your mother. Go find it when you sleep at night. Don't come looking for me, understand? The little ones didn't care, just kept rubbing up against Sukin, cuddling and acting cute. Ing, Mom. Sukin slapped his forehead, speechless. The viewers in the live stream were almost dying of laughter. Ha ha ha, such a warm scene. So early in the morning, it's really killing me with laughter. These two little guys are simply too cute. They really think of Sukin as their mother, ha ha ha. Sukin, don't tease me. I dream of hugging soft panda cub. Sukin swept a glance around, but didn't find Yao Yuan. When he walked to the cave entrance and saw Yao Yuan, his expression completely froze. There Yao Yuan was bare-chested, vigorously chopping bamboo with a machete. Before him lay a large batch of finished bamboo products. Bamboo buckets, bamboo bowls, bamboo chopsticks. He had even crafted bamboo baskets. Sukin held his forehead, realizing he had been too careless. While he was still asleep, this workaholic had already made so many things. If this continued, what would happen if the system mission failed? In the live stream, viewers were stunned to see Yao Yuan's early morning productivity. Is this Captain Yao's true strength? Give him a machete, and I bet he could build a bamboo house. The machete was wasted in Sukin's hands, but Captain Yao has put it to good use. Life is about to get even better now. Pots, bowls, ladles. We have all kinds of daily necessities. Morning, Sukin. Last night was the most solid sleep I've had. Yao Yuan greeted Sukin with a cheerful smile. Sukin nodded with a stern face, leaving Yao Yuan utterly bewildered. What's wrong? You don't seem too happy. As Yao Yuan moved to chop more bamboo, Sukin bellowed, stop right there. Don't chop anymore. Yao Yuan froze. Huh? I was thinking of making a bamboo bed so we don't have to sleep on the ground. Sukin fabricated an excuse. This bamboo grove belongs to Big Bear. If you cut it all down, what will he eat? Yao Yuan slapped his forehead. Oh, I see. I really didn't think of that. This is Big Bear's food source. He'll go look around nearby, see if there's other bamboo. Before he could finish, Sukin sharply interrupted. No. The bamboo for miles around is also Big Bear's reserve food. If you cut it, what will he eat? But I can't just sit idle. I can't freeload off you all, can I? Yao Yuan rubbed his neck, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who said you're freeloading? Didn't you give us a few peaches? Sukin straightened up. Besides, we're both Dragon Kingdom contestants. Why keep score? Yao Yuan paused, a wave of warmth surging through his chest. In this cold, desolate wilderness, only this fellow countryman before him could make him feel a long-lost warmth. So what are we doing today? Sukin thought for a moment, then patted his chest. Today, you just follow my lead. Don't do anything else. Then Sukin found a patch of grass bathed in sunlight and lay down lazily. Big Bear and Tuan Yuan also lay down beside him. Yao Yuan was puzzled. Is this just lying down enjoying life? Sukin said impatiently, hurry up and lie down. Later it'll take you to eat grilled fish. When it came to lazing around, Yao Yuan was like a raw recruit. He cautiously lay down on the grass beside Sukin, his stiff body gradually relaxing. So, wilderness life can also be unhurried and comfortable. At noon, Sukin repeated his routine, leading Big Bear to catch fish. After a hearty meal, the 2 men and 3 bears lay down nearby, again basking blissfully in the sun. Lying on the lush green grass, watching the cotton candy-like clouds drift lazily across the sky, a doubt arose in Yao Yuan's heart. All that effort I put in before. What was it all for? Look at Su Kan. He just mooches off the giant pandas every day, living a life far happier than his own. And look at himself, sleeping in the open, barely getting enough to eat, hustling hard, and still not living as comfortably. The next day, having thought it over, Yao Yuan resolved to get something done. But as he worked, Su Kan squatted beside him eating grilled fish. Unable to bear it any longer, Yao Yuan tearfully stopped working and joined Su Kan's slacking crew. Before bed, Yao Yuan secretly vowed not to waste another day like this. On the third day, Yao Yuan lay around again. The slacker life was just too tempting. On the fourth day, Yao Yuan was ready to work hard. But Su Kan caught a rabbit, and after a full meal, Yao Yuan ended up lying around with Su Kan again. On the fifth day, he lay around again. By the seventh day, Yao Yuan could no longer stand this life. He shouldered his backpack filled with dried fish and decided to leave. Yao Yuan realized that whenever he was near Su Kan, he would always be tempted to let his guard down and slack off. Though pleasant, this life was unacceptable for a former Special Forces soldier like him. All day long it was nothing but eat and sleep. Where was the soldier in him? Captain Yao, sure you won't stay? Su Kan asked with a look of regret. Over the past few days, he had successfully led Yao Yuan into a state of total relaxation. Completing the system's mission dragged the workaholic into laziness. The mission rewards were distributed. A vast wealth of knowledge about wild plants and animals was imprinted in his mind, like an encyclopedia. Every plant within sight, he could name and describe its uses. Yao Yuan's face glowed with health. These days of lazing around, eating and sleeping had done him good. Su Kan, I know you mean well. Yao Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze growing more resolute than ever. But I can't accept this version of myself, just slacking off. Yao Yuan could feel the iron will honed in the military being corroded by this comfortable life. An exciting, fulfilling life in the wild. That's what I want. Su Kan shrugged. All right, come visit anytime. His tone was casual, as if the wilderness were a hotel always welcoming guests. In the live stream, comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Our two Dragon Kingdom contestants finally met up, and now they're separating. Captain Yao just doesn't know how to enjoy life. Isn't it great to mooch off Su Kan every day? What do you know? Captain Yao is a soldier. How can he laze around all day? I was hoping Captain Yao would inspire Su Kan to work hard, but instead it's Captain Yao who got corrupted. Su Kan is definitely the king of slacking. Even someone as strong as Captain Yao couldn't resist him. Watching Yao Yuan leave, Su Kan glanced around at all the things Yao Yuan had crafted out of boredom: a bamboo bed, a simple fish smoking rack, various bamboo daily use items, and a stove built from stones. A bamboo bed, a simple fish smoking rack, various bamboo daily use items, and a stove built from stones. Su Kan yawned and stretched. The past few days had been a bit dull, so he decided to go for a walk. With the encyclopedia of flora and fauna knowledge from the system, Su Kan had a feeling this trip would yield new discoveries. And the live stream viewers seeing Su Kan about to leave the cave were filled with anticipation. Is Kenshin finally going out? He's been lazing around for almost a week. Time to get moving. I thought Kenshin was going to spend his whole life near the cave. Didn't expect him to actually want to explore. Will Kenshin find new food this time? Su Kan walked through a dense forest holding a bamboo stick, parting the weeds that blocked his path. Xiongda staggered behind, occasionally stopping to nibble on the vibrant wild fruits by the roadside. The two little creatures had already formed a small circle around him, and Su Kan was reluctant to let them cling to him, while the two little guys followed closely in his footsteps like little shadows. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the dense forest ahead. Su Kan halted his steps and activated his master-level environmental detection. Ahead on a massive wild peach tree hung a dozen wild monkeys. They had glossy fur, some were hanging upside down from branches, while others squatted on the trunk, gnawing on the wild peaches in their hands. Their faces were blue, and the golden fur shimmered brightly in the sunlight, resembling garments woven from threads of gold, creating a striking visual effect. At first glance, Su Kan recognized their species: golden snub-nosed monkeys. The viewers in the live stream were extremely excited to see the golden monkeys suddenly appearing on screen. This fur. It must be a golden snub-nosed monkey. Holy cow! This is a first-class protected animal in our country. Unfortunately, due to a lack of environmental resources, they have gone extinct. Besides the giant panda, I can't believe I've seen the vanished golden snub-nosed monkeys again. Su Kan's live stream always brings me unexpected surprises. Snap! Xiongda stepped on a dry branch, attracting the monkey's attention. Chirp chirp! Immediately the monkey group was thrown into chaos. Dozens of bright watery eyes all turned towards Su Kan's position. As Su Kan took a few steps forward, it triggered a warning from the monkeys. Thud! With a sound, a monkey threw a leftover fruit pit at Su Kan. Xiongda sensed the threat and positioned himself in front of Su Kan, issuing a warning growl towards the monkeys. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. In the official livestream, upon seeing the monkey group seemingly confronting Xiong, Bing Bing frowned slightly. It's actually wild golden snub-nosed monkeys. They look really cute. But they seem to be very vigilant, still warning Sukan. Professor Lee, a wildlife expert, adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Sukan should retreat now, leave. The wild golden snub-nosed monkeys have strong team awareness. Once a conflict arises, relying solely on Xiongda is definitely not enough against them. However, in the footage, Sukan showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he stood in front of Xiongda. Don't be anxious, let me try to communicate with them first. Sukan's actions completely alerted the monkey group. A large male golden snub-nosed monkey leaped down from the tree, standing in front of Sukan, eyeing him with caution. Oh whoa! Sukan squatted down, took a wild fruit from his bag, and tossed it over. Are you the leader of this group of golden snub-nosed monkeys? Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. To his surprise, the monkey merely glanced at the wild fruit, its gaze still warily fixed on Sukan. Its leg muscles were taut, as if ready to pounce and claw at Sukan's face the moment he dared to take a step closer. In the live stream, the viewers watched anxiously hurry and leave Sukan. It looks like it's not in a good mood. It's normal for wild animals to be wary of humans. Viewers from the pickled vegetable country, foolish kid. Do you think you're so lucky that you can bribe the monkey with wild fruit? Viewers from the lighthouse country, you descendants of monkeys, quickly acknowledge this monkey in front of you as your ancestor. Viewers from the cherry blossom country, just wait to die, Sukan. If all these wild monkeys come at you together, do you think that Panda can protect you? Viewers from the dragon country did not hold back, immediately poking at past wounds. I don't remember who tried to replicate Sukan's method of bribing a giant panda with grilled fish and ended up with hundreds of contestants dead. Don't shout, just stick to eating your pickled vegetables. Oh wait, you can't even get pickled vegetables now. Are you thirsty for urine again? If you have the guts, don't leave, just wait to see if God will slap you in the face. In the forest, Sukan took out several types of wild fruits, but the monkeys showed no interest. Instead, they stared at him with faces full of vigilance, even with a hint of hatred and anger. Sukan frowned. Could it be that the wildlife affinity granted by the system was ineffective? At that moment, Sukan noticed a bloody scar on the thigh of the monkey. The surrounding fur was also stained with dark red blood. The wound looked fresh, suggesting that the monkey had just gone through a fierce battle. Sukan took out some plants and leaves and handed them to the monkey. Apply it to the wound. This herb can help heal it faster. The plants and leaves landed at the monkey's feet, which lowered its head to examine them and sniffed at them. Seeing the monkey showed interest, Sukan was delighted. Yes, place it on your bleeding spot. It can help with stopping the bleeding. The golden snub-nosed monkey squeezed the plants and leaves, releasing some juice, and placed it on the wound. Instantly, a cool sensation spread from the wound, accompanied by a slight sting. Moments later, the bleeding indeed stopped. Even the pain had lessened significantly. Chirp, chirp. The big golden snub-nosed monkey let out a few calls, and its gaze towards Sukan held less wariness and more gratitude. Chirp, chirp. The golden snub-nosed monkey turned back and called out to the rest of the group. Instantly, the golden monkeys in the trees all came down and communicated with their leader for a brief moment. Sukan observed closely and found that each of the monkeys bore some injuries. They had just experienced a conflict among their kind. In the wild, it is quite normal for animals to fight over food and territory. Survival of the fittest is the only rule of the jungle. Sukan wanted to take out more plants and leaves from his backpack, but found that he had run out. Noticing that the monkeys were now less wary of him, Sukan stepped forward a couple of steps and addressed the leader. I don't have any more plant and leaves. How about you all follow me back? I have more plant and leaves in my cave. With the animal communication ability granted by the system, it was much easier for Sukan to converse with them. The leader turned back, communicated with the group for a moment, and then squatted in front of Sukan. Chirp, chirp. Thank you, lead the way. Sukan smiled and nodded, turned around, and retraced his steps. The golden snub-nosed leader followed closely behind, with the rest of the monkeys trailing after their leader. Ahead, Xiongda stood beside Sukan, vigilantly watching the golden snub-nosed monkeys, fearing they might ambush Sukan. Thus, a grand procession of golden snub-nosed monkeys wandered through the primitive forest under Sukan's guidance. In the live stream, the audience was utterly stunned. Wait, did Sukan really just trick them into coming back? First, he lured Xiongda with a grilled fish, and now he's lured a group of golden snub-nosed monkeys with a plant and leaf. Sukan communicated with the monkeys in a jumble of sounds for quite some time, and unexpectedly, it seemed they actually understood him. How amazing! Sukan's animal army has gained a new member. Where are the viewers from the pickled vegetable country? Why aren't they shouting anymore? Viewers from the pickled vegetable country, truly amazing. How did Sukan manage this? Viewers from the cherry blossom country, Baka. How could he expand his team again? This poses an even greater threat now. Want to learn? Just bow to your dragon country grandpa, and Sukan will teach you. Returning to the cave, Sukan took out the stored plant and leaves and handed them to the leader of the golden monkeys. It distributed the plants and leaves to all members and personally demonstrated how to use them. The other golden monkeys learned by example, rubbing the leaves with their palms to extract the juice and applying it to their wounds. Moments later, the monkey group was astonished to find that the bleeding had indeed stopped. Gee. The monkey group erupted in excited cheers, bouncing around Sukan. The leader approached, dancing and thanking Sukan. Gigi, thank you for your help. The audience in the live stream was left speechless. These monkeys seem very grateful to Sukan. They are so excited. Human civilization is still too powerful. Pulling out the plant and leaves to stop the bleeding has left the monkeys dumbfounded. Sukan is truly impressive. He has tamed another group of monkeys as his little brothers. At this rate, Sukan will eventually form an animal army to dominate the wilderness. After a brief exchange with the Monkey King, it wanted to invite Sukan to their territory for peaches. This is a gesture of gratitude towards Sukan. Feeling unable to refuse their hospitality, Sukan immediately rode on Berda and returned to the giant wild peach tree. Standing under the tree, Sukan looked up at the massive peach tree. The branches were lush with bright red peaches hanging all over. The golden monkeys, agile and skilled, climbed up the peach tree to pluck the ripest peaches and threw them down to Sukan. Pada. In no time, the peaches in front of Sukan were piling up like a small mountain. Monkeys, don't waste them. We have enough to eat, or we won't finish them. The enthusiasm of the golden monkeys left Sukan pleasantly surprised as he bent down to pick up a peach and took a bite. Juice splattered everywhere, and the fresh aroma of wild peaches instantly filled his mouth. The taste is quite good, sweet and sour. Berda, you should try it too. In a few bites, Sukan finished a large red peach and picked up another one. To be honest, these peaches were even tastier than the ones Yao Yuan had given him last time. No wonder they were the monkey's top picks. Berda was practically drooling upon hearing Sukan's approval. It waddled over with its clumsy limbs, burying its round head into the pile of peaches and gulping down 4 or 5 at once. The rich, fruity aroma burst forth, and Berda's dark eyes widened in surprise. Ing, peaches so delicious. The round little monkey also hugged a peach, squatting on the ground and munching occasionally, letting out satisfied grunts. Wow, this giant peach is making me drool. This peach is bright red, large, and plump. It looks so delicious. When Sukan took a bite, juice burst from the corners of his mouth. I can't imagine how juicy it is. I'm so envious. I wish I could eat such delicious peaches too. Just as the audience's mouths were watering, the notification sound from the National Fortune game suddenly exploded. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Sukan for discovering a wild peach tree, triggering a 10,000-fold return. 200-year-old wild peach tree 100 has now been randomly distributed within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. In the next moment, within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, 10,000 massive peach trees with sprawling roots and lush foliage shot up from the ground. The branches were filled with green leaves and laden with plump, juicy peaches. The whole nation erupted. Wow! A dozen soft-shy peach tree suddenly grew in our neighborhood. I've already climbed the tree to start eating. The taste is indeed great. No wonder it's the monkey's top selection. Thank you, Godkin. Thank you, monkey brother. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command room, the leaders were extremely excited. Immediately issue an order. The local government is responsible for protecting these 10,000 peach trees. They must not be cut down or destroyed. Violators will be punished for treason. Director Zhang waved his hand. Additionally, aside from those who change their nationality to flatter others, all local residents of the Dragon Kingdom can freely taste the peaches on these trees. In stark contrast to the joyful atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom, foreigners looked at so many peach trees, unable to stop their saliva from flowing. Korean viewers, Westba. We also encountered a peach tree. Why didn't we trigger the 10,000-fold return? Korean viewers, could it be because that peach tree was occupied by a gorilla? System determined it does not belong to our contestant. Dragon Kingdom viewers, nonsense. It's not yours, so why should it return to you? Just because you have a thick skin. Sakura Country viewers, baka. How is Sukan so lucky? Sakura Country viewers, don't worry. Our contestant also discovered a fruit tree. Sakura Country viewers, what's so great about the peach tree? We also have fruit trees. Inside the live stream of Sakura Country contestant Sakamoto Masakazu. Sakamoto Masakazu, who was dizzy with hunger, stood in front of a fruit tree. The fruit tree had clusters of round blackberry-like fruits hanging down plump and full. Yoshi, the Emperor's blessing has led me to discover a wild mulberry tree. After days without food, Sakamoto Masakazu eagerly grabbed a cluster of fruits and sent them to his mouth. This tastes good, so juicy. What excited him even more was that his watch received a message about the 10,000-fold return. 10,000 fruit trees successfully returned to Sakura Country. I, Sakamoto Masakazu, also received supplies. I am a hero of Sakura Country. In the live stream, the Sakura Country audience erupted in cheers. Long live Sakamoto Masakazu. Let those little Dragon Kingdom brats see that our contestant also has our own mulberry trees. A mulberry tree suddenly appeared in my yard and going to taste it right now. Several mulberry trees appeared in my neighborhood. Residents are all rushing downstairs to grab them. Wait. Why does Sakamoto Masakazu look so unwell? Why is he starting to vomit? At the scene after eating several mulberry fruits, Sakamoto Masakazu felt his mouth go numb. Then the numbness spread throughout his face and he felt nauseous in his stomach. Wow, ugh. Sakamoto Masakazu leaned against the tree and began to vomit violently, his mind becoming increasingly chaotic. Thud. With a sound he fell to the ground convulsing. Seeing this terrifying scene, the Sakura country audience was horrified. Baka. Sakamoto Masakazu, what happened to you? This symptom seems to be poisoning. Wait. The 10,000-fold return information didn't say mulberry tree, it said masong fruit. Masong fruit. This thing has fruits that resemble mulberries, but are highly toxic. Eating too much could even lead to death. Within Sakura country, chaos ensued. Countless residents frantically gathered around the appeared masong fruit, fighting to eat. Without exception, those who had eaten experienced symptoms of vomiting. Some even collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, exhibiting signs of shock. The Sakura country government immediately issued a warning telling residents not to eat this poisonous fruit. However, it was too late. Many areas had already reported cases of residents dying. Baka. Damn, Sakamoto Masakazu, what have you brought us? Sakamoto Masakazu, do you want to poison? Dragon Kingdom contestants returned peach trees, and you returned poisonous fruit trees. On this day, the Sakura country watched the Dragon Kingdom people enjoy the delicious, juicy peaches, feeling utterly envious. Many people suddenly had a thought in their hearts: if I were also from the Dragon Kingdom, would I be able to taste such delicious peaches? In the wild world, beside a massive wild peach tree, Sukan and Shonda along with the round monkeys have all eaten their fill. Even their burps now carry the taste of peaches. Little Ba Jie squats on a section of a tree trunk damaged by pests, pecking at the bugs inside. The golden monkeys, with their wounds treated with plantago, are slowly stopping the bleeding and healing. Even if they do not know what medicine Sukan has given them, they understand that this human before them has saved them. Many golden monkeys gaze at this unfamiliar hairless big monkey with eyes full of respect. In the wild, those who possess larger physiques and contribute more to the group earn the respect of the others. Moreover, even the enormous panda has become his mount. This clearly indicates that this big monkey is a more powerful presence than they are. Gigi. The Monkey King jumped in front of Sukan and lowered its head. The other golden monkeys followed suit, squatting in front of Sukan, lowering their heads to show submission. Sukan was bewildered. What are you all doing? He quickly stood up, but the group of golden monkeys lowered their heads even further with their tails pressed tightly to the ground. This indicated their absolute obedience to the big monkey before them. A curious little monkey lifted its head to look at Sukan, but its father slapped it on the back of the head, forcing it to bury its head down. Sukan slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat helpless. I just used a bit of plantago, there's no need for such a big show, right? Gigi, big brother. Gigi, submission? Sukan walked up to the Monkey King. You are the leader of this group of monkeys, why are they bowing to me instead of you? The Monkey King danced excitedly. Gigi, Iya, you are stronger than me, you are the leader? What about him? Sukan pointed at Shonda. He is stronger than me, why can't he be your leader? Gigi, the Monkey King shook its head. Gigi, he is not a monkey, monkeys do not recognize him. Sukan's mouth twitched slightly. So you mean I am a monkey? I can be your leader? The Monkey King nodded. Sukan's face darkened. What the hell, how do I look like a monkey? Just because I also walk on two legs, eh? The audience in the live broadcast room was almost laughing hysterically. Ha ha ha. Sukan looks lean and indeed resembles a skinny monkey. Sukan is amazing. In the blink of an eye, he has tamed more than a dozen golden monkeys. Sukan just accept. It's hard for others to become the leader of the monkey group. Brother Monkey has good taste. Recognizing our Sukan as the leader will definitely not lead to any loss in the future. When will Sukan take this group of monkeys to patrol the mountains? Why not call him Su Yukong? The title of the Wild Monkey King is not just for show. Did the competitors from other countries see it? In the wild world, when you see me, Sukan, bow your head and be humble. Sukan communicated with this group of monkeys for a long time, but the golden monkeys were stubborn and insisted on recognizing him as their leader. There was no way Sukan could only reluctantly accept it. You all stay near this wild peach tree, no need to follow me. When Sukan thought of returning to the cave, he turned around and saw more than a dozen golden monkeys lined up behind him, impossible to shake off. I will come to visit often. If there's anything, just come find me. But my cave is too small. If you follow me, there's no place to stay and nothing to eat. You can only follow Shonda to gnaw on bamboo. After communicating for a long time, Sukan realized that talking to this group of monkeys was useless. He had to talk to the Monkey King for it to be effective. After all, the Monkey King still held sway among this group of monkeys. After the Monkey King chattered with the group, Sukan moved forward, and they stopped in their tracks, no longer following. This is more like it. Otherwise, if I go anywhere with a group of golden monkeys following me, wouldn't I become Sun Wukong? Sukin nodded in satisfaction, and the Monkey King waved its paw behind it, and a female monkey approached. Gigi. The female monkey threw Sukin a flirtatious glance and pressed against him. Sukin was startled and jumped back far away, his face dark. What is this all about? I'm not a monkey, how many times do I have to say it? The Monkey King patted its chest, pointed at the female monkey, and then pointed at Sukin. Gigi. My wife, she belongs to you. Sukin sighed helplessly. The monkey group rules state that the Monkey King enjoys first priority in using the female monkeys of the group. Now that he has become the Monkey King, naturally the previous Monkey King's wife belongs to him. Ta. Brotherkin, why don't you just accept it? I think this female monkey is quite pretty. The Monkey King is a good brother, voluntarily stepping down and generously giving up his wife to Sukin. Brother Monkey is still Brother Monkey, absolutely no flaws in loyalty. Sukin, you must not let down the Monkey King's good intentions. Otherwise, how sad would the Monkey King be? What about spending the night with the sister-in-law? I've never seen a human and a monkey together. Wow. Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing covered her mouth, looking incredulously at the female monkey pressed against Sukin. Is this too wild? Professor Zhang clicked his tongue. Tisk, this guy Sukin is quite popular among the golden monkeys. However, this is the rule of the wild world. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Even within the group, only the strong can enjoy mating rights first. Bing Bing thought of the scene of Sukin mating with a monkey. Her face instantly flushed bright red. Then that can't be with a monkey, right? Ha ha ha, of course not. As long as Sukin clearly refuses, the monkey group won't force the leader to mate. In the live scene of the wilderness, Sukin used all his strength to push the enthusiastic female monkey back to the Monkey King. The female monkey looked at Sukin with a mournful expression, as if she were a little wife despised by her husband. That's enough. I'm not a monkey, you go mate with your husband. Sukin, filled with anger, mounted Xiongda without looking back and returned. The Monkey King gazed thoughtfully at his departing figure, seemingly understanding why the leader did not want the female monkey. Gigi. The Monkey King explained to his wife, and she suddenly understood. It turned out that the leader preferred strong partners, and he had lost to that large panda. In the live broadcast room, a keen-eyed viewer noticed something. Why do I feel that the expressions of the Monkey King and his wife are so rich? It feels like they misunderstood something. Sukin has become the beautiful Monkey King. This will definitely be interesting. I'm already looking forward to Sukin's future developments. The next day morning, the sky was as clear as washed silk. After having breakfast, Sukin lay comfortably on the soft belly of Berda after feeding Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. The fur here was the softest. Lying down felt like being enveloped by a fluffy cloud. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a sprinkle of golden light, while the morning breeze rustled the leaves. I should go out for a bit, see if I can find some salt. The salt I got from the last outing is all used up. Sukin yawned and stood up from Berda's soft belly. It's easier to move from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. Sukin complained, after getting used to salted food, it's really hard to swallow things without salt. Yesterday, Sukin had already scanned the surrounding 3 kilometers with his environmental perception. There wasn't a trace of coarse salt at all. Now he could only go further with Berda to search for it. Let's go, Berda, for the sake of more delicious food, let's set off. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan heard the sound and rushed out happily. Sukin picked up the bamboo basket, which was made by Yao Yuan before, well-designed, spacious, sturdy, and lightweight. Today's primary goal is to find some coarse salt. Living in the wild, a long-term lack of salt is not good. It can lead to muscle weakness, or in severe cases, imbalance of body fluids, endangering life. Sukin held a bamboo pole, pushing aside the wild grass blocking his way. Berda scurried around in the surrounding bushes, searching for hidden wild fruits. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan followed closely behind Sukin, holding a stick in their mouths, as if performing a line dance. Sukin pushed aside a patch of grass, revealing a whole expanse of creeping vines. On the vines, deep green oval leaves were clustered together. At first glance, Sukin recognized what they were. Is that wild sweet potato leaves? Sukin strode forward, his breathing quickening. So many sweet potato leaves. This means there are likely many sweet potatoes growing underground. Sukin placed the bamboo basket on the ground, took out a shovel, and after a few digs, red plant tubers gradually appeared from the soil. Sukin quickly dug out an oval tuber and broke it open. The yellow-white flesh was revealed, exuding the fragrance of sweet potatoes. Taking a bite, it was crunchy and carried the sweet flavor of wild sweet potatoes. Sukin's eyes instantly brightened. This is truly wild sweet potato. Wild sweet potatoes are treasures. The tubers can be roasted and even serve as a staple food. The leaves can be stir-fried and are good for clearing heat and detoxifying, packed with various vitamins and high nutritional value. The stems can also be eaten after peeling, with a taste similar to green beans. In the live stream, the audience erupted in excitement. Wow! Sukin actually discovered wild sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes are wonderful, there's not a single part that can't be eaten. Now we've struck gold, we have staple food vegetables, and with the fish caught by Berda. Meat, vegetables, and staples, we've got it all. While other contestants were struggling with inconsistent meals, Sukin already balanced his nutrition for 3 meals a day. Sukin selected the tenderest tips of the sweet potato leaves, they were the freshest and had the best taste. He dug up more than 10 sweet potatoes, filling the bamboo basket to the brim. Patting the dirt off his hands, Sukin nodded in satisfaction. The National Fortune Game notification sounded congratulations to Longwa contestant Sukin for discovering a patch of sweet potatoes, triggering 10,000 times return. Sweet potato patch 100,000 pieces. Now deployed to suitable areas of Longwa. In the highest command room of Longwa, the screen suddenly lit up with satellite surveillance images from across the country. In previously abandoned fields, a patch of vibrant green sweet potato leaves suddenly appeared. In a desolate greenhouse, clusters of tender green sweet potato leaves broke through the soil. That was the green of life, the hope of countless people in Longwa during the years of famine. Sweet potatoes have extremely strong vitality and reproduce rapidly. Order me to protect all sweet potato patches nationwide and immediately initiate the national grain. Order me to protect all sweet potato patches nationwide and immediately initiate the national grain reproduction plan. In the wild forest beside Sukin, a bear named Xiongda imitated Sukin's actions, using its paw to dig into the soil while holding a sweet potato and taking a bite. Puffed, puffed. Xiongda spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva with a look of disdain. This thing is hard and dry, not delicious at all. Of course, raw sweet potatoes are not tasty, Xiongda. Sukin comforted it by patting its head. When we get back, he'll roast it for you. The taste will be absolutely no worse than roasted fish. Hearing the word roast, Xiongda nearly drooled. Every time it ate roasted fish, it would hear Sukin mention that word, and now Xiongda had associated roasting with delicious food. Alright, now it's your turn to carry this batch of sweet potatoes while I go look for some coarse salt. After walking for a while, and passing through a thicket, a whole patch of deep green plants came into view at the foot of a small hill. What is this? Sukin was momentarily stunned, his breath suddenly becoming heated. A cluster of deep green plants stretched out before him. The leaves were thin and delicate, the base white. Almost at first glance, Sukin recognized them. Is this wild scallions? As Sukin stepped closer, a rich scallion aroma rushed towards him. He grabbed the scallion leaves and pulled them out of the ground with force. The white part of the scallion, tender as jade, was wrapped in soil, vibrant and full of life. Sukin leaned in and took a deep breath. A stronger, pungent scallion aroma filled his nostrils, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Cough, cough. As expected of wild scallions, this flavor packs a punch. This series of harvests left the audience utterly dumbfounded. Sukin is amazing. In just a short time, he has already discovered 2 edible plants, sweet potatoes and scallions. Scallions paired with roasted fish must be incredibly satisfying. This flavor is the favorite of us, Shan. Unlike the excited viewers from Long Country, foreign viewers were turning green with envy as they watched Sukin reap such a bounty. Our contestants have been in the wild for 2 weeks, and the plants we've encountered are either poisonous or guarded by fierce beasts. Why can Sukin find so much in just one morning? I protest. Contestant Sukin from Long Country must be cheating. Why does Sukin get to lounge around every day and still come back with so much? This is so unfair. However, despite the viewers' dissatisfaction, the national luck game showed no sign. Meanwhile, Tuan seized the opportunity when Sukin was distracted, suddenly jumping up and biting the white end of the scallion in Sukin's hand. Sukin felt a tug on his hand and looked down to see Tuan biting the scallion white, flailing its limbs in the air as if swimming. Woo woo. A spicy and stimulating flavor instantly filled Tuan's mouth. Under the strong stimulation, it struggled desperately. The plant was attacking its mouth. Tuan, overwhelmed by the spiciness, forgot to let go, and tears streamed from its eyes. Sukin chuckled as he pulled Tuan down with some effort. Puffed, puffed. Woo woo. Spicy. Tastes bad. Tuan curled up into a blackened white furball, spitting out saliva and crying. What a disgrace for a bear to be attacked by a plant. It had thought this plant was a treasure because its mother cherished it, but it turned out to taste so bad. Xiongda leaned closer to the wild scallion, wanting to take a taste as well. Seeing its child cry from the spiciness, the entire bear shuddered in fright. Shaking its head, Xiongda decided it was better not to suffer this loss. Sukin helplessly picked up Tuan and stuffed some sweet potato leaves into its mouth. Sweet potato leaves can clear heat and detoxify, so they should help alleviate the spicy taste of the scallion. Viewers in the live stream saw Tuan crying from the spiciness of the scallion, and felt both pity and amusement. Tuan is truly Xiongda's child, just like its mama Foodie, who wants to taste everything. Haha, little Tuan is just too cute. Tuan really made me laugh, the first giant panda ever attacked by a scallion. While the audience chatted, Sukin had already taken a knife and collected all the scallions. The next moment, a notification of a 10,000-fold return sounded. A total of 14,000 wild scallions were randomly distributed within Long Country. Seeing the bamboo basket completely filled, Su-kin sighed, feeling a bit exhausted. He had come out to find coarse salt, but instead of finding any, he ended up with a bunch of other things. Forget it, it'll come back tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Xiongda squatting by a stone. Let's go, Xiongda. Su-kin called out and approached Xiongda, which was bent down licking a stone. The surface of the stone was covered with a layer of white frost. Woo woo. After licking for a while, Xiongda made a satisfied sound. Xiongda, does this stone have coarse salt on it? Su-kin was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the coarse salt he had been searching for so long was found first by Xiongda. In nature, many animals have the habit of licking stones with coarse salt to maintain their salt balance. Su-kin quickly bent down and gently licked the surface of the stone. A rough, salty, and bitter taste mixed with other minerals surged into his nostrils. This is amazing. Xiongda, you truly are my lucky star. Su-kin vigorously rubbed Xiongda's head, which emitted a satisfied grunt. It didn't understand why Su-kin was so happy. It only knew that if Su-kin was happy, it would be happy too. Su-kin quickly placed the stone into the bamboo basket. This mineral salt, also known as rock salt, was formed from ancient seawater evaporation. In addition to sodium chloride, it also contained impurities like magnesium chloride and calcium chloride, which were the main sources of bitterness. Later, he would use a simple filter to extract fine salt suitable for human consumption. In the live stream, many viewers were puzzled as they watched Su-kin lick the stone. What's going on with Su-kin? Why is he suddenly licking a stone? Did you see that layer of white frost on the stone? That's crystallized coarse salt. Su-kin has discovered mineral salt. In the wild, salt is an essential element for the human body, and Su-kin is likely looking for rock salt today. Whoa, Su-kin understands this too. I thought Su-kin was just a college student who would slack off, though I didn't expect him to know so much. In the official livestream, survival expert Professor Zhang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Su-kin find rock salt. Not bad, this contestant may be young, but he has a wealth of knowledge about survival in the wild. But rock salt can't be eaten directly, right? Su-kin doesn't have professional filtering tools. How can he extract the fine salt inside? Professor Zhang's expression became serious. This is indeed a problem. Many contestants who find rock salt choose to crush it and mix it with food. While this can replenish salt, consuming too much can easily lead to stomach pain. Let's see how contestant Su-kin decides later. In the wild forest, returning near the cave, Su-kin took out the flint and started a fire. Then he retrieved the sweet potatoes he had brought back in the bamboo basket, and after controlling the flames, buried the sweet potatoes in the ash at the bottom of the fire pit. Next, we just need to wait for the sweet potatoes to roast. While waiting, Su-kin did not idle. He took out the rock salt he had just obtained, placed it in a bamboo tube, and crushed it into small pieces. After adding stream water, he stirred it a few times with a branch. Then he covered one end of another bamboo tube with a piece of cloth and poured the brine from the bamboo tube into the other bamboo tube, filtering out the impurities. He poured the brine into a flat-bottomed pan and placed it over the fire to boil. Once all the water evaporated, a layer of white crystals remained at the bottom of the pan. Done. Coarse salt obtained. Su-kin nodded in satisfaction, but it was still not enough. He dipped his finger into the coarse salt and tasted it. As expected, there was still a hint of bitterness in the salt. Then he took a cup of clean stream water and completely dissolved the coarse salt in it. After heating it again to boil, waiting for it to cool, a layer of white salt crystals was left at the bottom of the pot. He poured out the excess water and dipped his finger into the newly formed salt. The bitterness is almost gone, leaving only the pure taste of salt. Su-kin nodded with satisfaction and packed the salt into a bamboo tube. Although it wasn't much, he couldn't eat much at each meal. This salt would be enough for him for a while. In the official live broadcast room, every move of Su-kin was accompanied by Professor Zhang's commentary. Using coarse cloth to filter the large particles from the rock salt, Su-kin executed this step beautifully. Next, obtaining coarse salt through evaporation is actually sufficient here, though it has a bit of bitterness. Professor Zhang nodded in satisfaction, thinking Su-kin would stop here. However, on screen, Su-kin's actions did not stop. Bing, puzzled, asked, Professor Zhang, what is Su-kin doing? Why is he dissolving the coarse salt in water and heating it again? After seeing Su-kin extract the final fine salt, Professor Zhang was left with nothing but admiration. Su-kin is utilizing the principle of chemical reaction recrystallization to further filter the fine salt. The solubility of sodium chloride is less affected by water temperature, while the solubility of impurities like magnesium chloride and calcium chloride is greatly affected by it. When the brine cools and crystallizes, sodium chloride will precipitate first while impurities remain in the water. After pouring out the water, the impurities are gone as well. Bing, after hearing this, was confused, feeling as though knowledge was being forcefully stuffed into her brain. Professor Zhang was completely impressed. Though Su-kin appears lazy and laid back, he is actually extremely knowledgeable and has strong practical skills. Previously, I really misjudged him. In the live broadcast room, the audience was left completely stunned after hearing Professor Zhang's explanation. Wow, it's just boiling water twice, yet there's so much knowledge involved. Where did this come from? Am I not watching a live broadcast? Why does it feel like I'm in a chemistry class? What is this old man babbling about? Anyway, Sukin is impressive. Exactly. Even if I don't understand, Sukin can get fine salt that's impressive. Sukin, the sweet potatoes are almost done, hurry, and take them out. Without needing the comments to urge him, Sukin had already pulled out the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire with a stick. The skin was charred black and wrinkled with some cracked skin, revealing the golden yellow flesh inside, oozing like honey. Sukin eagerly picked one up, transferring it from his left hand to his right. Ouch. Hot, hot, hot. He blew on it a few times and tore open the crispy skin of the sweet potato. A puff of steam escaped, and the golden soft flesh was as tender as fine honey. Ing, fragrant. Tuan and Yuan caught the scent and climbed up Sukin's legs. With pink tongues licking their lips, their big eyes stared unblinkingly at the roasted sweet potato in Sukin's hand. Sukin blew on it and took a bite of the softest part. The crispy outer skin wrapped around the dense and sweet potato flesh, which melted in the mouth without needing to chew. The sweet, fragrant flavor filled his mouth, and the warm sweet potato slid down his esophagus, warming his stomach. After finishing one bite, Sukin's eyes lit up, and he quickly lowered his head to take a few more bites, wearing a look of enjoyment. Xiongda also imitated Sukin, digging out a few pieces of sweet potato and munching on them. Ing, fragrant. Wanna eat? Tuan and Yuan were almost drooling, standing on his legs and pawing at the sweet potato in Sukin's hand. Alright, I'll give you some to eat. Sukin tore off a few pieces and fed them to the two little gluttons. Tuan and Yuan each grabbed a piece and chewed noisily, their eyes squinting with delight. After eating, they licked the remnants off their paws and looked up at Sukin. Ing, fragrant. Want more? Sukin laughed, realizing that even national treasures cannot resist the deliciousness of roasted sweet potatoes. Sukin continued to feed Tuan and Yuan, tossing a piece on the ground, which Xiaoba Jie immediately came over to sniff. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Sukin pouted. Just don't scold your big brother after you finish eating. The audience in the live broadcast room, seeing Tuan and Yuan enjoying the food so much, were almost drooling. I swear, once I have money, I will definitely buy a phone that can smell the aroma. I can smell the fragrant roasted sweet potatoes even through the screen. While the sweet potato flesh looks like honey yellow with a hint of red, it must be sweet. In the past, there were roasted sweet potatoes everywhere in the streets. I could smell them from a block away. Watching Sukin eat now really brings back memories. After finishing the roasted sweet potatoes, the water on the fire was also boiling. Sukin took out a bamboo cup and brewed a cup of chrysanthemum tea. He took a gentle sip and all his fatigue melted away. Beside him, Xiongda and Tuan Yuan imitated him, holding a cup of chrysanthemum tea and savoring it slowly. After finishing roasted sweet potatoes, he comes for a cup of chrysanthemum tea. This life is truly leisurely. Even national treasures are drinking tea now, it's so adorable. Meanwhile, a contestant from the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation is drinking rainwater from a pit, and Sukin is already enjoying tea here. Many viewers switched to the live broadcast room of the contestant from the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation, where contestant Nakajima Kenichi was squatting on the ground, gulping down the yellow rainwater from the pit like a dog. The frustrated spectators from Sakura Nation couldn't bear the faceta-faced mockery from Dragon Nation's audience, and began to retort, "This shows our contestants have resilient character. Being able to drink rainwater, this unwavering spirit, means our contestants will surely go further than you." However, before he could finish his words, Nakajima Kenichi collapsed in pain on the ground, his body curled up like a boiled shrimp. Baka, why does my stomach hurt so much? I shouldn't have drunk this water, the viruses in it are too fierce. Sweat the size of beans seeped from his forehead, and it felt as if someone was stabbing his abdomen with a knife. Ha, you shouldn't have drunk that water, now you're in trouble. Indeed, Nakajima Kenichi has gone further than Sukin, but it's on the road to hell. Little Baka keeps shouting. I hope your contestants drink rainwater every day. Audience from A3, this is too dirty, it's not even as clean as the water from our mother river. Sakura Nation audience, it's one thing for Dragon Nation to mock us, but what right do you A3 people have to mock us? Is that the river where thousands of people defecate together? A3 audience, despicable Sakura people. I won't allow you to slander our mother river. Seeing the two countries' audiences arguing, the spectators from Dragon Nation couldn't help but smile, laughing at dogs biting dogs. Let them fight. Selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water in the front row. The next day in the wilderness forest. Early in the morning, Sukin finished washing up and roasted a few sweet potatoes to eat. With the simple barbecue grill made by Yao Yuan, cooking became much easier. Just after finishing roasting, Xiongda came overdrawn by the aroma. Ing, sweet potato yummy. Sukin hurriedly shared a sweet potato with him. Alright, you little clingy creature, sticking to me every day just for food. The bullet comments were hilarious. The bear clan will never be slaves. Unless food and shelter are provided. What's wrong with me and national treasure being cute? Haha, Xiongda is just too adorable. After filling up, Sukin rode Xiongda and went out to patrol again. Passing through a thicket, Sukin noticed a patch of golden yellow plants. Is this wild wheat? He hurriedly approached, noticing dozens of golden wheat stalks, their heads bent down under the weight of the grains. A gust of wind blew, creating waves of golden wheat. Sukin grabbed a wheat ear, and with a flick of his fingers, several plump grains popped out. Taking a bite, it was a bit hard, but the aroma of the wheat made Sukin's face light up with joy. With this batch of wheat, he could certainly plant it and expect a large harvest next year. He could even achieve freedom in staple foods. After that, he wouldn't have to search for staple foods everywhere in the wilderness. In the live stream, the audience was dumbfounded by the sight of the golden wheat waves. Is this wild wheat? God, Sukin's luck is just too good to find this. Wow. Our country used to use wheat as a staple food back in the last century. This grain is filling and healthy. Now God, Sukin has completely achieved freedom in staple foods. Sukin took out a machete from his bag and cut off patches of wheat. The voice of the National Fortune game echoed congratulations to Dragon Nation contestant Sukin for discovering 142 stalks of wild wheat, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Mature wild wheat 520 stalks have now been distributed to random areas within Dragon Nation. Sukin was quite lucky, nearly one-third of the wheat triggered the 10,000-fold return. In the fields of Dragon Nation, waves of golden wheat swayed in the wind. The scent of wheat in the breeze brought hope and joy for a bountiful harvest. In the highest command room of Dragon Nation, Yuan Lao's murky eyes sparked with brilliance. Hurry up. Immediately send experts from the agriculture department to collect this batch of wheat. Start the Huaxia granary plan now and cultivate the best wheat seeds. Heaven bless Huaxia. Within a year, we will be able to cultivate enough food for the 1 billion people in the country. Only this elder is most qualified to speak on the value of this batch of wheat. As the father of hybrid rice, he has fed countless people around the world. Yuan Lao knew that this batch of wheat would definitely become the guarantee for countless lives in Huaxia's future. In the conference room of Lighthouse Nation. Unlike the jubilant atmosphere in Dragon Nation, the atmosphere here had dropped to freezing point. Seeing the plump wheat ears, Senator Tallies stared with envy and jealousy. Damn it. Why is Sukin from Dragon Nation so lucky? He actually returned grain crops first. As the only country currently possessing grain crops in the world, Dragon Nation will have an unlimited future. Sukin must die. He cannot be allowed to continue like this. In these few days, the resources Sukin returned to Dragon Nation alone even surpassed the total of hundreds of contestants. The level of threat posed by Sukin has even surpassed Yao Yuan from Dragon Nation, ranking first on the threat list. This means that Lighthouse Nation must spare no expense to eliminate him, no matter the cost. Moreover, he previously bribed the giant panda with grilled fish, causing Lighthouse Nation to misjudge and leading to the demise of nearly 100 contestants. This grudge has always been remembered by Lighthouse Nation. Unbeknownst to Sukin, a stir had been caused throughout the world. Now, having finished gathering the wheat grains, he prepared to return. To his surprise, several golden monkeys sprang out from the nearby woods. It was the same group of monkeys he had encountered last time. Jijit, Great King. The Monkey King approached, clearly recognizing him. What a coincidence. Are you foraging in the woods? Sukin greeted them. Gah, Great King. Together. The Monkey King, seeing Sukin about to leave, eagerly followed him. Sukin glanced back, noticing a line of over a dozen golden monkeys following him. This scene resembled that of Sun Wukong leading a group of monkeys on a mountain patrol. So you are sticking to me now? Sukin sighed, feeling too lazy to deal with it. Well, let them follow as long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. The audience watched the grand procession of monkeys following Sukin, laughing heartily. Why is it that while other contestants struggle in the wilderness, Sukin's scene turns into that of the Monkey King of Huagua Mountain? Ha, those monkeys are too entertaining. Godkin has gathered a bunch of loyal little brothers. Upon returning to the cave, Sukin stored most of the wheat grains, preparing for the next round of sowing. He took out a small portion of the wheat grains and placed them on a bamboo steamer. Then he pulled out a few sweet potatoes and placed them at the edge of the steamer. The bottom of the steamer was filled with water collected from a stream. After lighting a fire and setting up the steamer, Sukin and the dozen or so golden monkeys gathered around the fire. The monkey group clearly had some fear of the fire and dared not approach. Gah, Great King, danger. The Monkey King stood in front of Sukin, fearing that he might be burned by the flames. Previously, it had encountered a forest fire. Wherever the flames went, it was a scene of devastation. This had instilled a fear of fire in the golden monkeys. Don't worry, this fire is for roasting food. It won't pose any danger. Sukin patted the Monkey King's golden fur on its head to comfort it. The Monkey King observed and seemed to conclude that there was indeed no danger, gradually relaxing. As the flames diminished, Sukin added another 10 or so sweet potatoes to the fire. It looked like a lot, but each monkey could only have one sweet potato. With so many golden monkeys, the amount of food needed in the future will be astronomical. Sukin frowned slightly. Being the leader of this monkey group was not an easy task. However, they will find food on their own, so there's no need to worry too much. Soon the steamer began to emit white steam, and the fragrant aroma of the wheat grains wafted through the air. Gigi, delicious. The Monkey King stood on tiptoes, sniffing around the steamer. A rich fragrance indicated that there was delicious food inside. Ing, delicious. Berda approached, nudging the Monkey King with its body to get closer to the steamer. The Monkey King jumped up and down, baring its teeth at Berda. The monkeys saw their king being bullied, and also bared their teeth at Berda. Tuan and Yuan puffed out their chests, standing beside their mother, with wide-open eyes glaring at the monkeys. Ing, Bear goes first. When it came to food, Berda would not yield an inch. It sat down next to the steamer, ignoring all warnings from the monkey group, and refusing to move. Roar! The Monkey King felt provoked, and became frantic, jumping around. In the live stream, the audience grew anxious. Why did it suddenly get noisy? They can't start internal strife over a meal. Exactly. We're all family now. Berda the glutton would do anything for food. Berda, I can't even compete with my kids. You monkeys think you can take food from me. It's common for wild animals to fight over food, sometimes even risking their lives. If it weren't for Sukin being their bear, they would have long since gotten into a fight with them. Enough. Sukin frowned and shouted, stop fighting. I will divide it for you later. There will be food for everyone. Sukin's words had some effect, and the Monkey King shot a warning glare at Berda. Berda hardly paid attention to it, its eyes fixated on the steam rising from the steamer. Berda, Monkey King. Sukin put his hands on his hips, scolding the two troublemakers. You two apologize to each other, and make peace, and let this matter pass. Otherwise no one will get to eat today. Sukin acted like a parent, mediating the relationship, reprimanding the two. Reluctantly, the Monkey King extended a hand. Gigi. Berda also extended its paw, tapping the Monkey King's hand. All right, let bygones be bygones, don't hold a grudge. Sukin patted Berda's belly, then stroked the Monkey King's head. From now on, don't fight over food. This isn't the wild. We must be polite, understand? Ing. Gigi. Sukin's mediation left the audience dumbfounded. God Ken is impressed. Berda and the Monkey King really made peace. Why does it feel like God Ken is a kindergarten teacher mediating a fight among children? Ha, it's true. When kindergarten kids fight, the teacher makes them shake hands and promises not to fight. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. These wild animals had simple thoughts. Once the conflict was over, they would not. Just in time, the sweet potatoes and wheat grains were also steamed. Lifting the lid, a rich aroma wafted out, and the golden wheat grains, having absorbed water, became plump and translucent. The steamed sweet potatoes were soft and sweet, looking very appetizing. Sukin picked up some wheat grains, blew on them, and put them in his mouth. The intense flavor of wheat exploded in his mouth. The chewy and soft wheat grains had the texture of wild wheat and were exceptionally delicious. This tastes great, everyone come and try. Sukin announced as he picked up the steamer to distribute the food. Bear de Tuan Yuan, and a dozen golden monkeys sat on the ground, like kindergarten children waiting for the cafeteria lady to serve food, holding their hands out in anticipation. This time the wheat grains are just a taste, we can't eat them all, they need to be saved as seeds. In the second half of the year, we'll achieve wheat freedom. Sukin shouted, come. Food is ready. Roasted sweet potatoes and steamed sweet potatoes, delicacies of the human world. Everyone gets some. After distributing the food, the golden monkeys grabbed a piece of sweet potato and began to savor it. Gigi, goo. Delicious. The monkey group erupted in excitement. This was the most delicious food they had ever eaten in their lives. Sukin's status among the monkeys rose even higher. Berda ate a few wheat grains and felt absolutely nothing. They were too small, hardly enough to fit between its teeth. After taking a few bites of the sweet potato and savoring its sweet flavor, it finally felt satisfied. Sukin fed a bit of wheat grains to Xiaoba Jie, who was quite pleased. Big brother. Delicious. I want more. Xiaoba Jie was small and couldn't eat much. Sukin fed it some more wheat grains until it was full. After Tuan and Yuan were full, they sought out the little monkeys in the group to play. The little monkeys ran swiftly while Tuan and Yuan rolled on the ground like two black and white balls, chasing after the little monkeys. At times like this, I start to feel envious. I really envy the monkeys, they eat better than we do. Choosing Sukin as the leader was definitely the right choice, otherwise they would never get to eat roasted sweet potatoes in their lives. A French audience member remarked, "Tch, what's so good about sweet potatoes? Our contestant is about to catch fish." Just as Sukin was enjoying his delicious meal, French contestant Miller stood by the river watching the fish rolling in the water. Ha, I can finally eat fish. Miller excitedly jumped in to catch fish, but the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Oh, my eggs. Miller let out a heart-wrenching scream. Blood stained the river water around his groin. "Oh, I surrender. Please stop biting me." Miller jumped to the shore with his hands raised, looking down to see several piranhas' sharp teeth piercing through his... "Oh, my eggs. My little bird." Miller clutched his groin, his face twisted in pain. Meanwhile, thousands of piranhas were released into French territory. A chorus of wails and curses erupted from within the territory. "Fuck. You were supposed to catch fish. How did you end up with piranhas?" Other contestants returned with crucian carp, but now we don't even dare to go catch fish. Look at Sukan from the Dragon Kingdom. He returned with either wheat or sweet potatoes. Can't you learn from him? The audience from the Dragon Kingdom nearly burst out laughing. "Ha ha, didn't you say that sweet potatoes weren't that good? Didn't you say your contestants were going to catch fish? Why aren't you eating? You think you can compare to Godkin?" This contestant Miller not only failed to catch fish, but also lost 2 eggs. That's truly tragic. Just looking at his expression makes me feel pain. The next day in the morning. Last night, Sukan slept in the tent while the monkey troop rested in the bamboo forest. Xiongda had a strong territorial awareness and still did not allow the monkeys to sleep in his cave. Early in the morning, the Monkey King rushed over to him, chattering excitedly. "Ji, great king. Eat." The Monkey King held up a bunch of ripe bananas and offered them to Sukan. "Are these wild bananas?" Not bad, not bad. You even know to show respect to the elder." Sukan picked up the bananas with a satisfied nod. This elder is not in vain. The monkey troop truly recognizes him as their leader, giving him the best treats first. Sukan is starting to resemble a monkey king, with these little brothers going out to find bananas for him even before dawn. What a comfortable life. Xiongda as a bodyguard, and a group of golden monkeys as little brothers. Let's taste. How does this wild banana taste? Sukan took the banana, peeled back the skin, and the tender soft fruit revealed itself to the air. Sukan took a bite, his eyes lighting up. This tastes pretty good, better than I imagined. Sukan spat out a few banana seeds and finished one banana in a few bites. The texture of wild bananas is naturally not as refined as cultivated ones. They are coarser and not as sweet. However, they are not astringent and have a soft texture, which is enough. Sukan ate a few bananas and shared the rest with Xiongda, Tuan, and Yuan. Xiongda didn't even peel the skin, stuffing it directly into his mouth and chewing a few times before swallowing. Papa. The taste of the unripe peel made Xiongda spit out saliva, shaking his big head and refusing to eat more. Of course it doesn't taste good if you didn't peel it first. Sukan shook his head, thinking that Xiongda was too impatient. He shoved unpeeled bananas into his mouth. Sukan peeled the bananas and fed them to Tuan and Yuan, who were eating happily. Little Ba Jie flew down and ate a few smaller banana seeds. "Thank you, big brother." "Bananas." The Monkey King gestured a few times, pointing in a direction. "Is there a banana tree over there? Is it full of bananas?" Sukan understood the Monkey King's meaning. "Do you want to take me to find wild bananas?" Wow. The Monkey King nodded excitedly, gesturing with his hands and leading the way. Sukan rode on Xiongda, following behind. After passing through a dense jungle, a massive banana tree appeared before Sukan. Golden bananas hung heavily from the branches, and a rich banana aroma filled the air. Sukan counted. There were hundreds of bananas on this tree. Wow. Great king. Bananas. The Monkey King jumped around the banana tree, happy as a child. Well done. This time the monkey troop has made a great contribution. Sukan patted the Monkey King's head and praised him. With this, the monkey troop's food supply would be temporarily secured. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Sukan for discovering a wild banana tree, triggering a 10,000-fold return. 100 years worth of mature wild banana trees, 100, have now returned to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. In the next moment, within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, countless banana trees appeared out of nowhere, whether by the beach or in community parks. The trees were laden with ripe bananas. The entire nation cheered. "Thank you, Godkin. Thank you, monkey brother. I never thought I would get to eat a banana in my life." A banana tree suddenly appeared in my yard. "Let's start harvesting." In the wilderness, Sukan's backpack was filled with ripe bananas. Behind him, the monkey troop followed, carrying bunches of bright yellow bananas. Inside the cave, piles of bananas nearly formed a small mountain. The outsiders watching this scene were so jealous that they were almost driven mad. Fuck. Sukan is so lucky. He can return resources every day. With so many bananas, how long will it take to eat them all? Damn it. While our pickled cabbage country contestants are still starving, Sukan has so many resources that he can't finish them. After finishing the bananas, the monkey troop bid farewell to Sukan and returned to their territory. In the afternoon forest, it was particularly lively. In the shade of a bush, a human was hiding. It was Yuan, who had separated from Sukan. Now he was watching the front with a tense expression. Ahead, several golden monkeys were fighting with humans. Golden hair and blue eyes, judging by their appearance, they must be humans from Western countries. Yuan felt a bit worried. In just 2 weeks, have the contestants from the Western countries already gathered together? and they have weapons like clubs and axes, greatly increasing their combat power. As time passed, the humans with weapons began to gain the upper hand, and the monkey troop started to falter. Roar! A large monkey was struck by a club and emitted an angry roar. The monkeys climbed up the trees, skillfully swinging on the vines to retreat. In the crowd, bursts of cheers erupted. Ha ha ha, these damn monkeys finally know fear. If you dare to come again, I'll skin you alive. In the shadows, Yao Yuan glanced at the leading man, who was none other than Arthur Bell, a special forces soldier from Lighthouse Country. He was built with muscles, wearing a camouflage uniform from Lighthouse Country, and his gaze was cold. The next day, early morning. The monkey troop arrived early today. However, this time the Monkey King appeared quite disheveled with several wounds on its body, all covered in blood. Chirp chirp, King, help. What happened? Did you fight with other wild beasts again? Sukin took out some grass from the car and applied it to the wounds. Looking at the shocking wounds, Sukin frowned. These injuries do not seem to be caused by wild beasts. They look more like those inflicted by human weapons. Did you conflict with humans? Chirp chirp. Wow wow. After communicating with the Monkey King for a while, Sukin finally confirmed that the golden-haired monkeys had their territory invaded by a group of foreign humans. Several waves of conflicts erupted between the two sides. This was the first time Sukin saw them, and the wounds on their bodies were inflicted by those humans. Recently, as the number of their opponents increased and their weapons became more advanced, the monkey troop was completely at a disadvantage, and most of their territory had been occupied. Chirp chirp. King, take revenge. The Monkey King's eyes glowed red as it jumped around angrily. Sukin frowned, stroking his chin. Don't worry, little monkey, this revenge must be taken. But there's no rush. The enemy has the advantage in numbers, and Sukin thought for a moment. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Let me first understand the situation of the enemy before we attack. In the live stream, the audience was getting anxious. How do we fight this? I checked the enemy's live stream, and there are at least a dozen people all armed with clubs. On Sukan's side, there were only a dozen monkeys and a giant panda, which seemed like a significant power disparity. The viewers were as anxious as ants in a hot pot, feeling that Sukan was in big trouble this time. Sukan remained calm and pondered a strategy. Do you know the exact location of their camp? Chirp chirp. The Monkey King gestured for a long time, but couldn't specify a location. Sukan activated his environmental detection, searching within a 3-kilometer radius. No signs of humans camping were found. Forget it, let's take it step by step and see the situation first. As Sukan was about to set off, Xiao Baga landed on his shoulder. Big brother. Big brother. Location. Location. Sukan used his animal communication ability to roughly understand what Xiao Baga meant. This time Xiao Baga even volunteered to scout the enemy's location. I almost forgot about you. Sukan slapped his forehead. We still have a parrot that can fly. Even if it gets close to the camp, it won't raise their alert. Xiao Baga, the reconnaissance task is up to you. Sukan stroked Xiao Baga's smooth and vibrant feathers. Focus on searching around the center of the Monkey King's territory to see if there are any traces of a human camp. Big brother. Big brother. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Xiao Baga flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky. Sukan sighed. That silly bird has been eating and drinking for so long just to insult people, and now it can finally be of use. In the live stream, the audience clearly did not expect Sukan to have this trick up his sleeve. Wow. Xiao Baga has become a scout now. A parrot as a scout. That's clever. No matter how alert the enemy is, they can't possibly guard against a parrot, right? I knew this foul-mouthed parrot would be useful sooner or later. The viewers from other countries were dumbfounded by Sukin's operation. This isn't fair. Why does your country's contestant have a scout? Using a panda as a bodyguard is one thing, but using a parrot to scout the enemy is too despicable. Dragon Nation is cheating. How is this fair? With nothing else to do, Sukan took out sweet potatoes to treat the Monkey King and its troop. A few golden-haired monkeys were wide-eyed as they ate the roasted sweet potatoes. The flesh of the roasted sweet potatoes was as sweet as honey and still warm, completely refreshing their perception of food. The monkeys excitedly surrounded Sukan, dancing and waving their hands. Chirp chirp. Gaga. Thank you, King. Delicious. After eating their fill, Xiao Baga returned. King. King. It landed on Sukan's shoulder, proudly announcing, I found the enemy. Found the enemy. Hearing the good news, Sukan stood up. Xiao Baga, well done. Quickly lead the way. Oh, I want to see the specifics. Sukan rode on Xiongda, following behind Xiao Baga. The Monkey King and others followed closely. As they approached the Monkey King's territory, a dozen golden-haired monkeys guarding the last piece of territory surrounded them. Their wounds were even more gruesome, and their blood had almost dyed their golden fur red. After applying the grass from the car to stop the bleeding slightly, chirp chirp, Guga. Help. The child. The Monkey King's wife anxiously came up, surrounding Sukan and calling out for help. Your child has been captured. Sukan's heart sank. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew what they would do after taking the little golden-haired monkey. This little golden-haired monkey was likely in grave danger. There is no time to lose, let's first scout the exact number of enemies. Sukin only brought the Monkey King Xiongda and Xiaobaga and continued advancing into the territory. Sukin walked slowly through the jungle, activating his environmental detection, sending his spiritual power surging out. 2 kilometers away on a patch of grass, a dozen contestants from Western countries were gathered. Sukan's expression darkened. There were even more of them than he had expected. On a large tree beside the grass, a soldier from the Lighthouse Nation perfectly concealed his figure. Nearby, a contestant was also hiding in a patch of grass. The figure was well hidden, almost completely blending into the environment. There were 2 more sentinels in similarly concealed corners. For sentinels were responsible for the 4 directions. No matter which direction they attacked from, they would be discovered. Sukan's heart sank. The enemy was tougher than he had imagined. Even if they drove away the monkeys, they would not let their guard down. A total of 19 people, all Western faces. Sukin scanned the faces of everyone around the camp with his spiritual power and had a rough idea. Then Sukin began to count the enemy's weapons: clubs, machetes, bows, and arrows, axes. With so many weapons, this team's combat power will rise to another level. This is likely to be a tough battle. Sukin rubbed his face, preparing to withdraw his spiritual power. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a golden figure tied to a large tree. It was a young golden-haired monkey, killed and skinned, bound to the trunk in the most conspicuous place. Sukan's temples throbbed, and he forcefully retracted his spiritual sense. The Monkey King jumped onto a branch, spotting a familiar figure furiously leaping up and down. Gigi. Enemies. From his perspective, he could see his child killed and bound to the trunk. Roar. The Monkey King's eyes turned red with rage, ready to charge towards his child's direction. Monkey King, come back. Sukin shouted, and the furious Monkey King regained his composure, understanding that his child had already lost its life. It stared helplessly as flies buzzed around its child's corpse, 2 streams of murky liquid trailing down its cheeks. Let's call it a day, let's return and devise a strategy, Sukin commanded in a deep voice. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, detected that the protagonist's slacking life is under threat, issuing a new mission. The Slacker King is not to be trifled with. Estimated mission: arrival, mastering God-level archery. Please utilize animal companions to eliminate potential threats and let them witness the power of a slacker. After hearing the system's new mission, Sukin was even more convinced of the necessity of this action. Even if he didn't seek them out, they would eventually find him. By then, his situation would only become more disadvantageous. But how could he defeat this group of well-organized armed foreign devils? Sukin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Relying on Bearda. No, even Bearda, no matter how strong, wouldn't be able to take on so many people. Even with the golden-haired monkeys, it would be hard to deal with armed humans. The crucial point was that animals lacked the advantage of weapons. Weapons, right? As this thought crossed his mind, a bold and crazy idea began to take shape in his mind. His breathing quickened as he immediately pulled the Monkey King back. Monkey King, don't worry, I have a plan to deal with those invaders. Ow, big brother. Awesome. The Monkey King howled loudly. After returning near the monkey group, Sukin stood in front of them, and it was clear they harbored deep hatred for those invaders. On the faces of the monkeys baring their teeth. Don't rush. I have come up with a solution. Sukin displayed the authority of a leader among the monkeys, silencing them. I will craft a set of weapons for you that are no less powerful than those of humans. I will conduct special training for you, teaching you how to use these weapons. At that time, armed with weapons, you will have the means to confront those invaders head-on. Indeed, Sukin's idea was to teach this group of monkeys how to use weapons. Even if it's just the simplest of sticks, as long as they can master basic actions like swinging, smashing, and poking, their strength will qualitatively improve. Coupled with the agility of the golden-haired monkeys, they would definitely be able to confront humans. However, Sukin's idea fell on the ears of foreign viewers in the live stream, and they all thought he had gone mad. Shiba. I thought Sukin had some clever plan, but it turns out he's completely lost it. He actually wants to teach these unawakened monkeys to use weapons. This is definitely the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. If teaching monkeys were that easy, why would humans take millions of years to learn and evolve? In the country of monkeys, he doesn't think their intelligence can compare to that of humans, does he? In the official livestream, Professor Zhang shook his head upon hearing Sukin's plan. Although the golden-haired monkeys are also primates, they are wild and unruly, making them hard to discipline, let alone teach them to use weapons. But there's no other way. If it really doesn't work, retreating is also an option. In the wild forest, Sukin was followed by a dozen golden-haired monkeys roaming through the forest like a grand army. The peach tree had also been discovered by the invaders, and staying there was very dangerous. Sukin planned to settle the monkey group around the bamboo forest caves, providing mutual support. In the wild beside the bamboo forest, Sukin held a bamboo stick, and the monkey group squatted in front of him, their eyes fixed on him. Sukin swung the bamboo stick in his hand and shouted, This bamboo stick in my hand is called a bamboo staff. As long as it is used properly, your combat power will see a qualitative improvement. With a swing of the bamboo stick, it sliced through the air, producing a dull sound of breaking air. With a clang, the bamboo stick struck the ground, shaking the fallen leaves on the surface. The monkey group squealed in excitement. Jeet. Boss. Awesome. This strike is called a swing. The biggest difference between you and humans is that you don't know how to use weapons. Sukin stood tall. But it's okay, today I will teach you how to use the bamboo staff as a weapon. I will train you with the strictest methods to turn you into an invincible monkey army. At that time, our monkey group will dominate the entire wild forest. Gigi. The monkey group was filled with enthusiasm, looking at Sukin with admiration. In the live stream, the viewers were already dumbfounded. Did I hear wrong? Sukin's plan is actually to teach the monkey group to use bamboo sticks. Just imagine that scene, a bunch of monkeys waving bamboo sticks rushing into fight. I can't help but feel like this scene resembles Sun Wukong using the hair clone technique. Haha, indeed, just thinking about that scene gets me a bit excited. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, after listening to Sukin's thoughts, Bing felt uncertain in her heart. Professor Zhang, can Sukin's idea really be realized? Can he really teach a group of monkeys to use bamboo sticks as weapons? Professor Zhang felt a bit awkward and took a tactical sip of tea. He had always supported Sukin. Even if the training started with sleeping, he could still defend Sukin. But now Sukin's idea truly left him a bit bewildered. Sukin's idea is quite good. After all, monkeys are highly intelligent primates. As long as the training is proper, there should still be hope. Bing looked worriedly at the live broadcast room. On the screen, Sukin had already started training. Hey. Sukin swung a set of staff techniques, sweating profusely. He turned to the monkey group and asked, how about it? Did you learn it? Among the monkey group, the golden monkey stared blankly, its eyes filled with confusion. Just watching without practice is useless. Pick up the bamboo sticks in your hands and swing them around to try. Now every monkey held a bamboo stick. These bamboo sticks were broken by Xiongda with Sukin's help. They were flexible and of sufficient length, suitable for use as weapons. Gigi. The monkey king held a bamboo stick, swung it a couple of times, but couldn't grip it tightly, causing the bamboo stick to fly off and strike towards Sukin's face. Sukin narrowly dodged, saying, I asked you to practice. Do you want to kill me? The monkey king lowered its head, not daring to speak. Sukin sighed and glanced at the golden monkeys behind. They didn't even know how to hold the bamboo stick, and it flew out of their hands after just a couple of swings. The ground was now littered with bamboo sticks, and the monkey group was in disarray, scrambling to find their own sticks. There were even two monkeys that struck each other with their bamboo sticks, starting to fight. Sukin slapped his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. At this rate, let alone fighting enemies, it would be a miracle if they didn't accidentally injure their teammates. Forget it. Teaching you such difficult moves right from the start is indeed a bit too much for you. Sukin thought for a moment and decided to start with the basics. Watch carefully. Grip the bamboo stick with 4 fingers underneath and use your thumb on top, firmly wedging the stick in the space between your thumb and index finger. Sukin held the bamboo stick high for all the monkeys to see and learn. The monkey king also imitated Sukin, wedging the bamboo stick between its thumb and index finger. It tried swinging it a couple of times, and the bamboo stick remained firmly in place. Jeet. The monkey king excitedly waved the stick, becoming increasingly proficient, and even created residual shadows in the air with its swings. Of course, it was just a simple side-to-side swing. Even so, for a golden monkey, it was a remarkable progress. Sukin nodded in satisfaction, truly deserving of the title Monkey King. Its intelligence was still intact. Gigi. The monkey king jumped in front of another monkey, teaching it hand in hand how to wedge the bamboo stick. The monkey king held its hand and swung it a few times. Roar. This monkey let out an excited howl, finally learning how to grip the bamboo stick correctly. One after another, the monkey king taught the monkeys of its tribe hand in hand. After half an hour, the entire monkey group finally learned the correct way to hold the bamboo stick. Monkey king, well done. Sukin affectionately patted the monkey king's head. It was much easier for monkeys to communicate with each other. He had spent a long time teaching, yet couldn't get through. The monkey king babbled a few instructions, and the others learned it immediately. Now hold the bamboo stick at the lower end, raise the bamboo stick high. Then swing down with force, striking the ground. With that, several bamboo sticks stood upright. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed, dust flying up as the bamboo sticks struck the ground, shaking the fallen leaves. The monkey group excitedly chattered. Gigi. We learned. Gujie. Great king. Awesome. Sukin nodded in satisfaction, just like a teacher witnessing their student's success. Not bad. You learn quickly. Now change the direction of your wrist and swing the bamboo stick from different angles. Sukin held the bamboo stick and swung it through the air, creating a residual shadow. The monkeys followed suit, altering their swinging angles. The sounds of slicing through the air echoed, accompanied by the occasional thud of bamboo sticks hitting the ground. The monkeys' progress was rapid. They had already learned how to strike at enemies with the bamboo sticks in their hands. Very good. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. You are the most outstanding group of students I have ever taught. The golden monkeys puffed out their chests, their faces filled with pride. Next we will train your accuracy and speed. Strike the bamboo beside you, then hit the falling bamboo leaves with the bamboo sticks. After saying this, Sukin kicked a nearby bamboo. Leaves fluttered down, and with the bamboo stick in hand, he swiftly and accurately struck the falling leaves. The monkeys scattered, each selecting a nearby bamboo to start training. Although there were still occasional cases of bamboo sticks slipping from their hands, their proficiency was rising rapidly. Finally, with the sound of a bamboo stick hitting the falling leaves, the first monkey struck the leaves fluttering in the air. Indeed, it was the Monkey King. The Monkey King stood tall, Gaga. Seeing the Monkey King succeed, the other monkeys were energized and began training diligently. The audience was astonished at the monkey's rapid progress. In just a few hours, the Monkey King can hit a moving target with a bamboo stick. Amazing. These monkeys are quite intelligent, and their learning speed is incredibly fast. At this rate, could it be that Sukin can really train a monkey guard squad? Go for it. Crush those foreign devils for me. In the wild forest within the bamboo grove, time passed, and the monkey's proficiency rose rapidly. By noon, all the golden silk monkeys could accurately strike the falling leaves in the air with bamboo sticks. Sukin called them for lunch. Gigi. Goo goo. The excited troop of monkeys jumped around near the cave, munching on bananas. After lunch, Sukin gathered the monkeys and formed them into a line. Very good. Now we move on to the next phase. Sukin stood amidst the bamboo grove holding a stick in one hand like a martial arts master. The swinging motion of the bamboo stick can give rise to many techniques in actual combat. For instance, the chopping strike. Sukin shouted loudly, swinging the bamboo stick downwards with great force. This move is suitable for attacking the opponent's head and shoulders. The strike aimed at the ground earlier was a chopping. Sukin glanced around, sweeping his gaze over the faces of the golden silk monkeys. Now let me see your learning results. Gigi. Dozens of bamboo sticks struck down simultaneously. Although their movements were not very coordinated, their power was not to be underestimated. The ground trembled and dust flew into the air. Very good. Seeing that the golden silk monkeys quickly grasped the technique, Sukin nodded in satisfaction. He then taught them the remaining basic stick techniques in the same manner. Finally, once you master the thrusting technique, you will be ready for battle. Sukin stood by a tree holding the bamboo stick by its end and thrusting it straight at the leaves on the tree. The thrusting technique is suitable for long-distance harassment. For example, since you can climb trees, you can climb up and poke the enemy with your sticks. Xiongda, come over to practice with me. Sukin called out, and Xiongda stumbled over, looking puzzled. Ing. Is it? Sukin patted its head and smiled. You'll have your meal soon. You first help me train this group of monkeys. Monkeys climb the trees. Sukin commanded the monkeys behind him. Use the thrusting technique I taught you, and poke Xiongda from the trees. Gigi. The golden silk monkeys agilely climbed the trees, poking Xiongda on the head with their sticks. Ing. Xiongda sensed something poking at its head, and looked up. Several monkeys were vigorously poking him with sticks. Xiongda became angry and stood up, wanting to swat away these annoying monkeys with its paws. The monkeys, relying on their agility, darted around the tree branches to evade Xiongda's attacks. From time to time, they would poke Xiongda lightly on the head with their bamboo sticks, causing minimal damage but maximum irritation. Ing. The monkeys are naughty. Xiongda hugged the tree and vigorously shook it with all its might. Hualala. Leaves fell in a flurry, and the monkeys clung to the trunk, nearly falling off. When Xiongda grew tired from shaking, it squatted at the base of the tree to rest. The monkeys started to harass him again, poking at its head with bamboo sticks. Xiongda had a look of despair, glancing at Sukin with a pitiful expression. Ing. The monkeys are naughty. The viewers in the live stream were almost dying of laughter seeing the pitiful Xiongda. Ha ha ha, Xiongda is strong, but can't catch the monkeys. Sukin is so inconsiderate, making Xiongda practice with the monkeys while he sits aside eating bananas and watching the show. Xiongda has thick fur, so the pokes feel like mere tickles, but if the sticks poke Sukin, he would definitely end up bruised. You know, these monkeys have actually been trained by Sukin. Even Xiongda has no way to deal with them. Sukin is amazing. After practicing for a few more days, they might really be able to compete with those Western contestants. In the wild, Sukin comforted Xiongda and fed him some peeled bananas. Xiongda happily nuzzled and then went to nibble on bamboo. Nearby, Tuan Tuan and Yuan watched the monkeys waving their bamboo sticks, finding it very amusing. They also picked up 2 smaller bamboo sticks, wanting to try waving them. However, their chubby panda paws were not suited for holding sticks, and they couldn't grip them at all. Sukin laughed at these 2 little ones. You are giant pandas, how can you hold a stick? Don't worry, when you grow up your paw will be more effective than any weapon. Feeling dejected, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in a fit of anger stuffed the two bamboo sticks into their mouths and chewed on them. Sukin, noticing the setting sun, observed some movement in the bushes in the distance. The environmental probe activated, revealing a gray wild rabbit squatting inside eating grass. Sukin's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, monkeys. It's time to test your training results. There's a wild hare crouching in the bushes over there. Sukin stood before all the golden monkeys, hands on his hips, commanding. Now I want you to take the bamboo poles, and using the skills you learned today, hunt this hare. The rule is you cannot use your limbs, you can only use the bamboo poles to catch it. Sukin barked. Do you all understand? The monkey troop erupted in a chorus of calls. Squeak. Understood. Hoot. At your command. The Monkey King, brimming with confidence, let out a loud roar at Sukin. Ga. Boss, wait for us. With that, it led the troop, heading straight for the hare's location without looking back. Each monkey's face was etched with barely contained excitement and impatience. They had caught countless hares before, but this was the first time they were using bamboo poles to hunt prey. Fueled by the novelty, the troop charged forward with fervor, screeching as they advanced. In the bushes, a gray hare with its long ears perked up nibbled cautiously on tender grass. Suddenly, the hare poked its head out of the bushes, its black eyes warily scanning the source of the commotion. When it spotted the dozen or so golden monkeys charging straight at it, the hare was so startled that it bolted away instantly. In its life, it had never seen such a grand spectacle. Terrified, the hare darted frantically through the underbrush. Suddenly, a bamboo pole slammed down just a centimeter behind it. Squeak. The hare nearly jumped out of its fur, and after gauging its bearings, it made a break for the weakest point in the encirclement. The Monkey King withdrew its bamboo pole in frustration. This hare was too fast, even it had missed. It gave chase, watching for the right moment, striking with its pole only to miss time and again. Growing impatient, the Monkey King let out a couple of frantic roars, commanding the other monkeys to flank ahead. The hare's agile form weaved through the bushes. Dick could see its burrow just 10 meters ahead. Once inside, it would be completely safe. Squeak. The excited hare pushed off the ground with its hind legs darting toward the burrow. However, a monkey was already waiting there. Several bamboo poles came down in unison, blocking its path. The hare made a sharp turn to change direction. With a thwack, the Monkey King's pole struck it, knocking it unconscious. Ooh. Squeak. The Monkey King let out excited cries, grabbing the hare by the ears as the other monkeys danced and hooted around it in celebration. Sukin remained crouched in place. Through his master-level perception, he had already seen the Monkey King catch the hare. The livestream viewers, unaware, commented, "It's been several minutes, why aren't they back yet? Did the hare get away?" Hard to say. It's the monkey's first day learning to use bamboo poles. Without practice, they might not catch the agile hare. Wait. Look. The monkeys are coming back through the forest up ahead. What's that the Monkey King is holding? Looks like a hare. Whoa. They can hunt with bamboo poles on their first day? The viewers widened their eyes in disbelief at the triumphant Monkey King. In its grasp was a plump grape. The Monkey King trotted up to Sukin, proudly brandishing its prize. Squeak. Ga. Chief. Got it. Sukin gave a thumbs up. Well done. Squeak. Chief. Enjoy the prey. Seeing the Monkey King offer the hare to him, Sukin was slightly surprised. This is your catch. It's your trophy. Squeak. Boss. Eat first. Sukin patted the Monkey King's head and took the hare with a smile. Whoa. It was quite heavy. Sukin hefted it. This hare weighed at least 3 or 4 gene. The next second, the National Fortune Games prompt sounded. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Sukin for obtaining a wild hare, triggering the 10,000-fold return. A fortune unconscious wild hare multiplied by 100 has been returned to the Dragon Kingdom Return Plaza. As the announcement faded within the light gate of the Dragon Kingdom Return Plaza, countless wild gray hares gushed out of the light gate like a fountain. The entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in cheers. Whoa. Even the hares caught by Brother Monkey trigger the return. Brother Monkey gave the hare to Kinshun, and the system deemed it his, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Brother Monkey is amazing. Kinshun is amazing. I want roasted hare, spicy hare head, spicy hare legs. In response to the Dragon Kingdom obtaining 10,000 hares, foreign rabbit protection associations issued strong condemnations. Bunnies are so cute, how can you eat them? We strongly condemn the Dragon Kingdom's barbaric behavior. Such adorable bunnies should be released into the wild, right? Does the Dragon Kingdom have no bottom line? Eating such cute creatures? To these remarks, Dragon Kingdom viewers saw through their disguise. You think the bunny is cute? You're just afraid we're eating too well. Isn't it just sour grapes? We're eating them, so what? Not only will we eat them, we'll make spicy hare heads, take photos, and post them online to make you all drool. That day, many Dragon Kingdom viewers who received portions of hare meat posted photos of their spicy hare heads online. Viewers from Western countries collectively lost it. Not only were they eating better, but they were also taunting them directly. It was utterly outrageous. In the wild forest, as the sun set in the west, darkness gradually enveloped the woods. By a campfire, the flickering flames cast shadows around Sukan and the troop of monkeys. After some time of adaptation, the monkeys no longer feared the flames. Sukan sprinkled fine salt on the roasted rabbit and took a bite. The succulent rabbit meat mixed with the aroma of fat enhanced by the fine salt elevated its flavor to a new height. Golden grease dripped from the rabbit leg onto the ground. The first bite released a rich fragrance that instantly activated all the taste buds in Sukan's mouth, stimulating his appetite. After taking a few more bites of rabbit meat, Sukan glanced sideways. A dozen golden monkeys stared at him with eyes wide open, saliva almost dripping from their mouths. However, as the leader of the troop, he did not speak, leaving the monkeys to only watch. This is the rule of wilderness creatures. The leader enjoys the delicacies first, and only after the leader finishes can the rest partake. Sukan shrugged. Forget it, I'm full. You can divide the remaining half rabbit among yourselves. Sukan handed the roasted rabbit to the Monkey King. Gigi. Thank you, boss. The Monkey King excitedly took a bite, the delicious rabbit meat causing it to squeal in delight. After a few bites, it passed the rabbit meat to the monkeys nearby. Each monkey took its turn, and soon the rabbit was picked clean, bones crushed to bits. Sukan clapped his hands and picked up the bamboo bucket, ready to fetch water from the stream. The Monkey King blocked his path. Gigi. Boss, I'm going to get some water, you all wait here. Sukan instructed it to move aside and not block the way. The Monkey King snatched the bamboo bucket and called out to a few strong monkeys. Gigi. Boss, I'm coming. After a few shouts, the Monkey King led the monkeys out without looking back. Sukan touched his nose. This monkey is quite sensible. Before long, the Monkey King returned with a full bucket of water. Gigi. Boss. Water. Sukan rewarded the Monkey King with a pat on the head. Monkey King, well done. You even took the initiative to help me. All right, time to sleep. We'll continue your special training tomorrow. Sukan called out, extinguished the campfire embers, and laid down in the tent. The monkeys scattered, each finding a corner in the bamboo grove to lie down and sleep. Suddenly the lively cave fell into silence. Only the tranquil sounds of insects chirping and the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind remained. In contrast to the quiet environment, the live broadcast room was bustling. These monkeys are quite sensible. They even know to help Sukan fetch water. From now on, Sukan will have to do less work and let the monkeys handle it all. This is great. Sukan has found a group of monkey babysitters. Other contestants are working themselves to the bone, and you just sit back and let the monkeys do the work. Seeing the monkeys actively helping out, the audience was envious. With Bear helping to catch fish and monkeys assisting in hunting, now even the daily task of fetching water was taken care of. If this continues, wouldn't Sukan just lie back and enjoy life? The next morning, in the early light, in the wild forest beside Arthur's camp, two Western contestants brought a captive before Arthur. Report. We have discovered a suspicious Eastern individual. The contestant being brought in was Xiao Tu. He had intended to forage for food in the forest, but was unexpectedly caught by the sentinels. Everyone, I am the representative from Sakura country, Xiao Tu Zaiji. Let me join your team. I know where the Dragon Country contestant Sukan is. I can lead you to him. He has plenty of supplies. If we eliminate him, all the supplies will be ours. Arthur was thoroughly intrigued by this information. With a wave of his hand, he gestured for his subordinates to release their hold. Oh, interesting. Sukan. I know he has been returning supplies to the Dragon Country every day. Xiao Tu Zaiji rubbed his aching arm. Exactly. That's him. He's all alone with just a giant panda as his helper. Leave Sukan to me, and you take care of that giant panda. The two quickly came to an agreement. Soon they formulated a plan to attack Sukan the next day. Unbeknownst to Sukan, he was being watched. Early that morning, he began training the monkey troop. Compared to yesterday, the overall strength of the troop had significantly improved. They wielded their bamboo sticks with vigor, and the various techniques were beginning to take shape. Gigi. The Monkey King stood at the front of the troop, letting out a loud roar. All the monkeys struck their sticks downward, causing the ground to tremble. Ga. As the Monkey King's roar faded, the troop slammed their sticks against the bamboo, and leaves began to flutter down. Roar, roar. A dozen monkeys stepped forward in unison, their bamboo sticks poking at the falling leaves in the air. Sukan sat on a nearby rock holding a bunch of bananas. He looked like an instructor inspecting soldiers, nodding in satisfaction. While reviewing the troop's techniques, he occasionally stepped forward to offer guidance, correcting any improper movements. Truly worthy of monkeys, they have absorbed some true teachings from the great sage, mastering the use of pole weapons with remarkable speed. After a morning of training, even Sukan couldn't help but praise them. Especially the Monkey King, who stood there like a living great sage. After the training, they had a light lunch and took a short break. Sukan was preparing to continue the special training in the afternoon. Xiao Ba Jie flew in from afar and landed on his shoulder. Ba Jie Yalu. After a brief communication, Sukan understood its meaning. Xiao Tu was actually collaborating with the Western camp and would come looking for him tomorrow. Sukin felt a bit relieved and patted Xiao Ba-Gas' head. Well done, Xiao Ba-Jie. Since discovering Xiao Ba-Gas' scouting abilities, he had been sending it out to gather intelligence on the enemy. To his surprise, it really had uncovered some useful information. In the live stream, the audience from Long Country finally relaxed their tense hearts. At this moment, the importance of scouts is truly evident. Xiao Ba-Jie did a great job. Thank goodness for Xiao Ba-Jie reminding Sukin. If he had waited until the enemy attacked tomorrow, being caught off guard would have been a guaranteed disaster. I'm growing fonder of this foul-mouthed parrot. Sukin trained the monkeys while pondering strategies. Escape. Knowing the enemy's tactics in advance along with so many animals assisting him escaping would be too humiliating. How about this? In the afternoon, we continue hunting to assess the troops' training results. If we can succeed, then we will launch a fierce attack at night. If not, we will consider retreating. Sukin set the strategy, gathered the monkeys, and prepared to set off. As he counted the numbers, he found that Monkey 2 was missing. Monkey 2 was the second in command of the troop, and Sukin had named it Monkey 2. Monkey 2, gather for the hunt. Sukin shouted at the top of his lungs. From the cave, Monkey 2 poked its head out, holding a familiar bow and arrow. Is this the bamboo bow that Yao Yuan made before? Sukin glanced over and walked closer. Monkey 2 excitedly squeaked around Sukin while drawing the bowstring. Gigi. This is fun. Seeing Monkey 2 so interested in the bow and arrow, Sukin decided to let it give it a try. As for why he wasn't using it himself. Previously, Sukin had tried to shoot a couple of arrows intending to hit the bamboo, but ended up hitting Bearda's rear instead. Since then, Sukin hadn't touched the bow again. With time to spare, it was perfect for Monkey 2 to give it a go. Monkey 2, this is called a bow and arrow, a weapon used for attacking enemies from a distance. Sukin patiently taught Monkey 2 the correct posture for using the bow and arrow. A bow needs an arrow to function properly. Watch closely. Sukin picked up an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, aiming, drawing the bow, and shooting in one fluid motion. Sukin performed as consistently as ever, aiming at the bamboo, but it ended up hitting the cave ceiling. In the live stream, the audience, who had expected Sukin to show off his skills, burst into laughter. Ha, even God can has things he's not good at. Where did that even land? My grandma could shoot better than Sukin. However, is God can trying to teach Monkey 2 how to use a bow and arrow? How could he teach a monkey to shoot if he couldn't do it himself? No way. At the wilderness site, Sukin felt a bit embarrassed and cleared his throat. Ahem. Don't mind where it went, that's basically how it's used. Did you get it? Monkey 2 excitedly nodded and imitated Sukin, aiming at something in the distance. Knocking the arrow, aiming, drawing the bow, and shooting. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air at an incredible speed, striking the bamboo that Xiongda was chewing. Xiongda paused, looking down to see an arrow embedded in the end of the bamboo. Ing. Extra meal. Xiongda pulled out the arrow and broke it, stuffing it into his mouth and swallowing it in a few bites. Sukin's mouth dropped open, completely stunned. Wait, can you really do that? Hoer proudly puffed out his chest as if asking Sukin if he was impressive. Hoer, did you see that bird's nest up in the tree? Shoot it down. As soon as Sukin finished speaking, an arrow shot through the air, arching perfectly to strike the bird's nest. With a thud, the bird's nest was knocked down, startling several small birds. Sukin's eyes widened in disbelief. Can it really hit like that? Hoer, shoot that crooked-necked locust tree 100 meters away. With a whoosh, the bamboo arrow flew over the 100 meters and struck the trunk of the locust tree. Hoer, shoot the thickest bamboo in the grove. Sukin continued issuing shooting commands, and Hoer hit almost every target. Only a few distant targets were missed due to the limitations of the bamboo bow's range. Anything within range was hit perfectly. Sukin's eyes were filled with shock and fervor as he realized he had overlooked such a talented archer in the monkey troop. In the live stream, the audience was almost numb. Has this monkey just started using a bow today? How is he shooting so accurately? Maybe this is a natural talent. I'm a national level 3 archer, and I feel this monkey's talent far I'm not exaggerating. Even at the Olympics, Hoer's level could win a medal. Now the monkey troop has a long range. In the wilderness, Sukin retrieved the arrows he had shot. These bamboo arrows were made by Yao Yuan with excellent craftsmanship. The tips were very sharp and designed to cause bleeding, making them quite powerful. Yao Yuan had only made 40 arrows. Each shot must be accounted for, no waste allowed. Sukin ruffled Hoer's golden fur on his head, saying, well done, Hoer. From now on, you will be the long-range firepower of the monkey troop. When the monkey troop charges forward, you will stay back, draw your bow, and clear the obstacles for them. Gigi. Understood, boss. Excited by Sukin's praise, Hoer danced with joy. Alright, time to prepare for the hunt. After this little episode with Hoer, Sukin led his animal army deeper into the forest. After advancing for a while, Sukin arrived at an oak grove where piles of fallen leaves covered the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of humus. Sukin rode on Xiongda, followed by a dozen golden snub-nosed monkeys holding bamboo sticks. With the environmental detection feature activated, his spiritual energy surged forth like a tide. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared in Sukin's mind. It was nearly 2 meters tall, covered in brownish-gray bristles, with short, thick limbs. 2 exposed tusks pointed upward, fierce and imposing. It was an adult male wild boar, lowering its head to root through the soil in search of acorns among the fallen monkeys. "We've found our prey." Sukin lowered his voice, signaling the monkey troop to surround it from both sides. As they got closer, the massive wild boar appeared before all the viewers. With a loud bang, the Monkey King swung a club onto its head, interrupting its attack. The wild boar shook its head, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Bang! 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 More clubs came down, and the wild boar felt stars swirling around its head. Despite its tough skin and strong flesh, it could not withstand the barrage of sticks. Minutes later, the wild boar let out a mournful howl. Judging that the opponent could no longer resist, Sukin stepped out from the shadows. He took several bundles of ropes and tied the wild boar's limbs to the bamboo. The Monkey King and Monkey 2 worked in unison, lifting the bamboo that carried the wild boar. The monkey group chattered excitedly, celebrating their first successful hunt of a large animal. Squeak! Squeak! Great king prey! Quack! Quack! Hunting successful. At that moment, the monkeys finally understood how crucial Sukin's decision to teach them to use bamboo sticks as weapons was. Without bamboo sticks as weapons, even if they suffered great losses, it would be difficult to subdue this fierce beast. Yet now they managed to subdue the wild boar with 0 casualties. The gaze towards Sukin brimmed with newfound respect. "Well done, monkeys." Sukin encouraged, looking at the semi-conscious wild boar. This pig must weigh around 400 pounds. Even with the monkey group, it would provide food for quite some time. More importantly, this battle validated the combat strength of the monkey group. With their cooperation, they effortlessly subdued this fierce beast. Now Sukin felt confident. Let's transport this wild boar back to the cave as food for the future. After that, when night falls, we will confront those invaders. With a wave of his hand, Sukin led the grand animal army back on their journey. In the live broadcast, the audience was stunned. "Wow, Monkey Brother is amazing. He managed to subdue such a large wild boar. I thought there would be casualties, but I didn't expect the monkeys to be so clever, avoiding a heated clash with the wild boar and instead exhausting it to death." Monkey Brother was so agile, swinging from tree to tree, the wild boar couldn't even touch a monkey before it became exhausted. Could it be that Sukin can really lead this group of monkeys to drive away the invaders? In the Dragon Kingdom's highest command room, they had just received news of the National Fortune Games' 10,000-fold return. 10,400-pound wild boars had already been delivered to the Dragon Kingdom. The leaders clenched their fists, their faces flushed with excitement. Sukin is truly a master at training. A few days ago, the monkey group was just a disorganized bunch, but after a few days of training, he had managed to mold them into a cohesive team. In the wild forest, Sukin secured the wild boar tightly in the cave. He had plans for tonight and would slaughter it tomorrow to prepare a feast. Xiao Ba Jie landed on the wild boar's head, congratulating Sukin on his triumphant return. "Big brother is amazing. Big brother is amazing." Sukin called all the animals over. "Come here, let's devise a plan for tonight's attack on the invaders." Xiongda swaggered over, still chewing on a fresh, juicy bamboo shoot. 16 golden monkeys, not one missing, all gathered around. This time they aimed to reclaim their territory, and the monkey group appeared exceptionally serious and excited. The round little ones also came over to join in, lying by Sukin's pant leg with their big round eyes wide open. After outlining the basic strategy, Sukin shouted, "Did you all remember the tactics?" Squeak! Squeak! The monkeys replied in unison, indicating that they had memorized it thoroughly. "Very well, the sky is darkening. Ooh, let's set off now." With a wave of his hand, Sukin mounted Xiongda and led the way. A parrot perched on his shoulder, with dozens of golden monkeys following behind. In the live broadcast, the audience's hearts raced. Is Sukin really going to confront the foreign competitors head-on? "I'm really worried. Can this group of monkeys defeat the well-armed humans?" "Believe in Sukin. He will surely beat those foreign devils to a pulp." In the wild forest, Sukin led the monkey troop along a familiar path, the air filled with the freshness of the forest and the scent of decomposed earth. As the last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the mountains, darkness spread like a tide, engulfing the entire forest. The bright moon cast down silver light, barely allowing one to see their fingers. The entire forest was silent, with only the sound of footsteps on fallen leaves and the chirping of insects in the bushes. The night is more suitable for combat. Whether it be giant pandas or golden monkeys, their night vision is superior to that of humans. Sukin intentionally chose to launch the attack at night, maximizing his side's advantages. After walking for a while, he was getting closer to the enemy camp. Suddenly, tiny stars lit up above the bushes ahead. What is this? Sukin's heart skipped a beat, thinking he had been discovered by the enemy sentinels. Upon closer inspection, these glowing things were a swarm of fireflies. They flapped their wings like meteors streaking through the dark forest. The number of fireflies increased their light, almost merging into a single entity, resembling a galaxy in the clear night sky. Suddenly, one firefly flew towards Sukan, stopping in front of him for a moment. Then several more fireflies flew to Sukan's side. Dozens, hundreds. More and more fireflies surrounded him, dancing around him. Is the animal affinity ability effective on fireflies as well? Sukan was somewhat surprised and reached out a hand. A flapping firefly landed on his fingertip, and Sukan could sense the goodwill emanating from it. This scene completely exploded the live stream room for the viewers. What did I just see? A swarm of fireflies. So beautiful. Why are these fireflies surrounding Sukan? Aren't fireflies usually afraid of people? Why aren't they afraid of Sukan? Sukan is truly possessed by a druid spirit. Why are all wild animals willing to befriend him? On the wild scene, Sukan briefly communicated with the fireflies. He found that they could roughly understand his intentions, whether he wanted them to land on his palm shoulder or head. In the next moment, a bold idea gradually formed in Sukan's mind. He issued a simple command for, thus Sukan's team welcomed new members. A swarm of fireflies danced at the front of the team, dispelling the darkness of the night. As they approached the enemy camp, Sukan gestured for the fireflies to hide. The fireflies promptly shut off their glowing organs, and the area around Sukan was instantly plunged into darkness. Taking advantage of the night, Sukan walked alone for over 100 meters. The environment detection function activated, and his mental energy spread out quickly, revealing a campfire in his mind. By the campfire, several muscular Western contestants sat in a circle playing games to pass the time. Nearby, a few contestants were lying down asleep. Sukan's mental energy swept over faces, counting the number of opponents. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face, and his mental energy paused. An old acquaintance. We meet again. The person was none other than Xiao Tu. He was currently polishing a wooden stick in his hand. With an unabashedly cruel expression on his face, "Yo damn, Sukan, enjoy your last night. Tomorrow morning you will meet your first death. I will strip you of your flesh and skin, making you wish you were dead." Sukan's lips curled into a slight arc. "You want me dead? Sorry, this time it seems you'll have to return to the west as well." A cold wind blew past, and Arthur, sitting by the campfire, suddenly felt a strange chill in his heart. It was as if someone was watching him from the darkness. He stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping around. In the dark shadows, it seemed that some enemy was lurking. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the distant forest. Who's there? Arthur raised his torch, slowly approaching with a stick in hand. Other contestants also grabbed their weapons and encircled from the flanks. Another rustling came from the bushes. All contestants tensed their muscles, ready to strike at any moment. The bushes were pushed aside, and a gray wild rabbit hopped out. After all that, it turns out to be just a rabbit. Arthur sighed in relief, cold sweat dripping down his back. "Arthur, are you having that old problem again?" A soldier from the Lighthouse Nation laughed as he draped his arm over Arthur's shoulder. "Don't worry, with so many of us here, even a tiger would have to kneel." "Brothers, don't you agree?" Nearby, the Western contestants burst into laughter. 400 meters away, hidden in the shadows, Sukan gained new insights. 150 meters ahead, beneath a large tree, there is a 3-meter-deep pit covered with fallen leaves, hiding a bamboo spike trap. 50 meters to the side of the camp, in the grass, there is a mechanism that will sound an alarm if triggered. 200 meters ahead, Sukan meticulously outlined the enemy's traps, and the monkey troop became vigilant after hearing him. Squeak, squeak. Intruders despicable. The Monkey King let out 2 angry growls. "Did you remember all these traps?" After Sukan asked, the monkeys nodded. "Inging," Xiongda grumbled dissatisfiedly. "Why go through so much trouble? Xiongda could just charge in and knock them down." Sukan knocked Xiongda on the head. Come on, you always want to charge in. You couldn't even defeat the Monkey King and his group. How can you take on these humans?" Xiongda lowered his round, plump head in grievance. "All right, there will be a time for you to charge in later." Sukan offered some comforting words. After waiting for a few more hours, by late night the enemy had mostly fallen asleep, with only a few on watch. Sukan made a gesture and moved forward. After avoiding several traps, Sukan hid behind a large tree and stopped. Xiongda, puzzled, was about to move forward. Sukan pulled at its paw, pointing to a large tree 10 meters away. "Xiongda, come back. There's an enemy in the tree." Sukan lowered his voice and pulled Xiongda back. Xiongda looked up and saw a person hiding in the lush tree branches and leaves. He had hidden himself very well, with the dense branches and leaves nearly completely concealing his figure. Only a pair of feet remained exposed. Xiongda self-reproachfully patted its belly and stuck out its tongue. Sukan's spiritual sense scanned the area, revealing a total of 3 sentries in the tree. They surrounded the central camp in a 360-degree formation. No matter from which direction one tried to approach, they would be detected. After thinking for a moment, Sukan suddenly came up with a plan. Moments later, countless glowing fireflies suddenly lit up in the tree ahead. The sentry frowned impatiently, waving his stick. "Why are there so many fireflies?" While he was distracted by the firefly, Xiongda had already stealthily approached the base of the tree. Using the light from the firefly's air, aimed for the sentry's neck. With a whoosh, a sharp bamboo arrow silently cut through the dark night, striking the sentry's neck directly. He widened his eyes, opening his mouth to sound the alarm, but could only let out a hoarse gasp. His life force rapidly waned, and the sentry could no longer support his body, collapsing straight to the ground. And on the ground where he fell, a giant panda was waiting for him. The sentry's corpse landed heavily on Xiongda's plump paw, which he caught steadily. Soon, using the same method, Firefly's air and Xiongda eliminated the other two sentries. At this moment, only a few seconds remained until the death notification time of the national game. One down, another to go. Sukin had long anticipated that the death of a contestant would trigger the announcement of the national fortune game. From the very beginning, he had no intention of winning through stealth. What he had in mind was to utilize the time lag between the contestants' deaths and the announcement of the national fortune game to eliminate as many as possible. Monkey 2 aimed for the sleeping ones first. GG. Monkey 2 drew the bow, aimed, and shot in one fluid motion. A bamboo arrow concealed in the night struck the sleeping contestant at an incredible speed. Puff! The bamboo arrow effortlessly pierced through flesh, creating a gaping wound that spouted blood. The intense pain instantly jolted him awake from his slumber. He touched his neck, warm blood gushing out uncontrollably. At the same time, the death announcement for the national fortune game arrived. Contestant Joel from Lighthouse Country is dead. Contestant Bob from Lighthouse Country is dead. Contestant Castor from Lighthouse Country is dead. A series of 3 death announcements thundered like rolling thunder, suddenly echoing at the wrists of the 2 camp sentinels. Upon seeing the familiar names, their pupils constricted. These 3 were the team members responsible for the lookout duty tonight. Now all 3 of them were dead. A chilling sensation shot from the base of their spine to the crown of their head. Enemy attack. A shrill alarm pierced the night sky. Everyone was instantly awakened from their dreams, and in the midst of the chaos, they were still unclear about the situation. Whoosh! With a sound, Monkey 2's second bamboo arrow arrived, accompanied by the explosive sound of the arrow slicing through the air. Puff! The bamboo arrow aimed at the sentinel's neck, piercing directly through his carotid artery. At the same time, a third bamboo arrow shot out from the shadows. Puff! The last sentinel fell to the ground, eyes wide open, collapsing in a pool of blood. Even before dying, he had not caught a glimpse of the enemy's appearance. Enemy attack. Everyone stay alert. Grab your weapons. Arthur was the first to react, raising a torch. The flames drove away the darkness, revealing 2 bodies sprawled in pools of blood before everyone. Everyone's hearts sank, their blood freezing instantly. Without needing to think, they knew the 3 lookouts were dead. Counting the remaining numbers, only 14 were still alive. A full 6 teammates had silently lost their lives to the enemy, and until now they still had no idea where the enemy was. The evening breeze carried a hint of blood, and fear spread like a tidal wave in everyone's hearts. Arthur roared, "The enemy has archers. Keep moving. Don't give them a chance to aim for our vital spots." With his special forces background, Arthur quickly alerted his teammates. Everyone began to sway, their bodies moving in all directions. Arthur's keen gaze swept through the dark forest surrounding them. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed. And there was also an archer. Their situation was exceptionally dire. Bang! Just then a loud noise erupted. Ouch! A rock hit my head. One contestant covered his forehead. Just moments ago a stone had shot out from the darkness, causing blood to flow from his head. Bang! 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 Several more stones came crashing down, and even though they kept moving, they still couldn't escape being hit. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stones intertwined to form a net, capturing all the contestants in the camp. Although the damage was not severe, the feeling of being forced to endure without retaliating made everyone feel extremely frustrated. Only able to take hits and unable to fight back. Just then Arthur suddenly spotted a shadow flashing atop a tree 10 meters away. Found you. Arthur raised his torch and threw it fiercely towards the tree. A long tail covered in golden fur was caught by the flames. This is that damned group of monkeys. Arthur gritted his teeth. He was all too familiar with that. It was indeed that group of golden fur monkeys. In the midst of the panicked crowd, there were expressions of doubt. Monkeys. How dare they launch a night raid on us? It can't be wrong. I just saw its tail. But they also have archers that do monkeys shoot arrows too. Impossible. There must be humans involved. Arthur's mind raced, and his experience as a special forces soldier gave him a clear understanding of the current battlefield. With the intelligence of these wild monkeys, they could never devise a plan to raid us at night. It is humans who led them in this assault. Find that damned human. Kill him, and the monkey troop will surely collapse. Arthur roared, just as a stone accurately struck his teeth. Crack. A crisp sound. Arthur's front tooth was shattered. Damn debris. Arthur spat out the bloodied fragments of his teeth, his gaze fierce. Once I kill you, I will definitely dry you out and turn you into jerky. 20 meters away atop a lush tree, Sukin sat on a branch tossing a smooth pebble in his hand. The stone that had just shattered Arthur's front tooth was thrown by him. As expected of a special forces soldier, you analyzed it so quickly. Sukin smiled, but how will you find me? Sukin clapped his hands, and the monkey troop began a new round of stone warfare. Countless stones intertwined to form an impenetrable net, capturing all the contestants in the camp. That's enough. Arthur, battered by stones, was forced to extinguish the torch. Put out the torches you're holding. Otherwise we will be live targets in the dark. All the contestants listened to the command and extinguished their torches. Instantly, they were plunged into darkness. As expected, with the loss of light, the monkey's accuracy in throwing stones significantly decreased. Arthur is brilliant. Now the opponent won't be able to find us, praised a contestant from the United Kingdom. Arthur spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Humph. If they have the ability, let them hide in the forest for a lifetime. As long as they dare to show themselves, the 14 of us will make them regret it. On a nearby tree, Sukin smiled and said, quite clever. They know to extinguish the fire to blend into the darkness. However, the entire forest is my ally. Sukin snapped his fingers. The fireflies, having received the command, moved silently through the night, like drones surrounding the enemy. After a few seconds, Sukin snapped his fingers again. Instantly, all the fireflies activated their luminescent organs. Like streetlights illuminating the night, they revealed the shapes of all the contestants. A commotion erupted among the crowd. FUCK. Where did these fireflies come from? It's over. Now our figures are completely exposed to the enemy's sight. Someone waved their weapon, trying to drive away the swarm of fireflies. However, the fireflies flitted about and could not be touched. Arthur took a few steps forward, and the swarm of fireflies seemed to be following him. Wherever he went, they went. They hovered persistently above his head, leaving him exposed in the darkness. Shit. A bunch of damn bugs. Did we provoke you? Why did you have to show up now? Arthur's chest heaved violently, his eyes bulging as he glared at the fireflies above. Amidst the crowd, a contestant screamed, I've been hit by a stone again. So despicable. Do these monkeys only know how to play such crude tricks? Everyone scatter. Look for the monkeys' positions. Someone in the crowd shouted. This sentence completely ignited everyone's emotions. They had been waiting for it. Having taken so many hits in vain, they were eager to drag the monkeys out of the shadows and eliminate them. Damn it. Find those monkeys and take them down. The contestants immediately separated, charging towards the direction from which the stones were thrown. Sukin, hidden in the trees, smiled at the sight of the enemy's formation dispersing. In this chaotic scene, the words of Little 8 Baka really had an effect. Indeed, the command that caused everyone to scatter was spoken by Little 8 Baka. Sukin had taught it this phrase in advance precisely for this moment. After several rounds of stone battles, the monkeys' stone supply had nearly run out. If they continued to huddle together, the monkeys would truly have no way to deal with them. However, once the enemy dispersed, it would be much easier. Chio chio. Sukin blew a bamboo whistle. The Monkey King understood Sukin's intention. It was time to activate Plan B. It immediately leapt down from the tree, holding a bamboo stick. The entire monkey troop was divided into 4 groups. Each group consisted of 4 monkeys collaborating to besiege isolated enemies. Finally, a frantic contestant from the Lighthouse Nation strayed from the team, becoming isolated. The Monkey King swiftly approached, while the other 3 monkeys surrounded from 3 directions. A sound like a burst that cut through the air rang out. It was the sound of the bamboo sticks swinging rapidly, compressing the air at high speed. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Kent met the Monkey King's powerful strike. Kent felt as if his forehead was about to be shattered, a piercing pain drilling straight into his mind. He shook his head, stars flashing before his eyes. Before he could react, another blunt object struck his head. Then the back of his head was hit again. Bang! Bang! Kent felt like a punching bag, unaware of how many times he had been hit. Eventually, he could no longer endure it. His head tilted, and he collapsed straight down. From the moment the Monkey King approached to the elimination of the enemy, it took no more than 2 minutes. After dealing with Kent, the Monkey King jumped onto a tree trunk, continuing the search for the next isolated enemy. While the Monkey King dealt with Kent, other monkey squads were not idle either. They each targeted isolated enemies, striking at their heads with sticks. This was what Sukin had taught them. The weakness of humans is their heads. A few blows would either kill or incapacitate them. In the forest, cries of despair and chaos erupted. I've encountered monkeys. Help! Damn it! The monkeys are using weapons. Everyone be careful. Gather. Everyone come back to the camp. Arthur sensed that something was wrong and shouted. Once everyone had gathered, and the numbers were accounted for, Arthur's heart sank. In just a few short minutes, they had lost 5 key members. Now only 9 remained standing here. More than half of the team had perished at the hands of the enemy. What was even harder for Arthur to accept was that these monkeys had actually learned to use sticks as weapons. This completely subverted Arthur's understanding. Who was it that shouted for everyone to spread out and look for monkeys, eh? Arthur scanned the faces. Are you trying to get us killed? Because of your wrong command, 5 of our members are dead. The contestants exchanged glances. Wasn't it Arthur who told us to split up? Arthur shook his head, feeling that this battle was incredibly strange. There were fireflies and inexplicable sounds. Even now, they did not know the specific members of their opponents. Forget it, let's huddle together and stay here. When dawn breaks, I want to see who is playing tricks. In the wild forest under a large tree, Sukin took a bite of a wild fruit, calmly observing Arthur's team not far away. Since the opponent had huddled together, he had been guarding this spot for 3 hours. In those 3 hours, aside from occasionally letting the monkey group create some noise to alert the enemy, he had done nothing. He merely surrounded them, quietly observing the enemy. The opposing side had suffered the loss of 11 members, experiencing immense psychological pressure while constantly monitoring the surrounding environment. 3 hours passed, their spirits remained highly tense, and with Sukin periodically prompting the monkeys to create false attacks, the energy expenditure was immense. As dawn approached, Sukin began the next phase of action. All right, Xiongda, stop eating. Sukin tossed aside the leftover fruit pit and called for Xiongda, who was munching on bamboo shoots. It's almost dawn. By then our advantage won't be as great as it is now. After a night of consumption, the enemy's energy should be nearly depleted. It's time to launch the final assault. Ing. Xiong, it's your time to shine. Xiongda shoved the last piece of bamboo shoot into his mouth and slowly stood up. Exactly. The enemy knows to huddle together now. This is your chance to strike. Sukin called the monkeys and assigned tasks. Xiongda, you will attack from the front to draw the enemy's attention. Xiongda nodded foolishly. Monkey King, you 4 form a group and attack from the rear and flanks to catch them off guard. The Monkey King howled and eagerly jumped around. Did everyone hear that clearly? Ing. Leave it to Xiong. Xiongda patted his chest. Gah. Very good. Dawn is approaching. This battle will determine the final outcome. The campsite was shrouded in a somber and serious atmosphere. After a night of waiting, the enemy had yet to show themselves. Now as dawn approached, their vigilance gradually waned. Several contestants yawned, having not slept all night, fatigue washing over them like a tide. Arthur, do you think that damn group of monkeys realized they couldn't win face-to-face and simply ran away? Yeah. With dawn approaching, they should be too scared to run now, right? Arthur shook his head, his gaze still warily fixed on the jungle. It's hard to say. At the last critical moment, we mustn't let our guard down. Arthur shouted, shaking off the drowsiness of many. Suddenly a rustling sound came from the jungle. Arthur perked up, alert. Pay attention to the southwest jungle, there's movement. A contestant smirked. How many times has it been now? Previously there were monkeys feigning attacks, and now it's just small animals. Sure enough, a rabbit suddenly dashed out from the bushes. Everyone's tense nerves relaxed instantly. See, I told you that group of monkeys had already left. Arthur did not contradict him. After a night of extreme pressure, everyone was on the verge of breaking. Rustle. Another sound came from the bushes. Arthur frowned, glancing over. It's almost dawn, even the wild animals are starting to stir. The other contestants couldn't be bothered to look. However, unlike before, this time the sound quickly grew louder. Finally, accompanied by a tremor of the earth, a rapidly running wild giant panda burst forth from the bushes. Like a heavy truck speeding down the highway, it charged straight toward everyone. Enemy attack! Arthur shouted, but before the contestants could react, the panda had already crashed into them. Sukin had long instructed the panda to target Arthur, the leader. Just as Arthur raised his stick, a shadow blurred. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. Arthur flew away like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the body of a fellow contestant. Gasps filled the air, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, and the crowd instantly descended into chaos. It's Sukin's panda. The little contestant trembled at the sight of the panda. This giant panda has incredible combat power. Everyone huddle together and fight it. The 9 contestants snapped back into action, weapons in hand, instantly entering combat mode. Charge! As the contestants just raised their weapons, facing the panda, a sound from behind alerted them to the approaching monkeys. The little contestant turned around, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. Dozens of golden monkeys wielding sticks charged recklessly toward them. Sun Wukong. The little contestant instinctively recalled the famous tale he had watched as a child. Caught in a pincer attack, leader Arthur lay on the ground, his fate uncertain, and the crowd was thrown into disarray. Whoosh! A bamboo arrow sliced through the air, piercing the neck of a contestant from the Lighthouse Nation. Puffed! Blood sprayed forth, and a corpse fell to the ground. Archer! The enemy archer has struck. Everyone stay mobile. The little contestant felt warm blood still lingering on his face, the blood that had sprayed from the fallen contestant's neck. He froze for a moment, his gaze somewhat dazed. Until now, they still had not discovered the archer's position. Roar! A bear's roar shook everyone, and the panda launched a second charge. Several contestants brandished their weapons aiming to confront the panda heathen. The panda's thick fur and fat absorbed the majority of the damage from the weapons, and with a savage, unreasonable demeanor, it quickly destroyed the enemy camp. Bang! 4 contestants were sent flying by the panda's charge. The panda shook its round head. That hit felt more like a scratch than a blow. The golden monkeys seized the chaos to join the battle, swinging their sticks at the nearest enemy. With a significant numerical advantage, each contestant had to contend with at least 2 monkeys at once. Adding in a wild giant panda that could charge at any moment, the battlefield quickly tilted heavily in favor of the monkeys. Run! Run! We can't win! We can't win! The little contestants' panic disrupted the morale, causing several contestants to lose their fighting spirit entirely and attempt to flee. However, turning their backs to the enemy on the battlefield only led to one outcome: death. Contestant Mike from the Lighthouse Nation has died. Contestant Poppy from the British Nation has died. Contestant Reese from the French Nation has died. A series of death notices from the national game echoed in the contestants' ears like death knells. 5 minutes later, with the last contestant's corpse crashing to the ground, the battle had completely lost its suspense. Sukin clapped his hands and walked out from the forest. After counting the monkey casualties, only a few monkeys had sustained minor injuries with no deaths. The panda had it even easier as the enemy's weapons couldn't penetrate its fur at all. After several consecutive charges, the panda had exhausted too much energy, panting heavily with its tongue out while squatting on the ground. Well done. The monkey army has triumphed over the human army. Hooray! Squeak! The monkeys danced with excitement, circling around Sukan. His status among the monkeys had made them all willingly submit to him. If it weren't for this leader, they would have never been able to defeat these invaders in their lifetime. At this moment, in the official live streams of Sakura Nation Korea and various Western countries, the hosts looked as if they had died, remaining silent with grim expressions. The livestream room was in an uproar. Fuck. Arthur is such a waste. It's so frustrating. With 20 people, they couldn't even defeat a group of monkeys. We're doomed. Now the Dragon Nation is really going to take off. At the scene of the wilderness forest, Sukin looked at the contestants lying on the ground, checking their breathing one by one. Surprisingly, he found a few pretending to be dead on the ground. Pretending to be dead, are we? He'll send you on your way. With a swift motion, Sukin dealt with the 2 contestants pretending to be dead. I must say the machete that little 2 gave me last time is indeed excellent. Sukin fondled the gleaming machete in his hand, suddenly pausing. Wait, where is little 2? After searching around, he couldn't find the other party's corpse. Did he run away, eh? Sukin frowned. Is this guy scared? How could he escape so quickly? When the monkeys and contestants were fighting earlier, the scene was too chaotic. Even he didn't notice when little 2 slipped. Forget it, I'll deal with him next time we meet. Sukin shook his head, preparing to count the spoils from this battle. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. Sukan. This little panda must be the child of that giant panda. Sukin abruptly turned around and saw the figure of Xiao Tuzai Ji slowly emerging from the jungle, holding a black and white panda cub in his hands. Tuan struggled desperately, but could not break free from the grip of the other party's large hand. I thought you had run away, but it seems you haven't. Sukin steadied his mind, calm and unhurried. Why do you dare to show yourself now? Are you seeking death? Xiao Tuzai Ji spat, his face twisted with malice. Seeking death? Then I must take someone down with me. If you dare to move me, this panda will definitely die in front of me. Seeing the child being captured, Xiongda instinctively charged forward. Sukin shouted, Xiongda, don't move. He has Tuan by the neck. Xiongda paused for a moment, regaining some rationality, his gaze fixed menacingly on Xiao Tuzai Ji. Xiao Tuzai Ji was drenched in cold sweat, and upon seeing that the giant panda did not dare to move, he burst into loud laughter. Haha, it seems you all care a lot about this panda cub. Unfortunately, there's still one that got away. But one is enough. Xiao Tuzai Ji sneered. Are you the one who killed me last time? Now I'm here for revenge. Sukin coldly replied. What do you want? What do I want? Xiao Tuzai Ji's temples bulged with rage. I want to kill you. Now slowly walk towards me and throw me my machete. No tricks, or I will strangle it. Xiao Tuzai Ji tightened his grip, making Tuan whimper. Don't. We can talk. Sukin was genuinely afraid he would strangle Tuan. Sukin placed the machete on the ground and kicked it over. You have a partner, right? The archer. Xiao Tuzai Ji bent down to pick up the machete, feeling a bit safer. Xiao Tuzai Ji's face twisted with anger. Get that archer out. Sukin felt helpless. He wanted to let Hoair sneakily shoot him, but didn't expect the other side to be so cautious. Hoair, come out. As Sukin spoke, Hoair emerged from the monkey group, holding a bamboo bow. Xiao Tuzai Ji's expression changed. I told you to call out the archer. Why did you bring out a monkey? Sukin shrugged. Well, it is our archer. Hoair, show him your archery skills. A shoot at that big tree over there. Under the astonished gaze of Xiao Tuzai Ji, Hoair smoothly drew the bow and shot an arrow. A bamboo arrow precisely struck the tree trunk. Bakaga. You mean to say that the archer we consider a great enemy is just a monkey? Xiao Tuzaiji could not accept such a reality. Were they 20 men defeated by this monkey? Sukin nodded. Yes, its archery talent is very strong. It serves as the archer for the monkey group. Bring its bow and arrows here. No tricks. Xiao Tuzaiji viciously tightened his grip on Tuan's neck. Sukin sighed and handed over the bow and arrows. In the livestream, the audience was almost frantic. Don't, Sukan. You've handed over all your weapons. He's only going to escalate things. This damn little brat is just using a panda cub as a hostage. It's infuriating. You just let Xiongda go up and slap him to death. But then Tuan would die too. It would be a loss. Handing over the bow and arrows, Sukin shrugged. I did as you said. Can you let it go now? Dream on. Do you think I'm a fool? Xiao Tuzaiji spat. If I let it go, you will kill me the next sec. Now I want you to slowly come forward and kneel before me. Sukin frowned. Don't go too far. Xiao Tuzaiji's face turned frenzied. Even if it was one life for another, he wanted to kill Sukin once. Not coming. Then I will kill it. Xiao Tuzaiji squeezed hard, and Tuan cried out in pain. Fine, but this is the last condition. Sukin sighed as if he had compromised and slowly walked forward. In the official livestream of Long Country, Professor Zhang was almost frantic. Foolish Sukin. The other side has a machete. Once you step forward, he will definitely cut you down. Bing Bing's palms were sweating. Sukin killed him twice. He definitely wants revenge. It's over, it's over. Sukin really stepped forward. Bing Bing looked away, unable to bear to watch the end. Sukin slowly approached the small figure of the executioner. Yes, at this distance. A cruel smile spread across the executioner's face as he envisioned the moment Sukin's head would be severed. Kneel before me. Sukin slowly bent his knees, pretending to kneel down. Suddenly a stone struck the ground. The executioner's attention was drawn away. Then a sound of slicing air came from above. The executioner abruptly looked up. A green parrot rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Baka, the eighth master is coming in. The small parrot dived down at an incredible speed. Its sharp claws aimed straight at the executioner's eyes. Oh, my eyes. The executioner let out a piercing scream and took a step back. His right hand, gripping the machete, instinctively loosened as he shielded his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Sukin took a step forward, bent down. He caught the machete. With a sudden upward swing. Poochie. With a sound accompanied by the tearing of flesh, the executioner's groin became instantly drenched in crimson. A wave of intense pain spread through his body like an electric current. Baka, my eggs. The executioner shrieked in agony, covering his groin, his eyes nearly popping out. He slowly looked down, feeling a chill in his groin as both of his eggs, and that part had been severed by the blade. Baka, Sukin, I will kill you. The executioner's eyes turned bloodshot. Sukin had dared to sever his greatest dignity as a man. Sukin ignored him and swung the blade again. It struck his left arm. The executioner cried out in pain, using the opportunity to flee. Xiongda rushed forward to protect his child. Baka, I will kill you. Having lost his eggs, the executioner completely lost his sanity. He lunged at Sukin, wanting to tear him apart. Sukin gently stepped aside, causing the executioner to crash. Sukin stepped on his back. The knife fell. Poochie. The executioner's head was severed from his body. A torrent of bright red arterial blood stained the ground, forming a scarlet fan. The severed head retained an expression of anger and distortion. The announcement of the national game echoed. Dragon Country's contestant Sukin has killed Sakura Country's contestant executioner. In the live broadcast room, there was an instant silence. The situation had flipped dramatically, leaving all viewers stunned. Moments later, those who regained their senses flooded the chat with overwhelming comments. Wow, so cool, Godkin. One stroke took out the opponent. Little Baka is amazing. The timing was perfect. Godkin is incredible. First he castrated the opponent, then severed his head. In the Sakura Country live stream, angry viewers vented their fury. Can this really be countered? Does the executioner even know how to play? That parrot was so despicable. And that monkey who threw the stone, deliberately attracting his attention to let the parrot get close. The most despicable one is still Sukan. How could he attack the contestant's lower body? Is he even human? Just seeing the executioner covering his groin in pain made me feel phantom pains. It's all over. 20 people have been wiped out. In the Dragon Country official live broadcast room, Professor Zhang waved his fist. Sukin did a great job. Bing Bing's face turned bright red. Although the attack location was not quite right, as long as we win, it's fine. Colonel Lee, the tactical master of the Dragon Country, applauded. Sukan's offensive was truly seamless. First pretend to surrender, and when the opponent lets their guard down, have the monkey throw a stone to attract attention. Then let Little Baka strike while the iron is hot. By the time the opponent reacts, Little Baka is already right in his face. Directly attack his eyes. At that moment, Sukin was already close enough to seize the machete and complete the counter kill. Colonel Lee's face flushed with excitement. What a seamless strategy. At that moment, the announcement of the national game echoed once more. The Dragon Country contestant led the animals to kill 20 contestants from other countries, achieving the first instance in the entire server of a unmatched kill. The Dragon Country has received a reward. National fortune points increased by 5. The overall physical condition of the populace enhanced, and the environment within the country is harmonious. The rewards have been distributed. In the next second, the balance of the Dragon Country's national fortune points surged from 13 to 18. 14 billion beams of golden light descended from the sky, piercing through buildings and enveloping the bodies of 14 billion people in the Dragon Country. A warm sensation enveloped everyone. In the hospital, the critically ill elderly man lying on the bed rapidly regained his health under the golden light, his complexion turning rosy. On the street, a fracture patient leaning on a cane miraculously healed and joyfully discarded his cane to run. The spirit of those who stayed up late to watch the live broadcast was instantly invigorated. What the hell? My chronic rhinitis has actually healed. I just pulled an all-nighter, and now I can still get it up. My grandfather's asthma has improved a lot. How miraculous. Is this what physical enhancement means? Meanwhile, on the coastline of the Dragon Country, a massive typhoon accompanied by giant waves raced toward the Dragon Country. At that moment, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens. This golden light struck the typhoon like a palm from the sky, forcefully redirecting its path, as if it were a spinning top. The reward of harmony arrived. Next to the coastline, countless residents of the Dragon Country cheered. Great. The typhoon has changed direction. We are saved. Wait. That direction seems to be Sakura Country. Inside Sakura Country, the announcement of the national game resounded. Detected the same contestant has died more than 3 times, punishing Sakura Country with a decrease of 1 national fortune point. Current national fortune points 5 points. Detected that Sakura Country's national fortune points have decreased to half, triggering punishment. Natural disasters intensified tenfold. The punishment has arrived. Please, Sakura Country contestants, work hard to earn national fortune points to avoid the punishment of national fortune points reaching 0 and national annihilation. A voice devoid of any emotion suddenly resounded across the land of Sakura. The next moment, a devastating typhoon swept in from the direction of Dragon Kingdom. Baka, wasn't this the typhoon meant to strike Dragon Kingdom? Why is it heading toward us? It's over. Everything is over. The typhoon struck the coastline of Sakura with unstoppable fury, instantly claiming countless lives. In other regions, earthquakes and tsunamis followed in succession. The entire Sakura nation was instantly reduced to a hellish inferno. Netizens from Dragon Kingdom sent their congratulations. Aren't you little devils fond of shouting? Why aren't you shouting now? Go ahead and revive that little run again. Let him feed, can shun another kill. Ha, a few more times, and you'll be wiped out, still shouting. Inside the highest command center of Sakura, the building trembled from the earthquakes, as if on the verge of collapse. The Supreme Commander, Elder Arai, wore a dark expression. Baka. Useless trash. A full 20 men, and they still got wiped out. Should we revive the players? Shouted Zaiji. An elder posed the question. Revive? Revive my ass. Elder Arai was almost suffocating with rage. That useless fool has died at Su Kan's hands 3 times already. The next revival will cost a full 4 national fortune points. Are we supposed to let our entire nation die along with him? Staring at the mere 5 points of national fortune remaining, Elder Arai was burning with anxiety. If this continued, once the national fortune points were depleted, even he would perish. Bring the families of the other players here. Next time, send a message to the players. If they don't work harder to earn national fortune, their family's safety will be at risk. The great elder is wise. Inside the Lighthouse Kingdom, countless people watched the tragedy in Sakura with lingering fear. Thank goodness our nation still has enough national fortune points, or disaster would have struck us. Sakura is full of fools. Serves them right. Just as everyone was gloating, a grand, emotionless, icy voice exploded across the Lighthouse Kingdom. It has been detected that Arthur and his team of 20 have failed. The Lighthouse Kingdom is the losing side. Punishment is descending. All male citizens of the Lighthouse Kingdom will have their reproductive cells deactivated. The icy voice carried a bombshell announcement that detonated in everyone's minds. Across the Lighthouse Kingdom, wails of despair rose. FCK. Why this punishment? Are we going to lose our fertility? I just tried. Even with the best material, the hardness isn't even a tenth of what it used to be. It's over. If men lose their fertility, doesn't that mean a slow death sentence for the Lighthouse Kingdom? At that moment, the women of the Lighthouse Kingdom fell silent while the men faced their doomsday. Depriving them of fertility. How was that any different from killing them? Netizens from Dragon Kingdom sent their congratulations. Holy crap. That's brutal. They've collectively castrated all the men. Don't worry, we in Dragon Kingdom are happy to help. Send your big Western Maras over, and we'll help you reproduce. Haha, I'm very willing to help. Free shelter for Maras aged 18 to 26, and it'll help you breed for free. Inside the highest command center of the Lighthouse Kingdom, there was only silence. Almost all the high-ranking senators were male. Just moments ago, they had all felt a strange sensation in their lower bodies. It was as if an invisible force had forcibly taken something from within them. The already tense atmosphere in the parliament grew even heavier. Senator Tallis walked out of the restroom, his face dark. He had just tested it. The thing was indeed not working anymore. Sitting back in his chair, Senator Tallis wore an icy expression. Arthur is such a waste. Given 20 men, and he still couldn't defeat a bunch of monkeys. A senator looked worried. Su Kan's animal forces are growing too fast. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Senator Tallis pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Next communication opportunity, issue the order. Command all Lighthouse Kingdom players to head towards Su Kan's location. Have them form a team and kill Su Kan at all costs. The other senators nodded while clutching their crotches. We must eliminate Su Kan quickly, or he will soon become a major threat to our nation. In the wild forest, Su Kan found a banana leaf and wiped the fresh blood off his machete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Slacker mission. The Slacker King is not to be messed with. Hearing the familiar sound in his mind, Su Kan's eyes lit up. The mission reward had finally arrived. Given that the host relied entirely on his animal companion's strength and did not act personally, which fits the Slacker's laid-back personality, a critical reward hit has been triggered. Original reward: Divine Archery Proficiency. Upgraded to Master Level Reward: Master Archery Grandmaster. Please continue to uphold the Slacker spirit, host, and let the tryhards see the power of a true Slacker. The system's mechanical voice faded, and the reward was granted. Countless archery-related knowledge poured into Su Kan's mind. It was as if someone had forcefully injected the experience and knowledge of an Olympic gold medalist archer into his brain. Looking at the bow on the ground again, Su Kan felt an inexplicable pull, as if he had been born with a familiarity with archery. However, all the arrows had been exhausted in the previous battle. Let's search around. Maybe the enemy's spoils include some arrows. Su Kan blew a bamboo whistle, and instantly the nearby golden monkeys gathered in the clearing before him. Monkeys. The most important step after defeating the enemy is to search the spoils. Search them, strip them naked, and bring every useful item here. Squeak. Yes, sir. With that, the monkey swarm dispersed, ransacking the enemy camp. Even the buttons on the corpses' clothes were pried open and searched. The Monkey King headed straight for the enemy tent and brought the spoils to Su Kan. This is... Su Kan's breath quickened when he saw the object in the Monkey King's hand. Is this a bow and arrow? Su Kan exclaimed, grabbing it forcefully. The craftsmanship and draw weight are definitely from a new player's starter pack. Su Kan pulled the bowstring, feeling that it was noticeably stiffer than the bamboo bow. The bow itself was crafted from pure wood, beautifully shaped, exuding a sense of power. Look for arrows nearby, Su Kan instructed, and the Monkey King rushed forward eagerly. Half a minute later, the Monkey King returned with a quiver. 20, 30, 100. There are a total of 180 arrows. Su Kan's heart soared with joy, his smile wider than an AK. While he fondled the bow and arrows affectionately, the monkey troop had already brought back quite a haul. Su Kan glanced over a variety of daily necessities. Everything was there. Fine salt pots and pans, bandages, wild fruits, and some dried, darkened meat along with tree bark. Su Kan picked up a piece of dark meat, wrinkling his nose as he sniffed it. Ugh, what animal is this meat from? It smells so foul. Do these foreigners eat this stuff? Disgusted, Su Kan tossed the meat on the ground. The Monkey King came over, sniffed it, shook its head, and walked away. In the past it might have tried it since it was survival food in the wild. But now, after following Su Kan having roasted meat and fish every meal, this kind of food no longer appealed to it. In the live stream, viewers were astonished to see even the Monkey King refused to eat. Do foreign contestants really eat this? Even the golden monkey shook its head. Good thing they're dead, or else seeing this scene would probably make them choke on. However, there are indeed a lot of supplies on the ground. Su Kan has truly struck it rich. 10 minutes later, all the supplies from 20 contestants were cleared. Su Kan counted 3 tents, 10 rolls of bandages, 1 iron pot, 1 shovel, and over 100 wild fruits along with some other small items. After gathering up the useful items, Su Kan placed them on the back of the bear and prepared to leave. As for the leftover meat and wild fruits on the ground, take whatever you want. There is only one rule: no eating human corpses. Su Kan scanned the monkey faces. If you come across that, don't follow me anymore. Did you hear me clearly? Jeet. Understood, boss. The golden monkeys nodded obediently, not daring to defy their leader's orders. Su Kan sighed in relief. Human corpses would be treated as food by wild animals. Although these were enemy corpses, seeing the monkeys eat their own kind made Su Kan feel uneasy. There was no need to eat such things when food was available. Su Kan clapped his hands and called out loudly, "All right, let's wrap it up and head home." Monkey King, do you want to come back with me? The Monkey King shook its head, pointing at the monkey troop, indicating it wanted to return to their territory first. All right, come and play more later. There's a big wild boar tied up in the cave. We can roast it together then. If you don't come, I'll be stuck with this huge pig, and it will rot before I finish it. Hearing this, the monkey troop suddenly became agitated. The Monkey King's mouth was almost watering. The roasted meat Sukin made was the most delicious food it had ever tasted. Jijit. The Monkey King confirmed that it would check if their territory was invaded by other animals before coming for the meat. Sukin rode on the bear and swiftly returned to the cave's vicinity. Amidst the rustling of the bushes, 2 furry ears perked up. Sukin noticed the sound and activated his environmental detection. A gray-white rabbit was hiding in the bushes, munching on tender grass. Sukin leaped down from the bear's back, patted its head, signaling it to stay put to avoid alerting the wild rabbit. The bear nodded obediently, squatting at the foot of the tree and gnawing on bamboo. Sukin drew his bow and quiver, bending low as he stealthily approached the rabbit's direction. In the live stream, the audience was puzzled by Sukin's actions. What is Sukin doing? He has already pulled out the bow and arrow. Sukin seems to have spotted a prey and wants to hunt with the bow and arrow. A bow and arrow. Sukin, don't joke around. Everyone has seen how Sukin performed with a bow before. That's right, Sukin is quite skilled in many things, but archery is not one of them. Sukin held his breath, bending low as he stealthily advanced towards the wild rabbit. Crack. Even though Sukin was extremely careful in the leaf-strewn forest environment, he still stepped on a The wild rabbit heard the noise and immediately bolted away. Don't run, Sukin shouted angrily. It was hard-earned to hunt, and he couldn't let it escape. He pulled the bow and aimed at the route the rabbit was fleeing, drawing, aiming, and shooting in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow seemed to have its own navigation, slicing through the air straight towards the direction where the wild rabbit fled. Professor Zhang held his breath, staring intently at the live stream. Although Bing Bing did not have high hopes, the trajectory of the arrow seemed to be on a direct path to hit that rabbit. Her heart also raced in anticipation. Under the watchful eyes of countless viewers, the released arrow with a preemptive aim sped towards the pile of fallen leaves in front of the wild rabbit. When the arrow struck the ground, it hit the wild rabbit perfectly. Rather than saying it hit, it would be more accurate to say the wild rabbit ran right into the arrow. The wild rabbit collapsed, its hind legs twitching as it lost its life. A smile crept across Sukin's face as he strode forward, lifting his spoils. In the live stream, viewers were left dumbfounded. What the hell? What did I just see? Did Sukin hit it with one shot? That was a wild rabbit running at full speed. Even a champion archer might not have hit it. Sukin is truly amazing. Now even his archery is so precise. In the official live stream of Long Country, Bing Bing was utterly shocked. Incredible. Sukin actually did it. Professor Zhang jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "Well done, Sukin. I knew you could do it." In the wild, Sukin was still unaware of the tremendous shock his arrow had brought to netizens. He held the wild rabbit, humming a tune, happily walking towards the cave. Just a moment ago, the massive return of the National Luck Game had also been triggered. 10,000 dead rabbits were released in the Long Country Return Plaza. At the cave entrance, the wild boar seemed to have woken up. Before Sukin even entered, he heard a series of grunting pig sounds. As Sukin entered, he was stunned by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar creature in the cave. It was a Siberian wolf. It was anxiously circling around a wild boar. Its fur was a solid gray-black, and its tail was raised in excitement, seemingly unaware of Sukin's approach. From time to time, it would bounce around, playfully teasing the helpless prey before it. Oomph! The wild boar emitted a muffled grunt, glaring at the eager wolf with a face full of warnings. If it weren't for being tied up, it would definitely show this foolish wolf the strength of a wild boar. Sukin felt a surge of caution within him, and it wasn't just the wolf in front of him that made him wary. Wolves in the wild often do not fight alone, but are more accustomed to hunting in packs. The appearance of one wolf indicated that there was likely an entire pack nearby. Sukin activated his environmental detection, revealing the surroundings within a 3-kilometer radius in his mind. To Sukin's surprise, there was only this one wolf within the 3 kilometers. This guy was actually fighting alone. Whoa! The wolf noticed the sudden appearance of a human at the entrance. It approached with steady steps, its gaze deep and imposing as it looked down at Sukin. In the live broadcast room, the audience was terrified. What the hell? Is that a wild wolf? Sukin, run. That wolf is huge. Oh, it must be the king of the pack. That regal gaze is so handsome. Handsome or not, wild wolves usually hunt in packs. If Sukin doesn't run, he might get surrounded by the pack and won't be able to escape. The audience's hearts were in their throats as the wolf slowly approached. Roar! Bearda blocked Sukin's path, lowering its head to emit a low growl at the wolf. Sukin patted Bearda's rear, reassuring it. It's fine, there's only this one wolf nearby, and it seems to have no ill intentions towards us. Bearda moved to the side, its gaze still fixed on the wolf. As long as the wolf dared to make any move towards Sukin, it would definitely pin it to the ground with a paw. The Siberian wolf glanced disdainfully at Berda, seeing that even the massive panda was afraid of it, and obediently giving way made it feel superior. It raised its head higher like a proud lion. The Siberian wolf walked down the slope with its chest held high, exuding an oppressive aura of a wolf king. Sukin was somewhat puzzled. Was this the wolf king of the pack? In the next moment, the Siberian wolf stepped on a loose stone, stumbled, and tumbled down right in front of Sukin, landing awkwardly. Oh, whoa. The Siberian wolf quickly got back up, shaking its head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After pondering for a few seconds, it licked its paw, pretending as if nothing had happened to cover up its awkwardness. In the live broadcast room, the audience burst into laughter. Truly handsome for less than 3 seconds. At first, with that gaze and that imposing presence, I would have believed you were the Wolf King, but then you turned and fell awkwardly. Is this still the Wolf King? A husky would be more fitting. Awoo. Awoo. The Siberian wolf nodded at Sukin and called out a couple of times. You want me to be your little brother? Sukin looked at the foolish wolf with an expression of disbelief, as if questioning. Awoo. The Wolf King nodded nonchalantly. You mean if I become your little brother, that wild boar inside will be given to me to eat? Sukin was filled with black lines. That wild boar is my trophy. Do I need you to give it to me to eat? The Siberian wolf shook its head, looking disappointed as it gazed at Sukin. It seemed to regret that the other party missed out on a powerful big brother. It turned to Berda, approaching it and calling out in hopes of making it its little brother. Berda slapped down hard, scaring the wolf to tuck its tail and flee in a panic, its expression suddenly appearing much clearer. Haha, you don't really think Berda gave way to you because it was afraid, do you? Sukin was amused by the silly wolf. Seeing how foolish you are, I'll just call you Erha from now on. Sukin clapped his hands, deciding on the silly wolf's name. The audience applauded in approval. Erha. That name suits it perfectly. I don't think it's a Siberian wolf at all. It looks more like a silly wolf with diluted husky blood from inbreeding. Exactly. Would a normal wolf even think of finding a giant panda as a little brother? Erha, how did you find my cave? Sukin attempted to pat its head, but it took a step back, seemingly feeling that such an act would undermine the dignity of the Wolf King. Oh, whoa. This king the scent. Sukin helplessly realized that it had caught the smell of a wild boar. This fellow truly considered itself to be the boss. Then why aren't you with your wolf pack? Why did you come out alone? Oh, whoa. Erha displayed a disdainful expression, indicating that only the strong are solitary while the weak need to huddle together for warmth. As a king of the wolf clan, it could only demonstrate its strength by acting alone. Hearing this, Sukin nodded, fully confirming it. This Siberian wolf indeed had some screws loose. All right, Erha, this is my cave with Shonga, and the wild boars inside were caught by us. Erha became anxious, biting on Sukin's pant leg and pulling him inside, insisting on proving that it was the one who discovered the wild boars. Sukin, too lazy to argue with a fool, replied, They'll give you 2 pieces of meat later, just don't make a fuss. As they reached the cave, Sukin was left dumbfounded. The previously neatly arranged makeshift barbecue rack had been torn apart and scattered all over. The erected tent was also crumpled into a heap, and Erha strutted with pride, puffing up its chest. Oh, whoa. The results of this king impressive, right? You still have the audacity to be proud. Sukin seethed with anger, grabbing a chicken leg bone and swinging it at Erha. Oh, whoa. Erha darted out of the way. Sukin held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. What did this foolish wolf mean by ignoring the wild boars and messing with my tent? Could it be that Erha's genes awakened, causing it to enjoy wrecking things? The viewers in the live stream nearly laughed themselves to death. Ha ha ha. With that level of destruction, Erha is definitely a lost cause. My Erha also likes to chew on the sofa, and when I hit it, it runs away. What kind of Siberian wolf is this? It's definitely a purebred Erha. Erha stood majestically, its fur waving in the wind, letting out a long howl towards the sun. Awoo. It looked just like a proud wolf king howling at the moon. A high rock outside the Erha stood majestically, its fur waving in the wind, letting out a long howl towards the sun. Awoo. It looked just like a proud wolf king howling at the moon. But it's broad daylight. With no moon in sight, what the hell are you howling about? Sukin's lips twitched. This idiot was beyond saving. Too foolish to distinguish between the moon and the sun. Just as Erha's howl faded, a long howl echoed from within the cave. Awoo. Bakayuru. The little baka mimicked Erha's voice, letting out a wolf howl. Erha paused, wondering where a companion had appeared. It sniffed, trying to locate the scent of its companion. Awoo. The little baka flapped its wings and flew onto its head. Awoo. Companion. Awoo. Bakayuru. One wolf and one parrot howled together towards the sun. Sukin's lips twitched. Erha, can't you see that this parrot looks like you? How can you mistake it for your companion? Sukin looked at the duo, utterly speechless. These two fools somehow got along unexpectedly. Just as Sukin was pondering this, the two lively creatures began to argue. Erha seemed to think that the little baka's call was too unpleasant and forbade it from continuing to mimic its howl. The little baka not only ignored this, but also used its claws to scratch its head. Awoo. Erha was furious and swatted at the little baka with a paw. The little baka had already flown away, and Erha's hit landed squarely on its own head. Oh whoa! Erha was furious and swatted at the little baka with a paw. The little baka had already flown away. The little baka flew in front of Erha, entering taunt mode. You silly dog. You silly dog. Erha shook its head and lunged at the little baka like a hungry wolf. Unsurprisingly, Erha fell flat on its face once again. Silly dog. Silly dog. The little baka perched on a branch, mercilessly mocking Erha. This time Erha was truly angry, its muscles tensed as it exerted force. Erha's figure almost blurred into a flash of lightning. Like a cannonball it shot towards the little baka. Bang! With a muffled thud, Erha's head slammed straight into the tree trunk, leaves fluttering down. Oh woo! It hurts. Not hurts, not hurts. Erha shook its head, enduring the pain as it stood up. With eyes so painful that tears were almost flowing, it still kept a tense face, maintaining the dignity of a wolf king. The little baka did not forget to taunt silly dog. Silly dog. The viewers in the live stream were nearly laughing their heads off. Ha ha ha, this ha is too entertaining. No wonder it's a wolf. Its head is like iron. Hearing that thud against the tree sounds painful. It's still pretending that it doesn't hurt at all. How hard it is to maintain that facade. Erha, I am the wolf king. What is this little pain worth? Ha ha ha, the little baka is such a troublemaker. Erha's wolf mouth was skewed in pain. Unable to stand it anymore, it staggered over to Sukan and rubbed its head against Sukan's pant leg. Sukan patted its head, and Erha squinted its eyes, emitting a satisfied grunt. Sniffing, Erha caught a whiff of a mouth-watering aroma. Following the scent, it saw enticing golden-brown grilled fish lined up by the fire. Oh whoa! Discovering food, Erha dashed out in a flash. Standing in front of the grilled fish, Erha's drool was flowing. It shook its head, forcibly suppressing its craving for food. Erha decided to show this human what the elegance of a wolf king looks like. It sniffed, licked, and finally gently picked up the grilled fish, not forgetting to cast a proud look at Sukan. Did you see that? This is the elegance of the wolf king. However, just in the next second, the grilled fish in its mouth emitted a heat like a volcanic eruption. It was so hot that its tongue nearly went numb, and reflexively it flung the fish away and hid behind Sukan. Xiongda was also attracted by the aroma of the grilled fish, swaying and quickly devouring it. Erha was dumbfounded, mouth agape, panting with its tongue out, looking utterly bewildered. It seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Sukan nearly laughed himself to death. You fool, wait for it to cool down before eating. Erha licked its paw again, restoring its aloof Siberian wolf demeanor. In the live stream, the laughter from viewers never stopped. Ha ha ha, this ha is too entertaining. Erha was attacked by a grilled fish. Since its appearance, I've been laughing so hard my sides hurt. I just got beat up by my dad for failing a test, and seeing me laugh so happily made him think I was defying him, so he rushed back and hit me again. Ha ha, I laughed at the live broadcast, while the bullet comments upstairs made me laugh even more. At the wild sight, Sukan shared the cooled grilled fish with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. As for the husky, it considered itself the alpha, too proud to beg Sukan, and was squatting aside, gazing at the outside scenery. It occasionally glanced back, spotting Sukan eating with grease dripping from his mouth, and couldn't help but drool ungracefully. Enough, husky, come eat. Sukan called out. If he hadn't spoken first, this fool would rather starve to death than bow its head. Oh whoa! The husky rushed in excitedly, then feeling it had lost its dignity, awkwardly licked its paw. Alright, stop putting on airs and just eat. Sukan was speechless. This silly wolf really thought it was the boss. He tossed a grilled fish in front of it. The husky, its stomach already growling with hunger, lowered its head and began to feast. Oh whoa! After the first bite, it let out a bewildered yelp, doubting its very existence. Could there really be such delicious food in the world? The dignity of the wolf king was utterly abandoned before the allure of grilled fish. The husky buried its head, devouring the meal, occasionally letting out a satisfied grunt. After finishing one fish, it still craved more. The husky wagged its tail, squatting in front of Sukan, begging for another. More. Sukan chuckled. Oh whoa! The husky nodded, staring at him impatiently, its tail sweeping back and forth on the ground. It bore no resemblance to a wolf king. It was nothing but a husky seduced by gourmet food. Sukan smiled and tossed it another grilled fish. The husky leaped up excitedly, catching the fish midair with its mouth, and immediately began to chow down. Watching the husky's gluttonous display, the livestream audience was in stitches. Ha, didn't the husky want to be the wolf king, the alpha? How did it end up bowing to Sukan? That tail-wagging, squatting pose in front of Sukan, begging for grilled fish, is exactly like my husky at home. In the face of delicious food, what use are face and dignity? Husky, I'd rather starve than bow my head. Ah, this is heavenly. Husky says only by filling its belly can it better rule as the wolf king. To this day, we still don't know how delicious Sukan's grilled fish is. It has bribed Xiongda, Captain Yao, and even wolves love it. Sukan fed the husky 3 more fish in succession before it was full. After the meal, the husky's wolf king bloodline gradually reasserted itself. Remembering its embarrassing behavior earlier, the husky felt a bit ashamed. Whoa! It barked at Sukan and dashed out of the cave in a flash. Sukan shook his head and smiled. This one won't freeload, it's gone to find food. Moments later, the husky returned with steady steps. In its mouth, it carried the spoils of its hunt. It approached Sukan, lowered its head, and dropped its prey. Sukan looked down and stumbled back several steps in shock. A green bamboo snake, its body writhing on the ground, slithered toward him. The bamboo snake was venomous. A single bite could be fatal or cause severe injury. Meanwhile, the husky stood tall and proud, awaiting Sukan's praise. Its smug expression seemed to say, "Look how great I am. I caught food. Praise me." Sukan's face darkened with irritation. "Husky, what the hell did you bring me? I told you to hunt, and you caught a bamboo snake. Take it away immediately. I don't eat that stuff." The husky was stunned. Xiongda shuffled over, slammed a bare paw down, and pinned the bamboo snake to the ground. He grabbed the bamboo snake, brought it to his mouth, and ate it like a spicy snack. In the official livestream, Bing Bing covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, this wolf is so funny, I'm dying of laughter." Professor Zhang was almost choking from suppressed laughter. This Siberian wolf. It seems to have awakened the husky bloodline, and an extremely pure one at that. The audience was also in hysterics. Haha, Kinshun's stream is truly entertaining, him dying. Other contestant streams are about wilderness survival full of danger, but Kinshun's stream is all about husky antics, making me laugh nonstop. Haha, as expected of Kinshun, he always attracts animals with quirky personalities. In the wild forest inside the cave, seeing its prey snatched by Xiongda, the husky howled in panic. Xiongda shot at a glance, and the husky's eyes instantly became clear and docile. The force of that slap was something the husky would never forget. Full and satisfied, a wave of drowsiness washed over them. Having stayed up all night, Sukan had tormented the enemy and himself alike. Sukan yawned, crawled into his tent, and didn't forget to warn the husky. "Husky, don't destroy the camp. If I wake up and find you wrecking things again, no more grilled fish for you." The husky was busy playing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, completely ignoring Sukan's words. Sukan shook his head, zipped up the tent, and fell asleep. Hundreds of kilometers away from Sukan on a grassland, Sean, a contestant from the Netherlands, was confronting a gray-furred wolf. The wolf circled for a moment, then opened its massive maw and lunged at Sean with a hungry pounce. Sean swung his small knife, plunging it into the wolf's neck. He pulled it out and stabbed again, repeating the motion over a dozen times, drenched in blood. As the wolf's corpse crashed to the ground, Sean sat down, his chest heaving violently. Around him, over 20 hungry wolves emerged. The wolf pack had arrived. Sean swallowed hard, his legs trembling in fear. Whoa! The wolf king let out a howl, and the pack lunged at Sean. Under the assault of over 20 starving wolves, Sean had almost no room to resist. The livestream screen was filled with static. A few comments scrolled by. "He got killed just like that. So terrifying. Wild wolves are incredibly dangerous. One person really can't stand against them. But wait, why is Sukan's wolf so tame? Chinese audience, do you really think everyone is Kinshun taming a wild wolf so easily? You can try to copy Kinshun's moves, but don't blame him if you get bitten to death." The next day, in the early morning. Today is the day when the country contacts its competitors. Inside a cave, the contestant from Lighthouse Nation, Marcus, carefully polished his bone knife, his muscles bulging with a bronze sheen. Just moments ago, he received news from his homeland, eliminate Sukan. Marcus packed deer meat and wolf skin, determined his direction, and set off on his journey. "You actually led a group of animals to kill 20 enemies. I must see what kind of strength you possess." With his voice echoing, Marcus vanished into the jungle. On the same day, countless contestants from Western countries received the order to eliminate Sukan. Many embarked on a journey to the wild forest. Of course, there were those who wanted to resist and refuse. The name Sukan sent shivers down the spines of many contestants. Having killed the minor figure 3 times and defeated a team of 20. These achievements were enough to terrify an average person. For instance, Takashi Yamada from Sakura Nation was unwilling to provoke this devil. However, the message from Sakura Nation left him no choice. "Takashi Yamada, your daughter and wife have already moved into the government-provided apartment. You wouldn't want them to lose their lives, would you?" A blatant threat that made Takashi Yamada's temples throb with anger. But there was no way out. His family was in the hands of the nation, and he could only act as the country's puppet. He hoisted his iron sword and embarked on the journey to eliminate Sukan. Meanwhile, Sukan, the person in question, was just waking up with a yawn. He was completely unaware of the impending danger. His watch lit up with a message just received from Dragon Nation. In the message, Dragon Nation informed him of the Western countries forming alliances, asking if he needed help, and calling upon other contestants from Dragon Nation to join forces. After reading the message, Sukan frowned. "Wait, what did I do to provoke anyone? Why does it seem like everyone is ganging up on me?" Sukan sighed, wondering if it was simply because he had eliminated 20 of their contestants the day before. But could he really be blamed for that? He just wanted to take it easy, yet they insisted on trying to kill him. If they got killed in return, whose fault would that be? Sukin pondered for a moment and decided to reject the offer from the contestants of Dragon Nation. Not to mention, just his group of animals alone could not coexist with other humans. Moreover, he planned to change locations. The more people there were, the easier it would be to be discovered. Being alone suited him just fine. At worst, he could change locations once a week, leading contestants from other countries in circles. In the live stream, the audience watching Sukin deep in thought was nearly dying of anxiety. Hurry and agree to the help, oh Sukin. So many people, you can't handle them all alone. It's all Sukin's fault for being too outstanding, making the Western countries feel threatened and band together against him. What a despicable bunch, 20 countries joining forces against Sukin. Can they not have some dignity? Even with the participation of other contestants from Dragon Nation, it won't be easy. Their numbers are simply overwhelming. Just as the audience thought Sukin would choose to accept the nation's help, his next words struck them like a thunderclap. Thank you for the good intentions from Dragon Nation, I appreciate it. But I'm used to being alone, and with this group of animals, I'm capable of self-protection. If others come over, I can't guarantee that the animals will get along well with the other contestants. If conflicts arise, that is not something I wish to see. I appreciate the nation's concern for me, but I do not need anyone's protection, so there's no need to notify the other contestants to come over. After Sukin finished speaking, the live stream was filled with question marks. Wait, Sukin, why did you refuse? As expected of Sukin, facing so many countries targeting him, yet daring to face it alone. But this is too difficult. Having a few more people to share the burden would be good. What good would a few extra people do? There are over 20 countries on the other side. Their numbers could crush us. Have you considered that Sukin might really be thinking that if he gets targeted and dies, it's better for him to die alone than to drag other contestants from Dragon Nation down with him? Holy crap. It's true, if Sukin dies alone, he can still revive. But if too many people die, there won't be enough national luck points for resurrection. Sukin is great. In the wild, he shook his head helplessly, wondering why they insisted on targeting him when all he wanted was to take it easy. Now he could no longer stay in the cave and had to change locations. Otherwise, with someone trying to kill him every few days, he couldn't even sleep peacefully. Moreover, the plan he had been too lazy to implement before must now be put on the agenda. Indeed, after Sukin had tamed Bear Big and the monkey group, a thought naturally emerged in his mind: to create a kingdom of wild animals and form an invincible animal army. However, he had grown accustomed to being lazy and didn't want to put in the effort. But now the situation was different. There were numerous enemies seeking his life. By then it would likely not just be a team of 20, but an army composed of hundreds, or even thousands. In that case, relying on just a dozen golden monkeys and a giant panda wouldn't be enough to even fill the gaps against the enemy. Forget it, let's take it step by step. Taming animals is not something that can be done at will. Moreover, it must be animals with combat capabilities, otherwise sending them into battle would be like delivering food. Thinking of this, Sukin glanced at the husky. It was running in the bamboo forest, being chased by the round panda cubs, who were playfully biting its tail. The husky knew they were the children of Bearda and dared not attack them, fleeing in panic. With a loud bang, as the husky turned to huff at the panda cubs, it failed to notice what was in front and crashed into a bamboo, falling to the ground with a thud. Sukin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Expecting this guy to fight was not very realistic. Before the enemy even made a move, it had already knocked itself down. Not wanting to bother with that foolish creature, Sukin called over Bearda to discuss his departure. After Sukin expressed his need to leave, Bearda buried its round head into Sukin's chest, nuzzling against him, reluctant to part. Bearda, this is a matter of life and death. I do not wish to leave either. After staying in the cave for so many days, Sukin had developed feelings for Bearda. Though he was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. If I do not leave, those people will come looking for me. By then, not only will I be in danger, but you and the panda cubs will also be affected, possibly losing your lives. Bearda raised its strong arms, its deep-set eyes filled with determination. Ing. Bear. Strength. Roar. Enemies. Get down. Sukin smiled and patted the fur on its arm. This time the enemies are not the same as last time. There are more of them, and they are better prepared. Don't say it's just you. Even if the monkeys join in, it won't be enough to contend with them. Bearda seemed to understand, tilting its head. Ing. Can't fight back. Run. Sukin nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm preparing to flee. Bearda's dark eyes looked pitiful. Ing. Don't leave me, Bear. Sukin laughed. Bearda, this is your home. Would you be willing to leave it for me? Bearda clumsily pointed to itself, and then to Sukin. Ing. Where the person is, the bear is. Sukin felt a warmth in his eyes, somewhat moved. Wild animals have a strong territorial instinct. Unless faced with food shortages or other unforeseen circumstances, it is common for them to stay in their territory for a lifetime. Now Bearda was actually willing to move with him. This indicated that Bearda held a deep bond with him and had regarded him as family long ago. All right, then I will take you with me. Ing. Bearda raised its paw in joy, happy like a child. However, there's no rush today, the contestants are far apart, and it's unlikely the enemy's main force will reach here in the next couple of days. Let's first have Xiao Ba Jie search for suitable living spots in the surrounding area. There's no hurry to move. As Sukin discussed with Bearda, the livestream audience was in tears. Woo. Bearda is so great, willing to accompany Sukin through hardships. They are moving. This cave location has already been discovered by many contestants from various countries. It will definitely not be peaceful later. Sukin is truly fortunate to have a giant panda willing to accompany him through thick and thin. Yes, Bearda has provided him a place to stay, caught fish for him, and now is accompanying him to wander. Where can he find such a good partner? Why not marry him? I was already emotional to the point of tears, and the comments above made me laugh out loud. However, the feelings of wild animals are indeed very pure. Once they recognize you, it's for a lifetime. In the wilderness, Sukin had eaten a few bananas in the morning and fed some banana seeds to Xiao Ba Jie before sending it out to find a livable spot. Now Sukin was lying on a huge blue stone outside the cave, basking in the sun, while watching the Monkey King train the monkey troop. Early this morning, the Monkey King had already brought the troop over. After realizing the importance of weapons, the Monkey King now trained the monkey troop daily. Dozens of bamboo sticks danced in a synchronized manner, and the monkey's proficiency with the sticks was rapidly increasing. If this were a circus outside, the ratings would definitely be high. Sukin laughed. These synchronized movements. This vigorous staff technique. Just a few days ago, Sukin would never have imagined that a group of golden monkeys could accomplish this. While the Monkey King was training the troop, the husky came over. Having lived in the wild since childhood, it had never seen monkeys that could use bamboo sticks. The husky found it very intriguing, wagging its tail as it darted around among the monkeys. Upon seeing the Monkey King leading the troop, the husky's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the leader position it had been aspiring to? If it could become the leader of this group of monkeys, how impressive would that be? The husky nudged the Monkey King with its head, urging it to step aside so that it could lead the troop. The Monkey King glared at the husky and continued training the monkeys. Seeing that the Monkey King ignored it, the husky became anxious and howled, challenging the Monkey King. Whoever won would become the leader. The Monkey King looked at the husky as if it were a fool. Are you a monkey? You think you can become the leader of the troop? The husky, seeing that it wasn't being acknowledged, decided to conquer the monkeys with its charm. It raised its head, the gray and white fur on its temples fluttering in the wind, striking a pose it thought was quite cool. A woo. The monkeys looked at it with expressions of disbelief. The husky became angry. Having roamed the world, it was actually looked down upon by a group of monkeys. The husky decided to show these wild monkeys the might of the Wolf King. It charged into the troop, crashing around, baring its teeth at the monkeys. Gigi, get lost. The monkey troop erupted in chaos. Ga. Wanna fight? The husky's antics disrupted the training of the monkeys. Gigi, take it down. The Monkey King was angry and issued a command to the monkeys. In an instant, the husky, who was weaving through the troop, believing itself to be quite impressive, was met with the onslaught of a dozen bamboo sticks. Oh whoa, can't hit me. The husky's agile form dodged the bamboo sticks coming from the front, weaving left and right, showcasing the agility of a wild wolf to the fullest. However, there were too many sticks, and the monkeys coordinated seamlessly. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Monkey King predicted the husky's escape route and knocked it on the head with a heavy stick. Oh whoa! The husky yelped in pain. The blow from the Monkey King halted its movement, and in an instant a dozen sticks came crashing down on it. A woo, a woo, a woo. The husky howled, quickly identifying a direction and bolting out. It stumbled over some vines on the ground, tumbling over in a chaotic manner. The monkey troop closed in and dozens of bamboo sticks pinned it down, rendering it unable to move. A whoa. The husky let out a desolate howl, a sense of heroic finality in its voice. Caw-cawed. The monkey troop rejoiced, finally catching that foolish wolf. At the Monkey King's command, the troop carried the husky and tossed it into the bushes. The husky lay on the ground, its eyes vacant, as if pondering the meaning of its canine life. The livestream audience couldn't stop laughing at the husky's plight. Huh? Did the husky just get arrested on the spot by the monkey bros? Serves you right for being cheeky. Everyone else is training, but you had to go cause trouble. Those few whacks were well deserved. This husky is both mischievous and cowardly. I'm dying of laughter. No wonder they say the name fits perfectly. This husky is more husky than a husky. In the wild forest, sunlight pierced through the bamboo grove, casting several warm patches of light on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. Sukin lay on a flat blue stone, his eyes half closed, a blade of dog's tail grass dangling from his mouth, utterly at ease. The sunlight fell upon his face, casting intersecting shadows. It's almost noon, time to eat. Sukin spat out the grass and stood up. Monkeys, it's time to slaughter the pig for the new year. Sukin bellowed. The Monkey King stopped training and scampered over to him. Squeak. King. Caught. Time to eat. The golden monkeys, thrilled at the prospect of a meal, bounced around Sukin. Ding. Detected host behavior triggering new quest whole pig feast. Enemies may be on their way, but what of it? A slacker's soul dictates eating and drinking while never letting worry take hold. Host utilized the wild boar at hand to create a sumptuous pork feast, making the livestream audience drool with envy and witness the true essence of a slacker's enjoyment of life. Quest reward wilderness construction mastery. Host slack off wisely and uphold the spirit of the slacker. Sukin finished reading the reward and smiled. With the wilderness construction mastery skill, he could possibly build an incredibly comfortable lair for his new home. Sukin walked over to the wild boar and looked down at it. The boar sensed something and struggled violently, snorting and grunting. Second senior brother, first senior brother is waiting for you at the table. Don't bother struggling. Sukan's unworthy tears nearly flowed from the corners of his mouth as he gripped the dagger and slowly brought it to the boar's neck. Just as he was about to slit its throat, the boar, feeling its life threatened, lunged its head towards Sukan's hand. Fortunately, Sukin was quick and dodged just in time, or he would have been in trouble. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Sukin scowled. Bear 1 gives second senior brother a head massage. Bear 1 ambled over and smacked the boar on the head with its paw. The boar shook its eyes, glaring fiercely at Bear 1. Moi. Not convinced. Bear 1 delivered a few more slaps. The boar's limbs went limp, foam spewing from its mouth as Bear 1 knocked it unconscious. Bear 1, well done. Sukin patted Bear 1's head. They'll give you some delicious roasted trotters later. Bear 1 acted coy, then scurried back to a corner to munch on bamboo. Sukin held a military dagger acquired from enemy forces, now perfect for slaughtering the pig. Sukin frowned, looking at the boar on the ground. A 3-400 pig was too much for him to handle alone. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of help. First senior brother flipped second senior brother over. The monkey troop chattered and gathered around, using bamboo poles to lever the boar's side and heave it over with a mighty effort. Thump. The ground trembled as the boar was flipped onto its back legs in the air. Sukin fetched a large basin, knelt, and placed it by the boar's neck. The boar's blood was tender and fragrant, it couldn't be wasted. Sukin felt the boar's neck, found the artery, and thrust the knife in. Chick. Bright red arterial blood spurted out perfectly into the basin. The boar's hind legs kicked once, and it was still. Gurgle, gurgle. The water Sukin had prepared earlier was boiling over the fire. He fetched the boiling water and doused the boar, sending up a cloud of steam. This step was to facilitate scraping off the bristles and cleaning the carcass. Sukin pulled out several small knives and distributed them to the monkeys. Second senior brother has too much hair. First senior brother, let's help him shave it off. Sukin, gripping a knife, crouched by the boar's belly and pushed the blade upwards. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The bristles were tough, and Sukin exerted considerable effort. Instantly, a patch of bristles came off, revealing the pinkish belly skin beneath. The golden monkeys learned quickly, mimicking Sukin's shaving technique. After over 10 minutes, the bristles were all removed. Sukin took a cleaver and split the boar open from top to bottom. The next moment, the entrails were fully exposed. Heart, liver, intestine, stomach. Every organ was a treasure. More importantly, animal offal was rich in vitamins and trace elements. For someone surviving in the wild, this was undoubtedly a potent tonic. The strong, gamey smell of the innards even lured the husky over. Drooling, it darted over in a flash. A hungry wolf pounced. Clang. Sukin rapped the husky on the head with the flat of the blade. The husky shook its head, instantly sobering up. What's the rush? Do you think this is the wild, eating raw flesh and drinking blood? Sukin scolded the husky. They'll cook it for you all later. No need to rush. The husky buried its head on the ground, not daring to speak. It stared longingly at the pork, a puddle of drool forming beneath it. Not just the husky, but even the livestream audience's mouths were watering. Holy crap. This wild boar is top tier with perfect marbling. Far tastier than those farmed white pigs. It feels a bit weird for first senior brother to eat second senior brother, but honestly, you can't blame him. Second senior brother just looks too delicious. Hurry up. I want braised large intestine, stir-fried pork belly, braised trotters, sweet and sour fillet, steamed pork, with rice flour, fish-flavored shredded pork, roast suckling pig, braised elbow, sweet and sour pork. Stop listing dishes up there. I wasn't even hungry, but now my stomach is growling. Even if the outdoor setting isn't ideal for elaborate cooking, the freshness of the ingredients makes anything delicious. Back in the day when we butchered the New Year's pig in the village and had a whole pig feast, the aroma could be smelled in the next village. Freshly slaughtered pork tastes the best with no gamey smell at all. And since Sukan's boar is wild, the meat quality is even better. I can only imagine how amazing it must be. While the audience was discussing, Sukin had already separated the boar's innards and placed them on banana leaves. He also divided the various parts of the carcass. Sukin wiped the sweat from his brow. Slaughtering a pig is quite the physical labor. I'm exhausted. He looked at the boar before him, lost in thought. The belly, ribs, head, ears, trotters. Each part had its most suitable cooking method. Sukin roughly planned the cooking approach, grabbed a rack of ribs. Let's start with roasted pork ribs. Sukin set up a simple barbecue rack made of bamboo, over the fire sprinkling fine salt, and half a jar of an unknown spice over the pork ribs. He sniffed, and was immediately hit by a pungent blend of cumin and chili powder, causing him to sneeze at Chio. This was likely a blend of 5-spice powder and chili powder perfectly suited for the grilled ribs. Sukin evenly sprinkled the spices over the pork ribs, and within a short, while they were sizzling and oozing with grease. As the spices were sprinkled on, a fragrant aroma mixed with the grease and cumin wafted through the air. Sukin licked his lips, nearly drooling. Xiongda, keep an eye on this, and don't let it burn. No sneaking bites. Sukin instructed while Xiongda squatted in front of the ribs, gazing hungrily at the food emanating a deadly allure. After giving his instructions, Sukin approached the simple stove made of stone. A cast iron pot sat on the stove filled with clear stream water. This was the water he had sent the monkeys to fetch from the brook earlier. Cutting the pork belly into cubes, Sukin first blanched the meat. Then he prepared to stir-fry the pork belly to make braised pork. Although there was no oil, the fat from the meat would suffice as high-quality lard. He cut a few pieces of fatty meat, placed them in the pot, and rendered them down to fill a small bowl with lard. As the hot oil entered the pot, the pork belly clashed with the boiling lard, instantly releasing a plume of white smoke. With popping and sizzling sounds coming from the pot, Sukin skillfully added fine salt seasonings and rock sugar, finally pouring in the stream water and covering the pot with a lid. The seamless cooking technique left the live stream audience in awe. Wow, how is Sukin so proficient? Is he really a college student? He cooks even better than my wife. Is Sukin going to make braised pork? I'm dying of hunger. While other contestants were still figuring out what to eat, Sukin had already started preparing a lavish feast. 10 minutes later, Sukin lifted the pot lid. A cloud of steam mixed with the aroma of braised pork instantly captured the attention of all the animals. Xiongda twitched his nostrils, his dark eyes rolling towards Sukin. Even the grilled pork ribs in front of him seemed less enticing. Sukin picked up a piece of braised pork to taste, and his eyes immediately lit up. Not bad. After finishing one piece, Sukin took another bite. It's rich without being greasy, the fat melts in your mouth, and the lean meat is tender and not dry, with a delightful fragrance and sweetness. A chef does not steal grains nor gather them. After finishing, Sukin set the braised pork aside, preparing to cook the next dish. The husky was tugging at Sukin's pant leg, its eyes filled with longing for food. Sukin tapped its head. What's the rush? Wait until I'm done, and we can eat together. Oh, whoa. The husky anxiously circled Sukin's, saliva nearly pooling on the ground. Ha ha ha, the aroma is making the husky almost speak human words. Don't mention the husky, I'm craving it too. I can smell the fragrance even through the screen. Once I have money, I must buy a phone that can smell. The monkeys were responsible for gathering firewood to add. The Monkey King waved a large banana leaf fan, fanning the stove fire to a bright red. With the help of the monkey troop, Sukin managed to prepare several more dishes. Pork heart soup, blood tofu, braised pig trotters, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and grilled pigtails. Taking a glance at Xiongda, he was sitting obediently in front of the grilled ribs, managing to resist the temptation of sneaking a bite. Sukin checked on the ribs, which were perfectly crispy on the outside and dripping with oil, and they were already done. He patted Xiongda's head. You managed to resist the temptation of food. Good job, Xiongda. Ing. Meat fragrant. The fur around Xiongda's mouth was dampened by saliva. Alright, it's time to eat. Sukin wrapped the pork ribs in banana leaves, tearing off a piece to put in his mouth. The outer skin was crispy, yet not burnt, fragrant with tender, juicy meat inside, especially the layer of connective tissue on the bone, which made Sukin squint his eyes in delight. With one bite, the aroma of the fat combined with the spices instantly activated all his taste buds. The husky watched him eat, so deliciously, anxiously pacing around. A woo. The husky made a whining sound, scratching the ground with its paws. Alright, it's not like I'm not. Sukin finished one rib and tossed it to the husky. The husky jumped up excitedly, catching the meaty bone in its mouth, chewing a few times, and its expression suddenly changed. How could food be so delicious? Previously, he had only eaten bloody and tough meat, which was completely incomparable to grilled meat. It squatted on the ground, gnawing on the bone, wagging its tail, crunching away until even the bone was swallowed down. It's time to eat, time to eat. Everyone come eat. Sukin arranged the dishes neatly and called the animals over. The monkeys rushed and chattering excitedly as they began to feast. Tasting the delicious food, the golden monkeys jumped around excitedly, as if they had just eaten a peach of immortality. Xiao Ba Jie flew onto Sukin's shoulder, pecking at the meat in the bowl. Big brother, meat, meat. Sukin picked out a few smaller pieces for it to eat easily. Xiao Ba Jie was overjoyed. Thank you, big brother. After finishing lunch, Xiao Ba Jie flew off again to explore suitable camping spots. The two little ones huddled in front of Xiongda, gazing longingly at their mother, gnawing on the fragrant ribs. Xiongda was so engrossed in eating that his eyes were filled only with the food in front of him, completely ignoring the two little ones. The hungry little ones whose stomachs were growling had no choice but to seek out Sukan. Their fluffy little paws rested on Sukan's pant leg, whining, "Ing-ing, mommy. Ing-ing, hungry." Sukan glanced at Xiongda, who was focused solely on his own meal side, and squatted down to rub their heads. "How have you two grown so big without starving to death with such a foodie like Xiongda around?" "Ing-ing. Meat." Sukan tore off a bit of meat from the bone, cooled it down, and fed it to the two little ones. Upon tasting the meat, the little ones' dark eyes immediately brightened as they clambered up Sukan's pant leg, seeking affection. "Ing-ing. More." Sukan smiled and continued to feed the two little furballs. This heartwarming scene made the audience sigh, envious of Sukan, who can feed these two panda cubs. "Let go of that panda, come at me if you dare." Sukan has truly become the zookeeper responsible for feeding the animals every day. This scene is just too heartwarming. Wild boar, yes, animals are cute and heartwarming. Does that mean I'm haha? Who can resist the allure of wild boar meat? It's just irresistible. Watching Sukan enjoy his food so much, the foreign audience felt incredibly envious. While their contestants were still nibbling on wild fruits, Sukan was enjoying a feast compared to his fellow contestants. In the live stream of the Englishman Yi, in recent days Yi had built a simple wooden hut using timber with a bonfire outside. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter suitable prey and could only survive on insects from the trees. Yi squatted on the ground, grabbing a fuzzy green caterpillar from the ground and stuffing it into his mouth. Yi emitted an excited voice, "God, this bug is high in protein. I need to eat it now to replenish my protein." He shoved the bug into his mouth, chewing a few times before a burst of green juice exploded forth. A bitter and strange taste spread through his mouth, and Yi furrowed his brow, nearly gagging. He chewed with great effort, veins bulging on his forehead, and with a hard swallow forced it down. "God bless. With this bug I can replenish a lot of stamina." In the live stream, the audience from Longwa frowned. "This is too disgusting. How can anyone eat that? The bug is still oozing in his mouth. That juice is making me feel nauseous. Damn it, I would throw up, even if you gave me leftover food from last night. This is too disgusting. How can anyone eat that? The bug is still oozing in his mouth. That juice is making me feel nauseous. Damn it, I would throw up, even if you gave me leftover food from last night." I'm not exaggerating. Even the husky next to King God eats better than Yi. Surprisingly, the Western audience did not argue with the complaints from the Longwa viewers, because they were nearly about to vomit too. In the wild forest beside a cave, after eating and drinking to their fill, Sukan rubbed his belly, satisfied, lying on the soft belly of Bearda. Bearda lay next to the fire, snoring loudly while a group of monkeys played merrily on his legs. The monkey troop continued their training with the sound of bamboo sticks slicing through the air occasionally heard. The husky chased butterflies in the bamboo forest, barking excitedly. After napping for a while, Sukan stood up, stretched, and his joints crackled. "A feeling full is just great." Sukan smacked his lips, glancing at the leftover wild boar meat. If this meat is not processed in time, it will spoil quickly. He counted and realized that he had only eaten 1/8 of it. There were still over 300 gene of meat left: a pig's head, 2 hind legs, half a rack of ribs, a large piece of pork belly, as well as a pile of internal organs and bones. Sukan thought if he were to cure all of it, he wouldn't have enough salt. Moreover, salt is precious in the wild, so he couldn't use it all for curing the meat. Then he'll cure part of it and make the rest into smoked meat. After making the decision, Sukan activated the environmental detection function. His mental energy surged forth like a tide, and the surrounding environment appeared in Sukan's mind. Soon a tree with leaves resembling caterpillars caught his attention. "Is this a cypress branch?" Sukan felt a surge of joy. Cypress branches are an excellent choice for smoking meat, and the smoked meat carries a delightful fragrance from the fruit, wood offering a rich flavor profile. Taking up a machete, Sukan called Monkey King and set off. Soon Sukan stood under the cypress tree, with Monkey King instructing it to take the machete up the tree. "Do you see that side branch with a lot of leaves?" "Yes. Cut it down." Sukan directed from below, while Monkey King was responsible for chopping the tree. Swish! Soon a dense cluster of cypress branches was chopped down and fell to the ground. Sukan and Monkey King each carried a bundle, while the husky held another bundle in its mouth, returning to the camp. "Get to work. Practice later," Sukan shouted as the monkey troop gathered around noisily. Some monkeys, unable to control themselves, wanted to eat the pork. Monkey King swiftly struck a stick on its hand. The monkey troop instantly became obedient, standing docilely in front of the pork. Sukan mixed fine salt, Sichuan pepper powder, and minced garlic together in a bamboo tube, ensuring they were well combined. Although smoking meat can save some salt, fine salt is still needed for sterilization. Besides salt, Sichuan pepper powder and minced garlic also have sterilizing properties, preventing the pork from spoiling while enhancing the flavor of the smoked meat. Once mixed, Sukan began demonstrating for the monkey troop. He grabbed a handful of seasoning from the bamboo tube and evenly spread it over the surface of the pork, lightly kneading it to ensure the ingredients fully permeated. The other monkeys, after washing their hands, imitated Sukin, applying the seasoning on the pork surface and kneading for a moment. Then Sukin used a grass rope to thread through the pork and hung it in a ventilated area. This step allows the surface of the pork to dry out, forming a protective layer while better absorbing the subsequent smoky flavor. In the official live stream, Bing Bing was completely mesmerized by Sukin's skillful techniques. Sukin seems so skilled. Is he preparing to turn the leftover pork into cured meat? Professor Zhang shook his head. Making cured meat requires a lot of fine salt. Sukin has chosen to make smoked meat, and the cypress branches he just brought back are the best materials for making smoked meat. From salting to kneading to drying and finally smoking, Sukin has executed each step excellently, a textbook-level demonstration of how to preserve excess meat in the wild. In the live stream, many viewers nodded repeatedly. I was worried about what to do with such a large pig if it spoiled, but I didn't expect God had this step planned out too. Smoked meat. I used to eat it every year during the new year, but after the resource scarcity in these past few years, I almost forgot what smoked meat tastes like. God is living the good life. Even making smoked meat can get the monkeys to help. I'm practically drooling. My favorite food in this life is that bite of smoked meat during the new year. In the wild forest, the sky was getting dark. The setting sun shone on the pork hanging in front of the cave, casting long shadows. Today the sun was bright and the wind was howling. In just an afternoon, this batch of pork was mostly dried. The air was filled with the aroma of pork. Sukin hung the strips of meat on a simple stove which was already packed with cypress branches. Sukin squatted by the stove, rubbing two fire-starting stones together gently. Whoosh! Sparks flew, igniting the dry grass in Sukin's hand. Sukin quickly stuffed the dry grass into the stove, instantly igniting the dry cypress branches. Smoke billowed, sparks appeared, gradually developing into a raging fire that consumed the cypress branches in the stove. Sukin dipped his hand into the bamboo tube, wetted a bit, and splashed it over the stove. Hiss! The flames were instantly extinguished, leaving only thick smoke billowing from the stove. In the live stream, many viewers were confused. The fire was burning well. Why did God extinguish it? You just don't understand. The key to smoking meat is to smoke. If it catches fire, what would be left of the smoking? Exactly, smoking pork cannot catch fire. It can only be smoked with thick smoke. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be roasting? God's technique is truly professional. I've only seen it in the elderly in the village who have smoked meat for. Beside the cave, Sukin stood before the billowing thick smoke, adjusting the position of the meat strips above to ensure they were all covered by the smoke. The air was filled with the fresh aroma of cypress branches. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. The smoke was dense enough, and by tomorrow morning it should be just right. There was no need to tend to it all night. Adding enough cypress branches before bed would suffice. The leftover pig entrails were used by Sukin to make a hearty stew. Thick white steam wafted around, carrying a strong fragrance. Bubbles rolled in the pot, floating with pig liver, heart, and kidneys mixed with crispy bits rendered from pig fat, the aroma almost tangible. The monkey troop Xiongda and the two round ones were drawn in by the scent, squatting by the large pot waiting for their meal. They gazed eagerly at Sukin, who did not speak, forbidding anyone from eating. Sukin ladled a bowl of soup and took a sip. The warm, rich broth slid down his esophagus into his stomach, instantly warming his body. After tasting the pig liver, the delicious flavor instantly stimulated all his taste buds. Dinner is served. 1 bowl each. If it's not enough, there's more. Sukin shouted loudly. The monkeys each held a bowl, lining up for Sukin to serve them. When it was Xiongda's turn, it brought a large basin forward. Sukin glanced at it, and Xiongda grinned foolishly. You glutton, your appetite is almost enough for 10 monkeys. Sukin shook his head, but there was no helping it. With Xiongda's size and appetite, it seemed normal to eat more. Sukin simply lifted the pot's handle and filled the basin to the brim. Xiongda placed the large basin on the ground and buried its round head in it, starting to eat vigorously. Sukin also served some to the two round ones, who were puffing out air from the heat, their little tongues sticking out. The two round one saw that everyone else was eating, and it was left out, anxiously scratching the ground with its two paws. Oh, what about me, eh? Sukin laughed and poured some for it. The two round one howled, wagging its tail and diving into its meal. Just then a familiar voice from the system echoed in Sukin's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task, Full Pig Feast. Reward acquired, Master Builder in the Wild. Due to the excellent performance in the task, additional reward, Master of Wild Traps. Please make good use of your rewards and embrace the spirit of being a slacker. Sukin's eyes brightened as countless knowledge memories flooded his mind. A vast amount of construction-related knowledge was crammed into his mind. Now Sukin was confident he could build bamboo houses. What delighted Sukin even more were the additional rewards he received. Rope traps, pit traps, mechanical traps. Various traps were now familiar to him. When he reached the new campsite, he could set up a few traps outside to welcome those foreign invaders. While Sukin was pondering, Xiao Bajie returned. How's it going? Did you find a suitable campsite? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Bajie landed on Sukin's shoulder. Time to eat. Alright. Let's eat first. Sukin fed it a few pieces of pig liver. Now that you're full, can you tell? Xiao Ba Jie tilted its head and pecked at the leftover scraps by Sukin's mouth. Big brother. Found a campsite. Sukin patted Xiao Ba Ga's head, praising. Well done, Xiao Ba Jie. After exchanging a few more words, Sukin roughly understood the information about this campsite. The area around the campsite had bamboo groves and orchards that could provide ample food for Xiongda and the monkey troop. Moreover, it was near a waterfall with a plentiful water source surrounded by forests providing good concealment. The key was that the campsite was 80 kilometers away from here, so it wouldn't be easily discovered by enemies in the short term. Sukin called the animals together to discuss the new campsite. Monkey King, we plan to move tomorrow. Do the monkeys want to come along? Ow! The Monkey King thumped its chest twice, indicating a vow to follow the king to the death. And you, Erha? Sukin glanced at Erha, who was squatting nearby. Erha raised its head. Oh. It expressed that protecting its little brothers was its duty, so it would follow Sukin as well. Sukin shook his head. This silly one still thought of itself as the boss. Had it really forgotten how it wagged its tail at him before food? However, now all the animals would follow him. This feeling wasn't bad at all. Alright then, tomorrow morning we set off. Oh, ing. Jijit. The animals were overjoyed. They had no idea of any dangers ahead, only knowing that following Sukin to conquer new territory was worth celebrating. In the livestream room, the barrage of comments flooded in. Great. Now with the new place, we don't have to worry about leaving our old animal friends behind. The bond between animals is truly sincere. Once they commit, they follow you for life. Sukin's animal kingdom is still expanding. Is it useful to expose the location of the great Chang'an to the despicable Western countries? By the time they arrive, Chang'an will have already relocated. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Sukin opened the tent, and Erha stood on the blue stone outside the cave, gazing deeply into the distance. The sunlight spilled down, casting a faint golden glow over its fur. It looked just like the king among Siberian snow wolves. However, Erha's image could not maintain its cool for more than 3 seconds. Seeing Sukin rise, it immediately wagged its tail, circling around Sukin like a husky begging for dog food in the morning. Ignoring Erha, Sukin leaned over to check on the smoked meat after a night. He tore off a small piece and tasted it. Not bad, it has already absorbed the flavor. I can take it to the new campsite to continue drying. It will last a long time. Sukin licked his fingers and nodded in satisfaction. In the morning, Sukin and the animals managed a quick meal before preparing to set off. Go. Let's go. Jijit. Oh, ing. The monkey troop and Erha were extremely excited, resembling an animal army about to embark on a great expedition. Sukin rode on Xiongda's back, following behind Xiao Ba Jie. Behind them, the monkeys carried various items: bamboo baskets, bamboo tubes, wild fruits, pots, and pans, etc. There were many items in the cave that would be wasted if left behind. Since the monkeys had idle hands, Sukin simply asked them to take everything along. The smoked meat hung on Xiongda's back, while Erha closely followed on either side of Xiongda, drooling at the hanging smoked meat. In the livestream room, countless viewers had begun to anticipate. Is Chang'an finally moving to a new base? After staying for a month, Chang'an is finally leaving the newbie village. Anticipation. Is it useful to report to the foreign devils? By the time you arrive, Chang'an will have long slipped away. In the wild forest, on a narrow path overgrown with grass on both sides, Sukin tore off a piece of smoked meat and bent down to feed it to Xiongda. Carrying him along with so much smoked meat consumed a lot of energy, so they needed to replenish with some food on the way. Ing. After eating, Xiongda made a cooing sound, licking Sukin's fingers, still wanting more. Sukin tore off a few more slices of meat to feed it. After being full, Xiongda let out a satisfied grunt and continued on their way. Just then, a patch of brown plants by the roadside caught Sukin's attention. What is this? Sukin's pupil shrank suddenly as he patted Xiongda. Xiongda stopped quickly. There's something good by the roadside. Ing. Bear stopped, a look of confusion on his face. The monkey troop following behind also halted, a dozen pairs of monkey eyes gazing at Sukin in bewilderment. Sukin jumped off Bear's back and rushed toward the patch of brown plants. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the king of fungi, morel mushrooms. They covered the ground, standing only 10 centimeters tall, with rounded tops featuring pitted surfaces resembling the texture of a morel, displaying a light brown color. Sukin counted, and there were at least dozens of morel mushrooms in this patch. In the live broadcast room, the audience erupted with excitement upon seeing such a vast expanse of morel mushrooms. What the hell? What am I seeing? The ground is covered with morel mushrooms. Even before the resource depletion on Blue Star, morel mushrooms were considered a precious ingredient, costing hundreds per pound. This thing is great for making soup. Oh, just right as Sukin has smoked meat. If he stews it all together, I can't even imagine how fresh it would taste. In the wilderness, Sukin took out a shovel, crouched beside the morel mushrooms, and dug them all up. The husky came over sniffing curiously awoe. As the husky was about to take a bite, Sukin smacked it on the head with the shovel. What are you eating? Morel mushrooms need to be cooked to taste good. Eating them raw is tough and bitter, don't waste them. As Sukin finished collecting the morel mushrooms, the announcement from the National Luck Game rang out. Congratulations to Dragon Nation contestant Sukin for discovering 89 wild morel mushrooms, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Wild morel mushrooms 4850 have now been randomly returned to the territory of the Dragon Nation. The next second within the Dragon Nation. Whether in the cracks of the roadside soil or the small garden balconies, clusters of robust brown fungal plants with tiny caps emerged from the ground. The nation was in an uproar. Holy cow! 10 morel mushrooms suddenly appeared in my balcony garden. Thanks Godkin. Now we can eat morel mushrooms too. The wild boar meat distributed by the government has arrived. Oh, it's perfect for stewing with morel mushrooms tonight. Last time Sukin caught a wild boar, triggering a 10,000-fold return. The resource distribution is done through a random lottery system. Everyone is qualified to draw lots, and many have received wild boar meat. Foreigners were envious of this scene. We must deal with Sukin. With this guy around, he could sustain a whole country by himself. Morel mushrooms stewed with wild boar. Fuck. Even when resources weren't depleted, I couldn't afford such luxury. I really envy the people of the Dragon Nation. They eat either wild rabbits or wild boars every day, and now they can even have top-tier ingredients like morel mushrooms on their table. Fuck. Our country's contestants are all useless. Every day it's either returns of tree bark or toxic wild fruits. I can barely remember what meat tastes like. Foreigners watch the food videos uploaded by the people of the Dragon Nation with hot pot featuring wild boar meat paired with morel mushrooms, steaming and aromatic. Many foreigners were extremely envious. In the wilderness, after collecting the morel mushrooms, Sukin continued to lead the animal army forward. Along the way, he didn't discover anything worth stopping to collect. Occasionally, a few wild fruits by the roadside also served as food for the monkeys, but Sukin wouldn't bother with such trivialities. This journey took a whole day. By the time they were nearing their destination, the sky was almost dark. King, campsite. The campsite. Little Bagua flapped its wings happily, flying around Sukin. Sukin pushed through a patch of trees, and suddenly the sound of a waterfall cascading down filled his ears. The air was filled with moist water vapor. After walking a few hundred meters further, a waterfall hanging from the cliff came into view. The waterfall was magnificent, like the Milky Way descending to Earth. In front of the waterfall, the water pooled into a clear pond. Beside the pond, colorful wildflowers and grasses were blooming everywhere. The setting sun shone on the waterfall, forming a rainbow bridge spanning over the pond. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing saw this stunning view, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh my! This is so beautiful. The waterfall hangs high, the sunset glistens on the shimmering water flow, and a colorful rainbow bridge spans the sky. It's as beautiful as a fairy tale world. Professor Zhang was also awed by this picturesque scene. He quickly adjusted and began to analyze the pros and cons of this campsite. This place is nearly 100 kilometers from the original cave. Even this group of wild animals took a whole day to reach here. From the distance perspective, it should not be discovered by enemies in the short term. Professor Zhang stroked his chin. Moreover, it's close to a water source with wild fruits abundant beside the pond, backed by a cliff and surrounded by forests, making it extremely concealed. In the short term, this is indeed the first choice for a new campsite. Next to the waterfall, Bear followed the scent and dove into the forest to the east. A whole stretch of lush green bamboo forest appeared before them. Sukin patted its head. You're amazing. You even found the scent of bamboo. Ing. Bamboo fragrant. Bear seemed to want to inspect this bamboo forest, squatting beside a bamboo, snapping a tender stalk, and putting it in its mouth. Bear tore open the bamboo's outer skin with its teeth, delivering the tender meat inside to its mouth, chewing out the juice. Ing. Delicious. Bear's eyes sparkled. This bamboo forest turned out to be even tastier than its previous one. Ing. Fragrant you eat. Bear offered a tender bamboo stalk to Sukin. Sukin rubbed its head. I won't let the two little ones eat it. After a month, Tuan and Yuan had both grown larger. Their teeth had also developed well enough to chew on bamboo. Sukin handed the bamboo to them, and each took one and vigorously gnawing towards the center. Watching this warm scene, Sukin smiled and nodded. With this bamboo forest, the feeding issues for Bear Tuan and Yuan were resolved. As Sukin left the bamboo forest, the Monkey King, holding a few wild fruits, chattered at him. King. Wild fruits. Gah. King. Fruit forest. The monkey troop found a wild fruit forest. Sukin was stunned, then instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly asked the Monkey King to lead the way, passing through the trees to the west, and a whole expanse of wild fruit-laden trees appeared before Sukin. Even the air was filled with the sweet aroma of wild fruits. A dozen golden monkeys excitedly dashed around in the trees. Some wild fruits, after just one taste, were carelessly discarded on the ground. There was no other reason, simply because the fruits in this wild fruit forest were too abundant. Nearly 100 wild fruit trees were bent over with the weight of their plump fruits. This was still the already fruit-bearing trees. There was still a large area of trees that had not borne fruit. With so many fruits, even a dozen golden monkeys couldn't finish them all. The husky couldn't climb trees, anxiously wagging its tail, circling around the fruit trees. Awoo! Occasionally it picked up fruits that had fallen from the monkeys and happily ate them. Little Bagua flew up to the fruit trees, specifically picking out worms from the holes. King! King! Delicious! Delicious! Wild peaches, wild oranges, wild mangoes. And a bunch of oddly shaped fruit trees. Sukin grew more excited as he looked around. Not only have we solved the food issue for the monkey troop, but there are even extra fruits for brewing fruit wine. The Monkey King plucked a wild mango from the tree and presented it to Sukin Jiji. Great King, try this. The wild mango was fully ripe, golden yellow, exuding the unique fragrance of mangoes. Peeling back the skin, Sukin took a bite. The juice exploded in his mouth, and the flesh melted instantly, the sweet juice activating his taste buds. This flavor is even sweeter than what you find in a fruit store. Just as Sukin finished the mango, the Monkey King brought him a wild peach. The other golden monkeys also picked the biggest and ripest fruits from the branches to offer to Sukin. Jijit. Great King. Eat. Sukin laughed, never expecting that being the king among a bunch of monkeys could be so delightful. He continued to eat several plump wild fruits until he was burping. The monkeys also enjoyed themselves, chattering and celebrating joyfully. After eating so many fruits, why hasn't the tenfold return been triggered yet? Sukin looked at the large fruit trees ahead, shaking his head in regret. It's probably because I just arrived here today and the system hasn't recognized my ownership of these trees yet. Once I stay here a bit longer, I should be able to trigger the tenfold return. In the live stream, upon hearing Sukin's words, the audience was almost drooling. Wow. Can we also take the mango that King God just ate? Was large and plump, juicy and watery. The moment he took a bite, the juice burst out. It made me so envious. Don't worry, just wait a bit longer. Once King God stays in this orchard for a few more days, the system will recognize ownership, and the tenfold return should trigger. Last time that peach tree from Monkey Brother gave me such a treat. With so many fruit trees in this orchard, it must be an absolute delight, right? I'm already looking forward to it. The number of foreign viewers in Sukin's live stream is dwindling. The remaining foreign viewers all hoped to see Sukin make a fool of himself, but today he discovered truffles and found an orchard. And the key is they couldn't eat any of it. The foreign viewers grew more and more envious, so they simply stopped watching. Seeing but not tasting, isn't that torture? Therefore, the bullet comments in Sukin's live stream became increasingly harmonious. Whenever Sukin discovered something good, the bullet comments were all 666. In the past, the foreign viewers who would often jump in to argue had fallen silent after being proven wrong. In the wild, after all the animals had eaten their fill, Sukin called over the monkey troop, Bear Da, and the Air Ha, and Little Ba Jie, and they gathered in the clearing by the waterfall. Sukin planned to set up a tent here and sleep for the night. However, before that, he decided to conduct a comprehensive check of the environment within a 3-kilometer radius. Once he confirmed there were no dangers nearby, he would go to sleep. The environmental detection function activated, and his mental energy surged forth like a tide. Countless environmental details, including bamboo groves and wild fruits on the trees, appeared in Sukin's mind. As his mental energy spread to the water pool ahead, suddenly a pair of emotionless eyes appeared at the bottom of the water. Before Sukin could react, the beast leaped out from the bottom of the pool. Splashed. Water splashed everywhere as a gigantic beast measuring 7 meters long suddenly leaped out of the water. The monkey troop was alarmed, quickly grabbing bamboo sticks and forming a defensive line, warily eyeing the monster that had appeared. As the water settled, a giant crocodile lay sprawled on the shore. Its head measured a full 1.5 meters from snout to back of its head. With 2 glaring yellow eyes filled with an oppressive aura, it scrutinized Sukin. The vertical slits in its pupils were as sharp as blades. Its body was covered with thick scales, each piece overlapping, embodying the brutal beauty of a prime. This is... Sukin stared at the exaggeratedly large crocodile, frantically searching for corresponding information in his mind. A body length of 7 meters with black spotted stripes. The only crocodile on Blue Star that fits this description is the saltwater crocodile. The saltwater crocodile appeared in the live stream, and the entire screen went blank. All the viewers forgot to breathe, their fingers frozen above the keyboard. Moments later, thousands of bullet comments erupted like a volcano. Wow, what kind of monster is this? How can it be so large, at least 7 to 8 meters long? It looks like a saltwater crocodile, the largest reptile currently on Blue Star, and a perfect species that stopped evolving 400 million years ago. So cool. Its thick scales are just like the armor on an armored vehicle. Cool as it is, But it seems this big guy has its sights set on King God. It's over, it's over. With a body this big, bear might not even be a match. King God, run. This is the saltwater crocodile's territory. The viewers in the live stream witnessing the oppressive saltwater crocodile dared not even breathe, fearing it would suddenly attack Sukan. In the official live streaming room, Bing Bing's palms were dripping with sweat. Professor Zhang, what kind of crocodile is this? Why is it so large? Professor Zhang's face was serious. This is a saltwater crocodile known for its ferocity and strong territorial instincts. It probably sensed Sukan as an intruder, triggering its territorial instincts. Bing Bing's face turned pale. Does that mean Sukan is in great danger? Can Bear Da and the monkey troop defeat this saltwater crocodile? Professor Zhang shook his head. Saltwater crocodiles are very powerful, even tigers are no match for them. Not to mention this saltwater crocodile is 7 meters long, definitely a dominant predator in the wetland. Bing Bing's heart sank. Sukan, run. Whatever you do, don't let it catch up to you. In the wilderness, the saltwater crocodile lay on the wetland beside the pond like an ancient ferocious beast. Bear Da and the monkeys emitted low growls as warnings, fixating their gazes on the suddenly appeared beast. Erha tucked its tail between its legs, hiding behind Bear Da, its legs trembling. The saltwater crocodile stared in the direction of Sukan, slowly opening its mouth a crack. It wasn't trying to bite, but was sniffing the air. The saltwater crocodile identifies scent not by its nose, but by the sensory receptors in its mouth. Suddenly, a putrid foul odor wafted from the crocodile's mouth. That was the smell of the swamp of decaying tree roots of the sun buried in the Cretaceous. Sukan covered his mouth and frowned. Damn it, it stinks. Runkin' God. What time is it to still be complaining about someone else's bad breath? I'm so anxious watching this. Why is King God acting like nothing is happening? Can't he see that such a large saltwater crocodile is staring at him? The viewers in the live stream were in a flurry while Sukan stood still. In the next moment, the saltwater crocodile moved. That 7-meter-long body rushed towards Sukan like an out-of-control armored vehicle. In the live stream, countless viewers felt their hearts nearly burst out. Bing Bing's back was soaked through, biting her red lips tightly. Professor Zhang's fingertips turned white, embedded in his palm. In the highest command room, a dozen high-ranking leaders looked ashen. It's over. Sukan is really going to meet his end at the hands of the saltwater crocodile. In the wilderness forest beside the waterfall, the ground trembled as the alligator sprinted. A powerful tail carved a deep mark into the earth. Its direction was straight towards Sukan. It opened its massive jaws, revealing teeth that could crush the bones of wild beasts, a terrifying weapon. In the live stream room, the foreign viewers who had been silent for days finally found an outlet for their emotions. Yo, is the damn Sukan finally going to die? Yes, just open your mouth and eat him. God, finally a beast can punish Sukan. Roar. Xiongda stood before Sukan, letting out an ear-splitting roar. Chirp. The monkey troop, armed with sticks, fearlessly charged at the alligator. Oh, whoa. Even the husky's voice trembled as it stepped forward. However, the alligator's target was not them. It swept past Sukan, creating a gust of wind, and lunged directly for the bamboo basket. Sukan paused for a moment, slowly turned his head, and saw the alligator burying its head in the bamboo basket, greedily devouring the morel mushrooms inside. Roar. After a few bites, the alligator let out a satisfied cheer. It knocked the bamboo basket over with its head, contentedly feasting on the delicacy. Is this alligator attracted by the smell of morel mushrooms? Sukan was taken aback. From the very beginning, he hadn't sensed any malice from the creature. Thus he chose to stay and see what was happening. He never expected that the creature had its eyes on the morel mushroom. In the live stream, the audience was utterly stunned. Wait, isn't the alligator the top predator in the food chain? Even hippos and wild boars are its prey. Why does it love morel mushrooms so much? Just now the alligator opened its mouth and ran towards Sukan, and it scared me to death. I thought Sukan was done for. Maybe this alligator is a vegetarian. Alligators are omnivores. They eat meat and plants. My big brother the alligator eats meat every day. Oh, what's wrong with wanting a change of taste? This alligator has good taste. It knows the morel mushrooms are precious and goes straight for them. The Dragon Kingdom viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief, while the foreign audience was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, you're the apex predator. Why aren't you eating Sukan? Alligator, what are you doing? You're ignoring such a big meal and running off to eat morel mushrooms. Is this alligator brain dead? What a waste of such a large size. Hurry up and eat a person. What's so good about morel mushrooms? This Sukan is ridiculous. Oh, why do wild animals refuse to harm him? Could this be the mysterious power of the East? In the official live stream, Bing Bing wiped the sweat from her brow and patted her rapidly rising chest. Phew. Thank goodness the alligator's target is not Sukan. It scared me to death. Professor Zhang's shirt was soaked with cold sweat. Sukan is always lucky. He has survived again this time. Surviving a great disaster must bring fortune. Ew, I am looking forward to Sukan's next performance. In the wilderness, after finishing the morel mushrooms, the alligator happily flicked its tail. Turning around, it swaggered away as if nothing had happened, heading towards the pond. Sukin glanced at the bamboo basket, which was now empty. All the morel mushrooms had been devoured by this creature. A surge of anger welled up in Sukin as he grabbed the alligator's tail. What do you mean? You think you can just leave after eating for free? The alligator strained with its 2 claws, trying to return to the pond. However, Sukin used all his strength to push against the muddy ground, stubbornly holding his ground. In the live stream, the audience was left dumbfounded. Wait, buddy. It's already a miracle that the alligator didn't eat you. You're not letting it go back. As expected of Sukin, he actually dares to pull the alligator's tail directly. Sukin, you can eat me, but you think you can eat the morel mushrooms I worked hard to obtain? Not a chance. What's wrong with this alligator? Is it not getting angry? The alligator probably feels a bit guilty. After all, it's awkward to get angry after eating someone else's food. Eating someone else's food makes it hard to be angry, right? The alligator is a cold-blooded animal. Do you understand what that means? Does it even care about human emotions? In the official live stream, Bing Bing's heart, which had just calmed down, was now in her throat. Sukin, what are you doing? You're pulling too hard or it might hurt it. Professor Zhang shook his head. The alligator hasn't even exerted its strength yet. Sukin's little force probably won't hurt it. But what is he thinking? Doesn't he know how dangerous alligators are? The foreign audience started a new round of outrage. This fool. He's really courting death. I thought he could survive, but if he's looking for trouble, he can't blame anyone. Alligator, turn around and bite him dead. At such a close distance, even a giant panda wouldn't be able to save him. In the wilderness, watching Sukin struggle with the alligator, the monkeys cheered, and the Monkey King's eyes were filled with admiration. Did you see that even such a large alligator dares not provoke our king? The husky was dumbfounded. Could it be that this alligator looks big, but is actually easy to bully? Oh, whoa. The husky excitedly jumped in front of the alligator, asking if it wanted to be its little brother. Roar. The alligator roared in anger, scaring the husky so much that it tucked its tail and hid behind Xiongda. Roar. The alligator couldn't take it anymore. As the apex predator of the food chain, did it not deserve some dignity? It turned back and let out a few roars towards Sukin. Sukin couldn't be bothered to reply. He simply held onto the tail, refusing to let it go. Want to leave? Fine, but you owe me some interest. After all, you ate a basket of my morel mushrooms. This stuff is precious. I can't let you eat for free, can I? At that moment, the alligator looked helpless, like a bullied elementary school student. Roar. Sukin thought for a moment. Let's trade. You ate my food, so you should bring me something in return. The alligator turned its body, thought for a moment, and crawled in a certain direction. Sukin followed closely behind. In the live stream, seeing that the alligator actually agreed to Sukin's words, the foreign viewers were instantly slapped in the face. Fuck. Why can any animal communicate with Sukin? This isn't fair. The Dragon Kingdom viewers weren't going to let them off lightly. A bunch of fools. Didn't you say you were waiting to see Sukin get bitten to death by the alligator? Now what? Open your eyes and take a good look. Can Sukin be measured with the perspective of ordinary people? Keep yelling. A bunch of white-skinned pigs. Watch how Sukin tames the alligator. Passing through a forest, the bay crocodile led Sukin to a patch of grass. Roar. The bay crocodile touched a type of plant on the ground with its snout, indicating it was a gift for Sukin. Sukin stepped forward and focused his gaze, instantly delighted. Rows of green vines sprawled on the ground. The green oval leaves indicated its identity, potatoes. The audience in the live stream was astonished. What? Is this a potato? Incredible. This crocodile even knows where the potatoes are. Of course, it's in the bay crocodile's territory. How could it not know where the food is? Awesome. Potatoes are a high-yield crop. If it can return 1,000-fold, Dragon Country will have even more food in the future. Sukin bent down and patted the bay crocodile's head. Good job, little croc. Roar. The bay crocodile excitedly raised its head, enjoying Sukin's affection, its eyes squinting. In the live stream, watching this unusual scene, the audience was completely bewildered. Wait, this huge bay crocodile has actually been tamed by Sukin. Unbelievable. How could the god of can still get involved? Wake up. You're a top predator in the food chain, not a domesticated kitten. How can you let a human touch your head? Shut up. The bay crocodile hasn't opposed it, so why are you? Let go of that bay crocodile. If you have the ability, come and pet me. You up there? Something's off with you. After a few strokes, Sukin retracted his hand and commented, TSK. This texture is not great. It's not soft at all, just hard scales. It hurts my hand. The bay crocodile, like a child, saw Sukin retract his hand and nudged its head towards Sukin's hand. Roar. Pet me. Sukin pouted. Forget it, your head feels bad. My hand is almost getting calloused. Roar. The bay crocodile looked a bit down, and at this moment the animal army also arrived. Xiongda and the monkey group still watched the bay crocodile warily, occasionally issuing low growls as warnings. In the wild, even beasts of the same kind often fight over food, let alone different species. To make them lower their guard towards each other, it would also require a period of interaction. Initially, Xiongda and the monkey group had often clashed. It was precisely because Xiongda had a laid-back personality coupled with the monkeys listening to Sukin that serious conflicts were avoided. Now with an additional bay crocodile, they naturally had to go through this. Alright, we are all family from now on. Sukin clapped his hands to ease the atmosphere. Everyone will be part of the same team, there's no need for conflict. Hearing Sukin say this, the monkeys finally lowered their bamboo sticks. Xiongda also lost interest in fighting and squatted under a tree to start munching on bamboo. Little Baga landed on the bay crocodile's head. Family. The bay crocodile had no guard against this little parrot, allowing it to shout and make noise on its head. The second husky was even more clueless. It had completely lowered its guard against the bay crocodile, bouncing around in front of it, like a playful pup, seemingly very interested in this oddly shaped creature. The bay crocodile glanced at the second husky, somewhat puzzled. How has such a foolish creature survived to this day? Sukin saw they weren't fighting and didn't bother to intervene. He took out a spade and began to dig for potatoes underground. Potatoes are great. They are high in starch, reproduce quickly, and are very adaptable. They can definitely be used as a staple food. Plus, with the wheat harvested earlier, there will now be 2 types of staple foods. After a few shovels, several oval tubers covered in dirt appeared before Sukin's eyes. Sukin tossed the dug-out potato tubers into a bamboo basket, casually discarding the vines and leaves aside. The live stream's comments immediately flooded in. Wait, why did he throw away all the leaves? Those are green leafy vegetables. Throwing them away is such a waste. Exactly, potatoes can be eaten. The leaves must be edible too, right? Isn't it delicious to blanch them and toss them with sauce? Sukin, have you lost your mind? You used to dig up wild vegetables to eat. Now you're wasting food. The questioning voices grew louder, and some even started spamming comments about wasting food. Bing Bing also looked at Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang, can't potato leaves be eaten? Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and said sternly, absolutely not. All parts of the potato plant are toxic, especially the leaves and stems. They contain solanine, which can cause dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and in severe cases can be fatal. The comments exploded instantly. Wow. Thank goodness Sukin didn't eat it. The expert said it's toxic. Those who complained about wasting food should come apologize. Indeed, Sukin is professional. He spotted it right away. Sukin continued to dig for potatoes, tossing them into the bamboo basket one by one. The second husky squatted beside and watched for a while before suddenly running off. It began to dig frantically with its paws, creating a large hole. Then it squatted inside, looking up at Sukin with a proud gaze. Ow, this king is impressive. Sukin glanced at the hole and then at the second husky. After 3 seconds of silence, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Second husky, are you an idiot? The comments went wild with laughter. Ha ha ha. Does it think digging a hole counts as success? This wolf's brain, it's even quite proud of it. Sukin, forget it, I won't argue with an idiot. Second husky, my hole isn't bigger than a potato. At this moment, the bamboo basket had piled up nearly 30 potatoes. Sukin patted the dirt off his hands. Suddenly, the National Fortune Game system prompted, congratulations, Dragon Country contestant Sukin discovered wild potatoes, triggering a 1,000-fold return. 15 potatoes, 10,000, 150,000 potatoes. Randomly distributed within Dragon Country. The live stream erupted. Bing Bing stood up excitedly, a 1,000-fold return. 150,000 potatoes. Professor Zhang couldn't help but applaud, heaven bless Dragon Country. The comments exploded. 150,000. If planted, this number will at least multiply 10-fold by next year. Food. It's all food. God of Can is impressive. The crocodile is impressive. The screen cut to various places in Dragon Country. In the city square, potatoes fell like rain. In the farmers' fields, potatoes piled up into small mountains. People cheered madly, holding potatoes, laughing and crying. There's food now. Long live Dragon Country. Long live Sukin. Meanwhile, the overseas live streams fell into silence. Foreign viewers looked on helplessly, feeling sour. Why is Dragon Country so lucky? A crocodile can help them find potatoes. We're still gnawing on tree bark. Foreign viewers bitterly chewed on tree bark. Their mindset completely collapsed. Sukin placed the potatoes in the bamboo basket, stacking them together with other supplies. Now he was standing by the water pool, gazing intently behind the waterfall, his eyes slightly narrowing. As the sun dipped, lower rays of light danced upon the waterfall. Behind the luminous halo, the outline of a shadow gradually became visible. Is there something behind the waterfall? Sukin murmured to himself. Master-level environmental detection skill, activate. In his mind, the mountain behind the waterfall gradually became transparent. A massive cavern appeared within his perception. Indeed, there is a cave behind the waterfall. Sukin's eyes lit up. The environmental detection feature was fully activated. The internal space of the cave instantly unfolded in his mind. Over 200 square meters, quite spacious. But how do I get past this deep water pool ahead if I can't swim? Sukin pondered for a few seconds, turning to look at the bay crocodile. Shall he take me in? Roar. The bay crocodile understood his intent. It swam to the shore, submerging its body in the water, its back scales breaking the surface. Sukin mounted the crocodile's back. Gripping its scales tightly, he shouted, "Let's go." The bay crocodile paddled, its limbs swimming toward the waterfall. The audience in the live stream was dumbfounded. What the hell? He's riding a crocodile. Isn't that a bay crocodile? How did it become a mount? Wake up, Godkin. That's the apex predator of the food chain. But, has anyone ever seen someone riding a crocodile? I've seen people ride horses and cows, but riding a crocodile is a first. The key is the crocodile actually listens to him. Bing Bing covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Professor Zhang was also astonished. This completely defies animal behavior studies. The bay crocodile is a top predator. How could it allow a human to ride it? Sukin is truly incredible. The barrage continued to flood the screen, while foreign competitors are still climbing trees. Sukin has already started riding a crocodile. This is the gap. I need to know the psychological trauma area of the foreign audience. The bay crocodile charged through the waterfall's flow, plunging behind the waterfall. Splash. Sukin lowered his body, water splashing all over him. The water was cool, washing away the heat from his body. In the next moment, a gap in the cavern 2 meters wide appeared. Sukin looked up. The waterfall splashed onto the protruding rocks above, droplets cascading perfectly behind him into the pool. Sukin jumped off the crocodile's back, passing through the cavern, and suddenly found himself in a vast expanse. A gigantic cavern presented itself before him. The barrage erupted again. There really is a cave. How did Sukin know there was a cave behind the waterfall? This is definitely instinct. What kind of instinct? This is divine-level prediction. Sukin looked up and froze in place. The inner walls of the cave shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The lights flickered like fireflies, resembling scattered diamonds. The top of the cave was even more resplendent. Blue, green, and white lights intertwined. It looked like the Milky Way was hanging upside down above him. Like the universe had been transported into the cave. What is this place? Sukin murmured, goosebumps rising all over. The live stream audience was stunned. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of divine place is this? It's so beautiful. Is this a fairyland? Sukin has discovered a tourist attraction. Bing Bing was so excited she couldn't speak, her eyes sparkling with stars. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, trying to maintain his composure. These are luminescent minerals in the cave. Certain minerals emit fluorescence when exposed to ultraviolet light. Another possibility is luminescent fungi. They attach to the rock walls, creating this starry effect. In some caves around the world, this phenomenon does exist. But on such a large scale, it's extremely rare. The barrage went wild. The expert is right. But I want this is a fairyland. Sukin must have stumbled into a divine nest. The luck of the Dragon Country contestant is just too good. Sukin turned around in the cave. The space was vast, over 200 square meters. Enough to accommodate Bear Big, the monkey troop, the 2-hound, and the bay crocodile. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was sufficiently concealed and secure. Even if foreign contestants got close to the waterfall, it would be hard to find the hidden cave inside. Even if next week Western countries informed contestants about the cave situation, they would find it difficult to break through the water pool guarded by the bay crocodile. In this water pool, the bay crocodile was the absolute overlord. And there was only one path to this cavern, which was to cross the water pool and pass through the passage. Even if we take a step back, if the bay crocodile couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many enemies, that 2-meter-wide entrance could only accommodate 2 people at a time. As long as Bear Big stood there, who could get past? 1 man can hold off 1,000. From now on, this will be... Sukin nodded in satisfaction. The barrage was ecstatic. This cave is great. The space is surprisingly large. The key is that it has strong concealment and is easy to defend. It's like a tailor-made new base for Sukin. So strong. How did Godkin know there was a cavern inside? Xiaoba Jie is impressive too. It really discovered such a safe new base. In contrast to the Dragon Country audience, foreign viewers felt a sense of dread. Not to mention that 7-meter-long prehistoric giant crocodile in the water pool was no easy foe. Inside the cave, Sukin continued walking deeper. The sound of water echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, an underground dark river. The water was crystal clear, flowing gently. Sukin squatted down and scooped a handful of water with his hands. He brought it to his mouth, finding it sweet and refreshing. Delicious. He couldn't help but drink another sip. The barrage erupted again, drinking directly. Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? Isn't outdoor water supposed to be undrinkable? What if there are bacteria in it? Sukin, pay attention to hygiene. What's there to be afraid of? Godkin previously drank directly from a stream and is still bouncing around. Is that the same? Stream water has high visibility and it's running water. We don't even know where the cave water comes from. In the official live stream, Bing Bing also worriedly said, Professor Zhang, can the water from the dark river be drunk? Yes. Professor Zhang nodded confidently. The water from the underground dark river has undergone multiple layers of filtration through the earth. Impurities and bacteria have been naturally filtered out. It's much cleaner than surface water. It might even be purer than the tap water in some cities. The barrage was filled with envy. Got it. Sukin is drinking natural mineral water, the top quality kind. I'm crying with envy. I drink filtered rainwater at home while he's drinking mineral water in the wild. Having had enough water, Sukin stood up. Suddenly the notification sound from the National Luck Game system rang out. Congratulations to Dragon Country contestant Sukin for discovering the underground dark river. Triggering 10,000-fold return. Clear water source, 10,000. Randomly distributed within the territory of Dragon Country. The live stream exploded in an instant. Bing jumped up in excitement. Water. It's a water source. Professor Zhang's eyes also turned red. Dragon Country has been lacking water for a long time. This is a rescue. The barrage went wild. Water. 10,000-fold returned water. Dragon Country no longer has to worry about drought. Long live Sukin. Long live National Luck. The scene shifts to various locations in the Dragon Kingdom. Dry riverbeds suddenly burst forth with clear springs. Exhausted wells begin to flow with water again. City faucets release sweet underground water. People kneel on the ground drinking the water. They cry and laugh shouting, "There's water. Finally there's water." Sukin has saved the entire Dragon Kingdom. Wah! I no longer have to drink dirty water. In a foreign live broadcast room, there is a dead silence. Foreign viewers are too shocked to speak. Why? Can they even restore their water sources? Our competitors are still drinking muddy water. Meanwhile, the screen switches to another foreign competitor. A burly man from the Cherry Blossom Nation is fetching water by the river. He bends down cupping water in his hands. Splash. The water surface suddenly erupts. A giant caiman bursts out. Its massive jaws clamp down on his upper body. Crack. The sound of bones shattering is clearly audible. Blood gushes forth. The competitor doesn't even have a chance to scream before being dragged underwater. All that remains on the surface are bubbles and blood. The National Fortune Game notification chimes. Cherry Blossom Nation competitor Honda has died. Cause of death: wild crocodile attack. The viewers in the Cherry Blossom Nation's live broadcast room are panicking. Baka. Crocodile. What a huge crocodile. He was dragged down. Someone save him. It's too late. The water has turned red. Meanwhile, the contrast in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room is stark. Sukin is riding on the back of the caiman, leisurely patrolling the cave. The barrage of comments goes wild. Ha ha ha. This is the difference. The foreign competitor was eaten by a crocodile, while Sukin rides a crocodile. It's the same crocodile. How can the difference be so huge? Sukin's crocodile is a teammate. Theirs is the king of hell. Jealousy ensues. God treats the crocodile as a mount. Foreign competitor: why doesn't my crocodile listen? Sukin: because it hasn't met me. Bing can't help but laugh. What a coincidence. Professor Zhang shakes his head and sighs. Sukin's affinity with animals is unparalleled. The barrage floats a line of big words. Dragon Kingdom competitor rides a crocodile. Foreign competitor feeds a crocodile. This is the ultimate essence of lying down to win. The scene returns to Sukin. Suddenly, he hears a splash from the dark river. Water splashes up. Something is moving beneath the water. Sukin cautiously steps back, staring at the water's surface. The water surface returns to calm, but the ripples are still spreading. Deep in the dark river, there is a vague shadow. What is that? Can a fish make such a big splash? Sukin: be careful. Sukin stares at the water surface, remaining still. Can a fish make such a big splash? Sukin: be careful. Sukin stares at the water surface, remaining still. The shadow sinks down, disappearing into the depths. He furrows his brow. There's something in this river. But he doesn't panic. Behind him, the caiman slowly crawls closer. Sukin gently strokes its head. With you here, I'm not afraid. Roar. Protection. The caiman raises its head, eyes fixed on the dark river. Whoever dares to move against Sukin, it will charge first. The barrage crocodile bodyguard online. The thing in the dark river better not come out. Otherwise, the crocodile will teach you a lesson. Sukin: I have a crocodile. Who am I afraid of? Under the water's surface, the shadow swims by again. Sukin holds his breath, completely still. This time he sees clearly. It's not a monster, it's a fish. A school of fish. Their bodies are pale pink, almost transparent. They have no eyes. On either side of their heads, they have long, thin tentacles. Sukin reaches into the water, gently scooping one up. One fish is caught in his hands. The fish is slippery and still wriggling. The viewers in the live broadcast room lean closer to the screen. What kind of fish is this? No eyes. Pink: how strange. Can it be eaten? Bing looks at Professor Zhang. Professor, what type of fish is this? How did it grow so oddly? Professor Zhang pushes up his glasses excitedly, says, this is the cave blind fish. To adapt to the dark environment, their eyes have severely regressed or even completely disappeared. Their body pigmentation has also disappeared, resulting in a pink or semi-transparent appearance. In its place are developed tentacles used to sense water currents and prey. This is an extremely rare species. It has very high scientific value. The barrage explodes. Wow. Sukin has discovered a treasure again. Blindfish. Living blindfish. This fish looks delicious. All you know is to eat. Sukin holds the fish, examining it closely. Can it live without eyes? Impressive. He was just about to toss it into the bamboo basket to roast and eat. Suddenly a loud splash comes from behind. Sukin quickly turns around. Xiongda bursts out from a crevice in the cave. Soaked, its fur clings to its body. Water droplets drip down its belly. Sukin is stunned. When did you learn to swim? Xiongda approaches, shaking off the water droplets from its body, splattering Sukin all over and giving him a refreshing chill. Ing. Fish, fish. Xiongda licks its lips, nostrils twitching. Xiongda's eyes light up upon seeing the fish. It snatches the blindfish from Sukin's hand, opens its mouth and swallows it whole. Crunch, crunch, it chews a few times. Ing. Fish, fish. Delicious. Xiongda squints its eyes, letting out a satisfied sound. The sound is soft and delicate like a little baby. Sukin looks dumbfounded. You just ate it like that? Xiongda nudges closer, using its wet head to nudge Sukin's hand. Ing. Fish, fish. More. Xiongda acts cute like a 100-kilogram baby. The barrage goes wild. Ha. Xiongda can swim. How big is this bear? Still crying like a baby. So cute. Xiongda, this fish is delicious. More for me. Sukin, what kind of creature am I raising? Panda, am I not a national treasure? What's wrong with eating a fish? Sukin sighs and reaches into the dark river again. He feels around and catches another blindfish. Before he can steady it, Xiongda snatches it away. Ing. After eating, it continues to nudge him. Sukin frowns. You're a panda, not a pig. Xiongda ignores him and keeps whining. Sukin catches again and Xiongda eats again. He catches 5 in a row, all of which go into Xiongda's belly. Sukin shakes off the water from his hands. That's it. You go catch your own. Xiongda looks down at the dark river, then glances at Sukin. Then it jumps into the river with a splash. Water splashes all over Sukin's face. Sukin wipes the water off his face. Xiongda splashes around in the water and actually catches one. It swims back with the fish in its mouth, climbs ashore. In front of Sukin, it eats the fish. Ing. That expression is utterly smug. The barrage. Xiongda, I can catch my own. I don't need you. Sukin, so I'm leaving. The sight of a panda swimming and catching fish is too beautiful. I can't bear to look. Sukin's animals are increasingly outrageous. Professor Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Giant pandas can actually swim. They live near bamboo forests and often need to wade through water. Bing Bing smiled. With Sukin you can see all sorts of rare things. Sukin looked at Xiongda, whose mouth was full of fish scales, and shook his head helplessly. Find the fish in the dark river will be yours from now on. Woo woo. Fish, fish, roast, roast. Xiongda spread his paws, and in his palm were a few blind fish, lively and wriggling. We'll talk about it later. Can't you see I'm busy right now? Sukin laughed and rubbed his head. Xiongda, used to eating roasted fish, couldn't get used to raw fish now. Woo woo. Xiongda lay down contentedly and began licking his paws. Sukin turned around and continued exploring the cave. There were more blind fish swimming deep in the dark river. But Sukin was too lazy to catch them. After all, they would just be food for Xiongda. He shook the water off his hands, no longer caring about Xiongda eating fish. He continued deeper into the cave. The rocks beneath his feet were slippery. The glow above his head flickered like stars. After taking a dozen steps, he stopped. He looked back at the direction of the waterfall. The sound of the water curtain had diminished here. Outside, one couldn't see inside the cave. What a great place. Sukin's eyes lit up. The water curtain blocks the line of sight, and the sound can't escape. Even if the enemy gets to the edge of the waterfall, they won't discover this place. This is a natural refuge. The comments started to discuss. Sukin is right. This cave is too hidden. Who would have thought there was a cave behind the waterfall? Even if one knows there is a cave, they wouldn't dare to crawl in. What if there are crocodiles inside? Wait. The crocodiles are already inside. Sukin, I rode a crocodile and of course I know it's safe. Bing Bing nodded. This cave is indeed the best hiding place. Professor Zhang analyzed. The water curtain can isolate sound and sight. Moreover, the temperature inside the cave is constant, warm in winter and cool in summer. Living here long-term is completely fine. The comments, this cave is overpowered. As expected of Sukin, just casually finding a cave that's so amazing. Sukin continued walking deeper. The cave became wider. The rock walls on both sides began to display different colors. There were white, gray, and faintly there was gold. Sukin stopped in his tracks. He focused on a corner. There something was reflecting light. Golden light. It shimmered. What is that? Sukin walked over quickly. He crouched down and looked closely. Embedded in the rock wall were chunks of golden minerals. Under the glow they sparkled. Sukin reached out to touch it. It was cold and hard. He used a shovel to knock off a small piece. Holding it in his palm, it felt heavy. This is a gold mine. Sukin's eyes widened. The comments exploded instantly. What? A gold mine. Oh my gosh. Sukin discovered a gold mine. Is this for real? Is it gold? The Dragon Kingdom is going to get rich. Bing Bing suddenly stood up, almost flipping her. A gold mine. Sukin discovered a gold mine. Professor Zhang excitedly patted the table. It's a gold mine. Judging from the color and density, the gold content is extremely high. If this is a 10,000-fold return. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. The comments went completely out of control. 10,000-fold return. The Dragon Kingdom is going to become the world's richest. Gold. That's gold. Sukin, you're going against the heavens. While foreign competitors are still gnawing on tree bark, Sukin has already discovered a gold mine. Is this the reward for lying flat? Sukin held the piece of gold, or flipping it over and over. The purity is not low. I've struck it rich. He looked up at the rock wall. The entire wall was dotted with golden spots. In some places they were even connected in patches. This isn't just a small piece, it's an entire vein of ore. Sukin took a deep breath. The Dragon Kingdom is going to get rich. The comment's an entire vein of ore. Sukin, hurry up and dig it out. Quickly dig, you might trigger the 10,000-fold return. What are you rushing? Godkin has been on the road all day, he needs to rest. Right? This cave is here, the gold mine won't run away. Bing Bing was so excited she was speechless. Professor Zhang, how big is this vein? Professor Zhang pushed up his glasses trying to calm down. From the visuals, it's at least 10 meters long. The width and depth still need to be explored. But from what we've seen, it's already a super large gold mine. Its value is immeasurable. The comment's super large. The Dragon Kingdom is smoking from its ancestors' graves. No, it's Sukin, I just randomly found a cave to sleep in, and I can discover a gold mine. Sukin put the gold ore into a bamboo basket. He knocked off a few more pieces and put them in together. We'll deal with it slowly after we get out. He stood up and continued to observe the cave. How big is this gold mine really? Sukin followed the vein and walked forward. Ahead, the rocks were dotted with golden glints, clearly rich in gold ore. The gold vein extended from the corner deep into the cave. It was over 30 meters long. So much. Sukin gasped. The comments erupted like a volcanic eruption. 30 meters. I've never seen such an amazing gold mine in my life. How much is this worth? I'm bad at math, can't. After all, even generations of the Dragon Kingdom can't spend it all. Sukin, you've just dug a treasure vault for the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Zhang added, gold mines usually come with other precious metals. For example, silver, copper, and even platinum. If there's also a 10,000-fold return. Bing Bing interjected. Then the Dragon Kingdom will be a resource powerhouse. The comments went wild. Silver, copper, platinum. We want them all. Sukin, you've poked the hornet's nest. Foreign competitors, while we are still looking for food, you've already started mining. Sukin took a stroll around the cave. He confirmed the location and scale of the gold mine. All right, no more digging for now. After all, the cave is mine, and the gold won't run away. Sukin stood at the cave entrance, shouting for the animals to come in. Jeet. The golden monkeys jumped into the pool, swimming towards the cave. The husky stood by the pool, its four legs trembling uncontrollably. In its life, it had never been in the water, let alone swim. One by one, the golden monkeys jumped into the pool, and in the end, only the husky remained on the shore, too afraid to enter the water. Oh, this king is not afraid. The husky puffed out its chest, exerted its limbs, and leaped into the pool with all its might. Splash! Water splashed everywhere. The pool looked as if a giant stone had been thrown into it, rippling out in circles. The entire body of the husky instantly sank into the pool. A few seconds later, a damp wolf's head surfaced. Its face bore an expression of curiosity and excitement. Oh, whoa! The husky let out a wolf howl, its voice filled with exhilaration. It paddled its limbs, swimming in the pond with a doggy paddle, resembling a child playing in water for the first time, thoroughly enjoying itself. Sukin stood atop the back of the alligator, passing through the waterfall while counting the animals. It wasn't until the last monkey entered that he noticed the husky playing in the water. Oh, whoa! The husky howled loudly at Sukin, seemingly showing off how quickly it had learned to swim. This silly creature. Does it have to try everything? Sukin slapped his forehead, too lazy to deal with it. In the live stream, the comments flew by. It's amazing that the golden monkey can swim. If the husky can do it, so can the monkey. Husky, are you being polite? Wild golden monkeys can generally swim. Many of the water monkeys in the news are golden monkeys. The husky is so into playing in the water that it doesn't want to go into the hole. Seeing the husky reminded Sukin of his childhood when his brain was similarly slow. He ignored the husky and rode the alligator to the shore, picking up the bulging tent and placing it on the alligator's back. Inside the tent were high-quality silk bedding from the novice gift pack and some daily necessities. The cave was a bit chilly, so he needed to lay something down for sleeping at night. Otherwise, he would eventually suffer from rheumatism. Earlier, Sukin had discovered that this tent was waterproof. Thus, even when passing through the waterfall, the inside bedding wouldn't get wet. Noticing that Sukin was on the shore, the husky followed. Its fur was soaked like a drenched husky. It shook its body, sending droplets flying, splattering even Sukin. Did you do that on purpose? Sukin said with an annoyed expression, wiping the water off his face. Whoa. The husky tilted its head, confused as to why Sukin suddenly got angry. Forget it. Talking to you is pointless with that brain of yours. Sukin was too lazy to care, stepping onto the alligator's back and heading towards the cave. Whoa. Take me along, my king. The husky excitedly jumped up, wanting a ride. Get down. Aren't you supposed to be able to swim? Sukin was speechless. The husky glanced at Sukin and lay down on the alligator's back, refusing to move. Roar. The alligator emitted a reluctant low growl. It had already eaten Sukin's morel mushroom and was serving as his means of transport. Why is this silly wolf trying to join in? Whoa. The husky stood on the alligator's head, licking its paw, acting like it was the boss. Seeing that the alligator made no move, the husky impatiently tapped the alligator's head. Whoa. Little alligator, take me, let's go. Roar. Get lost. The alligator suddenly raised its head, shaking the husky off its head. The husky's eyes widened as its body traced a parabolic arc in the air. Splash. Accompanied by the sound of entering the water, the husky was flung nearly 10 meters away. Whoa. The husky got angry and wanted to challenge the alligator's speed. It was determined to prove that it was the king of the pond. The alligator ignored it, glancing at the husky with its yellow-green eyes, swishing its tail and swimming. The husky paddled in the water, trying to overtake the alligator and reach the cave first. The husky paddled desperately with all 4 limbs, and in no time it swam ahead of the alligator. Whoa. I am invincible. The husky looked back, displaying a victor's posture towards the alligator. Sukin laughed. If you don't give you a couple of knocks, you really think you're something? Little alligator, accelerate. Roar. Upon hearing Sukin's command, the alligator went all out. Its thick tail swept across the water's surface like a submarine's propeller, unleashing terrifying power. Splash. The alligator's form nearly became a flash of lightning, zipping past the husky in an instant. A tremendous amount of kinetic energy splashed up, white waves instantly engulfing the husky's body. When the water splashes settled, the husky turned back, its face bewildered. Whoa. Where's the alligator? Right here. Sukin stood before the waterfall, waving at the husky. Husky, are you still comparing? The husky's expression instantly froze. Whoa. It declared that it was the king of the land and wouldn't compete with underwater animals in speed. The comments were in stitches. Ha ha ha, how does this silly creature have such a show effect? At first the husky, I am invincible. The husky, after being defeated, I am invincible on land. It's not shameful to admit I can't compete in water. Not to mention, I recognize the husky's kingly spirit. No doubt about it, from being bullied by Big Bear to being surrounded by monkeys, even the little barker could bully it, yet it still refuses to concede, wanting to challenge speed against the alligator. This is the spirit of the husky. I suspect that gray wolf was adapted from the husky. Their unyielding spirit is simply identical. Sukin no longer paid attention to this silly husky. Entering the cave, he found a dry corner. He spread out the quilt and lay down. The quilt wrapped in the tent remained dry from the waterfall, warm and comfortable. The glow above was as splendid as a starry sky. Big Bear, having finished eating fish, crawled over. It lay beside Sukin and began to snore. The round and fluffy creature lay beside Sukin's legs, even asleep, its furry little paws clutched Sukin's pant leg, seemingly seeking more security. The alligator lay by the dark river, half its body submerged in water. Its eyes were half open, staring at the water's surface. The husky played in the pond for a while, and seeing everyone had gone into the cave, thought it was boring alone and followed. It squatted at Sukin's feet, looking around curiously. Suddenly, it spotted golden light on the rock wall. It rushed over and took a bite. Whoa. The husky yelped in pain after biting the gold, its tail instantly standing straight up. The comments went wild. Ha ha ha. The husky is biting gold. Does it think that's a bone? The wolf with a hole in its brain is even biting gold. Sukin, the animals I raise are all absurdly outrageous. Sukin opened his eyes and glanced at the husky. That's gold, not a bone, you silly. Don't you want your teeth? The husky pitifully squatted down, burying its head in its paws. Sukin closed his eyes and continued to rest, pondering future plans in his mind. Although this cave was very concealed, with the communication ability provided by the national operation game, its location would be exposed next week. At that time, a large number of foreign contestants would come knocking. Although the geological environment of the cave was excellent, with the alligator guarding the pond, human wisdom is infinite. Even if they took turns to disturb the pond's edge, they could exhaust the alligator to the point of exhaustion. After all, while crocodiles are powerful and explosive, they are not endurance animals. Humans, on the other hand, are exceptionally adept at consuming resources. The sun has already set today. Tomorrow I will use the outdoor trap proficiency provided by the system to prepare some surprises for them. Sukin thought to himself, slowly drifting into slumber. The next day in the morning, Sukin was awakened by a foul smell. Cough, cough. What is that smell? It's awful. Sukin pinched his nose, searching for the source of the stench in the air. Before long, he discovered monkey droppings in the corner of the cave. All monkeys come here. The golden-haired monkeys who were playing rushed over upon hearing their leader's angry shout. One by one the golden-haired monkeys lined up in front of Sukin, looking down submissively. Jijit, Your Majesty. The Monkey King did not understand why Sukin was angry. With a dark expression, Sukin pointed at the group of monkeys and scolded, "Whose droppings are these? Step forward." A few monkeys stood up, puffing out their chests. Jiji, Your Majesty. Marking. Gagh. Marking. Territory. Looking at their proud expressions, Sukin felt like he could explode with anger. You defecate in the house, making it a stinky mess, and you're still proud. This is not the wild. You don't need to mark your territory with feces, do you understand? Clean up your mess. After angrily finishing his speech, a few monkeys realized their mistake and hurriedly began to clean up the droppings. Sukin called over the others, including Er Haxiong to Xiao Bajie and Xiao Yi with his hands on his hips. Do you all understand? From now on, no one is allowed to relieve themselves in the cave. Oh, anyone caught will have their food rations cut for a day. If you need to go, find a place outside and make sure it's far away. The animals expressed their understanding and promised to strictly follow Sukin's rules. The viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, the little monkeys really can't change their wild ways. They have to leave a pile of droppings to mark their new territory. Things ingrained in their genes are indeed hard to change overnight. If Lao Ba were here, this little bit of droppings wouldn't be enough for him for a meal. After Sukin finished his lecture, the monkeys had already cleaned up the droppings. In the air, the smell had dissipated significantly, leaving only a faint odor. Sukin wrinkled his nose, still feeling a bit nauseous. This cave is safe, but it's too hidden. Sukin sighed. Is there no other ventilation besides the gap? Sukin activated his environmental detection function, covering the cave's surroundings with his spiritual energy. Before long, he indeed found several small openings above. These natural cracks were blocked by stones with only faint light filtering through. Standing at the bottom, it was impossible to notice them. If he could move these small stones, the cave's ventilation would greatly improve. Monkey King, come here. I have something for you to do. Sukin called, and the Monkey King scampered over. Jijit, Your Majesty, do you see those gaps above that are blocked by stones? Sukin pointed to the top. The Monkey King looked up, squinting. Gagh. Found it. Do you have a way to climb up and clear out the small stones inside? Ho ho. The Monkey King patted its chest, indicating it would take care of it. The Monkey King exerted its hind legs and leaped up the rock wall. Its agile figure darted back and forth on the rocky surface. In just a few breaths, the Monkey King reached the top of the rock wall. Yes, that's it. Try to pry out those small stones. Sukin directed the Monkey King to approach the gap step by step. Splash! The Monkey King inserted its fingers into the stone crevice, and with a slight effort dislodged several small stones, revealing the opening behind. Through the gap, beams of sunlight poured in, illuminating the dim cave with a few more rays of light. Dust danced gracefully in the shafts of light. Under Sukin's guidance, the Monkey King continued to open several gaps. Warm, bright beams of light cascaded down, transforming the cold cave into a warm and bright space. Ing. After opening these gaps, the air circulation inside the cave improved significantly. In just a few minutes, the faint odor in the air was no longer detectable. Monkey King, well done. Sukin patted the Monkey King's golden fur and rewarded it with a few coconut fruits. Jijit. The Monkey King, encouraged, jumped up and down excitedly. Sukin whistled. Splash. The giant bay crocodile pushed through the waterfall and approached Sukin, opening its mouth wide. Ho ho. Let's go, little crocodile. Sukin climbed onto the bay crocodile's back. It's time to set some traps and give our foreign friends a surprise. He'll lay down a web of traps in the forest, turning this campsite into an impregnable fortress. One comes and I take one down. Arriving at the riverbank, Sukin walked over to the pile of supplies. Yesterday, he had only brought his luggage into the cave, while most of the supplies remained stacked by the pond. Opening the supply pack, a large machete gleaming with cold light appeared in Sukin's hand. He swung it gently a couple of times, producing a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Not bad, this knife is perfect for making traps. Sukin nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning toward the forest not far ahead. On a lush tree, dense vines were entwined. Approaching the tree, Sukin chopped down a section of the vine wrapped around the trunk. Pulling it hard twice, it did not break. Not bad, the toughness is sufficient, but it's perfect for making vine traps. Sukin nodded in satisfaction, signaling to the Monkey King, following behind. Monkey King, take the tool and climb the tree. Sukin handed the machete to the Monkey King and urged it to climb up. Of course, Sukin could climb trees too. He often went up to bird nests with his friends when he was younger. But why exert himself when he could make the monkey do the work? Roar! The Monkey King climbed onto the tree trunk and aimed at a thick vine chosen by Sukin, swinging down with the machete. The thick old vine was instantly severed. Sukin tugged, and a section of vine over 3 meters long was pulled down. Seeing Su-kan's actions Bing from the official livestream was somewhat puzzled. What is Su-kan doing? Professor Zhang voiced his speculation. It seems that Su-kan intends to use the vine to make a vine trap. Bing covered her mouth in surprise. A vine trap? Isn't that the kind of trap that can suspend enemies? Can he even make that? Professor Zhang nodded with a smile. This guy Su-kan always surprises us. Although the wilderness is vast, most enemies are still far from him. However, after a few days of travel, several Western competitors have already approached the location of his original cave. But Su-kan has already moved. The current location is a full 80 kilometers away from the original cave. The enemies shouldn't be able to find him now, right? Professor Zhang shook his head. 80 kilometers is not too far. As long as the Western competitors search seriously, they will find him sooner or later. Moreover, next week the Western countries will be able to communicate with their competitors. Su-kan's location cannot. Bing suddenly understood. So Su-kan had already considered this. He is making these traps because he doesn't plan to change camps anymore. Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses. Constantly running is not a solution. Only by inflicting pain on the enemies will they learn to fear. This cave is easy to defend but hard to attack. With an excellent location, Su-kan probably intends to hold this place fiercely. While the two were speaking, Su-kan had already found a place to set up the vine trap. Now he stood next to a small path. On both sides were dense bushes. If enemies wanted to come in, this was one of the necessary paths. Su-kan looked up and saw a bamboo standing tall by the road. He planned to use this bamboo to tie the vine, and with a triggering device, a simple outdoor rope trap would be complete. Su-kan called for Erha. Erha thought Su-kan wanted to play with him, biting at his pants leg and having a great time. Enough, Erha, I called you here for business. Ow. Erha squatted in front of Su-kan looking innocent. Help me dig a hole, aren't you good at digging holes? Su-kan pointed at the ground piled with fallen leaves ahead. Ow. Leave it to me. Erha wagged his tail and began to dig frantically with his paws. Dust flew everywhere, and in no time a hole was dug out. Using the same method, Su-kan had Erha dig another hole of the same size a meter away. After digging, Erha's tail wagged like a propeller, squatting in the hole looking at Su-kan with a "aren't I impressive" expression. Alright, move aside, don't delay my work. Su-kan kicked Erha away and hammered sharpened stakes into the two holes. The tops of the stakes were level with the ground, exposing only 20 centimeters. This was to support the triggering crossbar. Bear, it's your turn to shine. Ing. Bear approached. You see this bamboo? Give me. Ow. Before Su-kan could finish, Bear bit into the bamboo. Wait, don't eat. Su-kan hurriedly stopped Bear's greedy behavior. The bamboo bore a row of clear bite marks, but thankfully it hadn't been broken. Ing. Bamboo delicious. Bear's furry face was full of confusion. It thought the bamboo Su-kan found was for it to eat. This bamboo is not for eating, it's a tool for making the rope trap. Su-kan patted Bear's head. Help me bend this bamboo. Bear stood up, grasped the bamboo with its paw, and bent it down with slight force. Su-kan picked up the vine on the ground, tied a knot at the top of the bamboo, and secured it with a small stick to keep it bent. Then Su-kan folded the end of the vine back, wrapped it around the main rope 3 times, and passed it through the loop. This was a slip knot with a diameter of over 30 centimeters, perfect for ensnaring an enemy's ankle. Su-kan took a branch as a crossbar, resting both ends on the stakes. He laid the slip knot flat on the crossbar. Using another short vine, he tied one end to the middle of the crossbar and wrapped the other end around a nearby stone, securing it to the small stick that kept the bamboo bent. After completing all this, Su-kan clapped the dirt off his hands. Mission accomplished. In the live stream, the audience was left astonished. Is it done already? Will it even work? Can something so simple trap the enemies? Su-kan is amazing. He can even make a rope. Foreign viewers expressed doubt. What kind of trap is this? Do you really think wilderness survival is child's play? Can something made so easily catch an enemy? This is too rudimentary, let alone humans. Even a small animal wouldn't get caught by this. Pretentious. I thought Su-kan was going to do something serious. This thing is absolutely useless. I swear. Just as the audience was questioning, Erha spotted the slipknot and dashed out with a whoosh. Crack. Erha stepped on the trap, and the crossbar sank, pulling the short vine and causing the bamboo to spring up, instantly tightening the slipknot. Ow! Accompanied by a sharp wolf howl, Erha was suddenly suspended in midair. It felt a whirlwind, and by the time it realized what happened, it found itself hanging in the air. Its 4 limbs flailed helplessly in the air, and the wolf's face was filled with panic. You little rascal. The enemies haven't even been trapped yet, and you're so eager to try out the trap's power. Su-kan covered his face, utterly speechless. Ow! Help, my lord. This time Erha was truly panicking, feeling completely powerless, which made it very frustrated. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom was momentarily dumbfounded. The bullet comments went completely crazy. Huh. The Era personally tests the trap. Who said it was useless? Didn't it just catch something? Era, I have made a great contribution to the team. Does this wolf have a hole in its brain? The foreign audience's faces turned purple with pain. Yet they still stubbornly said, It's only useful for animals. People aren't that stupid, they won't step on it. Sukin is just lucky. The audience from Long Country immediately retorted stubborn. Who just said it was useless? If animals can step on it, so can humans. Just wait and see. When your people arrive, let's test it. Bing Bing laughed, her laughter shaking her to the core. Era is too cute. Professor Zhang couldn't help but chuckle. This counts as a successful field test. I didn't expect Era to become a woo. Help this king. Era panicked completely, its forepaws flailing in the air, completely losing the demeanor of a wolf clan king. It's a bit silly, but it's still somewhat useful. Oh, at least it helped me test the trap. Sukin let Era down. Era lay on the ground, whining pitifully. Are you still going to run around in the future? Sukin kicked it. A woo. Era buried its head in its paws, playing dead. Sukin shook his head and continued working. He cut several thick vines. In the forest on several essential paths, he selected 5 locations. Each location was set up with the same snare trap. He chose bamboo, bent it, and tied it with vines. He dug holes to bury wooden stakes and set up horizontal bars. He made the snares connecting the triggering ropes. Finally, he covered them with fallen leaves. Every step was meticulous. The monkey group helped him pass materials. Xiong pressed the bamboo down with his strength. Era redeemed itself by continuing to dig holes. Sukin only did the finer work. After half a day's time, all 6 snare traps were fully set up. Sukin clapped the mud off his hands, his eyes sparkling. All right, just wait to harvest. The audience in the live stream was stunned. 6 traps. How can the enemies dodge them? Is Sukin planning to harvesting? Is that even possible? Meanwhile, 80 kilometers away near the original Panda Cave, 3 contestants from Sakura Country were searching. The leader, named Yamamoto, had a scar on his face. After receiving news from Sakura Country, they hurried to this cave without stopping. Given the short distance, they arrived in 2 days, becoming the first batch of contestants to reach this cave. Yamamoto held up binoculars, staring at the cave. Sukin's camp is right here. There's charcoal inside the cave and signs of human habitation. He must be inside. The other 2 contestants pulled out their knives, their faces wearing cruel smiles. Yamamoto-kun, let's sneak in. We'll kill him in one strike. For the glory of His Majesty the Emperor. The 3 crouched low, slowly approaching the cave entrance. The audience from Long Country watched their fierce demeanor, nearly dying of laughter. This group of little devils is really stupid. Our god can has already evacuated early. These people are going to miss out. I'm already looking forward to their expressions when they discover that Godkin isn't inside. Just 3 of them dare to come. If Godkin hadn't left, they wouldn't even be enough for Xiongda to warm up. They can consider themselves lucky. It's fortunate Godkin left. If they had arrived 2 days earlier, they would have died. Outside the cave, the bamboo forest rustled. On the ground, a thick layer of soft bamboo leaves was spread out. Yamamoto stepped in. Suddenly, his foot fell into emptiness. Baka, before he could finish speaking, the vine snare instantly tightened. The bamboo sprang up, and he was dangling upside down in midair. Head down, feet up. He was instantly suspended in the air. The other 2 contestants were dumbfounded. What's happening? There's a trap. Quick, save Yamamoto-kun. The live stream from Sakura Country instantly erupted. Nanny. There's a trap. Is it set up by Sukin? How could this happen? Didn't he move out? The live stream from Long Country was boiling. The first one to fall for it. Who just said it could only catch animals? The Sakura Country contestants slapped in the face themselves. Sukin had already anticipated that you would come. Bing Bing excitedly stood up. The snare trap caught him. Professor Zhang nodded. The traps Sukin set up before leaving have been used on this group of little devils. Yamamoto, who was hanging, struggled desperately. Baka. Despicable Sukin. Yamamoto's face turned red as he sought help from his 2 companions. Cut the rope. Hurry and cut it. Another contestant raised his knife to chop at the vines. 1 chop. The vine was cut halfway. 2 chops. The vine completely broke. Yamamoto fell from a height of 2 meters. A piercing scream echoed through the forest as his body crashed heavily to the ground. Underneath the fallen leaves were sharpened bamboo poles. A bamboo spike pierced directly through the back of his neck. It came out from the front of his throat. Blood gushed out like red dye, instantly staining the ground a vivid crimson fan shape. Yamamoto clutched at his neck, his mouth opening and closing. No sound came out. His eyes widened in despair. A few seconds later, his body convulsed once. Then it lay still. Blood stained the fallen leaves. The National Fortune Game notification sound rang out. Sakura Country contestant Yamamoto has died. Cause of death: killed by a trap set by Long Country contestant Sukin. The live stream from Sakura Country fell into a deathly silence, then erupted into screams and wails. He's dead. Sukin killed our contestant. It was a trap. That bamboo was intentionally buried. Bakayuru. Sukin is too treacherous. Too despicable. Sukin only knows how to use these underhanded tricks. The audience in the Long Country livestream applauded. Wow. A one-hit kill. This is the fate of provoking Sukin. Traps kill people. Too ruthless. Sakura Country contestant, I came to deliver my head. Didn't you say that Godcan's traps couldn't catch people? Little devils, speak up. What do you mean by underhanded tricks? Is it reasonable for you to bully the few with the many? To deal with little devils you have to use such moves. Bing Bing covered her mouth, her face pale, her black pupils reflecting the scene of red on the screen. Professor Zhang waved his fist. Surviving in the wild is like this, it's either you die, or I live. Sukan's traps protected him. In the highest command room of Long Country, dozens of high-ranking officials stood up excitedly from their chairs. Well done. Having a contestant like Sukan is truly a blessing for Long Country. As long as Sukan plays steadily and defends the camp behind the waterfall, even if there are more enemies, we won't. At the Panda Cave, the remaining 2 Sakura Country contestants were frozen in place, their shoes stained with the warm red liquid that was the blood spurting from Yamamoto's carotid artery. Yamamoto's eyes were wide open. Even in death, his face still showed bitterness and fear. The 2 contestants from Sakura Country looked at their former teammate dead right before their eyes. Their backs instantly drenched in cold sweat. They hadn't even entered the cave and had already lost a teammate. And they hadn't even seen Sukan's face. A sound of swallowing broke the dead silence. A warm liquid slid down his thigh. He was so scared that he wet himself. The 2 exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Baka, Sukan is just too cunning. I suggest we withdraw for now and plan carefully. Yoshi, Honda-san's suggestion is excellent. Oh, I also think we shouldn't attack recklessly right now. Though they spoke of careful planning, they were already terrified. They turned and ran, not daring to look back. They stumbled several times while running out of the forest. The audience from Sakura Country was furious to see their contestant flee like this. Baka, you 2 fools. You've embarrassed the Emperor. Others have already retreated, yet you were scared off by a trap set by him. You 2 cowards. The audience from Long Country nearly died laughing at their retreat. Ha ha ha, they haven't even entered the cave, and they're already running. The shadow of the man after Sukan had killed 20 people in a previous battle had already become a god of death in the hearts of the contestants. Now he used a trap to kill another person right in front of them. They must have been scared out of their wits. Run away, don't keep provoking Arkan God. Killing people is a hassle. Ha ha, you're losing face. Why aren't the little devils shouting anymore? Don't like sending bullet comments. It seems you've been slapped in the face. Let's see if you dare to mock Arkan God again. By the waterfall, the sun hung high in the sky, casting golden sunlight that made the waterfall shine brightly. Sukan glanced at the kill notification on his wristwatch for the national luck game, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect someone to reach the cave so quickly. I hope this little devil likes the surprise I prepared for him. The night before setting out, Sukan had gained mastery of outdoor traps from the system reward and had tested them in the dark. He set up several simple rope traps near the cave. To his surprise, the effects were excellent. Not only did they catch the enemy, but they also won the grand prize. After setting the last trap, Sukan stood up and clapped his hands. In just one morning, he had set up 6 rope traps along the 6 forest paths leading to the pond. Behind the pond was a cliff with a waterfall preventing the enemy from coming from there. To approach, they could only walk through the forest ahead. And as long as the enemy passes through this forest, they will surely fall into the trap. Below each trap, bamboo spikes were also set up. Even if the enemy escapes the fall, they won't survive unscathed. After a busy morning, Sukan called the animals for lunch. Bearda led a group munching on fresh and juicy bamboo. The monkey group chattered as they brought over a large pile of wild fruits, stacking them by the pond. Wild peaches, wild kiwis, wild mangoes. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, making one drool. Gagh. Boss, eat first. The Monkey King picked a large and plump wild peach and handed it to Sukan. Sukan took the wild peach, squatted by the pond, washed it, and took a bite. Kacha! The soft flesh of the wild peach burst open and the sweet juice splattered in his mouth. After a few bites, only an oval pit remained. By the pond, the alligator had already opened its mouth wide. Roar. With a precise throw, Sukan tossed the leftover pit into its mouth. The alligator closed its mouth and began to chew contentedly. Its teeth were incredibly strong. Even a hard pit was like a sunflower seed to it, crushed and swallowed within moments. Roar. I want more. The alligator opened its mouth again. Sukan shook his head, telling it to pick up the pits the monkeys had left on the ground. While eating some fruits, Sukan took out a small knife and cut off some smoked meat. The meat was filled with the rich aroma of wild boar fat mixed with the fruity fragrance from the smoking process, creating a distinct flavor. Boss. Meat. Little Baka flew onto his shoulder, tilting its head and shouting. Sukan tore off a small strip of meat and fed it to its mouth. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Little Baka flapped its wings joyfully, trying to please Sukan. Oh, whoa. I want some too. The husky also came over, panting with a desperate look at the smoked meat in Sukan's hand. All right, since you've worked hard today, you can have some too. Sukan laughed and tossed a piece of smoked meat. The husky jumped up and caught the meat in midair, happily finding a spot to eat. While eating the smoked meat, Sukan gazed at the pond ahead. The surface of the water was as calm as a mirror. Sunlight slanted down from above the waterfall. The light shimmered sparkling in the sun. Suddenly the water erupted. A fish leaped out of the water. Its scales glimmered in the sunlight, with a silver-white hue tinged with colors, like a rainbow streaking across the sky. Splash! The fish fell back into the water. Ripples spread, breaking the light. The audience in the live stream gasped, "What the hell? What just flashed past the water surface? Really? There's nothing, or your eyes playing tricks on you?" Something did leap out of the water. It seemed like a fish. What the hell? What fish? I saw it too. Its scales were shining. What kind of divine fish is this? Bing Bing stretched her neck. "Professor Zhang, what kind of fish is that?" Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining. "Judging by its color and shape, it should be a rainbow trout. The flesh is tender and delicious, extremely rare. Seeing it in the wild, what great luck." The comments exploded. "Rainbow trout. I've heard this kind of fish is particularly beautiful, shimmering like a rainbow. Is it tasty? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Sukin, hurry and catch it." Sukin also saw the fish. He activated his master-level environmental detection skill, combined with the outdoor flora and fauna knowledge he had previously acquired. In his mind, the information about the fish appeared: rainbow trout, tender flesh, rich in fat, suitable for steaming or making soup, extremely flavorful. Rarity 5 stars. Sukin's eyes lit up, tears of excitement streaming from the corners of his mouth. What a great fish. He turned to Berta beside him. Berta had finished the bamboo and was playing with the water by the pond, splashing with its paw. "Berta, can you go down and catch it?" Sukin pointed towards the center of the pond. Berta leaned over to look at the pond. The water was deep and the bottom was not visible. She stretched her paw in to try it. Unable to reach the bottom, she pulled back. "Ing. It's too deep, I can't." Berta shook its head, looking helpless. Comments: "Berta, I can swim, but I can't dive. Mainly because this pond is both deep and wide, unlike the previous small stream, where Berta could easily reach the fish from the bank. This pond is at least 3 to 4 meters deep. If Berta goes in to catch fish, want to drown." Sukin sighed. "It seems I have to do it myself." He walked back to the supplies bag and pulled out a fishing rod along with fishing line and hooks. These were the spoils from the last battle. He hadn't used them because he found it troublesome. After all, with Xiongda around, who would want to wait around for fish to bite? Isn't it better to let Xiongda catch the fish? However, it was now time to put them to use. Sukin assembled the fishing rod and attached the bait, a small piece of smelly and fragrant lure. He walked to the edge of the pond, raised the rod, and cast it. The hook landed in the water, creating a small splash. Sukin propped the fishing rod on a rock. Staring at the still surface of the water, he began to feel drowsy. He hadn't slept well after changing his sleeping spot yesterday. Coupled with a busy morning, his eyelids were starting to droop. But he needed to fish. If a big one came and dragged the rod into the water, or even broke it, he would be quite After thinking for a moment, Sukin called over the Monkey King to help him keep watch. "Monkey King, keep an eye on the bobber, and if there's any movement, let me know." The Monkey King scratched its head, looking confused. "Ga? What?" It couldn't comprehend what a bobber meant. Seeing its confusion, Sukin felt a bit helpless. "Forget it, you're just a golden monkey. Asking you to watch the bobber is indeed a bit much for you." Sukin held the end of the fishing rod and inserted it into the soft soil at a 45-degree angle. The transparent fishing line tautened, ready to bend the rod if a fish bit. "Just watch this rod. If the tip bends, wake me up immediately. I'm going to take a nap, got it?" The Monkey King finally understood, puffed up its chest, and thumped it twice. "Roar. Don't worry, my king." Sukin nodded in satisfaction. This child can be taught. Then he lay down on the ground, resting his head on his arm, and closing his eyes to doze off. The viewers in the live stream were shocked. "Fishing? Why is he sleeping? Sukin, wake up. What if the fish runs away? Wait, is it Monkey Brother fishing, or you?" "Monkey King, I've sacrificed so much for this family." Foreign viewers immediately mocked. "Haha. Is this the competitor from Long Country? Fishing while sleeping? Will the fish hook itself?" I'm dying of laughter. Letting a monkey keep watch, can it really understand? Long Country's old viewers calmly responded, "Are these foreign viewers new here? Last time Shin can fish like this too. Last time he also caught fish while sleeping. Last time Shunkin didn't even have a fishing rod, line, or hooks, yet he still caught fish. This time, he even has a rod guard. It looks much better than last time. Open your eyes wide and see how Shunkin catches fish." Bing Bing couldn't help but laugh. Why is Sukin sleeping again? Professor Zhang shook his head with a smile. That's just his style. It seems lazy, but he is actually very composed when it matters. The comments were divided into two factions. One side was foreign viewers mocking him, while the other side was confident Long Country viewers. Time passed second by second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Sukin remained motionless, breathing evenly. Hachoo, hachoo. The rhythmic and peaceful snoring echoed. Sukin truly fell asleep. The Monkey King stood guard beside Sukin, its eyes fixed on the tip of the fishing rod. During this time, a few monkeys came to play with it, but they were all rejected. Roar. The Monkey King indicated that it had important matters to attend to and sent the others away to play by themselves. In the command center of Long Country, Su Kan's image was amplified. A series of peaceful snores resonated throughout the command center. A dozen high-ranking officials watched Su Kan snore, shaking their heads with wry smiles. How does Su Kan manage to sleep every time he goes fishing? This is also a characteristic of competitor Su Kan. He seems lazy and laid back, but he can be relied upon at critical moments. Today is different from the past. Last time he had no fishing gear and still managed to catch fish. This time, equipped with good gear, he's bound to reap a great harvest. Let's hope so. I wonder what kind of harvest competitor Su Kan can bring to Long Country this time. In Su Kan's livestream, foreign viewers became more excited seeing he was asleep. It's been 10 minutes. Where are the fish? I told you he was just putting on an act. Are Long Country viewers still stubborn? This silly monkey is quite obedient. Su Kan asked it to guard, and it actually stood by for 10 minutes. Long Country viewers were starting to panic. Why is there still no movement? Could it really be a flop? Just as the comments became a cacophony, the fishing rod moved. The tip twitched slightly. The Monkey King widened its eyes, and the rod moved again. This time it moved more vigorously. The fishing line was pulled taut. The Monkey King hurriedly shook Su Kan's body. Gigi, my king, something's happening. Su Kan suddenly opened his eyes. He turned over and sat up. He grabbed the fishing rod. It's coming. He pulled hard. The rod bent like a bow. The fishing line created waves in the water. What a great force. Su Kan gritted his teeth and lifted the rod vigorously. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. A silver fish was pulled out of the water. It was thrashing its tail in the air. Its scales shone with rainbow colors under the sunlight, looking like a work of art. Su Kan tossed the fish onto the shore. The fish flopped on the grass. Ing. Fish. Xiongda approached, lowering its round head to sniff it. It reached out its paw to poke at it. Su Kan pushed it away. Don't touch. This is for making fish soup later. The live stream room instantly erupted. He caught a fish. He really caught one. He caught it while sleeping. Do foreign viewers feel embarrassed? This is the power of Sun Kan. Monkey Brother is amazing. It really kept watch. Foreign viewers were left speechless. How is this possible? He was clearly asleep, just relying on a monkey's reminder. How is this monkey so smart it learned in one go? It's luck. Definitely. Bing Bing excitedly clapped. He really caught one. Professor Zhang laughed heartily. This is Su Kan's unique. The animals around him always bring us unexpected joy. At this moment, the National Fortune Game System prompt sounded. Ding. Long Country competitor Su Kan caught a rare rainbow trout. Triggered a 10,000-fold return. Rainbow trout 10,000. Randomly distributed within Long Country. The live stream room went wild. Bing Bing jumped up. 10,000-fold return. 10,000 rainbow trout. Professor Zhang was also excited, in addition to the various carp and bluefish returned previously. Long Country's aquatic resources are about to explode. The comments flooded in 10,000. Long Country is about to strike it rich with fish. Rainbow trout. A top delicacy. Su Kan, you are Long Country's gourmet. The scene shifted to various places in Long Country. In rivers and lakes, a massive influx of rainbow trout suddenly surged. Fishermen pulled up nets full of rainbow-colored scales. They were so excited they cried. This fish is rich in high protein and has a strong reproductive ability. Su Kan saved our lives. Aside from a few protective reservoirs, the state announced that all other waters could freely catch rainbow trout. At the government material distribution point, truckloads of rainbow trout were delivered. Citizens lined up in long queues, their mouths curving into huge smiles. Finally, I can eat rainbow trout. I've loved eating fish my whole life. I'm going to make fish soup later. Watching Su Kan eat all the time made me hungry. I didn't expect I could have a taste of fish soup so soon. Thank you, Su Kan. The foreign live stream was filled with sour remarks. Once again, 10,000 times the return. The luck of the Dragon Nation is truly remarkable. Our contestants don't even have fishing rods. Why is that? The scene returned to Su Kan. He picked up the rainbow trout and examined it carefully. The fish was about 40 centimeters long. Its scales were silver with iridescence, shimmering brightly. The fish's eyes were clear, and its gills were vivid red. It was evident that this was a top-quality fish. Tonight, we'll make fish soup. Su Kan rummaged through his supplies and pulled out an iron pot. He also had the seasoning pack he had obtained last time. Salt, ginger, and scallions. Everything was complete. He set up the pot by the water pool. He poured in clean water from the dark river. He cleaned the fish and cut it into pieces. Cold water went into the pot. He added ginger slices and scallion segments. Then lit the fire to boil the water. The water slowly came to a boil, and the fish soup turned milky white. The aroma spread out. Xiongda moved closer, his nose twitching. Saliva dripped from his mouth. The husky also ran back from afar. Squatting beside the pot, his eyes sparkled. Oh, whoa, Your Majesty, let me taste first. The husky opened his mouth and bit the edge of the pot, which had turned red from the heat. In the next moment, a piercing wolf howl resonated throughout the forest, a woo. The husky's mouth turned red from the burn, and he dashed around panting with his tongue out. Sukin steadied the edge of the pot. Such a wonderful pot of fish soup was almost spilled by this fool. The comments flooded in ha ha ha, does the husky really think that this iron pot is edible? Last time he got burned while eating grilled fish, how can he not learn his lesson this time? That's just how the husky is, either being silly or on the way to being silly. The husky, panting with his tongue out, buried his mouth in the water pool, feeling a bit better. In the iron pot, the fish soup began to froth white, with aroma wafting everywhere. The monkey group couldn't stay still on the trees. One by one they jumped down and surrounded the pot. A parrot flew over and landed on the edge of the pot. So fragrant. So fragrant. Sukin stirred the soup with a spoon. He scooped a spoonful and tasted it. Delicious. So fresh. The oil from the fish meat melded into the soup. Coupled with the fragrance of ginger and scallions, it warmed him all over. Add a bit of salt. Sukin sprinkled in a small spoonful of salt. After stirring again, he tasted it. Perfect. All right, let's drink. Sukin scooped a bowl first and drank. The warm fish soup went down smoothly. He felt completely relaxed. Xiongda anxiously pawed at the pot. Ing-ing. Ing-ing. Fish, fish, delicious. Sukin scooped a bowl for her. Xiongda took it, guzzling it down. After drinking, she licked her lips, her eyes squinting with delight. Ing-ing. So good. Tuan round and chubby tugged at Sukin's pants, acting cute, and wanted to drink too. Sukin served them 2 bowls, and the 2 little ones hugged their small bowls, drinking merrily. The monkey group screeched and jostled for position. Sukin distributed a small bowl to each monkey. The monkey king took a sip and his eyes lit up. Gaa. Thank you, great king. Sukin patted its head. You played a big role in catching this fish too. Sukin served another bowl of fish soup to it, and the monkey king squeaked excitedly. It squatted to one side with the bowl, drinking slowly. The little monkeys scrambled to drink, spilling soup everywhere. The parrot jumped into the bowl and took a bath. So delicious. So delicious. The husky also came over, its tail wagging like a propeller. The edges of its mouth were red from the heat, but it still couldn't resist its craving for food. Sukin scooped a bowl for it. The husky stuck its tongue and licking loudly. It got soup all over its face. The viewers in the live stream were drooling. This soup looks too delicious. I want a drink. Please let Sukin start takeout. The animals are drinking, and I haven't had dinner yet. Sukin, this is a food show now. Professor Zhang sighed. Rainbow trout soup is a delicacy in this world. Bing Bing's eyes sparkled with stars as she swallowed. I'm getting hungry just watching. While everyone was drinking soup, a series of bubbles emerged from the water pool. The saltwater crocodile caught a whiff of the aroma and came over, slowly crawling onto the shore. Its nose twitched, fixating on the fish bones in the pot. Sukin looked at it. Little croc, do you want to eat fish bones? The saltwater crocodile nodded, opening and closing its mouth. Sukin tossed the remaining fish bones onto the ground. The saltwater crocodile snapped it up in one bite, crunching it. The fish bones crunched in its mouth like cookies. After chewing and swallowing, the saltwater crocodile lightly wagged its tail. Its eyes squinted, looking quite content. This fish was more delicious than any it had ever eaten in its life. Following this human, it was indeed the right choice. Food is everything. After finishing, the saltwater crocodile wiped its mouth with its paws. The comments went wild. That's it, the saltwater crocodile is completely bribed by Sukin's food now. Saltwater crocodile, delicious. Bring me another one. Sukin's animal kingdom has gained another power. Xiongda finished her soup. She went to paw at the pot, only to find it empty. She turned her head to look at the bones by the saltwater crocodile's mouth. The saltwater crocodile quickly swallowed the last piece. Ing-ing. Xiongda glared at it, her round head puffed up in anger. The saltwater crocodile pretended not to see, slowly crawling back into the water. Bing Bing laughed until she couldn't stand up straight. The animals fighting for food is too funny. Professor Zhang chuckled as well. This guy Su can always find unexpected ways to enjoy himself. After eating and drinking their fill, Su can lay by the water pool. His stomach was full, and he didn't want to move. Xiongda lay beside him, licking her paws. The husky squatted by his feet, burping. The monkey group scattered back to the trees, some still licking their lips. The parrot stood on Sukin's chest, preening its feathers. The saltwater crocodile had half of its body submerged in the water, peering at the sky with its 2 eyes. Sukin closed his eyes. The sun was setting, and the smoke from the water pool had yet to dissipate. A gentle breeze swept through, and the forest leaves swayed like a green ocean. In the Dragon Nation livestream, the viewers were still savoring that pot of fish soup. This is too comfortable. I'm getting hungry. After eating, just lying down, and even petting a panda, this is truly blissful. Sukin is living better than I do at home. Suddenly someone in the comments suggested, let's make a video of the food returned by God Can. Let those foreigners see what the Dragon Nation is eating now. Without hesitation, Dragon Nation netizens began sharing their dining tables. Some held a plate of braised wild boar meat. Glimmering chunks of meat were steaming. This is the wild boar meat returned by Sukan. So fragrant. Someone held up a skewer of grilled fish. Rainbow trout, grass carp, crucian carp. Everything was available. In the past we had to buy fish, but now we can catch it from the river at will. Someone peeled a bamboo shoot crisp and fresh. The bamboo shoots returned by Sukan are even fresher than the meat. Others carried wild fruits, sweet potatoes, and wheat. A table full of food. Thank you, Sukan. Thank you, Dragon Nation contestants. The video was uploaded to foreign websites. The view count instantly surpassed 100 million. Foreign netizens were stunned. Is this a Dragon Kingdom citizens' dinner? It's more lavish than our New Year's Eve feast. They eat like this every day. No way. Sukan alone feeds 14 billion people. Dragon Kingdom netizens proudly responded, it's not just Sukan. All Dragon Kingdom contestants get returns. The supplies we receive daily pile up like mountains. We can't finish it. Absolutely can't finish it. The fridge can't hold any more. We give it to the neighbors. Foreign netizens were sour with envy, were still gnawing on tree bark. And you've already achieved food freedom. Why? This is the same national survival game. The Dragon Kingdom contestant must be cheating. Meanwhile, the live stream cut to foreign contestants. A burly Western man crouched by the river. In his hand, he held a wriggling earthworm. Frowning, he shoved it into his mouth. Chewed twice, then gagged. But he still swallowed it. He scooped up some murky river water and took a sip. Ugh. The water was full of grit, and he spat for a long time. Starving, his face sallow and eyes sunken. Dragon Kingdom viewers were in hysterics. Haha. He's eating earthworms. Our Sukan is drinking fish soup while he's eating bugs. This is the gap. Another foreign contestant was gnawing on tree bark. The peeled bark was bitter and astringent. He chewed for ages but couldn't swallow it. Tears streamed down his face. The live stream was filled with wails of despair. Foreign viewers broke down. Our contestants are eating tree bark. Dragon Kingdom contestants are eating grilled meat and drinking fish soup. Even Sukan's pets eat better than we do. Dragon Kingdom viewers immediately took screenshots for comparison. On the left, Xiongda was gnawing on grilled fish. On the right, a foreign contestant was eating earthworms. On the left, Arrow was licking his lips after fish soup. On the right, a foreign contestant was drinking dirty water. On the left, a monkey troop was sharing wild fruit. On the right, a foreign contestant was gnawing on tree bark. On the left, the bay crocodile was crunching fish bones. On the right, a foreign contestant was eating bugs. A caption in bold flowing script read, Sukan's pets versus foreign contestants. Foreign viewers were utterly devastated. Even the wolf drinks fish soup. Our contestant drinks muddy water. That panda eats better than I do. I'm broken. I'm truly broken. Dragon Kingdom viewers roared with laughter, not happy about it. Tell your contestant to go find Sukan then. Provided they can make it to his camp alive. The traps along the way will give them a hard time. Even if they get there, it's useless unless you're willing to be our Kenshin's pet. The scene cut back to Sukan. He was lying by the pool, eyes closed. In his arms, he held Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, warm and fluffy like two hand warmers. Xiongda lay beside him, belly full and round. The monkey troop was burping in the trees. The parrot perched on the pot's rim, still licking its beak. The bay crocodile submerged in the water, only its eyes visible. Sukan turned over, gazing at the setting sun sinking into the horizon in the distance. Night was approaching and the day was drawing to a close. What should I eat tomorrow? Smoked meat, grilled fish, fish soup, or wild fruit? Oh right, roasted potatoes would be great too. Paired with smoked meat, the flavor will be absolutely divine. Foreign viewers finally lost it. Please stop talking. I'm drooling, but when I look at my table, there's only tree bark and nutrient paste. If only I were a Dragon Kingdom citizen. The next day, early morning. Sunlight slanted in from above the waterfall. Mist filled the air and a rainbow shimmered faintly. By the pool, wildflowers glistened with dew. In the bamboo grove, birds chirped merrily. The air was as fresh as if it had been washed clean. Live stream viewers took a deep breath. This environment is absolutely beautiful. Sukan gets to live in a place like this every day. I'm crying with envy. I'm breathing smog in the city while he's inhaling pure oxygen by the waterfall. Is this the treatment for lying flat? Bing Bing also exclaimed, the spot Sukan chose is truly a paradise. Professor Zhang nodded, plenty of water, abundant food, easy to defend and hard to attack. And the scenery is so beautiful. This isn't survival, it's a vacation. Sukan walked out of the cave. The bay crocodile emerged through the waterfall and stopped in front of him. Roar. Sukan stood on its back, crossed the pool, and stood steadily on the muddy ground. This time he was clever. He found a banana leaf and held it over his head. That way he wouldn't get wet passing through the waterfall. Sukan stretched and yawned. In his arms, he held Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, two fluffy hand warmers. They were still asleep. Their little paws clutched his clothes. Their mouths opened and closed, dreaming of some delicious treat. Xiongda had already woken up and was crouching near the bamboo grove, holding half a bamboo stalk in his mouth. Era burst out of the grass covered in wild weeds, tail wagging incessantly. Oh, whoa. Good morning. Sukin nudged him. Quiet, Tuan, and Yuan are still sleeping. Era whimpered and crouched down, burying his head in his paws. Time to check the traps. Let's see if any enemies took the bait last night. Sukin put down Tuan and Yuan, letting Xiongda watch over them. He grabbed his machete and bamboo basket. Era followed behind, bouncing along. The monkey troop leaped through the trees, following along. The first trap was at the left entrance of the forest. Sukin approached and saw it was untouched with no signs of activation. Next, Sukin checked the other traps. The second, third, and fourth traps yielded nothing. Until the fifth trap. Sukin saw from afar that the bamboo had been lifted with something hanging from the vine. He walked closer, and his eyes lit up. The trap had been triggered. But what hung there wasn't a human. It was a sika deer. The deer was robust, weighing at least several dozen kilograms. The deer was still struggling. Its forelegs kicked wildly, but it had no strength left. There was a rope burn on its neck, the skin rubbed raw. Its eyes were half-closed, drool dripping from its mouth. It seemed to have been hanging all night, and was nearly dead. Sukin walked over, and the deer kicked in terror. But it couldn't move, hung too high. Sukin stroked its head. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The deer panted heavily, its eyes rolling white, clearly on the verge of death. This deer is sick. Sukin smirked, almost drooling, sick as can be. Living is just suffering. The live stream comments exploded with laughter. You want to end its pain. You just want its meat. This deer is sick, how about we? Let me end your pain. And then into the pot. He didn't catch an enemy, but he caught a sika deer. Deer, thanks a lot. Bing Bing laughed so hard she doubled over. Who taught Sukin to be like this? Professor Zhang also chuckled. Sukin made a good trap. He can even catch animals. This deer weighs a good few dozen kilograms. Today's meal is sorted. Sukin drew his machete and called for the Monkey King to bring a basin. With one slash, he cut the deer's throat. Blood gushed out, all caught in the basin held by the Monkey King. Deer blood is a precious thing, known for replenishing vitality, nourishing blood, and strengthening bones and tendons. A rare medicinal ingredient. The deer kicked twice, and then lay still. Sukin lowered it and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Time to go back and butcher the deer. Today we eat venison. The audience in the live stream was nearly in stitches. Mehua deer, thank your whole family. Sukin freeing the body, entering the belly. Deer meat. That's top-tier delicacy. After putting down the Mehua deer, Sukin reset the snares, covering them with fallen leaves and soil. Only when the traps were completely hidden in the environment did Sukin nod in satisfaction. The last trap was by the bamboo forest. Sukin approached to take a look. A gray wild rabbit was dangling in midair. Its hind legs were ensnared by vines, head down. Squeak. The rabbit was still kicking, lively and energetic. Great. We have a rabbit too. Sukin grabbed the rabbit. By pinching its neck, the rabbit calmed down. He twisted its neck and tossed it into the bamboo basket. Extra meal today. Roasted rabbit. The comments were drooling. Roasted rabbit. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Sukin, aren't you living too well? Yesterday fish soup, today deer meat and rabbit meat. Foreign competitor, my mindset completely collapsed. Sukin carried the Mehua deer and slung the wild rabbit on his back, returning to the water's edge. At the same time, the voice of the National Fortune Games sounded. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Sukin for capturing a wild Mehua deer and a wild gray rabbit, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Wild gray rabbits 1-0, wild Mehua deer 1-0, already returned to the Dragon Kingdom. In the next moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom cheered. Wow. It actually triggered a 10,000-fold return. Sukin is amazing. Deer antlers, deer tendons, deer meat. The Mehua deer is full of treasures. Thank you, Sukin. In the wilderness, Sukin squatted next to the Mehua deer, not rushing to skin it. He stroked the deer's hide, smooth and dense with a layer of short fur. Good hide. He'll rely on this in winter. He first skinned it, making a cut in the abdomen and slowly tearing it off. There was a thin layer of fat between the hide and the meat, making it easy to peel. Half an hour later, a complete deer hide was finally removed. This hide can make a coat. It can also be made into a scarf for Xiongda. Sukin spread out the deer hide, sprinkled it with fine salt, rolled it up, and placed it on a rock to cure. Xiongda, keep an eye on this, don't let the Erha take it. Ing. Xiongda nodded, squatting next to the deer hide, his two dark eyes staring seriously. Erha, curious, came over to sniff, but was swatted away by Xiongda. The comments went wild. Sukin can even tan leather. All-around talent. Deer hide coat. It will be super warm when it gets cold. Erhaim, just sniffing, not eating. Do I really? Sukin continued to process the deer meat. He cut off the deer's head and set it aside. The antlers were still on top, kept for decoration or tools. At the fork of the antlers was a layer of velvet. That's deer antler. This is a good thing. Great for nourishment. Sukin carefully sawed off 2 pieces of deer antler and wrapped them in cloth. I'll soak it in wine later, or use it to stew soup for nourishment. Sukin also packed the deer tendons and deer kidneys separately. These are all great for nourishment, good stuff. The audience was envious. Deer antler. That's a precious medicinal material. Deer antler, deer tendon, deer kidney. These are a man's energy stations. Xiongda, it's good to nourish more. Su Qian is too weak. He chopped off the deer hooves, kept them for making glue. He cut off the deer tail, setting it aside. This is top-notch. Deer tail stew, delicious to the max. The live stream audience was stunned. Su Qian understands this too. He has completely drained the Meihua deer. Not a bit wasted from start to finish. Su Qian also took out the deer liver, deer heart, and deer lungs. There were still tasks today, and he was too lazy to stew soup. These entrails would simply be divided among the animals. It's meal time. Su Qian called out, and the animals that had been waiting impatiently rushed forward. Ing. Xiongda grabbed the entire piece of deer liver. Woof! Erha snatched the deer heart and swallowed it in one bite. Gaga! The monkeys divided up the deer lungs, munching contentedly. The parrot pecked a small piece of deer liver, swallowed it, and its eyes sparkled. Delicious! Delicious! Su Qian placed the deer bones over the fire to boil soup. He cut the deer meat into cubes, the fresh red meat displaying the texture of high-grade beef with a hint of warmth and tenderness. Then he chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic into pieces and added them to the iron pot. The water in the pot boiled vigorously, and as the deer meat was added, a rich aroma of fat was released. In another iron pot nearby, the bone soup was also bubbling. Boil it for 2 to 3 hours, and it should be tender. Su Qian wiped his hands and sprinkled a bit of fine salt on top. Perfect. This deer weighed around 80 to 90 pounds, and even after Su Qian's half-day of work, there were still dozens of pounds of deer meat left. He cut the remaining deer meat into strips and salted them, preparing to make smoked meat. The deer hide was still curing and would need several days to be tanned. Once the hide is dry, he'll make a coat. Winter nights are going to be freezing. Su Qian clapped his hands and stood up. All right, the Meihua deer has been processed, now to get back to work. The traps need to be continued. He led the animals into the forest. Walking along, he pondered. The snares made last time had too low. They were also easily triggered by various small animals, reducing efficiency. Today he'll make a bamboo spike trap. Su Qian thought about it, and the idea of the bamboo spike trap formed in his mind. The bamboo spike trap played a significant role in the War of the Yu Kingdom against the Lighthouse Nation's invasion last century, known for its strong concealment and lethality. More importantly, the bamboo spike trap is naturally suited for forest environments. As long as you lay some leaves on top, the enemy will be completely unprepared. Moreover, the materials needed are just bamboo, making it very convenient to source locally. Let's get to work. Su Qian called over Xiongda, Erha, and the monkeys, demonstrating how to make the bamboo spike trap. At this moment, he stood on a small path in the forest. Beside him was a dense bamboo grove. The green bamboo soared into the clouds, rustling in the wind. Su Qian looked up and selected several sturdy, old bamboos. He'll demonstrate how to cut bamboo for you all, so pay attention. Su Qian focused his energy, gripping the machete tightly, and struck fiercely at the base of the bamboo. The monkeys Erha and Xiongda watched him intently. With a loud thud, Su Qian's palm went numb from the shaking his hand. He looked closely and saw only a shallow white mark on the bamboo. This old bamboo was extremely tough, and since Su Qian was just a fragile university student, he had never done such work before. However, it didn't matter, as his purpose was not to cut the bamboo, but to teach the monkeys how to use the machete. Now it was time to test the monkeys' learning results. Did you all learn it? Su Qian shouted loudly, and the monkey troop scratched their heads in confusion. Only the Monkey King chattered twice, appearing eager to try. Monkey King, come here. The Monkey King jumped down from the tree and squatted in front of Su Qian. Su Qian handed it the machete. Do you see this bamboo? Use the same method as I just demonstrated and chop from the base. Ga. Understood, my lord. The Monkey King took the machete and mimicked Su Qian's earlier actions. Lifted up, aim at the bamboo root, and chopped down. Kacha. The bamboo cracked open a gap, but did not break. Su Qian nodded in satisfaction. This child can be taught. It doesn't matter if the monkeys don't know, as long as the Monkey King has learned, it will teach them later, just like it did with the bamboo sticks last time. Ga. The Monkey King was excited to have learned a new tool and took another chop at the bamboo. Kacha! The bamboo tilted and slowly began to fall. The Monkey King jumped back in fright. The bamboo crashed down with a loud thud. The Monkey King stared blankly at it, then turned to look at Su Qian. Gigi. My lord, it fell. In the live stream, the audience was already stunned. This is possible. The Monkey King is definitely a genius, learning how to use the machete after just one demonstration. With a single chop from Su Qian, a white mark appeared on the bamboo, and after 2 chops from the Monkey King, it was directly cut through. Su Qian's thin arms and legs can't match the strength of a wild golden monkey. Su Qian has monkeys as his subordinates. Why does he need to exert himself? He just has to teach the monkeys how to use tools. Su Qian feels so relaxed lying on the side, supervising while all the work is done by the monkeys. In the wild forest, Sukin climbed onto a crooked tree, lounging on the trunk with his legs crossed, chewing on a blade of grass, directing the monkeys keep chopping. We need 30 of them. The Monkey King shouted excitedly, calling over the other monkeys. 7 or 8 adult monkeys surrounded the bamboo grove. Some wielded machetes while others had stone axes. All of these were spoils from the last battle. Among the monkey troop, there were 7 or 8 strong adult male golden monkeys that Sukin had outfitted with gear. Chop at the base. Chop at an angle. One chop at a time. He lay on the trunk with his hands behind his head, resembling a supervisor. The monkeys imitated the Monkey King's actions. Raise the knife, chop down. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The sound of bamboo breaking echoed. Bamboo fell one after another. Some monkeys were weaker and took 5 or 6 chops to break it. Some monkeys missed and got their knives stuck in the bamboo. The Monkey King ran over to help, stepping on the bamboo and pulling out the knife with force. With a pop, the knife came out, and the Monkey King fell onto the ground. Gigi. The other monkeys burst into laughter. The Monkey King got up, pretending nothing had happened, but his face turned bright red. He glanced nervously at Sukin, relieved that the king hadn't seen. Ga. The Monkey King shouted at the monkeys that were teasing him and continued chopping bamboo. The live stream audience was going crazy with laughter. Ha ha ha. The Monkey King's social death scene. Sukin has opened a monkey technical school. Why is Sukin lying down? Is he really leaving all the work to the monkeys? This is too enjoyable. Sukin spat out the blade of grass in his mouth and urged, move faster. Finish chopping before the sun sets. The monkeys sped up. After chopping one, they dragged it aside to pile up. Oh whoa! The husky saw that everyone was busy and became anxious. It had also tried to chop bamboo, but its paw structure was different, and it couldn't even grip the machete. Alright, Sukin let the monkeys continue chopping bamboo, while he took the husky and Bear Big to a forest path. Soft fallen leaves were piled on the humus, forming a thick layer. Even if a trap is buried underneath, the enemy won't be able to detect it. Sukin chose a spot and used a bamboo pole to push aside the fallen leaves, revealing a square patch of ground. How you dig down in this area? Dig me a pit 1.5 meters deep. Oh whoa! Seeing that he finally had work to do, the husky excitedly howled and began digging furiously with both paws. Sukin walked forward a few dozen meters and chose another spot for Bear Big to dig. Leave it to you, Bear. Bear Big nodded foolishly, and his paws began to dig vigorously. Sukin watched for a while and nodded in satisfaction. In the live stream, the audience was nearly dumbfounded. Monkeys chopping bamboo, the husky and Bear Big digging pits. Sukin's division of labor was perfect. Indeed perfect. He didn't have to do anything himself. All the work was done by the animals. If only Xiao Ba was a bit bigger, otherwise Sukin would have arranged some tasks for him too. Others hire child laborers, but you hire animals to help you work. The key is that there's no salary involved. Sukin is definitely a heartless boss. Bear Big salary. What is that? Can it be eaten? Monkey King, as long as there's food, that's enough. While Bear Big and the husky were working, Sukin went back to the monkey troop to see if any monkeys were slacking off. Sure enough, he found 2 monkeys sneaking wild fruits. They were enjoying themselves, having thrown their machetes aside, completely forgetting about chopping bamboo. What are you 2 doing? Sukin's voice boomed, startling the 2 monkeys, who turned around to find the king standing behind them without them noticing. With his hands behind his back and a serious expression, he radiated an overwhelming presence. Gigi. The 2 golden monkeys hurriedly hid the wild fruits behind their backs, not wanting Sukin to notice. What are you hiding? I saw everything. Sukin shouted angrily. Gigi. The monkeys lowered their heads in shame, like 2 elementary school students caught sneaking snacks during class. Sukin stepped forward and sternly lectured them. Is it time to eat? Focus on your work. If you 2 slack off and fall behind, can you face the effort the monkey troop has put in today? Gigi. The golden monkeys scratched their heads, not understanding Sukin's meaning. Seeing their lack of collective honor, Sukin had to pull out his trump card. If I catch you 2 slacking off again, you won't get dinner tonight. Wawa. No, my lord. The 2 monkeys were terrified at the thought of losing their dinner and cried out in panic. They picked up the machetes on the ground and started chopping wildly at the nearby bamboo. Seeing that they had recognized their mistakes, Sukin sighed helplessly. You really don't make it easy for me. In the live stream, the audience could hardly contain their laughter. Pahaha. This golden monkey is too amusing, even trying to hide things after being caught. Sukin's expression is truly scary, reminding me of our homeroom teacher. Yes. When I got caught sneaking food, the teacher used the same tone. It was exactly the same. Sukin's authority among the monkeys is immense, having trained the 2 golden monkeys to act like elementary school students. After all, Sukin led the monkeys to retaliate against 20 people and reclaim their territory. How could his authority not be great? In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing was also amused by the scene of Sukin training the monkeys, shaking with laughter. After a brief calm, she turned to Professor Zhang and asked, Professor Zhang, what does Sukin intend to do with all this digging and cutting bamboo? Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and replied, "From the looks of it, he seems to want to create a bamboo spike trap. The bamboo spike trap is highly concealed, and combined with the environmental advantage, it will be very difficult for the enemy to detect it. Moreover, the sharpened bamboo has a deadly effectiveness capable of easily piercing through an enemy's body." Professor Zhang wore an excited smile. Just imagine when the enemy is walking along the path, suddenly their foot gives way and their body instantly loses balance. And below, rows of glimmering bamboo spikes await. Once they fall, it's either death or injury. That kind of scene would be utterly terrifying. Just thinking about that image sent chills down Bing Bing's spine. She tightly gripped the ground with her toes and swallowed hard, saying, "Wow, is it really that terrifying?" The noose trap still offers a chance for survival, but the bamboo spike formation gives the enemy no chance. Professor Zhang chuckled. "There's no way around it. The wilderness is like this. It's a matter of life or death. If Sukin isn't ruthless enough, he will be the one to suffer." In the wild forest, within less than an hour, over 30 bamboo poles were neatly arranged on the ground. Sukin walked over, picking and choosing. "This one is too thin, let's not use it. This one isn't sturdy enough, let's not use it either. This one will do, keep it." He selected 20 stout and straight old bamboo poles. "All right, now let's transport them." The monkeys were dumbfounded. 20 bamboo poles, each 3 to 4 meters long. How were they supposed to carry them? Sukin demonstrated. He lifted a bamboo pole and placed it on his shoulder. Like this. One end in front, one end in the back. Go. He walked around while carrying the bamboo. The monkeys tried to imitate him. The Monkey King was the first to lift one. The bamboo was too long, dragging one end on the ground. After taking 2 steps, he tripped over the bamboo. He almost fell. Sukin shook his head, lifted higher. "Hold it up. Eek. Got it, King." The Monkey King lifted the bamboo with all his might. It was shaky as if walking on a tightrope. Other monkeys followed suit, some carrying one pole, others lifting one with both hands. They chattered and stumbled along. Dragging along, the bamboo scraped across the ground, leaving grooves. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed until they cried. The monkeys are on the job. This construction team is so unprofessional. Sukin am having a tough time. Bing Bing covered her mouth and laughed. The monkey troop is so adorable. Professor Zhang also laughed. They are working hard to learn. The bamboo was transported to the trap location. Sukin began to teach them how to sharpen the bamboo spikes. He picked up a bamboo pole and sawed it into half-meter-long segments. "Watch closely. First saw it off, then sharpen it." The Monkey King squatted nearby, eyes wide open in focus. Sukin used a machete to sharpen one end of the bamboo segment. With each stroke, he created an angled surface. Finally, he scraped it a couple of times to make the tip sharper. Like this. Try it. The Monkey King picked up a segment of bamboo and attempted to imitate his actions. One stroke went down and it was crooked. Another stroke and it was still crooked. The bamboo segment ended up looking oddly shaped. The Monkey King held it up to inspect, dissatisfied. He grabbed another one and started over, this time taking it slow, gently shaving it down. After a long while, it finally resembled a sharp point. Sukin took it to check. "Not bad, it can be used. But it isn't sharp enough. Scrape it a couple more times." The Monkey King used the back of the knife to scrape the tip. Sukin nodded yes. Just like that. Other monkeys began to learn as well. Some sharpened well, while others looked like they were chewed by a dog. Sukin checked each one. "This one needs to be resharpened. It's too dull to pierce anyone. This one is good, put it over there. This one won't do. It's too short. It's useless." The monkeys squeaked in response to the scolding. But they all obediently resharpened. After finishing one, they placed it aside. They picked up another and continued sharpening. The audience in the live broadcast room watched in astonishment. Sukin is so strict. The monkeys have all become self-conscious from the scolding. But they are truly learning seriously. Professor Zhang sighed. Sukin's teaching ability is impressive. He can make animals understand his intentions. Sukin always brings us surprises. Over 100 bamboo spikes were sharpened. Sukin called out to Xiongda to take these bamboo spikes and move them next to the pit. "Ing. Leave it to me, Xiong." Xiongda stood up looking like a black and white stuffed toy. He wobbled while holding the bamboo and placed it next to the pit. In the pit, a wolf's head poked out. "A wolf. My king new home." The husky lay happily in the pit, seemingly treating it as a new home. "Get out. This pit wasn't dug for you to make a home." Sukin shooed the husky away, picked up a bamboo spike, jumped into the pit, and started inserting the bamboo spikes. "Watch closely. The sharp end should face up. Push it deep into the ground. Otherwise it will fall over." Sukin demonstrated by inserting one forcefully into the muddy bottom of the pit. He let go and the bamboo spike stood upright. The monkeys watched intently, observing Sukin's actions. Like this. Space them 10 centimeters apart. They shouldn't be too close or too sparse. The monkeys jumped into the pit and began inserting bamboo spikes. Some inserted them too shallowly, causing them to fall over with a touch. Sukin jumped down to reinsert them. "Push hard. Push it all the way down." The Monkey King learned the fastest. It inserted one, then pressed down. It pulled it out again and inserted it deeper. Only after confirming it wouldn't fall over did it let go. The other monkeys followed suit. The pit was bustling with activity. Over 100 bamboo spikes were inserted halfway. For the rest, Sukin applied the same method and inserted them into another pit that Xiongda had dug. Thickly clustered with the sharp ends facing up. It resembled a white forest. Sukin climbed up, clapped his hands, and squatted beside the bamboo spike pit, frowning. Just piercing isn't enough. Oh, what if they managed to climb out? Sukin always felt like something was missing. He stroked his chin, pondering for a few seconds before suddenly awakening with a start. That's right. It needs poison. We must smear some venom on the bamboo spikes, so even if the enemy accidentally survives after stepping on the trap, as long as they break the skin, they'll meet the king of hell. In the live broadcast room, the audience gasped in shock. Sukin is too ruthless. It's not enough to make the enemy bleed. We also need to apply poison. Even if they manage to escape, they won't be able to detoxify in the wild, and they'll just wait to die. Wow. Thank goodness Sukin is one of us from Longwa, otherwise I wouldn't even dare to think of it. No doubt. Wilderness survival isn't child's play, but it's either you die or I die. Don't blame Sukin for being ruthless when this group of enemies relentlessly pursues him. In the wild, Sukin thought for a long time, but couldn't find any suitable plants to use for poison. He had just scanned the surrounding 3-kilometer environment and found quite a few poisonous plants. However, to take down an adult male, this amount of venom was far from sufficient. Not to mention, every bamboo spike needed to be smeared with poison, which simply wouldn't be enough. His spiritual sense swept over a patch of bushes where a swarm of flies was buzzing. That was where the monkeys resolved their waste, piled with heaps of animal droppings. Ever since Sukin established the rule, the monkeys no longer dared to relieve themselves in the cave and chose a hidden spot as their toilet. Upon seeing the pile of droppings, Sukin's eyes lit up. That's right. Using feces will work just as well. The droppings contain a large number of bacteria and viruses, and just touching a wound can cause infection. He stood up and waved to the group of monkeys. Monkey King, take the brothers to poop. Do it on the leaves and bring it to me. The Monkey King was stunned, looking utterly confused. Gee. Huh. Sukin gestured. Poop. Defecate. Do it on the leaves, I need to use it. The Monkey King understood and turned to call out to the monkey group. The monkeys squatted on the leaves and began to exert themselves. 1, 2, 3. Dozens of monkeys, all pooping together. The scene was magnificent. The live stream audience instantly exploded. What the heck? Sukin, what are you doing? Letting monkeys poop? What kind of operation is this? I think I guessed it. Sukin picked up a leaf which had a lump of monkey feces on it. He smeared the monkey dung on the tips of bamboo spikes. One by one, carefully and evenly. The bullet comments went completely wild. He is smearing dung on the bamboo spikes. This is too ruthless. Won't the enemies get infected if they get pierced? The viewers from Sakura country cursed Bakayuru. Sukin is so vicious. Is this something a human would do? So insidious. Shameless. The viewers from Dragon country immediately retaliated. Nonsense. This is called tactics. You Sakura people are even more vicious when you invade. Dealing with enemies should be like this. If you don't agree, don't come. Do you want Sukin to send you to your deaths? Bing Bing covered her mouth, feeling a bit nauseous. Her face turned pale. Professor Zhang, what is Sukin doing? Professor Zhang pushed up his glasses, his expression calm. This is called a biological weapon, which has existed since ancient times. Feces contain a large number of bacteria. If the bamboo spikes pierce the flesh, the bacteria will enter the wound. In the wild, there are no antibiotics, and the wound will become infected and fester. At best, you lose a limb. At worst, you lose your life. Bing Bing shivered. That's terrifying. Professor Zhang continued. During the Vietnam War, the Viet Cong used bamboo sticks smeared with feces against the American troops. Many American soldiers died from infections after being injured. This is a low-cost, high-lethality tactic. The live-stream audience suddenly understood, so there is a historical precedent. Sukin is learning from the Viet Cong. If the American troops couldn't withstand it, how could foreign contestants? The morale of the Dragon country audience soared. This is how it's done. Let them come and never return. Sukin is smart, knows how to utilize all resources. The Sakura country audience was still stubborn, despicable, underhanded. Dragon country people are just barbaric. The Dragon country audience laughed heartily. Barbaric. Why didn't you say anything when you were slaughtering cities? This is called an eye for an eye. Sukin continued to smear the feces. The group of monkeys squatted nearby, curiously watching. Some monkeys even mimicked his actions. They took leaves to smear dung, rubbing it on the bamboo spikes. Sukin patted the Monkey King's head. Not bad. Keep it up. The Monkey King excitedly squeaked, directing the other monkeys to work together. A dozen monkeys lined up, each holding a leaf. The leaves were all smeared with monkey dung. They smeared it on the bamboo spikes, and after finishing one, they would switch to another. In the entire pit, over 100 bamboo spikes were all covered in monkey dung. It was pitch black and the stench was unbearable. Sukin covered his nose and stepped back a few paces. Alright, that's toxic enough. If the enemy gets pierced they won't die, but will surely rot a leg. Xiongda came over to take a sniff and sneezed. He hurriedly ran away looking disgusted. Erha also came over retching from the foul smell. Ow! So stinky. The parrot flew high and shouted, "It stinks to death. It stinks to death." The live stream audience went crazy with laughter. Ha! Even the animals found it stinky. The enemy could smell this stench from 10 miles away. Sukin, even if they smell it, it will be too late. Next we need to cover it up. The monkeys brought fine bamboo strips. They laid them one by one at the pit's opening, neatly arranged like laying a floor. Sukin checked tighter gaps. The gaps can't be too big. The monkeys added another layer of bamboo strips. After laying the bamboo strips, they covered them with banana leaves. A large area of banana leaves was placed over it. The pit's opening was completely covered. Sukin gently stepped on it to test. The bamboo strips creaked, but did not collapse. However, if he stepped fully on it, it would immediately cave in. Okay, now spread some soil. The monkeys brought soil in small bamboo baskets. They spread a thin layer to cover the banana leaves. Sukin squatted down and smoothed it out, then spread a layer of fallen leaves. It looked exactly like the surrounding ground. The camouflage was tight, with no traces visible. Even the stench was buried inside and nothing unusual could be detected from the outside. Next pit. He led the monkeys to the second bamboo spike pit. The monkeys carried tools behind him. Xiongda and Erha followed along. The same process. The monkeys pooped and smeared the bamboo spikes. One by one carefully. Sukin stood by directing, "This side hasn't been smeared yet. That side, do it again. Add more. Smear it thicker." The monkeys were fully engrossed in their work, busy as can be. The second pit was finished. 2 bamboo spike pits, over 200 bamboo spikes, all smeared with monkey dung. Sukin clapped his hands, nodding in satisfaction. Alright, get ready to collect the corpses. That day Sukin along with the animals dug 2 bamboo spike pits in the forest. They also made 3 snare traps. Each one was meticulously camouflaged. Each one could take a life. The live stream audience watched in astonishment. Sukin is building a military defense line. When the enemy comes, it's a sure death. Dozens of people wouldn't be enough for him to kill. The monkeys are too capable. Professor Zhang sighed. Sukin's trap technique is comparable to that of special forces. Bing Bing nodded. Moreover, he has animal helpers. This efficiency is something one person simply cannot achieve. After finishing everything, Sukin returned to the edge of the pond. He washed his hands squatting by the riverbank. After several washes, he still felt there was a foul smell. Erha, come here. Erha ran over, wagging his tail, thinking there was something tasty. Sukin extended his finger to Erha's nose. Smell it, does it still stink? Ow! Erha sniffed, sneezed, and immediately ran away. Sukin's face darkened. Damn. Still stinks. The comments burst into laughter. Ha ha. Even Erha is disgusted. Sukin, your hands smell like monkey dung. You should wash a few more times. Sukin washed 5 more times and finally got rid of the smell. He lay down by the pond, hugging the 2 round little pandas. The 2 little pandas were warm like hand warmers. Tomorrow we'll dig 2 more pits. Smear more dung to ensure the enemies can't return. I also want to make a few rockfall traps. Dropping from above, even if it doesn't kill, it will injure. The live stream audience. Sukin is building a hell on earth. Enemies, can we surrender? Sukin, no way. If you come, you have to die. Foreign viewers were completely shattered. The Dragon Country contestant is too terrifying. Our contestants better not go. Going is just sending themselves to die. Sukin is worth an entire army. Professor Zhang marveled. Sukin's tactical acumen is far beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Bing Bing nodded. Moreover, he fully utilizes animal resources. Monkey dung was originally waste, but in his hands it became a weapon. This is the true expert of wilderness survival. As the sun set in the west, Sukin wiped his sweat and clapped his hands. Alright, the work for today is done. By the edge of the pond, the deer bone soup and deer meat soup had simmered for several hours, completely tender. The milky white soup exuded an enticing aroma. Sukin ladled the bowl and took a sip. Fresh. So fresh. Xiongda squatted beside him, watching eagerly. Ing. Meat fragrant. Sukin ladled a bowl for her as well. Xiongda gulped it down in one go. After drinking, he licked his lips, his eyes narrowed in delight. Ing. So delicious. He filled 2 bowls for the 2 little furry balls, and the 2 little creatures stuck out their tongues in delight. Ow! Erha also leaned over and drank half a bowl. The monkey group was feasting on deer meat, their mouths greasy. A parrot stood on the edge of the pot, bending down to sip the soup. The bay crocodile climbed up from the water, drawn by the scent. Roar! Crocodile hungry. Sukin poured the remaining bones for it. The bay crocodile bit down in one go, crunching the bones. Its tail swayed gently. Bullet comments, you're a bay crocodile, not a husky. Why are you wagging your tail at people? This is conquered by Sukin's delicious food. Sukin's culinary skills have even impressed the crocodiles. In his arms, Tuan Tuan had already fallen asleep. Xiongda lay beside him, his belly round. Erha squatted at a distance, still complaining about the smell. The monkey group sharpened their tools in the trees, preparing to work again tomorrow. The parrot stood on his chest, whispering, "It smells terrible. It smells terrible." Sukin's lips curled up slightly. Tomorrow we continue digging pits. As night fell, the area by the pond quieted down. Only the sound of the waterfall could be heard. Sukin fell asleep, dreaming of that group of foreign contestants stepping into the bamboo spike pit. Their cries echoed, wailing and calling for help. He chuckled softly. The scene shifted to the two fleeing contestants from Sakura country. They ran back to the camp, panting heavily. Sukan. So terrifying. We should avoid provoking him. The two huddled together. In the Sakura country live stream, there was a chorus of wails. Yamamoto-kun died in vain. Sukin didn't even show up, yet he killed someone. How can we fight like this? In the Dragon Country livestream, laughter erupted. Is that it? They still dare to seek out Sukin. Go back and tell your people however many come will die. Sukin, I wiped you all out while lying down. The next day at dawn, sunlight slanted down from above the wall. Mist floated in the air with rainbows appearing intermittently. Dewdrops hung from the tips of bamboo leaves, crystal clear. Birds chirped in the forest. The air was filled with the fragrance of grass and wildflowers. The livestream audience took a deep breath. This environment is too beautiful. Sukin lives in a place like this every day. I'm so envious. I'm inhaling smog in the city while he's breathing oxygen by the waterfall. This is the life. Bing Bing exclaimed. The place Sukin chose is simply a paradise. Professor Zhang nodded. There's plenty of water, abundant food, and easy to defend, but hard to attack. The key is that the scenery is so beautiful. This isn't survival, it's clearly a vacation. Sukin woke up early, eager to see if the traps he set yesterday had yielded any results. He stretched, he walked to the edge of the waterfall, and washed his face. The refreshing water splashed on his face, revitalizing him. He took out some smoked meat from his supply pack. He heated it over the fire and ate a few bites. I have to work again today, though I need to eat well. Xiongda came over, his nose twitching. Ing. Meat fragrant. Sukin tore off a small piece and tossed it to her. Xiongda swallowed it in one bite, licking his lips, still wanting more. It's gone. This is breakfast. It's not a snack for you. Xiongda let out a dissatisfied ing, lying on the ground sulking. Bullet comments, Xiongda humph stingy. Sukin eats smoked meat himself, not sharing with the panda. The national treasure is angry. The consequences will be severe. After finishing breakfast, Sukin shouldered his bamboo basket. Time to check the traps. He rode on the bay crocodile, crossing the pond and climbing ashore. Xiongda followed behind, with Erha also trotting along. The first trap was at the entrance of the forest. Sukin approached and saw that the snare had been triggered. A gray wild rabbit was hanging in midair. Its hind legs were trapped by vines, head down, still kicking. Great. Extra food for lunch. Sukin snapped the rabbit's neck and tossed it into the bamboo basket. The second trap was empty. The snare had been triggered, but the prey had escaped. There were bloodstains on the ground and a few tufts of animal fur. It ran away. What a pity. Sukin squatted down to investigate. The vine has bite marks. It must be a wolf or a fox. Sharp teeth and clever, it bit through the rope and escaped. The snare trap is still not stable enough. The bamboo spike array is more reliable. Once you fall and you can't climb out. He then checked two bamboo spike pits. They had not been triggered and were well disguised. The fallen leaves covered them tightly, showing no signs of flaws. Sukin stood up and looked into the distance. It looks like we'll have to wait a few more days. Next week the Western countries can report their locations. Only then will those contestants come looking. Even if someone tells them there are traps here, it doesn't matter. Sukan's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Each communication is limited to 100 words. How can they explain several traps? And we will set even more. Bullet comments, Sukin is right. What can you say in 100 words? Be careful of traps. And then, what traps? Where? You can't explain it all. Coming here is just asking for death. Sukin returned to the edge of the pond and set down the rabbit. I'll handle it at noon. First I need to set more traps. He picked up his machete and bamboo poles, ready to set off. Today Sukin planned to add 5 more bamboo spike arrays around the forest. At that time, 7 bamboo spike arrays combined with 7 snare traps would form a net that could completely seal off the enemy's path. As long as they wanted to come in, they wouldn't just get hurt, they would be doomed. Just then Xiongda suddenly ran over. He stretched out his front paws and hugged Sukin's leg. Ing. He hung his entire body on him, like a black and white furball tightly clinging to Sukin. Sukin found himself unable to move. Let go. I need to work. Xiongda didn't let go and rubbed his face against Sukin's leg. Ing. Fish delicious. Sukin was taken aback. Aren't you full yet? Xiongda shook his head and continued to nuzzle. Ing. Tummy. Hungry. The bullet comments erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. Xiongda is acting cute. A huge panda acting like a little child. Sukin, you're crushing me. Panda hugging the thigh. Nobody can leave. Sukin sighed. Didn't you just have smoked meat for breakfast? You drank 2 bowls of fish soup last night. Xiongda looked up, his eyes filled with grievance. Ing. Still want to eat? Go find some bamboo to eat. Why are you always thinking about fish? Sukin frowned. Ing. Want to eat fish? Seeing Sukin ignore her, Xiongda plopped down on the ground, puffing up his cheeks. His little expression seemed to say that if Sukin didn't catch her any fish today, he wouldn't leave. Sukin felt a headache coming on and sighed. Alright, I'll catch you one. Just one, huh? Once you're full you can't cling to me anymore. Oh, I still have to go set traps. The audience burst into laughter. Sue can just indulge him. After all, he's a national treasure, so he deserves it. That adorable look of him pouting on the ground is killing me, but it's just like my kid in the supermarket wanting to buy a toy. Xiongda, who isn't a baby weighing a few hundred pounds. Xiongda is so cute, what's wrong with giving him a bit of fish? Catch it for her. Ing. The gloom on Xiongda's face disappeared. The pink tongue licked his paw as he eagerly squatted by the pond waiting for Sukin to catch him some fish. This foodie. As soon as he hears about food, he's more enthusiastic than I am. Sukin shook his head at Xiongda and picked up the fishing rod, walking to the edge of the pond. He cast the rod and the hook fell into the water. Xiongda squatted beside him, staring intently at the surface. 10 minutes later, the fishing rod suddenly sank. Sukin quickly pulled up the rod and a plump rainbow trout leaped out of the water. The scales sparkled in the sunlight. Here it comes. Xiongda's eyes lit up and he opened his mouth wide to catch it. Sukin quickly raised the fish high. Don't move. The hook is still in its mouth. He pressed down on the fish with one hand and carefully removed the hook with the other. The hook was embedded in the fish's lip, and taking it off left traces of blood. If you bite the hook, your mouth will get hurt. Xiongda didn't understand, but knew the fish was for him. Anxiously stomping his feet, drool dripping down. Sukin tossed the fish over. Xiongda caught it in one bite and chewed it a couple of times. He swallowed the whole fish, bones and all. After eating, he licked his lips, squinting his eyes. Ing. Delicious. Then he continued to stare at Sukin, his eyes filled with, I want more. Sukin shook his head. We agreed on just one. Xiongda, dissatisfied, nudged his head into Sukin's arms. Ing. I'm hungry. My tummy is growling. Sukin, unable to stand firm from being nudged, said, Your tummy is growling because you're greedy. Xiongda stubbornly hugged Sukin's waist with both front paws, climbing onto him entirely like a little child wanting a hug. The comments went wild. Xiongda's cute skills are maxed out. Such a big panda acts just like a 3-year-old. Sukin, you're crushing me. A national treasure will do anything for food. Sukin tangled up by his side. Alright, if you want to eat, go catch it yourself. Such a big pond, there are plenty of fish. Xiongda peeked at the pond, and then shrank back. Ing. I'm scared. It's too deep. Sukin was speechless. You're a bear, bears can swim. Xiongda shook his head, burying his face in Sukin's leg and pretending to be dead. Comments Xiongda, I can swim, but I can't dive. Sukin, what kind of useless snack have I raised? Panda, I rely on cuteness for food, not swimming. Sukin thought for a moment and rummaged through his supplies for extra hooks and fishing lines. If you can fish, you can. Xiongda lifted his head, tilting it in confusion. Sukin cut a thin bamboo stick and smoothed it out. He tied on the fishing line, attached a hook, and hung a small piece of worm as bait. A simple Panda-branded fishing rod was ready. He handed it to Xiongda. Hold it. Swing it out like this. Sukin demonstrated casting the rod, and Xiongda watched seriously. Xiongda clutched the fishing rod in his mouth and swung it. The hook flew far out, landing in the water and splashing up a small spray. Then she squatted by the shore, holding the fishing rod completely still. Her black-ringed eyes widened, staring at the water's surface. The viewers in the live stream were astonished. Wow. A giant panda is learning to fish. This scene is too beautiful. Ooh, I can't bear to watch. Can Xiongda actually catch fish? Sukin, are you serious? If this actually works, I'll live stream eating my keyboard. Bing Bing covered her mouth. Can a giant panda fish? Professor Zhang pushed up his glasses, looking equally incredulous. Theoretically, giant pandas are part of the bear family. Their intelligence is comparable to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child. Learning simple actions is possible, but actual operation, I've never seen it. If this really catches a fish, it would be a biological miracle. Comments Professor Zhang is shocked. Sukin is about to rewrite the textbooks. Xiongda, I want to be the first panda to catch fish. Sukin squatted beside him, guiding him hand in hand. Watch the water surface. If the fishing rod moves, pull. Pull hard. Get the fish onto the shore. Xiongda held the fishing rod in his mouth, his eyes unblinking. His lips were taut from the effort, and the fur on either side stood up. He looked like a serious little student listening in class. Erha came over curiously, leaning in to watch. Xiongda shot him a glare, and Erha quickly stepped back. A parrot flew over and landed on Xiongda's head. Fishing. Xiongda ignored it, and the panda and the parrot quietly stared at the water's surface. Time passed second by second. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The fishing rod remained motionless. Xiongda began to lose patience. His stomach started to growl. With his mouth holding the fishing rod, it started to ache after a long time. He thought about switching sides, but as he loosened his mouth, the fishing rod nearly fell to the ground. He hurriedly caught it with his paw. Then he changed direction and continued to hold it. Comments shown to fishing is so tiring. I'll do anything for food. That expression is too serious. It's making me laugh to death. Sukin stood up and dusted off his clothes. You fish slowly while go set traps. Xiongda turned his head, his gaze filled with melancholy. Ing. Don't go. Sukin waved his hand. You learn on your own and catch it yourself. I have a lot of other work to do. Xiongda turned back with a sense of grievance, continuing to stare at the water surface. He was still making ing sounds. Comments Xiongda. Sukin, you heartless person, have you forgotten how I used to help you catch fish every day? It's hard for a panda to find food. Sukin, do it yourself and you will thrive. Sukin had just taken 2 steps when Xiongda began to call out again. Turning back, he saw the fishing rod moving. Xiongda excitedly stood up, pulling back on the rod. But he couldn't pull it. The rod bent into a bow shape. Ing. Fish. Sukin ran back, pressing down on Xiongda's head. Don't rush. Wait until the fish is tired before pulling. You're pulling too hard, you'll break the fishing line. Xiongda didn't listen, pulling back with all his might. As a result, the fishing line snapped with a loud pop. Xiongda sat down on the ground, still clutching the fishing rod in his mouth. The hook was gone, and the fish had escaped. She stared blankly at the empty fishing line. Then she turned to look at Sukin, her eyes filled with grievance. Ing. It's gone. Bullet comments. Huh. Xiongda broke the fishing line. Such strength. Fish I was scared to death escaped a calamity. Sukin covered his face. I told you not to use brute force. Xiongda threw the fishing rod on the ground and began to hug Sukin's leg. Ing. Hook, hook. Hook, hook. Sukin was entangled with her and had no choice but to squat down and retie the fishing hook. This is the last hook. If you break it again, there won't be any left. Forget it. Let me demonstrate for you. You can't even hold the fishing rod with your hands. Sukin sighed, took out his own fishing rod, and taught her the correct way to hold it. Look carefully, the fishing rod is held with your hands, not with your mouth. Sukin taught her carefully, explaining everything from holding the rod, baiting, casting, to observing the float in detail. Xiongda looked like a diligent student, her eyes wide open, carefully watching Sukin's movements. Xiongda, did you learn it? After Sukin finished casting, he turned to ask. Ing. Xiong, I learned. Xiongda nodded, foolishly mimicking Sukin's posture and gently holding the fishing rod with her paws. No longer holding it with her mouth, but holding it like Sukin. Her 2 furry paws held the rod tightly, one above the other. Bullet comments. Xiongda, change your posture and keep fishing. This rod-holding posture is even more standard than mine. The National Treasure's learning ability is too strong. Sukin helped her attach the bait and cast it into the water. All right, just wait patiently, don't rush. Xiongda quietly squatted by the shore, holding the fishing rod with her paws. Tuan and Yuan crawled over, lying next to Xiongda, also staring at the surface of the water. The family of 4 all in a neat row. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. The livestream audience was stunned. This is too heartwarming. A family of pandas fishing. Sukin has truly become Xiongda's man. Ha ha ha, Sukin, just give in. This is the essence of peaceful life. Bing sighed. Xiongda is really learning to fish. Professor Zhang nodded, and she is learning very seriously. This shows that Sukin's affinity with animals has penetrated to the bone. Animals are willing to imitate his actions. This is the highest level of trust. Seeing Xiongda concentrating on fishing, Sukin did not disturb her. Guarding her fishing rod, she began to doze off. Time passed second by second. Golden sunlight poured over Xiongda, giving her furry outline a golden edge. Tuan and Yuan lay at her feet, already asleep. She remained motionless like a panda sculpture. Bing covered her heart. So cute. I'm going to be melted by this cuteness. I could watch Xiongda learn to fish all day. Professor Zhang couldn't help but smile. This panda's intelligence exceeds my understanding. She is really imitating Sukin's actions. This is not instinct, it is learning ability. Bullet comments. Xiongda, I want to become a fishing master. Sukin is trying to cultivate a fishing master panda. Teaching a panda to fish step by step, amazing. Sukin squatted beside Xiongda, looking at the surface of the water. 10 minutes passed. The float remained motionless. Xiongda was a bit anxious, gripping tighter with her paws. Ing. No fish. Sukin pressed down on her paws. Don't rush, fishing requires patience. As soon as he finished speaking, Sukin's own float suddenly sank. Lift the rod. A small fish the size of a palm was flipped onto the shore. Haha, a fish is here. Xiongda leaned over to take a look and extended her paw to compare. The small fish was not even as big as her paw. Ing. So small. Xiongda pouted sadly, looking longingly at Sukin. Sukin pouted. You don't understand this, do you? What's wrong with it being small? The most important thing in fishing is not to come back empty-handed. As long as you can start, there will definitely be bigger fish later. Ing ing, xiong no fish. Xiongda felt a bit wronged, pitifully gazing at her float. More than 10 minutes had passed, and her float hadn't moved at all. Sukin patted Xiongda's head. It's normal that your fishing skills aren't as good as mine. Learn slowly, don't rush. Bullet comments. Sukin just keep bragging. Xiongda unconvinced. Is it embarrassing to boast about a small fish? Xiongda, it's okay, small ones are also very cute. Hey, upstairs, you are not right. As soon as Sukin finished speaking, Xiongda's float suddenly sank. Xiongda jolted and quickly lifted the rod. The fishing rod bent into a full moon. Ing ing. So heavy. Sukin hurriedly helped steady. Don't pull hard. Xiongda gritted her teeth, pulling back with all her might with both paws. The surface of the water exploded. A large dark green fish was pulled out of the water. It weighed several pounds. Xiongda flung the fish onto the shore, and the fish flopped on the ground. She pounced over and pressed it down with a paw. Looking back at Sukin, her eyes filled with pride. Ing ing. Xiong's fish. Bigger. Sukin's eyes widened. This. How is this possible? The bullet comments exploded instantly. Wow. Xiongda caught a big fish. A green fish weighing several pounds. 10 times bigger than Sukin's. The giant panda can really fish. I am impressed. The national treasure is amazing. The newbie fishing halo is not deceiving me. Bing Bing stood up excitedly. Xiongda caught a fish. She really caught one. Professor Zhang's glasses were almost falling off. This is not scientifically possible. The giant panda actually completed the entire fishing process independently. Sukin's giant panda intelligence has already surpassed my understanding. Xiongda held the green fish in her mouth and ran up to Sukin. She placed the fish at his feet, then squatted down and looked up at him. Ing ing. Xiong. Amazing. Sukin was stunned for a long time, giving a thumbs up. Amazing. More amazing than me. Xiongda squinted, her eyes, her short and thick tail swaying gently. Seeing Sukin being outdone by a panda, the audience was thrilled. Xiongda, Sukin, do you concede? 1 second you were pretending to be impressive, then the next second you got slapped in the face. Sukin got slapped in the face by a panda. This is the power of the national treasure. The newbie halo is really powerful. The first time fishing, she won the first prize. Not to hide it from you, when I was 8, the first time I went fishing with my dad, I caught a 10-pound carp. Sukin stored the green fish in a bamboo basket. Fortunately, this green fish triggered a 10,000-fold return. 100,000 big green fish weighing 7 to 8 pounds were returned to various water bodies in Longwa. Now the viewers in Longwa looked at Xiongda more favorably. Thank you, Xiongda, for the fish. Now I can eat green fish. Other countries rely entirely on contestants to obtain resources, but our country already has giant pandas to help. The audience from Sakura country was envious. Isn't this caught by the giant panda? Why is it returned? Unfair. I protest. Why can the fish caught by pandas be returned? If all fish caught by animals can be returned, wouldn't that be unfair to contestants from other countries? The Sakura nation officially protested the rules of the National Fortune Game. The voice of the National Fortune Game declared, upon inspection, the materials caught by the giant panda captured by the Dragon Nation contestant also belong to that contestant, qualifying for the 10,000-fold return of resources. Due to the Sakura nation's unjustified protest questioning the rules of the National Fortune Game, 1 National Fortune point has been deducted, leaving 4 points remaining. If the National Fortune points reach 0, that nation will lose its qualification to compete, and the country will be completely erased. The verdict of the National Fortune Game was announced, and there was a wailing of despair within the borders of the Sakura nation. The audience from the Dragon Nation was amused by this wave of godlike operation from the Sakura nation. Who can they blame for their own demise? Unhappy. If you are dissatisfied, your contestants can also capture a giant panda and let it fish for you. Is it the rule's fault that you are useless? With only 4 National Fortune points left, I am looking forward to the day the Sakura nation is erased. Why not protest a few more times? Better to be erased sooner, so you won't feel bad when you see our brilliance later. The Dragon Nation celebrated with songs and dances, while the Sakura nation was in a state of gloom, with no one daring to question the fairness of the National Fortune Game rules. In the wilderness by the pond, Berda reattached the bait, cast the rod, and continued fishing. She provocatively glanced at Sukin, seemingly wanting to compare who could catch more fish today. This time Berda was full of confidence, her posture even more refined. Sukin looked at the self-assured Berda and shook his head with a smile. I am equipped with the fishing master skill granted by the system. How can you, a giant panda who has just learned to fish, possibly compete with me? At this moment, Sukin's competitive spirit was also ignited. He had even lost the mood to set traps. He couldn't believe he would be outdone by a wild giant panda. 10 minutes passed. Sukin's bobber remained still, and his mood began to grow anxious. What was going on today? Berda's bobber had sunk again. Sukin's gaze drifted over. Berda suddenly lifted the rod. Splashed. Another big Christian carp. The golden scales shimmered dazzlingly in the sunlight. Ing ing. Berda provocatively glanced at Sukin. Sukin was speechless. He was actually being mocked by a giant panda today. A few minutes later, Bear Das Bobber moved again. Bear Da pulled the rod, and another carp was caught. Sukin could no longer hold his composure. He looked at his empty hook. Then he glanced over at Bear Da, who was continuously catching fish. His face darkened. The comments section burst into laughter. Sukin, where should I put my fishing master dignity? Bear Da, Sukin, you are no good. The giant panda is better at fishing than a person. A parrot named Xiao Ba Jie flew over. It landed on Sukin's shoulder, tilting its head at him. No way. No way. Sukin glared at it. Who are you calling useless? Xiao Ba Jie flew up and circled around him. Sukin is no good. Bear Da is good. Sukin is no good. Bear Da is good. Sukin's face darkened. Shut up. The comments section exploded with laughter. Ha ha ha. Even the parrot can mock now. Xiao Ba Jie is skilled at delivering finishing blows. Xiao Ba Jie spoke the truth. Sukin is being double attacked by the parrot and the panda. Sukin frowned, staring at his bobber. What's going on? What happened to the fishing master skill given by the system? Why isn't it working? He stood up and walked over to Bear Das' side. He looked at her position and then at his own. Could it be the spot is? Have all the fish in this area gone over to Bear Das' side? Sukin activated the environmental detection function, his mental energy infiltrating the pond. The image of the bottom of the water appeared in his mind. Sure enough, under Bear Das' side there were dozens of various fish clustered together. And on his side the bottom of the water was barren. It would be strange if he caught a fish. After finding the reasons, Sukin felt reassured. Even a master fisherman would be useless without fish to catch. Sukin gained confidence and turned to Bear Da. Let's switch spots. You come here and he'll go there. Bear Da tilted her head at him. Ing. Why? Sukin pointed at his fishing rod. There are too many fish over there, but won't help you improve your fishing skill. There are fewer fish on my side. If you can catch fish here, then you are ready to go out on your own. Let's try switching. Bear Da nodded, feeling that Sukin wouldn't harm her. Holding her fishing rod, she walked slowly to Sukin's position and squatted down. The audience was stunned. Sukin, how can you be so shameless? You clearly want to occupy a good spot pretending it's for Bear Da's benefit. Bear Da is also naive. She believes whatever Sukin says. What can be done? She is just a foolish and silly giant panda, unlike Sukin, who has 100 schemes. Ha ha. Sukin is also going head-to-head with Bear Da. He must regain his pride today. Sukin moved to Bear Da's spot and cast his rod. The bobber hit the water, and before it could stabilize, it suddenly sank. A strong pull came from the rod in his hand. Sukin's eyes lit up. Here it comes. I told you there were plenty of fish under this water. I just cast the rod and got a catch. Sukin pulled hard on the rod. The rod bent into a crescent shape. What great strength. It must be a big fish. The comments section instantly exploded. Wow. He really caught a fish. It was indeed a location issue. Look at the bend. The fish must be substantial. The trolls in the live stream better watch what they say. Who said my Sukin couldn't fish better than a giant panda? Sukin gritted his teeth, pulling back with all his might. Water splashed everywhere. A dark object was pulled out of the water. Bang! It smashed onto the ground. Sukin looked down. A branch. It was still covered in water plants and mud. His face darkened. The comments section burst into laughter. Ha ha. Is this your big fish? After all that, it turned out to be a branch. I thought Sukin was about to pull up something big, but it was just a branch. Whiteside speaks. Is this all Sukin has? Bing Bing covered her mouth and laughed. After all that, it turns out to be a branch. Professor Zhang couldn't help but laugh. The contrast is just too great. The parrot Xiao Ba Jie flew over and landed on the branch. Big fish. Big fish. Sukin's face darkened. Shut up. The branch. The branch. The comments section. Xiao Ba Jie delivers the perfect finishing blow. Is this parrot here for revenge? At the same time as Sukin was making a commotion over at Bear Das' side, the bobber moved again. She pulled her rod. A big crucian carp. Ing. Fish. Big one. Bear Da called out to Sukin, leaving him with a dark expression. What are you yelling about? It's just a few fish. I refuse to believe I can't catch any fish today. Sukin, feeling defiant, reattached the bait and cast the rod again. 10 minutes passed. Another branch. Another 10 minutes a stone. Another 10 minutes a clump of water plants. Half an hour passed, and Sukin's side was piled high with a mess of junk. Branches, stones, water plants. Not a single fish in sight. The comments section exploded with laughter. Is Sukin just fishing for garbage? The fishing master has become a garbage collector. Sukin, I don't believe it. Let's try again. Over at Xiong Da's side, one fish after another. Carp, grass, carp, bream. She has already caught over 10. Each time she catches one, she turns to glance at Sukin. Her black shiny eyes were filled with pride. Ing. Xiong Xing. Humans can't. Sukin's face darkened. His mindset was on the verge of breaking. What's going on? There are clearly a lot of fish here. He activated his environmental detection skill again. His mental energy seeped into the water. The scene appeared. Schools of fish all swam over to Xiong Da's side. They circled around her. Meanwhile, his side was completely empty. Sukin was stunned. Where are the fish on my side? Why did they all follow Xiongda again? Xiongda is a mammal, she has a body odor. The fish might have been attracted to her. Or, they feel safer over there with Xiongda. The comments were in stitches, ha ha ha. The fish are rejecting Sukin. Xiongda more attractive than you. Sukin, I never thought I'd be outdone by a giant panda while fishing in my life. Half an hour later, Sukin changed positions 7 or 8 times. Still no fish. He leaned against a rock feeling utterly despondent. What's happening today? The abilities given by the system aren't working. Xiongda had nearly 20 fish already. The bucket was almost overflowing. Comments, Sukin can't fish better than a panda. It's ridiculous for a panda to fish, and yet it caught more than humans. Suggestions that Sukin transfer his fishing rod to Xiongda. Others can catch more fish with a bamboo pole than you can with your fishing rod. Sukin, don't I have any pride? Sukin stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. One last time. If I still can't catch anything, I'm going to set traps. He cast his rod into the water. As soon as the bobber steadied, it suddenly plunged. The fishing rod was almost dragged away. Sukin hurriedly grabbed it. So heavy. Heavier than before. This can't be a branch. Or a rock. The fishing line was wildly thrashing in the water. Sukin was pulled forward, nearly stumbling. This strength. It must be a big fish. The viewers in the live stream couldn't sit still. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Qin Shun actually catches a fish today, I will eat my phone on the spot. Look at this pulling force, it's even changing direction. It must be a living creature down there. It should be a big catch, and it's putting up a fight. Sukin gritted his teeth, dug his feet into the ground, and pulled back with all his strength. Xiongda came over to watch the excitement. The dog also ran over and squatted beside him. A troop of monkeys peeked out from the trees. A parrot perched on Sukin's shoulder shouted, "Go for it! Go for it!" Splash! The water exploded. A gigantic figure was pulled out of the water. Gray-green scales. A long snout. Yellow eyes. A bay crocodile. A baby crocodile. Sukin was dumbfounded. Why are you here? The baby crocodile had the hook in its mouth. The fishing line connected to the bobber was caught on the corner of its mouth. It was dragged to the shore, looking at Sukin with an innocent expression. Its tail even wagged. Roar! I'm here. Sukin collapsed. What are you doing here causing a ruckus? I came to catch fish, not to catch you. The comments exploded instantly. Huh. Sukin caught a crocodile. A crocodile counts as a fish, no problem. This doesn't count as coming up empty-handed, right? Baby crocodile, Sukin, why did you pull me up? I was still swimming. How can a fishing hook catch a crocodile? Ridiculous. In the official live stream, Bing Bing was laughing so hard, she couldn't straighten up. A crocodile got hooked too. Professor Zhang was also laughing so hard he had tears. This plot. I couldn't even make this up. Fishing master Deng Gang was utterly shocked, standing there speechless. Despite traveling far and wide in his life, having caught all kinds of fish, he had never caught a crocodile. Especially not a 7-meter-long bay crocodile. Sukin casually threw his rod, which was his entire life. At the wild scene beside the pond, watching the bay crocodile shake its tail and try to get back into the water, Sukin quickly grabbed its tail. Don't run. The hook is still in there. The fishing hook is still inside. Sukin crouched down and carefully pried open the baby crocodile's mouth. The hook was lodged in between its row of teeth, not injuring it. Fortunately, thankfully, it didn't get hooked in. But because it was positioned further inside, he couldn't reach it. To remove the hook, he would have to stick his head inside. Baby crocodile, open your mouth, it'll help you remove the hook. Roar. The bay crocodile obediently opened its mouth. Sukin bent down, and his head slowly disappeared into the giant mouth. The audience watching this scene was sweating in their palms. Hiss. If the bay crocodile closes its mouth, wouldn't Sukin's head get bitten off? This is too dangerous. It's okay, the baby crocodile has a good temperament, and usually listens to Sukin, so it won't bite him. Inside the bay crocodile's mouth, Sukin extended his hand, gently prying apart the teeth to retrieve the fishing hook. The baby crocodile's teeth were big and sharp, making Sukin's palms sweat. Finally, Sukin removed the fishing hook and pulled his head out of the bay crocodile's mouth. Next time, don't bite random things. This is a fishing hook, not a fish. The baby crocodile roared twice as if it understood. Then it twisted its body and crawled back into the pond. A false alarm. The audience was scared out of their wits. Sukin is too bold to remove the hook from a crocodile. What if he got bitten? It would be a direct head severing. Baby crocodile, I can still tell the difference between a full meal and an empty one. Sukin retied the fishing hook, preparing to fish again. Suddenly, a tragic howl came from behind. Turning around, he saw the dog sneakily approaching Xiongda from behind. It was trying to steal the fish from the bucket. Xiongda slapped the dog on the head. The dog was pinned to the ground, its head pressed against the earth. Its forelegs flailed, struggling desperately. "Oh whoa, oh whoa, let go. This king." Xiongda pressed down on it, his face full of "You're asking for death." "Ing. Thief. Fish, fish." Sukin walked over, hands on his hips. "Hi, you are a wolf, not a thief. You dare to steal the fish that Xiongda worked so hard to catch." Don't you know that this foodie takes food the most seriously? Stealing Xiong Das fish, you deserve it. The comments ha. Erha is asking for trouble again. Xiong Das slap is so satisfying. Erha was just passing by to take a look. How dare Erha try to steal fish, he's lost all face. The dog struggled for a long time and finally broke free. It tucked its tail and ran far away, trembling under a tree. Xiongda picked up the bucket and moved the fish to Sukan's side. Ing. Look, fish. Sukan nodded. Okay, I guarantee it won't be stolen. At that moment, the national game system prompt sounded. Ding. Detected that Dragon Country contestant Sukan and the animal Xiongda are jointly catching fish. The cumulative catch 16 fish. Triggered 10,000 times return. 16 fish, 10,160,000 fish. Randomly distributed within the Dragon Kingdom. The live stream room erupted in excitement. Bing jumped up 160,000 fish. The Dragon Kingdom is about to strike it rich again. Professor Zhang clapped in approval. This wave will double the aquatic resources of the Dragon Kingdom. The bullet screen went wild 160,000 fish. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will never finish them. Sukan, you are the fishing god of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you, Godkin. Thank you, Berda. Don't forget Erha. Although it didn't catch any fish, it contributed to the laughter. The scene shifted to various places in the Dragon Kingdom. In rivers, lakes, and seas, schools of fish surged forth. Fishermen cast their nets and pulled up lively fresh fish. The fish stalls at the market were overflowing, giving them away for free. Citizens lined up to collect, returning home laden. These are the fish returned by Sukan. They taste so good. Thank you, Sukan. Thank you, Giant Panda. The foreign live stream room fell into silence. Foreign viewers were so envious, their eyes turned red. 160,000 fish. The Dragon Kingdom is going to eat well for a long time. Our contestants are still eating worms. Sukan and his panda are simply a money printer. Dragon Kingdom viewers laughed heartily, not satisfied. Let your contestants go fishing too. Can't catch any. Who's to blame? The best decision in my life was to be born a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. The scene returned to the edge of the pond. Berda sat by the pond, its furry paws gripping the fishing rod, its black eyes keenly observing the movements of the float. She had completely fallen in love with the sport of fishing. The anticipation of potentially catching food at any moment was irresistible, even for a giant panda. Sukan fished for a whole morning, but only caught a small fish. Forget it, today might not be suitable for fishing, he'll try again another day. Disheartened, Sukan packed up the fishing rod, set up the iron pot, and started boiling water. Today there are plenty of fish, let's have a fish feast. Tuan and Yuan leaned on the edge of the water bucket, eagerly watching the fish inside. Droplets of saliva dripped down. Ing. Hurry up. I'm hungry. Erha crouched at a distance, not daring to approach. But its eyes were fixed on the pot, its tongue stretched out long. Sukan sliced ginger and scallions, tossing them into the pot. Killing fish, scraping scales, gutting them. The little crocodile caught the smell of fish and raised its head above the water roar. The little crocodile opened its mouth wide, waiting for Sukan's offering. Sukan smiled and threw the unwanted fish gills and entrails into its mouth. The remaining parts were used to simmer a pot of fish soup. One fish after another was placed inside, slowly turning the broth white. The aroma spread out. Tuan and Yuan excitedly clapped their paws. Ing. Delicious. Berda caught the scent and lost interest in fishing. Lying beside Tuan and Yuan, it also stared at the pot. The little aqua flew over and landed on the edge of the pot. So fragrant. So fragrant. Sukan scooped a bowl of fish soup and tasted it. Fresh. So fresh. After tasting a piece of fish meat, Sukan's eyes widened. The delicious and fragrant fish meat slid down his throat, warming his body and filling him with strength. He then scooped a big bowl for Berda. Berda lifted it up and gulped down half a bowl. Licking its lips, its eyes squinted into slits. Ing. So good. He also served 2 small bowls for Tuan and Yuan. The 2 little ones stuck out their tongues, drinking with soup all over their faces. Erha was anxiously pacing at a distance, making woo-woo sounds, wanting to come over, but not daring to. Sukan waved to it. Come on, don't steal next time. Erha dashed over and crouched beside the pot. Oh, whoa. Erha looked at Sukan with longing eyes. Sukan scooped a bowl for it. Erha buried its head and drank, its tail wagging like a propeller. The monkeys also gathered around, sharing the fish heads and tails. Each one ate with great delight. The bay crocodile crawled up from the water. Roar. I want some too. Sukan poured the remaining fish bones for it. The bay crocodile bit down and chewed, its tail gently swaying. Bullet screamed, this pot of fish soup looks so appetizing. People can be infuriating. Sukan eats better than me. While other contestants are surviving in the wild, Sukan is vacationing in the forest. Bing swallowed hard. I think I'm hungry. Professor Zhang also rubbed his belly. This show shouldn't be watched during meal times. The sun set in the west. Sukan leaned against a rock, his belly round and full. Berda just finished eating and ran off to fish again. Clearly this giant panda had become completely addicted to fishing. In the past, Bearda would sleep after eating, but now it doesn't sleep and just goes fishing. Ha ha ha, Bearda has been completely dragged into the fishing pit by Sukan. Bearda, a fishing master, must never be empty-handed. The cutest fishing master in history has appeared. The sun tilted further west, shining on Bearda's furry ears, casting a soft golden glow. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan lay beside her, already fast asleep. Erha squatted at a distance, licking its paws, still savoring the flavor. The monkeys scattered back to the trees, some still licking their lips. The parrot stood on Sukin's chest, preening its feathers. The bay crocodile had half of its body submerged in the water, only its eyes visible. The monkey king squatted on a rock, watching Bearda fish with eager eyes. Ji, king, fishing. It ran in front of Sukin, pointing at the fishing rod and then at the pond. Sukin spread his hands. There's no fishing hooks left. Only 2 are left, one for me and one for Bearda. The monkey king lowered its head in disappointment. Ji, I want to fish too. Bing Bing laughed. The monkey king wants to fish too. Unfortunately, there are no fishing hooks left. Professor Zhang also laughed. This group of animals has all been led astray by Sukan. Each one wants to become a fishing master. Bullet screen, Monkey King, I also want to experience the joy of fishing. Sukan, make a few more fishing rods. The entire animal army fishing. The scene is too beautiful. Sukan patted the Monkey King's head. Don't worry, there will be a way later. Haven't we discovered a gold mine? Once we refine the gold, we'll make golden fishing hooks. Much better than this one. The Monkey King's eyes lit up, excitedly jumping around. Ji, great. Bullet screen, wow. Golden fishing hooks. How extravagant. You're using such good gold to make fishing hooks. Hey, race, a joke. Fishing hooks are worth more than fish. Gold in the wild can't be exchanged for money just lying around as waste. It's better to make fishing hooks that can at least be useful. Using gold to make fishing hooks, only Sukin could think of that. Monkey King, I want to catch golden fish with golden hooks. Bearda turned back to take a glance, continuing to fish. Ing, fishing. Amazing. Night fell, stars twinkling. Sukin lay on the rock with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in his arms. Bearda finally put down the fishing rod and lay beside him. Ing, we'll fish again tomorrow. Sukin patted her head. All right, tomorrow you fish, you'll do the work. We need to refine the gold. To make fishing hooks. To make weapons. Bearda made a sound, closing its eyes. The moon rose the pond, shimmering with silver light. The waterfall murmured like nature's lullaby. A night without conversation. The next day in the morning, sunlight streamed through the waterfall, spilling into the cave. Golden specks of light danced on the stone walls. By the water's edge, wildflowers glistened with dew swaying in the breeze. In the bamboo forest, birds chirped as if holding a meeting. The air was so fresh that it made one long to breathe deeply. Bing Bing exclaimed, another beautiful day. Professor Zhang chuckled. Sukin's life seems more enjoyable than ours. Sukin had already woken up early. He stepped out of the cave and rode across the pond on a small crocodile. Today I need to check the traps. It's been a whole night, there might be good things. Bearda was still asleep in the cave, curled up round on her belly. The husky followed Sukin, bouncing along happily. The first trap was at the entrance of the forest. As Sukin approached, he saw that the snare had been triggered. A gray wild rabbit was dangling in midair. Its hind leg was ensnared by vines, and it was already motionless. Good. The first one. Sukin twisted the rabbit's neck and tossed it into the bamboo basket. The second trap was at the edge of the bamboo forest. A mountain chicken was hanging there, its wings still flapping. The second one. A lunchtime bonus. The third trap was at the corner of a small path. A badger was hanging there, already dead. The third one. Today's harvest is not bad. Sukin packed the 3 prey into the bamboo basket. He sighed. Why haven't I caught any enemies yet? These people still haven't discovered my territory. I've been waiting for several days. The comments instantly turned sarcastic. Sukin, what you just said makes people want to hit you. Other contestants are begging to catch rabbits, but can't. You, on the other hand, are still complaining about not catching people. Sukin, what's a rabbit? I want human heads. Sukin continued forward, checking the bamboo spike pits. Neither of the bamboo spike pits had triggered, the disguises were intact. He crouched down to examine the ground closely. Suddenly he discovered something. There are footprints. They aren't human. They're from an animal. And they're quite large. He crouched down to identify them carefully, frantically, searching his mind for corresponding animal information on the footprints. These are tiger footprints. Sukin frowned. He took a few more steps forward and found a clump of fur on the ground. It was yellow-brown with black stripes. Tiger fur. And it's very fresh. Sukin stood up and activated his environmental detection skill. His mental energy spread outward, scanning a 2-kilometer radius. No tiger was found. However, he discovered tiger feces at the base of a large tree. As he approached, he noticed the feces was still steaming. Fresh. This tiger just passed by. Sukin looked around, becoming alert. Just moments ago, he had wondered why a certain snare trap had been triggered, yet there was nothing in it. The vines were broken. Now it seemed that the one who escaped the trap must be this tiger. There's a tiger nearby. and it triggered my trap. There are bite marks on that snare, it must be it. With such strength it broke the vines and escaped. The audience in the live stream became tense. Holy shit. A tiger. Sukin, be careful. If it charges out suddenly, can Sukin handle it? What's there to fear? Sukin has Berda. He has the small crocodile. No matter how fierce the tiger is, it would still fear a panda and a crocodile, right? Bing Bing clenched her fists nervously. There's a tiger near Sukin. Professor Zhang also grew serious. The tiger is a top predator. Sukin must be cautious. Sukin stood there for a moment, and the frown on his brow relaxed. Forget it, who cares? Anyway, the traps are prepared for animals and enemies. If a tiger comes, it'll still die if it steps into a bamboo spike pit. He brushed the dirt off his hands and continued forward. Let's set a few more traps today. Seal off this entire forest. Regardless of whether it's a tiger or a person, once they come, they shouldn't expect to leave. The comments, Sukin's mindset is amazing. Tiger, who do you think you're looking down on? Sukin, everyone who comes is prey. Sukin chose 2 more locations and dug bamboo spike pits. He directed a troop of monkeys to chop bamboo and sharpen bamboo spikes. Berda didn't come along and was still fishing by the pond. The husky helped dig the pit, sending dust flying everywhere. After a busy morning, the 2 new traps were ready. Sukin wiped the sweat off his brow and clapped his hands. All right, let's head back for a meal. There's more to do in the afternoon. When he returned to the pond, Berda was still fishing. 3 more fish were added to the bucket. Ing. Bear. Fishing. Berda stood proud, looking at Sukin with satisfaction. Sukin gave a thumbs up, impressive. He set down his catch and started a fire to cook. Roasting rabbit, stewing mountain chicken, and grilling badger meat. Along with the fish Berda caught, it filled a whole table. The aroma wafted and animals gathered around. Berda put down his fishing rod, squatting by the pot, drooling. Tuan and Yuan lay at Berda's feet, looking on eagerly. The husky squatted far away, afraid of being hit by Berda. The troop of monkeys jumped around in the trees, anxiously waiting for food. A parrot perched on the edge of the pot, shouting, "Dinner time! Dinner time!" The small crocodile floated on the surface of the water, mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. Sukin distributed the food one by one. Rabbit meat for Berda, mountain chicken meat for the monkeys, badger meat for the husky, and fish for Tuan and Yuan. The leftover fish bones, chicken, and rabbit bones went to the small crocodile, and everyone shared the fish soup. The animals ate with their mouths full of oil, happily calling out. Sukin himself held a bowl of fish soup, leaning against a rock. This afternoon, I need to refine some gold. The fish hooks aren't enough. The Monkey King wants to fish too. And gold can be made into other things. Gold has excellent ductility. It can be made into pots, bowls, daily necessities, and even weapons. Indeed, gold can be used to manufacture weapons. However, in the outside world, gold is regarded as a precious metal and treated as hard currency. No one would be extravagant enough to use gold to make weapons. The economic value of gold completely masks its practical value. At most, it is only utilized for its stability, serving as a raw material in the electronics industry. But for Sukin, it didn't matter. He didn't need gold's economic value and couldn't realize an electronics industry. Using it for daily necessities was just perfect. Sukin took a sip of soup, gazing at the sky. First, I'll dig out the gold mine, then smelt it. Make gold fish hooks, one for everyone in the future. Even make a few extras to distribute to the monkeys, then hold a fishing competition. Winners would receive smoked meat or other food, which would also stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. At that time, with a dozen monkeys and other animals, each with a fishing rod, they would surround the pond tightly, all fishing together. Sukin became more excited as he thought, Tuan and Yuan can fish too. Just make smaller fishing rods out of bamboo for them. As Sukin glanced at air, it was chasing a butterfly and suddenly tumbled into the bushes. Sukin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking better not let air join a fishing requires a bit of intelligence. At that moment, a notification sounded in Sukin's mind, detected host's intention to hold a wild fishing competition meeting the criteria of the slacker system, triggering the task wild animal fishing contest. Please host to rally the animals for a high-quality animal fishing competition in the wild, embodying the spirit of slackers. While other competitors struggle for survival, slackers are hosting a fishing contest with animals. Please let everyone witness the happy life of a slacker. Estimated task, reward mastery of metal forging. Sukin's eyes lit up. Mastery of metal forging. What a perfect opportunity, as he was in dire need of this ability. With this ability, he wouldn't just be able to create simple fish hooks or cooking utensils. As long as he had enough raw materials, he could forge anything he needed. This step marks the evolution from Stone Age to Bronze Age. It seems that the animal fishing contest must not only be held, but done quickly. Bullet comments, Sukin is going to use gold like plastic. What can you do? Gold freedom is just this extravagant. Monkey King, I want a golden fishing rod. Golden fish hooks. Golden bananas. This is going to be so much fun. If the animal fishing contest really happens, it will definitely be entertaining. Just imagining a dozen animals competing in fishing. I can't even picture it. Bing Bing laughed. Sukin really plans to make golden fish hooks. Professor Zhang nodded. Gold is a precious metal but has good ductility. Making fish hooks is entirely feasible. And they want rust. The key point is after Sukin mines the gold, Long Country will receive a substantial amount of gold. Bing Bing's eyes lit up. Then wouldn't Long Country become a great nation of gold? Professor Zhang smiled. In theory, yes. As long as Sukin can trigger the tenfold return. Bullet comments, Sukin hurry up and alchemize. I want to see tenfold return of gold. Long Country is about to become the world's treasury. While other competitors are still gnawing on tree bark, Long Country is about to get rich. After finishing the meal, Sukin cleaned up the pots and bowls. Xiong to keep fishing. I'm going to work. Xiong to let out a soft sound, already squatting by the water's edge with its fishing rod. Sukin rode the little crocodile and crossed the pond. Returning to the cave, he took out the gold ore he had collected earlier. The ore was covered in golden patterns, clearly rich in gold resources. These ores have a high gold content. I need to find a way to extract the gold. Sukin moved the gold ore to the edge of the pond. Xiongda curiously approached and pawed at it. Ing. Stone not edible. Sukin pushed it away. This is gold. Xiongda tilted its head confused. Bullet comments, Xiongda gold. Can it be eaten? In the national treasures, eyes only bamboo and bamboo shoots exist. And fish. Sukin turned around and waved to the monkey group. Monkey King, come over. The Monkey King jumped down from the tree and squatted in front of Sukin. Gigi. Boss, what's up, eh? Sukin pointed into the cave. Take your brothers inside to mine for gold. Move out all those ores with golden patterns. The Monkey King nodded and led a dozen monkeys to swim across the pond and dive into the cave. They carried various tools. Axes, chisels, and hoes. They brought whatever they could find as spoils from the last battle. Any tool that could be useful was included. Bullet comments, the monkey group is starting to dig. The gold mine is in trouble. Sukin has opened a monkey mining company. Sukin squatted at the pond's edge beginning to construct the alchemy facility. He first directed Xiongda to bring a few large stones and stack them into a simple furnace. The furnace chamber had to be deep enough to hold charcoal. The opening needed to be wide enough for the crucible. He rummaged through the loot bag for a while, but couldn't find a ready-made crucible. What to do? Let's try using a clay pot. Sukin pulled out a clay pot from the supplies. The pot was thick and should withstand high temperatures. He placed the clay pot on the furnace opening and filled it with charcoal. We also need something to blow air. Otherwise the temperature won't rise. He cut a thick bamboo, opened the nodes, and made an air pipe. Blowing with his mouth was too tiring, and he couldn't make a blower right away. Sukin thought for a moment and noticed Erha playing nearby. Erha, come here. Erha ran over, wagging its tail. Sukin inserted one end of the air pipe into the furnace bottom and pointed the other end at Erha. You blow into here. Blow hard. Erha was puzzled. What? Sukin demonstrated, lying on the ground with his mouth at one end of the air pipe, puffing his cheeks, and blowing hard. In an instant the flames in the furnace surged dramatically, intensifying several times. Erha was startled and retreated 2 steps, its eyes filled with caution and fear of the flames. Don't be afraid. Sukin called Erha over. Aren't you the Wolf King? Are you scared of this little flame? Erha shook its head, both timid and unwilling to back down, took a couple of steps closer. This king is not afraid. Exactly. Don't be scared, this flame won't hurt you if used properly. Sukin instructed Erha, do it like I did just now with your mouth at this end of the air pipe, blow hard into it. Erha imitated, lying down and blowing into the air pipe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The charcoal in the furnace glowed red. The bullet comments went wild. Ha ha ha. Erha is the blower. This dog is so useful. Erha, I contribute so much to this family. Sukin nodded in satisfaction. Good. Keep it up. He turned back to process the gold ore. Using stones he crushed the larger pieces into powder. Then he sifted through with a bamboo sieve, keeping the fine powder and crushing the coarse pieces again. The gold powder piled on the banana leaf, glistening gold. Bullet comments, Sukin is panning for gold. Crushing, ore, and sifting powder, ancient alchemy. Wait, how does Sukin even know about alchemy? Sukin, a university student, where did he learn all these strange things? Professional. Too professional. Bing Bing curiously asked Professor Zhang what steps are needed for ancient alchemy. Professor Zhang pushed his glasses. First, crush the ore and sift out the gold powder. Second, smelt at high temperatures to remove impurities. Third, cool to form. It sounds simple, but it's difficult in practice. The temperature must be high enough and the timing must be precise. Sukin has already done remarkably well at this level. Sukin poured the gold powder into the clay pot, adding a few pieces of charcoal and some small stones as flux. Erha, blow harder. We need a bigger fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Erha puffed up its cheeks and blew with all its might. Xiongda curiously watched, reaching out a paw to touch the crucible. Sukin grabbed her hot. Don't touch. Ing. Xiong. Look. Xiongda retracted his claws obediently and squatted beside him. Tuan Yuan climbed over and looked at the flames. Ing. Fire hot. Xiaoba Jie stood on Su Qian's shoulder. Alchemy. Alchemy. In the cave, the monkey troop was bustling with activity. The Monkey King led the monkeys, striking the rock walls with stone axes. Gold or fell piece by piece. The little monkeys wrapped the ore in banana leaves and carried it outside. They piled it by the pond, and it kept increasing. Bullet screamed, the monkey troop is really efficient. With so much, or how much gold must it contain? Long Kingdom is about to get rich. Suddenly, the national fortune game system prompt sounded. Ding. The golden vein discovered by Long Kingdom's contestant Su Qian is being mined by the monkey troop. Cumulative mining amount has reached triggering conditions. 10,000 times return has been activated. High-content gold vein 100 has been randomly distributed within Long Kingdom. The live broadcast room exploded. Bing Bing jumped up, 10,000 times return. Gold, or Professor Zhang excitedly slapped the table. Long Kingdom is about to become a gold superpower. The bullet screen went wild 10,000 times. Gold is about to erupt from the ground in Long Kingdom. Su Qian, you are the god of wealth for Long Kingdom. Thank you, King God. Thank you, Monkey Troop. Monkey King, we did it. The scene cut to various locations in Long Kingdom. In the mountains and fields, the ground cracked open and golden or surged out. By the river, golden particles were washed ashore by the flowing water. In the city square, fist-sized gold or fell from the sky. People crazily picked up gold. Is this real gold? Thank you, Su Qian. Thank you, Long Kingdom. I picked up a huge one. Don't fight. Don't fight. There's enough for everyone. The foreign live broadcast room fell silent. Then it exploded. Why? Gold. That's gold. Long Kingdom is really rich now. Our contestant is still drinking muddy water. Foreign audiences turned green with envy and began to speak hard. Humph. What use is gold? You can't eat it in the wilderness. Exactly. Gold can't be eaten or drunk. What are they so happy about? It can't even be exchanged for money. Before the Long Kingdom audience could speak, Professor Zhang spoke first. He pushed up his glasses and said seriously, this foreign audience, your understanding of gold is too shallow. Gold is soft and highly malleable. 1 gram of gold can be hammered into several square meters of gold leaf. It can also be drawn into thousands of meters of gold wire. Bing Bing asked curiously, what are gold leaf and gold wire used for? Professor Zhang smiled, the uses are immense. Gold leaf wrapped around the edge of a bamboo stick can greatly enhance cutting and piercing ability, making arrowheads and knife tips much sharper than bamboo. Gold wire can replace silk thread, tying wounds and securing equipment. It can also be woven into nets and made into ropes. Moreover, gold does not rust or corrode. In the wilderness, it can certainly be used to make tools, weapons, and containers, making pots, bowls, fish hooks, and needles, all possible. The bullet screen instantly became lively. Did you hear that, foreign audience? Gold is useful. Who says gold can't be eaten is just clueless. Professor Zhang's popular science was so timely. The Long Kingdom audience gives a thumbs up. The Long Kingdom audience began to mock. Do foreign audiences only know that gold can be collected? Do you really think gold can only be cherished? So ignorant. In the wilderness, gold is better than iron. Our Su Qian uses gold to make fish hooks for fishing, while your contestants are still catching fish in muddy water. The foreign audience was left speechless. This. So what? We still don't. Even if gold can be useful, how can Su Qian refine gold? Exactly. How can you refine gold in the wild conditions? Do you really think Su Qian can just set up a platform and be fine? The Long Kingdom audience laughed heartily. Don't like it. That's because you don't have it. We have Su Qian. We have monkeys. We have gold mines. Who says Su Qian can't refine gold? He's already started. Just wait and see. King God will refine gold soon. The scene returned to the pond. Su Qian's ceramic pot was already glowing red. The gold powder inside melted, turning into a golden liquid. Erha, blow harder. Just one last push. Ow. Erha exerted all his strength. The furnace temperature rose higher, and the liquid gold bubbled. Impurities floated to the surface, forming a layer of black dross. Su Qian gently scraped off the black dross with a twig, revealing the pure gold liquid underneath, bright and golden. Good. Very high purity. Su Qian carefully lifted the ceramic pot. He poured the liquid gold into a bamboo tube mold prepared in advance. A layer of wet clay was applied inside the bamboo tube to prevent sticking. The liquid gold flowed in, smoking with a hissing sound. After waiting a few minutes to cool down, Su Qian peeled away the bamboo tube, revealing a gleaming golden bar. It worked. Su Qian raised the gold bar and looked at it under the sunlight. The gold bar was smooth and shiny, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Bullet screen success. Su Qian has refined gold. This gold bar weighs at least half a gene. The Sakura Kingdom claimed that King God couldn't refine gold. Come out and face me. Open your eyes and see. Is this gold bar pure or not? The audience from Sakura Kingdom were dumbfounded. Baka. How can Su Qian do everything? The intelligence was wrong. Su Qian can't possibly be a university student. Fishing, mining, purifying salt, animal affinity, teaching animals, and now even refining gold. You tell me he's a university student. Sukin is definitely the king of soldiers from a special forces unit. The university student identity is just a smokescreen to confuse judgment. Don't even mention special forces. A batch of our country's special forces has already been lost. The special forces are not as powerful as Sukin. He knows too much about survival knowledge in the wild. Sukin placed the gold bar on a rock. Xiongda came over and sniffed it with his nose. Ing. Sukin patted her head. This is not for eating. It's for using. Xiongda, disappointed, lay back down. The Monkey King climbed out of the pond drenched. Jijit. Boss gold. Sukin turned around to see a small mountain of gold or piled up by the pond. Good. Enough to last a while. He picked up the gold bar and gestured. Let's make a few gold fish hooks first. One for the Monkey King, one for Xiongda, and one for myself. Then pull some gold wire to tie onto bamboo rods for gold leaf arrowheads. In the future, hunting and capturing people will be sharper. Bullet screen gold fish hooks. Gold fishing rods. Gold arrowheads. Sukin is gearing up the animal army with gold. While foreign contestants are still using stones, King God's animal army is already equipped with gold. Sukin took out a small hammer and began to strike the gold bar. The gold was indeed very soft, flattening with just one blow. He struck and pulled slowly, drawing it into fine strands of gold. The gold strands were slightly thicker than a hair, yet extremely flexible. All right, that's enough for fish hooks. He shaped a curved hook using a stone. He wrapped the gold strands around it to make a fish hook. It shimmered a brilliant gold. Although gold is not as hard as copper or iron, it's sufficient for fishing. Sukin tied the golden fish hook onto the fishing line. He handed it to Xiongda. Here, your new fish hook. Xiongda took it, cradling it in his paws. His eyes squinted with joy, making sounds of excitement. Ing. Beautiful. I love it. She eagerly attached the bait and cast the line into the water. Bullet comments Xiongda is fishing with a golden fish hook. The most luxurious fisherman in history. Sukin made 2 more golden fish hooks. One for the Monkey King and one to keep for himself. The Monkey King received the golden fish hook and jumped up and down in excitement. Jijit. Fish hook. Fishing. Sukin stopped him. Don't rush. We haven't made the fishing rods yet. He chopped several thin bamboo sticks to create a simple fishing rod. He tied on the golden fish hook and attached the line. 1 person, 1 bear, and 1 monkey squatted by the pond. 3 fishing rods, 3 golden fish hooks. The scene was both comical and extravagant. Bing Bing clapped her hands with laughter. This scene is so fun. Professor Zhang also laughed. Fishing with golden hooks. Sukin is the first person to do this. Bullet comments Sukin is amazing, actually fishing with golden hooks. While foreign competitors are still munching on grassroots, Longhua is already rolling in riches. Sukin fished for a few minutes, but the float remained still. On Xiongda's side, the float suddenly dipped. Ing. Got a fish. He lifted the rod. A golden carp. The sunlight reflected off its scales, shining with a golden light. Sukin was stunned. This fish. Why is it also golden? Bullet comments burst into laughter. Golden fish. Fishing for golden fish with a golden hook. Sukin's luck is extraordinary. If this fish returns 10,000 times, can the people of Longhua eat golden fish? Xiongda placed the golden fish into the water bucket. He continued to cast the line and fish. The Monkey King imitated Xiongda, squatting by the pond with the golden fish hook fishing rod. Jijit. Look at me. He cast the rod. The fish hook went into the water. In less than a minute, the float suddenly dipped. The Monkey King lifted the rod. A big Christian carp. Jijit. Caught it. Xiongda, unwilling to be outdone, also lifted the rod. Another carp. The 2 of them were madly catching fish. You catch one, I catch one. The water bucket was almost overflowing. Meanwhile, Sukin's float remained still. 10 minutes passed, and there was still no movement. His face darkened. Bullet comments erupted with laughter. Sukin has been crushed by the animals again. Humans fishing is no match for pandas and monkeys. Sukin, do I not care about my face? A group of monkeys gathered behind, staring at the Monkey King, fishing with envious squeaks. Jijit. Boss. Impressive. Gah. I want the fishing rod. The Monkey King proudly held up a big fish, showing off to the monkey group. Xiongda also made a ing sound, wagging his tail. Sukin looked at the setting sun and stood up. Tomorrow, we'll hold a fishing competition. He'll make golden fish hooks for all of you. Each person will get a fishing rod. Go fish. The animals instantly erupted with excitement. The monkeys jumped around, squeaking with joy. Xiongda spun around with the fishing rod in his arms. Erha also joined in, wagging his tail. Oh, whoa. The parrot flew up and shouted, fishing competition. Fishing competition. A little crocodile poked its head out of the water, opening its mouth in hopes of joining. Sukin smiled. You can join too. Just bite the fishing rod. Bullet comments Sukin is about to hold a fishing competition at the animal park. Everyone gets golden fish hooks. How extravagant. Tomorrow Longhua will again return 10,000 times. After finishing his speech, Sukin looked at his float, which remained motionless. What's going on these days? My luck is terrible. Forget it, I might as well go make gold foil weapons. He took out the gold bar and hammered it with a stone. He hammered it into thin gold foil. Then he wrapped it around the edges of a bamboo stick, creating a golden-edged bamboo spear. After testing it, it sliced through branches like cutting tofu. Good. Sharp. 10 times stronger than bamboo. He made several more golden-edged bamboo skewers. These could be inserted into the bamboo spike pit, replacing the original bamboo spikes. This way, when enemies step in, it will stab deeper. The wounds will be harder to heal. Additionally, if I throw some gold bars on the traps, I don't believe they can resist. Sukin grinned mischievously, preparing to place the glittering gold bars on the bamboo spike array. At that time, even if the enemies are vigilant under the temptation of the gold bars, someone will inevitably take the risk. Bullet comments: golden bamboo spikes. Stepping on them will make you rich. No, wait. Stepping on them will mean death. Sukin is building a military base with gold and putting gold bars as bait. This time Sukin is really spending big bucks. This is too despicable. Using gold bars to tempt foreign competitors. After a busy afternoon, Sukin made 3 golden fish hooks, 2 golden-edged bamboo spears, and over a dozen golden-edged bamboo spikes. He also rolled out a large coil of gold strands for backup. By the pond, Xiongda had already caught 7 or 8 more fish. The Monkey King also caught several, squeaking with joy. Sukin patted their heads. Today marks the end of work. Tomorrow we'll continue mining. We'll keep refining gold. The sun set and golden sunlight bathed the pond. Sukin lay on a large rock, hugging Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Xiongda lay beside him with a bulging belly, still munching on bamboo. Erha was tired, lying on the ground with its tongue hanging out. The monkey group sharpened golden-edged bamboo spears on the trees, training themselves. The parrot stood on Sukin's chest, loudly shouting, "Gold! Gold!" The little crocodile floated in the water, holding half a fish in its mouth. Sukin gazed at the sunset, smiling. Am I stepping straight from the Stone Age into the Golden Age? With gold, all kinds of things can be crafted, and life will only get better from here. Time to return to the cave to sleep, as tomorrow we prepare for the fishing competition. The next day, in the morning sunlight filled the pond, shimmering beautifully. Sukin started his busy day early. He directed the monkeys to cut dozens of thin bamboo sticks, smoothing them out. He then took out the gold he refined yesterday and began to hammer it. Ding ding. The gold bars transformed into gold hooks. One after another, he made over a dozen golden fish hooks. The golden hooks were tied onto fishing lines and wrapped around the bamboo. Luckily, there's enough fishing line. Last time I harvested several bundles. After preparing everything, Sukin raised his voice and shouted, "Fishing rods for the competition, one for each of you." Sukin lined up the fishing rods next to the stone wall. The golden fish hooks sparkled. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with excitement. Xiongda touched the fishing rod with his paw, drooling. Ing ing. Bear bear. First, the monkeys jumped around, eager to grab the fishing rods. Erha wagged its tail, grabbed a fishing rod, and ran off. Sukin yanked Erha back. Don't rush. The competition hasn't started yet. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan climbed over, hugging Sukin's leg. Ing ing. Bear bear. Want a fish? Sukin squatted down, patting their little heads. Yes, I made little fishing rods for you. Miniature golden fish hooks. He took out 2 slender bamboo rods. The fish hooks were the size of soybeans, gleaming with a golden sheen. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan held the small fishing rods with their paws, humming happily. Bullet comments: Sukin is so meticulous. He even prepared fishing rods for the cubs. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan with their small fishing rods are just adorable. I want to see the panda cubs fishing. A little crocodile crawled up from the water, its mouth wide open. Roar. Little croc. Compete. Sukin looked at it. How are you going to fish? By biting the fishing rod with your mouth. The little crocodile nodded, then shook its head. It turned and jumped back into the water, diving to the bottom. Seconds later, it surfaced with a live fish in its mouth. Roar. Fish. Sukin frowned. No cheating. You caught it with your hands, not by fishing. The competition rules state you must use the fishing rod and hook. Only when a fish bites the hook and you pull it up does it count. The little crocodile, feeling wrong, spat out the fish and crawled back onto the shore. Bullet comments: haha. The crocodile tried to cheat. Little croc, I caught the fish by skill, why shouldn't it count? Sukin, rules are rules. Bing Bing clapped her hands with laughter. The little croc is too cute. Professor Zhang chuckled. It tried to take a shortcut, but was caught by Sukin. Sukin laid out the prizes. First place, a large piece of smoked meat, deliciously aromatic. Second place, a pile of wild fruits, red and purple. Third place, a platter of various foods, including dried fish, bamboo shoots, and sweet potato slices. The animals' eyes sparkled with excitement. Bear stared at the smoked meat, saliva dripping. The monkeys were fixated on the wild fruits, chattering excitedly. The husky had the dried fish, his tongue hanging out. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan stared at the sweet potato slices, their little paws tugging at Su Kin's pant leg. The parrot acted as the referee, shouting from a branch, "The competition begins. The competition begins." Su Kin raised his hand. "Hold on. First let me teach you how to fish." He picked up his fishing rod and demonstrated. "Watch closely. The rod must be steady when casting. Don't rush when the bobber moves. Wait until the bobber sinks, then jerk the rod up. The fish will come up." The monkeys listened attentively, mimicking his movements. A little monkey imitated Su Kin, casting the rod with all its might. The fish hook traced an arc, heading straight for the husky. Smack! The hook snagged the husky's ear. Ow! The husky jumped up in pain. The hook was stuck on its ear, unable to shake it off. The husky rolled on the ground, howling in distress. Bullet comments went wild. Ha ha ha. The monkey hooked the husky while casting. Husky, who did I offend? Is this what they call fishing law enforcement? Su Kin hurried over and held down the husky. Don't move. They'll help you get it off. The husky whimpered, tears streaming down its face. Su Kin carefully pinched the fish hook and gently removed it. There, it doesn't hurt anymore. The husky curled up in Su Kin's arm, shivering. The little monkey received a good beating from the Monkey King. Chirp. You acted recklessly. Bullet comments, the Monkey King is a good teacher. Husky, I was an innocent victim. Su Kin rubbed the husky's ear. Don't use your paws to hold the fishing rod, hold it with your mouth instead. That way you won't hook yourself. The husky nodded and picked up the fishing rod with its mouth. Squatting by the pond, it stared blankly at the water's surface. Bullet comments, the husky holding the fishing rod is too silly. Ha. This wolf really has a problem with its brain. But it's adorably silly. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also mimicked Su Kin. The two little pandas squatted by the water's edge, holding their small fishing rods with their paws. They used all their might to cast the rod. The fishing line flew out, only reaching a meter away. It gently landed on the water's surface, creating a small splash. Bullet comments, melted hearts. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan can only cast a meter. So cute. With such a short line, can they catch any fish? It doesn't matter if they can't catch any, they're cute enough. Su Kin smiled as he watched them. It's okay, practice slowly. The fish will come. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan nodded, seriously staring at the water's surface. Su Kin turned back to guide the monkeys. Hold here. Press your thumb down on the fishing rod. When casting, use strength from your wrist. The monkeys learned quickly, getting the hang of it. At that moment, Bear Das Bobber suddenly sank. Ing. Fish on. Bear Da pulled the rod with all its strength. The fishing rod bent into a bow shape. The water erupted as a big carp was flung onto the shore. Ing. Bear. First place. Tuan Tuan looked at his mother with envy, his eyes sparkling. Ing. Mom, amazing. Bullet comments, Bear Da caught the first fish. Truly a fishing expert. This panda's skills are even better than Su Kin's. Bear Da, the smoked meat is mine. Bing Bing applauded. Bear Da is amazing. Professor Zhang laughed. This panda has surpassed its teacher. The Monkey King, not to be outdone, saw his bobber moving as well. He pulled the rod. A large crucian carp shimmered in the sunlight. Chirp. King. Fish. The Monkey King proudly raised the fish towards the monkey group. The monkeys cheered and chattered excitedly. Su Kin glanced at his bobber, which remained still. He felt a bit anxious, changed the bait, and recast the line. After waiting for 5 minutes, the bobber finally moved. Su Kin quickly jerked the rod. A small white minnow. Only the length of his finger. Su Kin was stunned. Just this. Bear Da leaned over to take a look, snorting through his nose. Ing. So small. The Monkey King also leaned over, shaking his head. Chirp. Not enough. It won't fill the gaps in my teeth. A parrot flew over and perched on Su Kin's shoulder. Little fish. Little fish. Su Kin caught a little fish. Su Kin's face turned dark. Bullet comments, haha. Su Kin caught a fry. The animals all rejected it. Su Kin, do I not care about my face? Su Kin tossed the small white fish into the bucket and cleared his throat. The competition rules count by quantity, not by weight. One fish is still a fish. Bear Das' eyes widened. Ing. Does this count? Su Kin patted his chest. Of course it counts. The rules didn't say it was by weight before the competition, right? Bear Da shook his head, his face full of disdain. Su Kin smiled. So now we are tied for first place. Everyone else work hard to catch up with us. The animals collectively rolled their eyes, their expressions filled with shamelessness. Bullet comments, Su Kin is starting to play dirty. He set the rules, so he decides. To not lose to the animals, Su Kin has lost all shame. Does Su Kin have a chance to win under such rules? Bing Bing covered her mouth, laughing. Su Kin is so cunning. Professor Zhang also laughed. But he's right, the rules at the beginning didn't specify by weight. It only stated to count by quantity, and a small white fish counts as one. Bullet comments, Professor Zhang is helping Su Kin. Su Kin, the rule maker, I can change the rules as I please. So cunning was Su Kin, taking advantage of the naivety of these animals. Time ticked by. On Bear Das' side, fish were being caught one after another. Carps, crucians, grass carps, bream. The bucket was nearly full. The Monkey King was not to be outdone, catching fish like crazy. The monkeys cheered and encouraged him, chattering away. The little fishing rod began to stir with activity. The two little ones were pulling with all their might. They managed to reel in two tiny fish fry no longer than a finger, but they rolled around happily. Ing, xiong xiong. Catch a fish. On Sukan's side the bobber remained completely still. After changing positions 7 or 8 times, there were still no fish. He began to doubt his life. What's going on? Is my fishing master skill malfunctioning? Bullet comments flashed. Sukan is going to lose to animals. Can Sukan fish? Let me try. Don't embarrass humanity by fishing worse than pandas or monkeys. Sukan, I'm not convinced. On the other side the bobber suddenly sank. The dog shook its head vigorously. The fishing rod flew up. A palm-sized crucian carp was flung onto the shore. Ow! This king caught a fish. The dog proudly held the fish and ran in front of Sukan to show off. Its tail wagged like a propeller. Sukan's expression darkened even more. Even the dog caught a fish. The bullet comments went wild. The dog caught a fish. Sukan still hasn't. This wolf is on a lucky streak. Sukan, I feel abandoned by the world. The morning passed. Sukan sat on a rock, his fish bucket completely empty. Xiongda's bucket was filled with fish, and he continued to fish. The Monkey King's bucket was also nearly full. The dog had several fish in its bucket. In a small round bucket, 2 tiny fish fry swam. Sukan looked at his empty bucket and sighed. Forget it, it'll be your referee. Xiongda glanced back at him, his eyes full of pride. Ing. Admit defeat. Sukan nodded. I concede. You're amazing. Bullet comments. Sukan finally admits defeat. Xiongda is the undisputed fishing champion. Sukan and I will never dare to fish against pandas again. By noon, the competition ended. Sukan stood on a rock counting the catches. Xiongda 21 fish. First place. Xiongda raised his paw, happily spinning in circles. Ing. Smoked meat. Delicious. Sukan handed her a large piece of smoked meat. Xiongda clutched the smoked meat, squatting beside him, happily munching away. Monkey King 16 fish. Second place. The Monkey King received a pile of wild fruits and shared them with the monkey group. The monkeys cheered and scrambled to eat the fruits. The dog. 8 fish. Third place. The dog held a piece of dried fish, wagging its tail rapidly. Ow! This king is third. It hid under a tree, slowly enjoying its meal. Bullet comments. The dog can even grab third place. Sukan has none. Sukan teaching the disciple leads to the master's starvation. Xiongda, thank you for the smoked meat, Sukan. Sukan squatted down, gently patting the round little head. You caught 2 tiny fish fry, that's not bad. They'll reward you with sweet potato chips. The little one held the sweet potato chips, munching happily with crumbs all over its face. Ing. So tasty. A parrot flew over and landed on Sukan's shoulder. Sukan, little fish. Sukan, little fish. Sukan glared at it. Stop it. If you say that again, I'll stew you. The parrot flew away, continuing to shout from the tree, Sukan, little fish. Sukan's face turned dark. Bullet comments. The parrot knows how to kick a man when he's down. Today Sukan is collectively ridiculed by the animals. But everyone is happy. This is enough. The moment the competition ended, the system's voice exploded in Sukan's mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Wilderness animal fishing competition. Due to the host's reasonable slacking, the performance was dismal, fitting the characteristics of a slacker, receiving a reward, master of metal forging. Please make reasonable use of your abilities and continue your wilderness slacking journey. After hearing the system's introduction, Sukan's corner of his mouth twitched. What does reasonable slacking and poor performance mean? Isn't your reward of master-level fishing ability just too underwhelming? In the next second, a clear stream flowed through Sukan's mind. In his mind, countless metal smelting and forging knowledge suddenly appeared. With this knowledge, Sukan felt more confident. He gazed at the large pile of gold, or by the water's edge, his eyes shining. I want to use gold to forge a kingdom of metal animals. In the official live broadcast room, Bing Bing smiled and said, this fishing competition is so interesting. Professor Zhang nodded. Although Sukan didn't catch any fish, he won the hearts of the animals. This kind of interaction is more precious than any material goods. Sukan sat on the rock, watching the animals happily eat their prizes. Xiongda finished the smoked meat, licked his lips, and walked over. He nuzzled his head into Sukan's embrace. Ing. Thank you. Sukan stroked her head. Did you eat well? Xiongda squinted his eyes and gently wagged his tail. The little one also crawled over and lay on Sukan's lap. The dog held a piece of dried fish, squatting by Sukan's feet. The monkey group scattered back to the trees, still savoring the wild fruits. The parrot stood on Sukan's chest, finally quiet. A little crocodile poked its head out of the water, still clutching a fish in its mouth. Sukan had just finished distributing the prizes. The National Fortune Game System prompt suddenly rang out. Dragon Country contestant Sukan and the Animal Army fishing competition, total catch of 71 fish. Among them, 36 fish triggered a 10,000-fold return. 36 fish, 10,000, 360,000 fish. Already randomly released into Dragon Country territory. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Bing Bing jumped up excitedly. 36,000 fish. Dragon Country is going to make a fortune. Professor Jean clapped and cheered. A fishing competition has brought Dragon Country 36,000 fresh fish. Bullet comments flooded the screen. 36,000 fish. The people of Dragon Country can't eat them all. Sukin, you are the fishing god of Dragon Country. Thank you, Godkin. Thank you, Xiong de Monkey King and the little one. Even the little crocodile made a contribution. Although it cheated, the scene switched to the highest command room of Dragon Country. Several leaders were gathered in front of a large screen. They watched as fish continuously fell from the sky. Fish schools surged in rivers and lakes. The water level in the reservoir had not risen, yet the number of fish had multiplied several times. An elderly leader slammed the table and stood up. Good. So great. Sukin is truly a blessing for Dragon Country. Another leader smiled and said, a fishing competition brought in 36,000 fish. If we hold it every day, will Dragon Country still lack food? The highest commander laughed heartily. Send my orders. Immediately activate the fish breeding plan for the reservoir. All reservoirs and lakes are prohibited from fishing. Let the fish thrive. From now on, Dragon Country will have an endless supply of fish. In other streams and small rivers, let the common people fish freely. This is the confidence Sukin has given us. Bullet comments were excited. The leaders are all delighted. Daily fishing competitions. Sukin will be exhausted. Dragon Country is going to become a land of fish and rice. The scene returned to the water's edge. Sukin looked at the mountain of catches, feeling troubled. So many fish, how can we eat them all? Xiong squatted beside the pile of fish already stuffed. Ing. Xiong, I can't eat anymore. The monkeys also couldn't eat anymore, their bellies round and bulging. The dog lay on its side, still holding half a fish in its mouth. The little one lay on the pile of fish and fell asleep. The parrot stood atop the pile of fish, shouting loudly, Fish Mountain! Fish Mountain! The little crocodile crawled out of the water, opening its large mouth wide. Sukin threw the leftover fish to it. The little crocodile gulped down the fish one by one, crunching noisily. Sukin sighed. Let's smoke the rest into fish jerky and save it for later. He began to build a fire and set up a smoking rack. The animals helped carry the fish. Berta grabbed one, while a troop of monkeys carried two. The husky picked up a fish but dropped it after a couple of steps, getting scolded by Sukin. After a busy afternoon, the smoked fish hung all over the rack, fragrant and appetizing. The aroma of the fish tempted the animals again. Sukin waved, don't eat it all. Switching scenes near a river in a wild area, two contestants from Sakura Country had been starving for several days. Their faces were pale and their eyes were sunken. One contestant squatted by the river, staring at the fish in the water. How many days has it been since we ate? 3 days. We've only had some water. If this continues, we will starve. Let's go into the river to catch fish. The two of them stripped off their clothes and jumped into the water. The current was swift and the stones were slippery. One contestant slipped just as he steadied himself. He was swept away by the water. The other reached out to grab him, but missed. He slipped himself. The two of them tumbled in the rapids, crashing against the rocks. They struggled, desperately shouting for help, but there was no one around. The current pulled them into the deep pool at the center of the river. Gurgling, there was no more movement. The death announcement of the National Fortune game rang out. Contestants Nakata and Senji from Sakura Country have died. Cause of death, drowning. The Sakura Country live stream was filled with wails. 2 more contestants are dead. They all starved, insisting on going into the river to catch fish. Why can't we have endless fish, like Sukin sighed. We drown trying to catch fish. It's unfair. It's unfair. The Dragon Country audience laughed heartily. Blame yourself for being useless. Sukin can even teach Berta to fish. You contestants can't even catch fish. It's a waste of food for you to be alive. On Sukin's side, there are so many fish he can feed the crocodiles while you are risking your lives in the river. This is the gap. The Sakura Country audience was devastated. Sukin can even teach pandas to fish. Yet our contestants drowned. We are all human. Why is the difference so great? The animals in Dragon Country are smarter than our contestants. I'm devastated. I'm really devastated. The Dragon Country audience was full of sarcasm, not convinced. Let your contestants go to Sukin as their master. Provided they can survive to reach Sukin's camp. The traps on the way would be enough for them to drink a pot. Even if they managed to get there, Sukin wouldn't take such stupid disciples. The scene returned to Sukin. He lay on a rock, cradling a round and fluffy creature. As the sun set, the evening glow filled the sky. The aroma of smoked fish lingered in the air. Berta lay beside him, snoring softly. The husky had fish scales hanging from its mouth, sprawled out in sleep. A troop of monkeys was dawdling in the trees, preparing to continue working tomorrow. A parrot perched on Sukin's chest, softly saying, "The fish is delicious. The fish is delicious." The little crocodile floated in the water with only its eyes visible. Sukin looked at the sky and smiled. Tomorrow we continue mining and fishing. Let the people of Dragon Country have endless fish. The next day in the morning, Sukan's task was to use the metal forging master to create more living supplies. However, before that he needed to fill his belly first. At the fruit orchard on the east side of the forest, Sukan leaned against a wild peach tree, holding a plump heart-shaped red peach. After eating the sweetest part, Sukan didn't even look at it, and directly threw the peach away. The pit still had a ring of peach flesh around it. The viewers in the live stream exclaimed about the waste. Sukan is really wasteful. Just ate a few bites and tossed it away, there's still flesh on it. Sukan probably thinks the flesh inside isn't sweet enough, so he can't be bothered to finish it, and just tosses it for the next one. So extravagant. What kind of Dubai eating style is this? There's nothing to be done, this orchard is too large, and it can't be finished. Not eating it is also wasteful. In the orchard, Sukan ate and tossed along the way. Like Sun Wukong visiting the peach garden, he would eat 2 bites, and throw it away. Wild mangoes, wild peaches, wild apples. After eating 7 or 8 fruits in a row, Sukan patted his bulging belly looking satisfied. Finally full. So refreshing. Detected that contestant Sukan discovered the entire fruit forest, fulfilling the condition for a 10,000-fold return, triggering 10,000-fold return. Wild peach trees, wild mango trees, wild apple trees. A total of 13 fruit trees triggered the 10,000-fold return. Wild apple trees 10,000, wild mango trees 10,000, wild peach trees 10,000. Have now returned to the territory of Dragon Country. Within Dragon Country, countless lush trees laden with ripe fruit sprang up. Dragon Country was in an uproar. Wow, so many fruit trees returned at once. Dragon Country has struck it rich. Sukan is amazing. Who says Sukan is wasteful? This is how all the returned fruit trees are those that Sukan eats every day. If he were to focus on just one tree, how could he return 130 fruit trees? Don't worry, this orchard is so big as Sukan eats slowly, later even more can be returned. Thank you, Sukan. We can finally taste the wild fruits too. Foreign viewers were envious. Is this possible? Dragon Country has completely achieved fruit freedom. Sukan's luck is too good this time. He actually triggered so many at once. Sukan raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing the national fortune game sound. So quickly triggered the 10,000-fold return. Sukan bit into an apple. Tomorrow I'll eat from a different spot and aim to return all the fruit trees in this orchard. After finishing his fruit breakfast, Sukan began his daily trap inspection. The golden morning sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves in the forest, casting mottled patterns on the ground. The air was filled with the fragrance of decaying leaves and soil. Sukan stepped on the soft humus, making delicate sounds, occasionally startling the small animals hidden in the bushes. After checking around, Sukan was a bit surprised. None of the traps today had caught any prey. It doesn't matter, even if I caught more it would be too much to eat. The camp has plenty of smoked meat and fish jerky. Sukan hummed a little tune and returned to the pond. He whistled, and the little crocodiles had surfaced. Sukan stood on its back and crossed the pond. Just as he passed through the waterfall, a series of ding-ding-dang-dang sounds echoed. A dozen golden monkeys, like tireless miners, swung their tools, extracting gold from the cave walls. Seeing Sukan enter, the monkeys worked even harder. Sukan leaned in, glancing at the densely piled gold ore on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. Everyone work hard. By noon I'll treat you all to delicious fish soup. Jijit. Hearing that there would be fish soup for lunch, the monkeys became even more energetic, swinging their hoes with vigor. Gagh. Great King. The Monkey King approached, holding a piece of dark-colored ore. Gagh. What is this? Oh. Sukan picked up the stone and examined it closely. Unlike the glittering gold ore, this stone was heavier and had turned a deep red color. This is iron ore. Sukan's breath quickened as he hurriedly looked at the Monkey King. Monkey King, where did you dig this stone from? The Monkey King led Sukan to the gold vein, pointing at a small area that looked out of place. Gigi. This area had already been mined out, revealing the dark red iron vein underneath. At first glance, Sukan immediately recognized this thick vein. Iron ore. Hidden beneath the gold mine was a rich iron ore vein. Sukan grabbed the hoe from the Monkey King's hand and struck down towards the iron ore. With a loud clang, a piece of rock fell away, revealing silver particles glistening on the surface. Taking a deep breath, Sukan's gaze became fervent. Ha, there's no mistake, this is definitely a piece of red iron ore. The monkeys looked at their suddenly frenzied king, puzzled. With iron ore we can forge even harder and more durable equipment, directly entering the Iron Age. Today we want refined gold, well, refine iron. Sukan waved his hand. Monkeys, come here. Do you see this red iron vein? Hammer it hard. Gigi. The Monkey King scratched his head. No more mining gold. No more. Sukan's eyes were ablaze. In terms of hardness and practicality, steel far exceeds gold. The audience erupted at the sight of the iron ore. What? Sukan is really about to take off. He found iron ore. Yesterday it was gold, or today it's iron ore. The cave that King God found is simply filled with treasures. It was still Xiao Baga who found it well, choosing such a cave. So excited. King God is really about to enter the Iron Age. Hurry up. I can't wait to see King God refining iron. But why is there iron, or hidden beneath the gold, or? In the official livestream, Professor Zhang also noticed this question in the comments and began to explain. The reason gold ore and iron ore can coexist is due to large-scale hydrothermal activity during ancient geological movements in the area where the cave is located. Iron-rich solutions precipitated and collected into iron ore at high temperatures, while the later gold element solutions filled the cracks above the iron layers. Thus in the wild, gold ore is often found covering the surface of iron ore. After listening, Bing suddenly understood. So doesn't that mean that almost all of what's beneath the gold ore is iron ore? Professor Zhang's expression was excited. It is very possible. Sukin is really hitting the jackpot this time. Iron ore is like a windfall for those surviving in the wild. Moreover, Sukin has a group of animals to help. Within a few days, he will be able to refine the iron ore into tools and weapons for use. In the wilderness, strong and tough iron weapons are the hard truth. In the wilderness site inside the cave under Sukin's command, the golden monkeys immediately turned their focus and began mining the iron ore with clanking sounds. Sukin had his own tasks as well. He returned to the shore looking at the ceramic pot he used for refining gold yesterday. The rough red ceramic wall was covered in cracks ready to burst at any moment. I need to make a new smelting device. Sukin stroked his chin. Moreover, the conditions for refining iron ore are even more stringent. This ceramic pot might not be sufficient. Professor Zhang explained the melting point of gold is 1000 degrees Celsius, while iron ore is nearly 1500 degrees Celsius. At such a high temperature, the previous ceramic pot is likely unable to withstand the heat and may crack. Also, the ventilation system needs to be upgraded. Before, we used an Alaskan Malamute to blow air through a bamboo tube for ventilation, but that definitely won't work now. Even if the Malamute's mouth is smoking, the temperature won't rise. Each of these challenges feels like a mountain standing in front of Sukin, causing the audience in the live stream to frown. Professor Zhang is right. Refining iron ore is indeed difficult. Temperature, ventilation, and smelting facilities all are indispensable. So what should we do? Are these iron ores just for show? Let's just watch King God. He should have a solution. Sukin's mind was already forming a plan. Underfoot, he stepped on soft clay. Sukin bent down and picked up a handful of clay. The clay here is very fine with few impurities, perfect for making fireproof bricks. Head to his underfoot, he stepped on soft clay. Sukin bent down and picked up a handful of clay. The clay here is very fine with few impurities, perfect for making fireproof bricks. Xiongda, let's dig the clay together. We need the fine kind that doesn't contain sand. Xiongda gave a small wail and began working with the shovel. Shovelful after shovelful, the clay was carried into bamboo baskets. Oh whoa! Erha couldn't use the shovel, so he dug with his paws, scooping up a pile of clay into the basket and continuing on. Seeing the two little ones idle, Sukin assigned them some tasks. Tuan Yuan, go collect shells and screws. Sukin picked up shells and screws, demonstrating to Tuan and Yuan. The two little fluff balls jumped into the shallow stream and got busy. In the live stream, the audience could hardly sit still. Wait, those two little ones aren't even a year old, and Sukin is asking them to work. Does this count as hiring child labor? I want to report Sukin. Haha, should you go find the Minor Protection Association or the Giant Panda Protection Organization? By the way, what does King God need clay and shells for? Professor Zhang explained, clay can be used to make fireproof bricks that can withstand high temperatures. The ground shells and screws, once ground up, can serve as fuel additives and fireproof fillers to help better refine iron ore. Sukin truly understands refining iron ore. He has taken the right first step. If all goes well, the refining equipment should be a breeze. Some comments in the chat suddenly understood. Wow. I thought Sukin was just playing in the water with the two little ones. I didn't expect there to be so much knowledge behind it. King God is amazing. You really know what you're doing. Looking forward to it. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Sukin had Xiongda carry baskets of clay back to the camp. Then he ground the shells and screws into powder with stones, mixing clay shell powder and fine sand in a ratio of 7:1, adding water to knead it into a dough. Tuan Yuan, come over and stomp on the dough. Sukin took off his shoes and stepped on the muddy clump. Xiongda and Tuan also imitated him, getting their feet all muddy. Ing. So fun. Tuan was overjoyed, rolling around in the muddy clump. Their black and white fur was covered in dirt, turning them into two little black fur balls. Alright, no more playing, that's enough. Sukin found it amusing to see them so engrossed in their play. Go wash up by the pond and see how dirty you two have become. Ing. So fun. Tuan refused to get up, wanting to continue playing, but Xiongda picked one up in each hand and forcibly tossed them into the pond for a bath. The comments were filled with laughter. Ha ha ha, these two little fur balls are too adorable. The little panda playing in the mud is just like me when I was a child. No wonder they are national treasures. Even their behaviors are similar to those of human children loving to. Professor Zhang chuckled and shook his head. This isn't just for fun, it's to squeeze out the excess air bubbles in the mud clump preparing for the next step of brick making. If there are air bubbles, the bricks will have hollow structures after firing, making them prone to cracking or exploding. Every step Sukin takes may look like play, but there is a purpose behind it. Sukin pounded the mud into bricks, stacking them neatly, while instructing the animals not to move around. Let them dry for 2 days. Once thoroughly dried, they can be fired. Having solved the issue of the smelting container, the next challenge was the temperature. Regular charcoal or branches could not reach the high temperatures required for smelting iron ore. Hardwood was necessary to be turned into charcoal to achieve the required temperature. After a busy morning, Sukin felt a bit hungry. He casually ate some smoked meat to fill his stomach and pulled a few monkeys from the cave to accompany him in gathering wood. Walking through the forest, he stood beneath a tall tree. Sukin stretched out his hand and knocked on the trunk, producing a dull sound like knocking on metal. The hardness of the oak is sufficient. Sukin waved his hand. Monkeys start chopping. In the live stream, the official account was educating the audience. Oak has a high density and carbon content, producing more heat when burned. The audience exclaimed in admiration. God Su is amazing. He knows such details. God Su truly surprises people all the time. After several hours of work, Su can return to the camp with the troop of monkeys. A small mountain of firewood was piled up by the pond. Su Can and the monkeys dug a large pit for the charcoal kiln, stuffing all the wood inside. After lighting the fire, he covered the top with mud, leaving a small hole for ventilation. If we burn it for 3 days, we should be able to produce a batch of hard carbon. Sukin wiped his hands, his face covered in mud, yet feeling very happy. The evening sun cast long shadows of Su Can and the animals, sometimes overlapping. Sukin had a bite to eat and went to bed early. The next day, bright and early, he went to the orchard to eat some wild fruits. This time he switched to another area, eating some loquats and wild pears, estimating that he would trigger a 10,000-fold return in a few days. As usual, he checked around, but found no prey. He only discovered a few piles of dried tiger dung near the traps, likely left from last night. Sukin frowned. Why hadn't this tiger left? It seemed that because the tiger was nearby, all the small animals in this area had fled, causing his traps to yield no results. Next time I patrol, I should bring Xiongdo along. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will get beaten up. Sukin didn't want to bother with it, returning to the camp to continue preparing for iron smelting. After a day's effort from the golden-haired monkeys, a small mountain of iron ore had accumulated next to the camp. Sukin estimated that after refining this batch, he could produce dozens of pounds of rough iron. Walking to the charcoal kiln, the smoke from the ventilation hole had diminished, coming out sporadically. Sukin dug up some dirt to allow more oxygen to flow in. Once the smoke increased, Sukin covered it back up with dirt, leaving a slightly larger gap. He glanced at the mud bricks stacked nearby, though after a day and night much of the moisture had evaporated. By tomorrow, this batch of bricks should be ready for firing. Today, let's first set up the air supply system. The air supply system is responsible for delivering oxygen to the furnace during the firing process, an essential part of the smelting facilities. Only with sufficient oxygen can the temperature rise. Sukin pondered for a moment, casting his gaze towards the deer skin nearby. After several days of curing, the deer skin was now ready for tanning. Sukin planned to use the tanned deer skin as the bellows pouch with bamboo as the framework to create a simple bellows. He picked up the deer skin, which had been well cured with the salt fully permeated. This step is to dehydrate and preserve it, ensuring the deer skin remains usable for a long time without rotting. Sukin spread out the deer skin and shook it vigorously. A large amount of fine coarse salt fell from the seams of the deer skin. He filled a basin with water and placed the deer skin inside. After soaking for 2 hours, the fully water-absorbed deer skin regained its flexibility. Spreading out the deer skin, there were still large amounts of fat, scraps of meat, and connective tissue remaining. This step requires thoroughly removing the excess residues, which is the most troublesome, yet crucial step. Fortunately, Sukin had helpers, which saved him a lot of effort. Monkey King, come here. Sukin shouted, and the Monkey King scurried over eagerly. Sukin handed it a bone knife, while he took one for himself, and began demonstrating. Monkey King, do you see the residues on the deer skin? Sukin held the bone knife and slowly scraped from top to bottom, removing a thick layer of grease. These fats and scraps will hinder the subsequent tanning process. They must be cleaned thoroughly. But be careful not to tear the deer skin while doing it. Jijit. The Monkey King was very clever. After Sukin demonstrated a few times, it learned quickly. With one person and one monkey, 2 bone knives took 2 hours to finally clean the deer skin. Sukin had a hasty bite for lunch and continued to work in the afternoon. Next, the deer skin needed to absorb the tanning agent to lubricate the hair fibers, making the entire piece of deer skin soft and tough. Fortunately, the lard from before wasn't thrown away. It's coming in handy now. Sukin opened the supplies bag and took out a sealed small jar. Upon opening it, the jar was filled with white lard. Sukin scooped out a few spoonfuls of lard, placed it in a container, added clean water, and stirred it with bamboo until it became cloudy. At room temperature, the lard was solid, but with slight heating, the clean water warmed up, causing the lard to completely dissolve. He placed the clean deer skin into the lard emulsion, allowing it to absorb the fat thoroughly. Sukin put his hands in, repeatedly rubbing the entire deer skin to facilitate better absorption of the grease. After rubbing for over 10 minutes, Sukin took the deer skin out, wrung it dry, added a few more spoonfuls of lard, and repeated the rubbing process. After several repetitions, until the deer skin no longer absorbed a lot of fat. Sukin rubbed his sore shoulders, finally nearing completion. Sukin fished out the deer hide soaked in grease, and next it was the final step. He must stretch and knead the hide repeatedly from all directions while it was still damp until it dried. This is the key to determining the softness of the entire deer hide. Sukin called for the Monkey King to help him knead the hide. Xiongda, catching the aroma, also came over. With its round head approaching the deer hide, it stuck out its tongue and licked it. Ing. So delicious. The deer hide soaked in lard emitted an enticing aroma, and Xiongda licked a couple of times before taking a bite. No, this isn't food. Fortunately, Sukin was quick and moved the hide away, otherwise if it had bitten a hole, the hide would have been ruined. Xiongda bit into air, looking dejected. Ing. So delicious. I want to eat. Sukin said sternly. Go eat bamboo. I need this deer hide to make a bellows, not for you to eat. Ing. So stingy. Xiongda muttered a few words in frustration and went to gnaw on bamboo in the corner. The comments were hilarious. Hahaha, Xiongda is such a foodie, wanting to taste everything. Xiongda stinge. It's just a piece of deer hide. What's wrong with letting me have a bite? The human is bad, but the bear is good. Sukin glanced at Xiongda, who was looking at him with a face full of grievance, and shook his head. He held up the bowl of lard. Here. This is the source of the aroma that attracted you. You can eat this. Xiongda sniffed the bowl and said, Ing. So delicious. After licking a few times, a rich aroma of grease unfolded in its mouth. Xiongda was as happy as a child, eagerly licking the bowl of lard. However, a greasy and nauseating feeling soon arose. Xiongda felt a bit sick and started gagging. Sukin laughed. Who eats like you silly bear? Ing. Xiongda's round little head was full of grievance. Why don't you try dipping the bamboo in the lard? It might help with the greasiness. Hearing Sukin's suggestion, Xiongda quickly gave it a try. It grabbed a fresh bamboo shoot, rolled it in the lard a few times. The green bamboo tip was covered in a layer of white lard. Xiongda held the dipped end to its mouth and took a bite. Crunch. The fragrant bamboo combined with the aroma of the lard exploded in its mouth. Xiongda's eyes widened, full of shock. It was so delicious. It dipped more bamboo in the lard and took another bite. The originally greasy flavor of the lard was perfectly masked by the fresh scent of the bamboo. Moreover, the bland taste of the bamboo mixed with the aroma of the lard complemented each other perfectly. The combination created a culinary reaction where 1 was greater than 2. Xiongda seemed to have opened the door to a new world, eating with delight one bite after another. In the live stream, viewers were almost brought to tears by the sight of Xiongda eating bamboo. Wow. Sukin is definitely a genius. Who would have thought of combining bamboo and lard like this? Bamboo can be eaten with lard. It looks just like fries with ketchup. Have you ever had stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork? The sweet taste of bamboo shoots paired with the aroma of pork fat is simply irresistible. No doubt, bamboo and pork go well together. A Xiongda's way of eating is just an enlarged version of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. What's going on? Watching a giant panda eat bamboo today actually made me hungry. Sukin is definitely a culinary genius. He even thought of this way to eat. Xiongda ate for 10 minutes, finishing off one bamboo shoot. The bowl of lard was also cleaned out. Ing. So delicious. I want more. Xiongda came over, clinging to Sukin, wanting more. Sukin smiled and shook his head, filling another bowl of lard for it. This is the last bowl. If you eat too much, you'll get fatty liver. Ing. Xiongda tilted its head, indicating that it was just a bear and didn't understand what fatty liver meant. All it knew was that lard was delicious, and it felt lucky to have such tasty food in its bear life. Sukin smiled. Sometimes being carefree can indeed make one happier. Isn't this the true essence of lying flat? What use is there in overthinking? It only adds to the troubles. Eat and drink as needed, leave tomorrow's matters for tomorrow, and enjoy each day in the present. Looking back, the Monkey King had already tanned the deer hide. The tanned deer hide was very flexible, carrying a faint aroma of grease, making it excellent for warmth or wind protection. However, Sukin planned to utilize it for a greater purpose, creating a bellows. He casually found a few bamboo shoots by the roadside, cut them into strips, and fixed the deer hide into the shape of a bellows. He then clamped both ends with bamboo boards, one side for the air intake, and the other connected to the air pipe. The air pipe was made from thick bamboo, punctured through the joints, inserted into 3 air outlets, and sealed with clay. Finally, using a piece of wood as a handle, a simple bellows was completed. Sukin pulled the handle, aiming the outlet toward the round shape, and tested it slightly. The wind was strong, causing the round shape's fur to stick to its body. Not bad. Later I'll have the monkeys take turns operating the bellows. The temperature should increase. He checked the clay bricks, his fingers tapped on them, and there was hardly any moisture left. They could be fired tomorrow. The oak in the cave was burning black, and the hardwood charcoal was nearly ready. By the water's edge, after another day's effort by the golden monkeys, the iron ore piled up like a small mountain. Sukin smiled. By tomorrow we can really get to work. After a busy day, he had a simple meal. The sunset was blood red and night was approaching. Sukin went to bed early to recharge for tomorrow's goals. The next day, early morning, Sukin got up early and built a simple brick kiln. The fireproof bricks that had dried were neatly stacked inside the kiln. The leftover oak was used as firewood for the brick kiln. He struck a fire starter, igniting the wood, and the inside of the kiln glowed red. The scorching flames were firing the fireproof bricks inside the kiln, and after 24 hours this batch would become fireproof bricks capable of withstanding over 1,400 degrees Celsius. Watching Sukin work seriously, the viewers felt a bit unfamiliar. Is this still the Sukin I know, who slept for 24 hours at the start? It must be said Sukin looks really handsome when he works seriously. Sukin has started making bricks. He is getting closer to smelting crude iron. It must succeed. Sukin has been working hard for several days just for the final steel. Sukin called for Erha to watch the kiln and to alert him if the fire got smaller. Erha howled once, indicating that it would take care of it. Sukin went back to the kiln entrance and wisps of white smoke drifted out through the kiln's holes. The air was filled with the smoky aroma of burning oak. With a scoop, a patch of black charcoal came into view. Sukin wrapped his hand in a banana leaf to insulate it from the heat. He bent down and picked up a piece of hard charcoal, tapping it with his finger. Immediately a metallic clinking sound rang out as hard as if he were striking a piece of metal. A metallic sound. Premium hard charcoal. Sukin was somewhat surprised. He had casually dug a kiln to burn this charcoal, never expecting such high quality. With this batch of hard charcoal, Sukin's confidence grew. In the official livestream, Professor Jean adjusted his glasses. A metallic sound. This batch of hard charcoal was fired with perfect timing. Hard charcoal has high density and greater carbon content, with fixed carbon levels reaching 85 to 98. Conservative estimates suggest that under the same weight, hard charcoal can generate 50 more heat than firewood. Once the hard charcoal had cooled, Sukin commanded the monkey troop to carry out the pieces one by one. Another day passed, and the refractory bricks were also finished firing. After cooling, Sukin retrieved the refractory bricks. Days earlier, he had already constructed a model of the iron's melting furnace in his mind. As the refractory bricks were stacked together, a rudimentary, cylindrical shaft furnace took shape before Sukin. An iron tapping hole was reserved at the bottom for the molten iron to flow out. 3 tuyers were opened in the middle lower section, angled downward 15 degrees to facilitate airflow. The hearth was specially deepened to hold more fuel and raise the temperature. Finally, Sukin evenly coated the furnace's outer wall with moist clay. This step was meant to enhance the furnace's seal and reduce heat loss. Nearby, the golden monkeys clanged away, pounding iron ore. Large quantities of coarse iron ore were hammered into small particles, making subsequent smelting easier. Gaga. King iron ore. The Monkey King stepped forward, holding a bamboo basket filled with thumb-sized iron ore pieces. Well done. Sukin patted the Monkey King's head and took the basket. He pushed layers of iron ore and hard charcoal deep into the furnace hearth. Ignition. The friction of the firestone sparked a dancing flame, instantly lighting the charcoal inside the hearth. The charcoal blazed a vivid red, and a wave of heat forced Sukin several steps back. Bear 1 pulled the bellows. Eep eep. Bear 1 placed one paw on the bellows mechanism while clutching a bamboo stalk to gnaw with the other. Hearing Sukin's command, he abandoned the bamboo, grabbed the mechanism with both paws, and pulled with all his might. Boom. The bellows sent a rush of oxygen through the pipe straight into the furnace. With the oxygen's aid, the fire surged violently. Flames shot out from the furnace mouth, and a wave of heat blasted forth. The fire grew fiercer, and a dull crackling sound echoed from within the furnace. It was the sound of iron ore being smelted. The temperature inside the furnace was skyrocketing. The flickering firelight cast a red glow across Sukin's face. In his dark eyes, the dancing flames swayed. Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan hid behind a tree, watching warily, their tiny black eyes filled with caution. The instinct of wild animals made them naturally wary of fire. The husky darted around the furnace, howling, seemingly curious about this novel contraption. Xiao Baga perched on Sukin's shoulder and shouted, "So hot! So hot! Smelt iron! Smelt iron!" Sukin's face was full of anticipation, his gaze fixed on the iron tapping hole below, waiting for the molten iron to flow out. In the livestream, viewers also began to anticipate. Kinshun is amazing. This fire looks so vigorous. The temperature must be over 1,000 degrees. Kinshun's plan really works. In the wild, using just some clay sand shells and oak wood, Kinshun is actually going to smelt steel. I declare that Dragon Kingdom contestant Su-Kin will be the first to enter the Iron Age. In the official livestream, Bing and Professor Zhang watched the blazing fire on the screen, their hearts pounding with excitement. The furnace didn't explode. Su-Kin really did it. If Su-Kin succeeds in smelting iron this time, he will completely leave the other contestants behind. Possessing iron tools is a qualitative leap for both an individual and a civilization. At the wilderness site before the furnace, 3 hours had passed since the ignition for iron smelting. Bear 1's paws were numb from pulling, so a golden monkey took over the bellows. Batch after batch of hard charcoal was added. Yet the iron-tapping hole remained silent, stubbornly refusing to yield any molten iron. Su-Kin frowned. Not enough heat. Bear 1 pulled the bellows harder. Eep eep. Roger. Hearing Su-Kin's command, Bear 1 mustered all his strength, nearly pulling the bellows until they smoked. Inside the furnace, the fire visibly intensified. A few flames licked out of the furnace mouth, and the furnace walls began to glow red. After a few minutes, Bear 1 was panting with his tongue out, unable to pull anymore. The Monkey King took over, continuing to work the bellows. Suddenly, a crack sound came from the furnace wall. Su-Kin's pupils contracted, his gaze locked on the wall, where a fine fissure had appeared. No, the temperature is too high, the furnace wall is going to blow. Su-Kin's heart leaped into his throat, his mind racing. If he stopped now, the furnace would be saved, but all his efforts would be wasted. If he didn't stop, the furnace could explode at any moment. Then not only would he fail to produce iron, but the furnace he had worked so hard to build would be lost. In the official livestream, Professor Zhang shot up from his chair. No, the furnace is going to blow. Run, Su-Kin. Forget the furnace, your life matters. The viewers' hearts also tightened. Damn. A furnace explosion at over 1,000 degrees. I can't even imagine the power. Run, Su-Kin. Forget it this time, your life is more important. Just give it up for now, and try again later. At the wilderness site, the crack on the furnace wall was growing larger. Streams of white smoke seeped through the furnace wall. A sharp hissing sound drummed on Su-Kin's heart like death's knell. The husky lay on the ground, growling uneasily. Its animal instincts sensed danger. Fortunately, Su-Kin had coated the furnace wall with clay earlier, so it still held barely. But that was all. Su-Kin judged that the furnace could hold out for at most another minute. He gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. If I cool it down, the molten iron won't come out. If I don't cool it, the furnace will explode first. Am I just going to give up, eh? Su-Kin's mind raced. If it really blows up, most of the previous steps will have to be redone. No, there has to be a way. As Su-Kin thought, a flash of inspiration struck him. That's right. There's still leftover shell powder nearby. Shell powder contains minerals that can help lower the melting point of iron ore. Su-Kin opened a box filled with white shell powder. He grabbed a large handful of shell powder. He threw it towards the furnace wall. SSS. The shell powder and iron ore underwent a chemical reaction, accelerating the melting of the ore with a crackling sound. Instantly, a miracle occurred.